SG 201-250. After that, Princess Consort Jing and Lady Fang began to engage in small talk. Since settling at the seaside residence, she almost never left the house because of her health. She listened as Lady Fang talked about Dongshan village, which was surrounded by the mountains and the sea. It had an amazing scenery, and from time to time, one could also encounter cute little animals. After hearing her description, she really yearned to see it within her heart. After sending off Lady Fang and her daughter, Princess Consort Jing pondered about how this wouldn't be her youngest son's last ocean-going voyage. She knew her youngest son's character very well. Even if she tried to stop him from going, he still wouldn't change a decision that he had already made. I wonder who Yanger resembles. His father was courtly and refined, while she was gentle and demure. Her eldest and second son also had a relatively gentle temper. Only this youngest son of hers was different. He was still fine before the age of 5, soft and adorable. But, after the age of 7 or 8, he seemed to have gotten facial paralysis. He had a cold expression throughout the day, and the gaze in his eyes was getting more and more fierce. It's all his father's fault. Why did he get a martial arts teacher for the kids? Look at how they all turned out. One gave up being a scholar and wants to go to the borders to join the army, while the other one goes out on a voyage without any fears whatsoever. When going on a voyage, it wasn't like he could return in 3 to 5 months. So, how could she not worry about him? Dongshan village was close to the sea, so she could look far into the distance of the sea when standing on the top of the mountain slope. She should be able to immediately see when Yanger returns, right? Thus, Princess Consort Jing made a decision to build a mountain manor on the West Mountains. Although there weren't any hot springs, good farmland, or beautiful environment at the West Mountains, it was a place that made her feel as if she was closer to her youngest son, which was all she needed. Author's note: it's no wonder that the second son felt discontented. As a mother, she's really more biased towards her youngest son. Moreover, she's being extremely biased. Once Princess Consort Jing made a decision, it was nearly impossible to change her mind. As long as it was reasonable, most people were also unwilling to let her down. When the news reached the capital, Prince Jing readily agreed. Not to mention a small manor, even if she wanted to build 3 or 5 mountain villas, as long as the princess consort was happy, would he, the dignified imperial Prince Jing, be unwilling to spend the money to build them. As a result, Prince Jing mobilized a number of landscape architects from the Ministry of Works, hired several famous residential architects in the capital, and sent them all to the small town of Tanggu along with the craftsmen. Taking advantage of his resting days, he took another 10 days off and went to Tanggu town to personally make arrangements for the initial stages of the project. Princess Consort Jing had already decided to build the mountain manor on the hillside near Dongshan village, which wasn't very far from Lady Fang's residence. The doctor who was accompanying Princess Consort Jing also said that it was good for the princess consort's health to climb mountains and exercise regularly. Imperial Prince Jing naturally wouldn't disagree. He personally took the landscape architects and craftsmen, and chose a place on the West Mountains with excellent feng shui. 1. It faced the south with its back towards the north. After that, he recruited more workers from nearby villages. Within a few days, construction began in full swing. On the way back to Tanggu town, Prince Jing was afraid that the bumpy mountain road would make his precious princess consort uncomfortable, so he ordered a group of people to repair the road. Stonemasons were especially hired to fix the most rugged section of the mountain road. Even if they had to carve it out, they had to carve out a smooth and level road. When a generous reward was offered, brave men were bound to come forward. Prince Jing's estate didn't lack money, so they were able to offer a high salary. Although there was a limited construct period, it still attracted a group of people. The road construction progressed very quickly. By the time Xiaoxiao's family's watermelons got off the market, there was a smooth road that went directly to the town from Dongshan village. It used to take a horse carriage over an hour to reach town, but now it took less than 45 minutes. All the villagers in the vicinity praised Imperial Prince Jing for doing a good deed. Speaking of Dongshan village, when they heard that a prince was going to build a manor in their village, they felt both honored and slightly perturbed. They were afraid that the high-ranking official would take a fancy to their small plots of land and snatch it from them. Seeing that the nobleman had selected a place on the West Mountains, the villagers of Dongshan village gradually felt relieved. Now, the village head of Dongshan village walked everywhere with a ramrod straight back. Their Dongshan village must be a precious area with excellent feng shui. Otherwise, why would so many members of the imperial family like this place so much? The village head had interacted with the steward of Prince Jing's estate several times. He felt that the servants of Prince Jing's estate were quite reasonable and didn't have the bad habits of the servants of other noble households. The village head had privately sent the steward a lot of good things and asked him to put in some good words about Dongshan village in front of his masters. As the saying goes, it was easier to enjoy the breeze while leaning against a big tree. In the future, if some tactless people came to cause trouble in Dongshan village, the people in the mountain manor wouldn't ignore it, would they? The mountain manor of the Prince Jing's household was busy with construction. After over a month of bustling business, the Yu family's watermelons had finally been completely sold out. That night, when Yu Xiaosao took out the account book and added up the total, the whole family had a stunned expression on their faces. With the mystic stone water as a cheat, each melon field had yielded more than 10,000 caddies of watermelons. Thus, the 3 mu of land had produced more than 35,000 caddies of watermelons. In addition to selling them at their own melon shop, they also sold a portion to Wang Ergo and Xiaosao's maternal uncles at the wholesale price. They had sold nearly 10,000 caddies of melons as wholesale. If they calculated it based on 1 caddy cost 150 copper coins, then it would be a total of 1,500 taels. The remaining 25,000 caddies were retailed at the watermelon store for a slightly higher price. In this way, based on Xiaosao's simple calculation, they had earned an income of nearly 10,000 taels. Yu Hai swallowed his saliva hard and took a deep breath. It had been very busy this past month, but he never expected that growing watermelons would be so profitable. Xiaosao took out a stack of banknotes. Every day, she deposited the store's daily profit into the town's bank. The smallest amount of one banknote was 100 taels, while the largest was 500 taels. She had taken out a very thick and heavy stack of banknotes. Seeing the banknotes, the Yu family felt a slight sense of surreal in their hearts. Half a year ago, they were still living in poverty and didn't even have enough coarse grain to eat. Now, they had become rich people with 10,000 taels of silver. Even in town, 10,000 taels was also considered quite a large sum of money for a family to possess. Yu Xiaosao saw the stunned expressions on her family members and said with a smile, "Father, Mother. What are you guys planning on doing with this money? Do you want to save it in the bank, or use it to purchase a house and land?" Yu Hai thought about it and said, "Take some out to repair the old residence. As for the rest of the money, should we buy some good farmland near the town? Our family's 3 mu of land is too little. If we buy more land, we can plant more watermelons next year." With her lips pursed together, Madame Lu smiled and said, "If there are suitable stores, we can also buy a few. Xiaosao's 2 stores are located in a good area. It's also easy to rent out. Our melon shop has just closed, but there are already people asking if we'll rent it out. By just collecting a year of rent, we can get an income of around 1,000 or so taels for one storefront. If the children have 2 stores each, they won't have to worry about their livelihood in the future." Yu Hai slowly nodded his head in agreement, Then let's purchase a few more stores. I think we can also buy a house in town. In the future, we will probably spend more time in town, so at that time, we will also have a place to stay. However, this is our ancestral home. Even if little Shishtu makes a name for himself through his studies, he still needs to come back to his hometown to pay homage to his ancestors. Yu Hai was still somewhat strong attached to the place where he was born and raised. Yu Xiaosao said with a smile, "Let's expand the old residence in fall. However, the most important thing right now is to plow the land and grow some sweet potatoes." Yu Hai nodded repeatedly and said, "That's right. I was so happy that I almost forgot about it. It's early summer now, so if we plant sweet potatoes, we can harvest them before it starts to snow. In fact, it was a really good idea to plant watermelons. It doesn't affect the farming season at all." The next day, Yu Hang asked Xiaosao to help collect marine goods at home while he went to work on the fields with their parents. After they dug out the melon seedlings, they used a whole 2 days to plow their 3 mu of land. Xiaosao had also taken up the task of breeding the sweet potato seedlings. This was mainly because she wanted to use mystic stone water to breed the seedlings. Thus, being responsible for this task would make it more convenient for her to use her cheat. After all, it was a little late to grow the seedlings now. Xiaosao cultivated a piece of land near her house to grow the seedlings and asked Yu Hai to enclose the area with a bamboo fence to prevent small animals from the mountain from destroying the crops at night. She took out the carefully selected sweet potato seeds and neatly arranged them on the plowed land, and then covered them with an even layer of soil. After planting the seeds, Xiaosao immediately watered the field with water that was mixed with an appropriate amount of mystic stone water. Fortunately, it was early summer now and the temperature was rather suitable for the germination of sweet potato seeds, so she didn't need to do anything to keep them warm. When helping his daughter breed the seeds, Yu-hai kept nagging about how they should have thought about growing the sweet potato sprouts first, wondering whether this would delay the farming period, and so on. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao had the little divine stone as her secret weapon. While it normally took people over a month to breed the seedlings, it only took a dozen or so days for her to accomplish the task. In addition to the contribution of mystic stone water, the little divine stone had also helped out a lot. Under Xiaoxiao's order, it used its powers on the growing sprouts every day. The strong energy accelerated the growth of the sweet potatoes. Half a month later, when Yu-hai was urged by his daughter to gather the sweet potato sprouts and plant them in the fields, he asked in surprise, "How did the sweet potato seedlings grow so fast? Has it even been 20 days? Cower, your breeding method is pretty good. It saved a lot of time." Yu Xiaoxiao answered vaguely, "It's probably because we got relatively suitable temperature and rainfall recently. There's good weather for the crops, so the seedlings grew relatively faster. It looks like it's about to rain. Let's work faster and try to plant all the sweet potatoes before it starts raining." Yu-hai stopped thinking about the matter regarding the growth period of the sweet potato seedlings. He swiftly gathered the first batch of sweet potato seedlings, transported them to the plowed fields, and planted them. With the whole family working, they finished sowing the sweet potato seedlings in less than a day. It rained that night, so they didn't even need to water the fields. After being nourished by the mystic stone water, the sweet potato seedlings were not only resistant to drought and high temperature, but they were also resistant to diseases and insects. The sweet potatoes in the Yu family's fields looked different every day and grew very well. The villagers all praised Yu-hai for being an excellent farmer. In the following days, Xiaoxiao's family lived very happily. Madame Zhang still had some lingering fear, so she didn't dare to come cause trouble. Although Madame Li occasionally came over to shamelessly cotton up with Madame Lu, she was afraid to act maliciously due to the pretense of Xiaoxiao's godparents. Lady Fang had basically settled down in Dongshan village and rarely returned to the estate in town. The two families lived close by, so they were having more and more interactions with one another. When the Yu family was busy, Lady Fang would also change out of her lavish clothing to help collect vegetables, tend the vegetable gardens, and whatnot. After more than a month of quiet life, Lady Fang fell in love with this relaxing and comfortable lifestyle. Every day, she would climb the mountains, stroll on the beach, accompany the children to collect seafood by the sea, and then turn the seafood that she personally collected into a sumptuous meal. Lady Fang felt extremely relaxed, both physically and mentally. She was much happier than when she had to put on airs to entertain all kinds of people in the capital every day, whether she liked them or not. It might be due to the environment or her mood, but with the addition of the nourishing soups that her goddaughter prepared for her every day, Lady Fang, who had unwittingly stayed at Dongshan village for 3 months, felt that her health had gotten a lot better. Many of the minor female health illnesses that she had in the past seemed to have disappeared since she started living in Dongshan village. Her skin had gotten more fair and smooth, and she appeared several years younger. Last time, the county magistrate's wife said that she didn't look like someone who was 34 or 35 but instead appeared to be under the age of 30. Dongshan village was seriously good place to nourish oneself. Fang Zizhen firmly believed that Xiaoxiao was their lucky star. Ever since he ate the food cooked by Xiaoxiao, he felt that even the best chef in the world couldn't compare with his daughter's cooking skills. Furthermore, after his wife came, his filial daughter had begun to prepare medicinal meals for them. His daughter's medicinal meals were much more effective than the prescriptions given by those imperial physicians and famous doctors. After being on the battlefield for many years, he had gotten many internal injuries. In the past, he would experience bone-piercing pain during cloudy days, when he caught a cold, or when he was too tired. After being nurtured by his daughter, even when he took a cold bath in the cool pond, he would only feel refreshed and didn't feel anything else at all. His daughter said if he nursed his health for a period of time, his old wounds and illnesses could be cured and perhaps, he could give her a younger brother. Ahem, the matter of giving birth to a child depended on the heavens. Though he said that everything depended on fate, he always felt that life wasn't perfect without a child of his own. He was especially mindful of this matter because he was the reason that his wife wouldn't have any children to bury her when she died in the future, which also made it hard for him to lift his head in front of many of his colleagues. A fortune teller had once said that he had a lot of setbacks in his life, but there was always someone to help him turn the calamities into blessings. If his daughter could cure his unmentionable illness, she was truly his noble benefactor. However, it wasn't that he didn't believe in his daughter. She had studied medicine with the village doctor for a period of time, so she should be capable of preparing medicinal meals to nourish one's health. Even the imperial physicians were unable to cure his infertility, which he had gotten after years on the battlefield. His daughter was only 10, so could she be better than those old imperial physicians whose hair and beards had gone white? But, his daughter wanting to help him nurse his health was a display of her filial piety. He must support and cooperate unconditionally, and never show a look of doubt, so as to avoid making his daughter sad. Therefore, Fang Zizhen and Lady Fang happily enjoyed the medicinal meals personally cooked by Xiaosao every day. The medicinal meals prepared by Xiaosao didn't taste like herbal medicine at all and actually tasted very good. So, they ate it very readily. After planting the sweet potatoes in their family's fields, Xiaosao was very idle with nothing to do. The work at home had been divided among the family. Yu Heng was still responsible for collecting the marine goods for the Zhou family's condiment factories with third uncle. Xiaolian went to the docks every day to sell braised food, while Madame Lu was in charge of the vegetable garden and housework. Her father, Yu Hai, either helped his wife tend the vegetable garden, or at the invitation of his close friend, Lu Xuanju, went out to the sea to catch some valuable fish to improve their meals and subsidize the family. Although the family no longer lacked the money that he earned from selling fish, he still really enjoyed his original profession. In this way, Yu Xiaosao was the only one in the family with nothing to do. Therefore, when she found out that her godfather was unable to father children because of his old wounds, she focused all her attention on her godparents' health. She strived to get a younger sibling by next year. Little Shishtu was already 6 years old. It wasn't a bad idea to have another soft, little bun in her family. Alright, due to this single thought by their daughter, Yu Hai and Madame Lu were also forced to join in on drinking herbal soups every day. Although Yu Xiaosao wasn't very confident in her own medical skills, she was full of confidence in the little divine stone. Back then, without the little divine stone, it would have been very difficult to save his life, let alone his leg. Her godfather's infertility wasn't innate, but instead it was an injury left from the battlefields. Compared to when her father got bitten by a bear, this matter was simply a piece of cake. As a result, she eagerly devoted herself to cooking medicinal meals every day. Although she had the little divine stone as her cheat, in order to make it more effective and to pull the wool over other people's eyes, she specially went to town to discuss her godfather's pulse with the famous physician, Dr. Sun. They worked together to come up with the most helpful prescription for his body. Dr. Sun had an extremely deep impression of the Yu family, especially the little girl in front of him. She had been ill since she was in the womb, which was the most difficult to treat. She should have been bedridden and relying on medication for survival. Moreover, even with the best medicine, she wouldn't be able to live past the age of 10. However, look at her now. Not only did she have a healthy glow on her face and was alive and kicking, but she had also seriously studied medicine. Next, he had to mention the little girl's father. At that time, half of his body had nearly been destroyed by the bear. Even if he severed the leg at that time, it would still be very hard to save his life. But now, not only did he keep his life, but his leg was also fine. He traveled between Dongshan village and the town every day in a swift and vigorous manner, looking very spirited. There was also this little girl's mother, who had been left with a chronic illness because she didn't get to properly recuperate during her postnatal confinement period. In addition, she had suffered years of exhaustion and malnourishment, so she had been left with many health problems. The most crucial thing was that, according to his diagnosis, the wife of the Yu family already had initial symptoms of tuberculosis. During this era, it wasn't very easy to treat tuberculosis. Moreover, it was not only contagious, but people could also die from it. But, look at her now. After recuperating for a period of time with his prescription, all her health issues were gone, and even her tuberculosis was cured. He almost thought that his medical skills weren't very good and misdiagnosed her. Not to boast, but his, son Zongcho's, medical skills would be considered top-notch even if he entered the imperial hospital. Perhaps not up to 10,000 of patients, but he had definitely examined thousands of patients and had never been wrong. However, it was only for the 3 members of the Yu family that all his diagnosis turned out to be wrong. Could it be that the Yu family were blessed by the gods? Or was there a way to bring the dead back to life? Then again, the Yu family were just ordinary fishermen. If they really knew some method of resuscitation, how could there be no news over the years? In this case, it could only be said that the Yu family was probably blessed by the deity of luck, and thus they were not fated to die. The ancients held more awe and revere towards demons and gods. Although Dr. Sun was a physician, he was still unable to break away from these conventional beliefs. As a result, regarding Yu Xiaosao's consultation, he did his best to help her. During their discussion, Dr. Sun couldn't help but be astonished by Yu Xiaosao's unique views on some medical practices. Xiao only had some superficial knowledge on medicine in her previous life, but there were endless methods to stay healthy online, which was something that she had also studied for a period of time. Many healthcare techniques of later generations were the results of thousands of years of studies. It was no wonder that even Dr. Sun, who was a famous doctor, had great admiration for her. After a period of discussion, Dr. Sun's attitude towards Xiao had also changed unconsciously. Sometimes the treatment plans that Xiao suggested weren't quite mature enough, but it gave him a lot of inspiration. Thus, every time Xiao came over, Dr. Sun would personally receive her even if he was busy. This made his disciples and their students very puzzled, with teacher, medical skills and fame. Even when noble lords and officials from the capital came, he still looked cold and indifferent. What is so special about this little girl to make teacher treat her differently? In order to treat her godfather's old illness, Yu Xiao often traveled back and forth between Dongshan village and the Tongren medicine hall in town. On this day, Xiao drove her donkey cart and galloped on the flat and broad official road. There were actually some benefits with Imperial Prince Jing constructing a mountain manor on the West Mountains because they at least made the road from Dongshan village to town much better than before. Especially the section of mountain road that passed through the West Mountains, she no longer felt like she would puke out her guts from the bumpiness of the road. Xiao had to make at least 7 or 8 round trips a month on this mountain road, so she had long been familiar with this road. After being raised by her, this donkey, named Little Gray, had become full of intelligence. It didn't need anyone to guide it and could reach home from town by itself. Sitting cross-legged on the donkey cart with her head bowed, Yu Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud when she thought about what Dr. Sun said about her godfather's medical case. After 3 months of her hard work, her godfather's body had finally been regulated to become vigorous and fierce. Cough cough, forgive her for using the wrong words. However, it was true. Dr. Sun said that her godfather's old disorder had been cured and he would have children sooner or later. During these past 3 months, her godparents had treated her even better than they would treat their own biological children. Her father often grumbled sourly, "Old Fang has done everything that a father can do, and thus I, the real father, have become a mere ornament." Her godmother took care of her in every way possible, from her clothes to her shoes and socks. She sewed them herself and never asked other people to help her. Not only was her godmother keen on dressing her up, but she would also teach her some rules and etiquettes of noble young ladies. This couple wished that they could just dig out their hearts and give them to her. The only thing that she could do for her godparents was to help them recuperate their health so that they could give birth to a blood-related child to make up for the regrets in their hearts. Her godparents may say that they didn't have much hope, but she could clearly feel their desire and anticipation for a child. Since she said that she could cure godfather's unmentionable illness, her godparents didn't distrust her because she was a child, but actively cooperated with her instead. They also had more vitality and liveliness in their speech and behavior than before. Yu Xiao was thinking about the silly smile on her godfather's face when he heard that he could have his own children. Suddenly, Little Gray gave out a warning-like neighing. The donkey cart shook violently and Xiao almost rolled off of the cart. Little Gray usually pulled the cart in a very smooth and stable manner. This had never happened before, so what was wrong today? Xiao raised her head and prepared to check out the situation, but a sense of danger emerged in her heart. 2 dark shadows darted out of the nearby mountain forest with gleaming long swords in their hands and rushed straight towards her. Yu Xiao was rather agile and quickly rolled off of the cart. The long swords slashed on the cart, leaving 2 deep marks. A drop of cold sweat dripped from the corner of Xiao's forehead. If she had moved slightly slower, then the long swords would have landed on her small body instead of the cart. They were seriously trying to kill her. Yu Xiao's heart beat violently and even the color on her face had changed. She looked at the clothes on her body. It was rather plain and simple. She had never exposed her wealth in town, so it was unlikely that they were killing her for her money. She forced herself to calm down, looked at the 2 masked men in black in front of her, and asked loudly, "Who are you people? I'm just a child of a fishing family, and I don't have any grudges with you guys. Could it be that you have mistaken me for someone else?" The masked men looked at one another. The shorter one laughed grimly and asked, "Are you Yu Xiao of Dongshan village?" Xiao's heart sank. Since they were able to say her name, it was impossible that they had gotten the wrong person. After she looked around, her heart turned completely cold. This was the most remote section of the mountain road. On one side was a steep cliff, while a dense forest was on the other side. It was the best place to murder someone and then destroy the corpse. The 2 masked men blocked all her routes of escape in front and behind her. The thickets of the forest next to her was even taller than her, so it was nearly impossible to quickly jump in there and hide. The cliff on the other side was even worse. If she jumped, she would definitely die without a corpse. What should she do? Was she going to die today? Yu Xiaosao secretly took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "That's right, I am indeed Yu Xiaosao. However, I don't think that I have ever done anything ruthless and unlawful. I also don't recall having any enemies. Why are these two strong warriors attacking me with weapons without any reason?" The taller man had a slightly sharper voice, which sounded grating on the ears. "Heh, someone spent 200 taels for your life. As for who it is, go and ask in the underworld. Little glutinous dumpling, are you there? If you don't come out now, then your master is going to die." Yu Xiaosao desperately called for the little divine stone within her heart. This little fellow usually jumped out when it wasn't needed, so please don't let her down at such a critical moment. The little divine stone's voice slowly emerged within her mind. "Humph. Don't call me little glutinous dumpling. What kind of stupid name is that? It's not impressive at all. Change it. Is this the time to be worried about your name? Do you want me to die so that you can change your master? Yu Xiaosao was so angry that she forgot about being scared. Her fierce expression made the two bandits look at each other again. They were very baffled in their hearts. Was this little lass so scared that she had turned into a fool? The little divine stone slowly said, "Of course I would like to change to a more powerful master, but, it's hard to bind with people who aren't in the same magnetic field. This divine stone has no other choice but to accept you as my master. There's nothing I can do. Since you can't change your master, shouldn't you hurry up and help me?" Yu Xiaosao was about to die from anger because of it. This tactless thing, it was such a critical moment right now, yet it was still dawdling. The little divine stone replied in a leisurely and unhurried manner, "Don't worry. My help won't be needed. You're really lucky, so there's no way you will die." At this moment, the bandits had already lost their patience. They raised their swords and rushed towards Yu Xiaosao. Yu Xiaosao was so scared that she immediately got under the donkey cart. The bandits missed their target and were about to bend down to stab her under the cart when the sound of horse hooves came. A clear voice shouted, "To rob and assault people in broad daylight, do you really think that there's no law in the great Ming dynasty?" Her savior had finally appeared. Yu Xiaosao was so excited that she burst into tears. Author's note, are you sure it wasn't because you were scared? She breathed a long sigh of relief and relaxed her stiff body under the donkey cart. The bandits looked towards the direction of the sound and saw a white horse galloping over at full speed. With the neighing of the horse, an agile figure jumped off the back of the horse and landed near the cart. The bandits were only ordinary hooligans in town. When that person approached them, they were swayed to commit a crime at the sight of money. Moreover, they had heard that the target was just a weak little girl, so they agreed to take up this job. Although they looked savage and cruel, they were actually very nervous. They usually just engaged in some small-scale bullying of the weak, gang fights, and so on. It was actually their first time being hired as hitmen. At this time, seeing that this deed had been exposed and that the person who came seemed to know martial arts, they naturally didn't dare to fight him. Thus, they immediately picked up their swords and ran at a speed that was even faster than a rabbit. From afar, Zhu Jungxi had seen the two masked bandits in black aiming their broadswords at the little girl. Thinking that the bandits had blocked the road in order to rob her, he hastened his beloved steed and rushed over. He had prepared to fight for justice, but unexpectedly, the two cowards had run away in fear before he had even stood still. But, since he had encountered this situation, how could he allow the bandits to get away? With a few strides, he had caught up with the bandits. He had expected a fierce battle, but who knew that they were like a pewter spearhead that shone like silver, impressive looking but useless. They were defeated and captured in a few moves. Zhu Jungxi felt unsatisfied. Weren't they too easy to defeat? Two streams of tears flowed down the bandits' faces. "Big brother, can you not hit so hard?" When Yu Xiaosao came out from the bottom of the cart, she saw this scene. A bandit was kicked away by a handsome guy in white, hit a big tree and bounced back. He was spitting blood while lying on the ground and unable to stand up for a long time. With his arm twisted, the other bandit was being pressed face down on the ground. Hearing a clear, cracking sound, she reckoned that his arm was probably useless now. After taking a closer look, she felt that this handsome guy in white looked rather familiar. Wasn't he one of Princess Consort Jing's sons? Anyways, he was definitely the Princess Consort's son. She hadn't expected that a young master of the Prince Jing's estate would actually be skilled in martial arts. "Oh, aren't you General Fang's goddaughter? Who did you offend? You have actually attracted such a fatal disaster." After getting a good look of the dirty face of the little girl who crawled out from under the cart, Zhu Jungxi was surprised to realize that she was an acquaintance, so he asked. Yu Xiaoxiao dusted off her body and mumbled, I want to know, too. Who exactly wants this little life of mine? Zhu Jungxi frowned slightly and pondered for a moment, you come from an ordinary family, so if it was for money, they wouldn't have chosen you. Little girl, think carefully, who have you offended recently? Or who has a grudge against your family? Yu Xiaoxiao scratched her own face with her index finger, leaving several gray marks on it. She furrowed her brows and wondered, if it's someone who hates them, then Madame Zhang can be considered one. However, Madame Zhang is only a village woman, so she isn't bold enough to hire a hitman. Moreover, with Madame Zhang's stingy character, there's no way that she would be willing to spend money to hire a hitman. As for other people who has a grudge against us, I really can't think of anyone. Seeing that the little girl had turned her own face into a dirty little kitten, and with a troubled expression, she still couldn't think of anything for a long time, Zhu Jungxi decided to give up and said, forget it. I reckon we should just take these two to the yamen. After getting flogged, I'm sure they will honestly tell the truth. This hero, please spare our lives. Please have mercy on us. Upon hearing that they would be sent to the yamen, the bandits panicked. They would get beheaded for the crime of murdering someone for money. The taller bandit sobbed loudly, this lowly one deserves to die. I have been momentarily led astray by the money and accepted this job. This lowly one swears that this was my first time doing this. This lowly one doesn't dare to do this again. This hero, please show mercy and let this lowly one go. The shorter bandit quickly kowtowed and said, that's right, that's right. This lowly one will definitely turn over a new leaf. Please be merciful and forgive this lowly one this time. Yu Xiaoxiao snorted and kicked the bandits, who were tied together like a sticky rice dumpling, fiercely. Then she shouted angrily, let you guys go. If it wasn't for young Master Zhu's timely arrival, would you have spared me? Speak, who ordered you to come? Zhu Jungxi looked at the little girl in front of him with slight admiration. Had it been another young girl who experienced the dangerous situation earlier, she would have already burst into tears due to fright. There was no way that she would be able to face the bandits directly and interrogate them calmly. The taller bandit quickly cried, the person who approached us was a young girl who appeared like a maidservant. She offered us 200 taels and told us to ambush you here. If we can throw you in the cart off the cliff and make it seem like an accident, then the 200 taels will be ours. Little lady, please show mercy and don't send us to the yamen. This lowly one doesn't dare to do this again. Make it seem like I accidentally fell off the cliff. You guys were holding broadswords and flinging them at me as if you wished you can cut me into pieces. That doesn't seem to match with what you're saying. Yu Xiaoxiao calmly looked at the bandits, who had ugly and cunning appearances without their masks, and asked. The taller bandit hastily shook his head and said, the broadsword is just used to frighten people. The edge of the blade isn't sharpened. After thinking about it, we thought that, little lady, you're just an inexperienced little girl, so it would be easier to act after you faint from being scared. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the broadsword and looked at it. It really hadn't been sharpened. The bandits wanted to commit murder on the road with unsharpened swords. How ridiculous. It was no wonder that they immediately ran away when young Master Zhu appeared. Speak up, who sent you guys? Leniency towards those who confess their crimes and severe punishment to those who refuse to do so. If you come clean, perhaps this lady's heart will soften and let you guys go. Yu Xiaoxiao just wanted to know who would be so cruel and want her life. With a panic-stricken expression, the taller bandit repeated, it was really a maidservant who came to look for us. This lowly one also doesn't know who she is. But, based on her attire, she should be the servant of a rich family. Maidservant of a wealthy family. She only knew a few wealthy households in town. However, she seldom came in contact with them, let alone have any grudges against each other. So, who would hire someone to kill her? The shorter bandit was obviously a cunning man. His eyes darted around, and then he asked, are you really going to let us go if we tell you who hired us? Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and asked, you know. The shorter bandit nodded and said, at that time, that maidservant only gave us half of the money and said that she will give us the rest after the deed. This lowly one was more cautious and afraid that she would stand us up after we completed the job, so I secretly tailed the maidservant. She walked around town several times, and then entered an estate. Entered an estate? Whose estate? Yu Xiaoxiao's heart tightened and asked. A trace of slyness appeared in the shorter bandit's eyes and he bargained, it's natural that I will tell you if you let us go. Let you guys go? If you're lying and don't actually know who hired you guys, then who should I look for after releasing you two? Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't stupid, so of course, she wouldn't be deceived by him. However, she promised, "Don't worry. As long as I can find the mastermind, I promise that I won't send you guys to the yamen, nor will I kill you." The shorter bandit was also just taking a gamble. He looked at young Master Zhu, and after he received his guarantee, he said, "That maidservant went inside through a side door and it seemed like there was someone helping her." There was no sign on the small door, so this lowly one went around to the front entrance and saw the two big characters written on top. "Stop trying to create suspense and just say it. Whose residence did she enter?" Yu Xiaoxiao's voice was fierce, but she had a petite figure and was staring at them with her adorably big eyes, so it didn't seem intimidating at all. The shorter bandit continued to haggle, "You have to promise to let me go after I say it. Otherwise, I won't tell you even if you beat me to death." Yu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she started to smile. She sneered, still refused to say. "All right, young Master Zhu, please accompany me to the county yamen. This kind of ferocious bandit needs to be sent to the yamen. With the methods used by the people of the yamen, I'm sure that they will be able to make you talk." "Don't, please don't." The shorter bandit saw that the little girl's face had turned red from anger. If she really sent him to the yamen, then he would definitely be killed. He might still have a chance to stay alive in this young girl in her family's hands, so he hastily said, "I'll tell you." Under Yu Xiaoxiao's watchful eyes, the shorter bandit obediently explained, the maidservant entered a residence called Fang Estate. It looked quite impressive, so it should be a very wealthy household. At that time, I regretted that I didn't ask for more money. Fang Estate. In town, besides her godfather's residence, there probably wasn't another family called Fang Estate, right? A maidservant from her godfather's household wanted to kill her. Other than that girl Xia Farong, there probably wasn't anyone else, right? With her brows wrinkled tightly together, Yu Xiaoxiao had to reevaluate that girl Xia Farong in her heart. She knew that Xia Farong had always disliked her. However, she had never taken her godmother's niece too seriously. She felt that it was just the jealousy of a young girl who couldn't obtain the favor of her elders. She hadn't expected a little girl under the age of 10 to be so cruel and want her life. Zhu Zhengxi asked in surprise, "Fang Estate? Isn't that General Fang's residence in town? Isn't General Fang your godfather? I heard from my mother that your godparents dote on you down to their bones. How can they allow a maidservant of their own household to harm you? This guy is definitely lying. Young master, please spare our lives. Ah. This lowly one swears to the heavens that the maidservant really did enter a house called Fang Estate. Ah." The shorter bandit hastily defended himself. After Yu Xiaoxiao carefully inquired about the figure and appearance of the maidservant, she felt even more certain within her heart. For this trip, Xia Farong had only brought along one second-rank maidservant from the capital, whose name was Zixiang. She had been serving Xia Farong since she was still living with the Xia family, so she could be considered one of her most trusted servants. Most of the servants in the residence in Tanggu town were older servants who had transferred over from the general's estate in the capital. Thus, Zixiang was the only one she could use. Whether it's the truth or not, we'll know after my godfather finds that person and ask. "Young Master Zhu, please help me put them on my donkey." By this time, my godfather should have returned to Dongshan village already. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that it was necessary to teach Xia Farong a lesson. This Xia Farong was so insidious at such a young age. She paid someone to murder her just because her godparents treated her slightly better. In the future, if her godmother got pregnant and this vicious girl did something to harm her godmother, then even crying would be useless at that time. Young Master Zhu was worried about leaving an 8 or 9-year-old girl alone with two vicious bandits. Thus, he decided to be a good person to the end by escorting the little girl back to Dongshan village and handing her over to General Fang before returning to town. After this hold-up, the sky had already darkened. Fortunately, it was a smooth official road all the way, which she was familiar with, and the speed of the little donkey didn't decrease at all. When they were close to arriving at the entrance of the village, they heard the sound of horses' hooves rushing over. The tall figure on the horse shouted, "Is it Xiaoxiao?" Xiaoxiao quickly replied, "Godfather, it's me." A moment later, the figure of Fang Zizhen riding on a tall steed appeared clearly in the dimming night. He came to Xiaoxiao's side and looked her up and down for a long time before he finally relaxed and chided her, "Why did you come back so late? Don't you know that your family will worry?" Yu Xiaoxiao felt wronged inwardly, but before she got to speak, Zhu Zhengxi had quickly cupped his hands in a greeting and said, "General Fang, your daughter encountered bandits on her way back and suffered a fright, so you should stop scolding her." What kind of bandits would be so bold as to rob my, Fang Zizhen's, daughter in broad daylight? I reckon that they want to die earlier. Upon hearing his words, Fang Zizhen instantly erupted in fury. His voice, which sounded like a large bell, vibrated throughout the mountain forest and caused all the night birds to fly away in panic. Godfather, Yu Xiaoxiao had never experienced such a dangerous situation before. Seeing her godfather being genuinely worried about her, her eyes were sour, and her voice trembled as if she was crying. Fang Zizhen hastily got down from his horse and hugged his daughter in his arms, feeling heartbroken. He said, "Daughter, don't be scared. Godfather is here. Godfather will skin that damned bandit and avenge you." The corner of Zhu Jungxi's mouth twitched. Was it really alright to say such a gruesome thing in front of an 8 or 9-year-old little girl? He looked at the originally strong girl crying in General Fang's embrace, and sighed in his heart, she is a young girl after all. No matter how calm and strong she appeared, she would also show her weak side in front of her family. Seeing the little girl was crying so much that she started hiccuping, he told General Fang about how the bandits had said, and then said, if the bandit isn't lying, then there's a rat in your household. General Fang should make a thorough investigation to prevent these incidents from occurring again in the future. When Fang Zizhen, who was busy wiping his daughter's tears, heard this, he stopped the movement of his hands, stood up straight to look directly at Zhu Jungxi, and solemnly said, "Thank you very much for your help today, second young master Zhu. Mingzi will personally visit you on another day to express my gratitude. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly, and I will never allow the pest who wants to harm my daughter get away with it." Zhu Jungxi politely exchanged a few words with him, and then quickly bid his farewells to return to town. When they got back to Dongshan village, Fang Zizhen was full of murderous intent as he picked up a bandit in each hand and threw them on the ground harshly. He stepped on one of the bandit's legs, making the sound of bones cracking. The taller bandit, whose bone had been fractured after being trampled on, screeched as if he was a pig being slaughtered. Seeing Fang Zizhen's face, which looked ferocious and was full of stubbles, the shorter bandit's face turned ghastly pale due to fright. He kowtowed repeatedly until his head started bleeding. He repeatedly begged for mercy, "My lord, please spare my life. My lord, please spare my life." With his large pair of bell-like eyes, Fang Zizhen suddenly glared at him and shouted, "Speak. Who ordered you guys? If you want to harm my, Fang Zizhen's, daughter, then you'll have to consider whether your life can bear it." The shorter bandit quickly said, "It was a young girl from the Fang estate. She gave us money and asked us to throw this little lady off the cliff and make it seem like an accident. She said that she will give us the other half of the money after we finish the deed." After saying that, he honestly and thoroughly described the young girl's appearance again. Lady Fang, who had come out after hearing the movements, still had lingering fears as she held Xiaoxiao in her arms and gently placated her. There was a burst of fear within her heart. Such a clever and sensible daughter, she almost couldn't see her anymore. Lady Fang hugged Xiaoxiao even tighter. Linglong, who was beside Lady Fang, heard the bandit's description of the maidservant and exclaimed in surprise, "There's a red mole, about the size of a grain of rice, on the corner of the mouth. Isn't that Zixiang who serves Miss Xia?" Beside her, Junju gently pulled on her sleeve. Seeing the expression on her madam's face, Linglong quickly stopped talking. Miss Xia usually didn't get along with Miss Cower, but she wouldn't go as far as to want her life, would she? Lady Fang had a grim expression, and a violent storm was raging within her heart. "I never expected this. I have raised a cruel and savage wolf beside me. In the past, when she was childless, she wanted to a niece from her maiden family as company. At that time, the 7 or 8-year-old Xia Farong appeared sensible and lovely, so she was chosen. She knew that the little girl usually had some little ideas in her mind. In an environment like the Xia families, those without even a little bit of a scheming heart wouldn't even know how they ended up dead. She also knew that Lass didn't like her goddaughter. She had originally thought that it was just the jealousy among young girls and that it wouldn't be anything serious. However, she never expected that the little girl had such a sinister heart and actually wanted to take her daughter's life. Older cousin's maidservant, I have no enmity with her. Why would a little maidservant want to kill me? Where did she get so much money to hire a hitman? Yu Xiaoxiao feigned a confused expression and weakly asked. Fang Zizhen clutched his hands so tightly that there was a cracking sound. He picked up the front collar of the shorter bandit's clothes, as if he was holding a dead dog in his hands, and shouted, "When did the maidservant go look for you guys? What time did you guys agree on to get the rest of the money?" Being held by the collar, the shorter bandit's eyes had directly rolled to the back of his head as he stammered, It was yesterday afternoon. She said that this little lady would go to town alone today and return in the evening, which would be a good time to act. We agreed to collect the money on the day after tomorrow. She said that she needed to confirm that we have accomplished the task before giving us the money, cough cough. The bandit was about to be strangled to death when Fang Zizhen finally loosened his hands. He fell heavily on the ground and coughed violently. Fang Zizhen looked at Lady Fang, and after a brief deliberation, he asked, "When did your niece go to town?" Lady Fang looked at him gloomily and replied with an expressionless face, "Yesterday morning, she said that she wasn't feeling well and wanted to see a doctor in town, and then she went to town with that maidservant Zixiang. I offered to go with her, but she declined." Yu Xiaoxiao knew that her godmother must feel extremely bad in her heart, so she quickly grabbed her hand and looked at her with concern. Lady Fang looked down at her daughter's eyes, which were as pure as the clear night sky, and forced out a faint smile to show that she was fine. Yes, to be born from such a family, although she was protected by the matriarch, it wasn't like she didn't know anything about these dirty matters. Lady Fang was accustomed to seeing people of the inner courtyards killing others by underhanded means, so she swiftly adjusted her state of mind. Her goddaughter had just suffered a fright, yet she still wanted to comfort her and was worried about her mood. She didn't adopt her in vain. It won't be older cousin, right? Older cousin is still so young, so how can she do such a sinister thing? Godfather, godmother, perhaps we have wrongly accused her. Yu Xiaoxiao widened her eyes and feigned a doubtful expression. Fang Zizhen furrowed his brows and sneered, "Whether it's her or not, we'll know with a test. Cower, don't go back tonight. I'll act out a scene with your father." That night, the entire Dongshan village had been alerted. Why? Yu Hai's daughter went to town, but still hadn't returned when the sky had completely darkened. All the men of the village held torches and searched along the official road that led to town. Halfway on the road, they discovered the remains of the donkey cart hanging on the cliff and the shoe of a young girl. What a pity, she was such a lively and cute little girl. She had lost her life at such a young age. Many of the villagers silently educated their children in private. In the future, when traveling on that section of the mountain road, one had to be extra careful so as to not fall all the way down the cliff like the daughter of the Yu family. On the second day, a tiny corpse, covered by a white cloth, was placed in the Yu family's courtyard. The entire Yu family was shrouded in a grieving atmosphere. When the news traveled to the Yu residence, Madame Zhang lifted her brow and nearly laughed out loud. She deserved it. That unfilial wretch always went against me. It seems like even the heavens finally couldn't stand it anymore, right? Old Yu, on the other hand, hastily walked towards the old residence with unsteady steps. When he entered the yard and saw the figure covered by a white cloth on a wooden bed, he muttered, "What happened? The road has already been fixed, so why did she still fall off the cliff? My granddaughter, why do you have such a pitiful life, With his head lowered, Yu Hai squatted beside the wooden bed motionlessly, as if he was a sculpture. He didn't dare look up for fear that others could see through him. Under the white cloth was the haystack that he made with grass last night. Old Fang said that he had to feign a sorrowful expression, but how was he supposed to pretend? Yu Hang, who stood on the side, rubbed his eyes hard until they turned red before he lifted his head and called old Yu, "Grandfather." Xiaolian was really crying. She thought of how she had this lingering sense of fear yesterday that something was going to happen. Sure enough, Xiaoxiao had encountered bandits and nearly lost her life. Her younger sister was so clever, lovely, and capable. Yet that vile person actually wanted to harm her younger sister. When they found the real culprit, they should also let her get a taste of being thrown off a cliff. Little Shishtu sobbed loudly, "Second sister, second sister, little Shishtu won't let you go. Second sister, please open your eyes and look at little Shishtu again." He was howling without tears. As for Madame Lu, since she didn't know how to act, the family was afraid that she would slip up and they wouldn't be able to find the real culprit. Thus, they told her to hide in the room, and to the public, they said that she was so sad that she had fainted from crying. Fang Zizhen and Lady Fang also stayed beside the tiny body. One was filled with righteous indignation and vowed to avenge his daughter, while the other silently wept and fell beside the bed several times. As someone from a big, noble family, who wouldn't have a little bit of acting skills? Lady Fang's crying was so genuine that several women in the village also wept unceasingly and repeatedly comforted her. Seeing this mournful scene in front of him, old Yu deeply sighed and squatted on the ground holding his head silently. Although he usually didn't take much notice of this younger granddaughter of his, if she really died, he still felt very sad in his heart. At noon, the people who came to help had mostly left. A familiar horse carriage stopped in front of the Yu family's house, and a slender and delicate figure came down from the carriage. She stumbled into the house and cried sadly, "Younger cousin. Why did you suddenly leave like this?" Lady Fang raised her head and looked at her niece with her reddened eyes. Her gaze was deep and calm. "Farong, you came back. Are you feeling better now? Also, how did you know about your younger cousin's accident?" Sha Farong's whimper paused briefly before she swiftly recovered and sadly said, "Aunt, don't be too mournful ah. As soon as I entered the village, I heard someone talking about younger cousin's matter. It's such a pity for younger cousin to encounter such a disaster at a young age. Younger cousin, how can you bear to let aunt see her child die before herself ah?" She was truly a great actress, tears kept seeping out of her eyes as if they were free. Xiao Sao, who was hiding in the storage room, watched Sha Farong's series of performances with great admiration. Sure enough, none of the people who had experienced the infighting of the inner courts of ancient times were easy to deal with. Since the deceased was underage and a girl, she couldn't be buried in the village's ancestral grave, nor could they make any grand arrangements for her funeral. They could only select an area in the common grave at the south side of the mountain, roll her body up in a straw mat, and bury her in a pit. Sha Farong took part in the whole process. After she personally saw the corpse being buried, she made an excuse early in the morning the next day and quickly rushed to town. Fang Zizhen and the Yu family took the two bandits and followed Sha Farong to town. The two bandits, who had been arranged to hide in the dark at the Yu residence by Fang Zizhen, had confirmed that Zixiang, who was beside Sha Farong, was the person who made the deal with them. To catch a thief, one must find the evidence first. In order to prevent Sha Farong from quibbling, Fang Zizhen and the Yu family caught them red-handed as Zixiang gave the rest of the money to the bandits. When the Fang Zizhen couple, Yu Xiaosao, and the rest of the Yu family brought the two bandits and Zixiang in front of Sha Farong, this young girl, who was only 13, had actually wanted to continue making excuses. She looked at Zixiang with deep pain and scolded in a tone as if she hated the iron from not becoming steel. "Zixiang, you have done wrong ah. Although we're as close as sisters, I never expected you to avenge me in this way. Younger cousin didn't get along with me and stole a lot of things that originally belonged to me, but I really never thought about taking her life ah." Lady Fang looked at her silently, sneered, and said, "Farong, you said Xiaosao stole the things that originally belonged to you. I want to ask you, what exactly did she take from you? When did our Fang family's properties become the Shiaa's?" Sha Farong could still calmly change her words at this time, "Aunt, it's niece's mistake. This happened because Zixiang saw that younger cousin has taken all of aunt's doting love and felt angry for me, so she ended up doing something wrong. Please aunt, for the sake of niece, let her die painlessly." Zixiang opened her eyes wide and had an astonished expression on her face as she looked at her selfish young miss speaking. The young miss was planning on putting all the blame on her ah. She was being wronged. When young miss ordered her to do it, she had tried to persuade her against it. But at that time, young Mrs. Hart had already been blinded by hatred and jealousy, so she wouldn't listen to anyone. She didn't know how the young miss found the two ruffians in town. She took out her savings and instructed her to hire the two ruffians as hitmen. How did she ended up being the mastermind now, while the young miss turned into an innocent person? She had wanted to defend herself, but she noticed the young miss's warning gaze. Zixiang felt a burst of coldness in her heart. She was the child of servants of the Xia household. Her parents and younger brothers were all in the hands of the Xia family. If she told the truth, not to mention whether she could avoid being punished for her crime, but it would also implicate her family. Zixiang's heart was like dead ashes, utterly dissipated. Her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. She trembled and said, this lowly servant deserves to die. This lowly servant couldn't bear to see the young miss being wronged, and this committed this hideous crime. This lowly servant deserves to die. Wronged. My Fang family provides you with good food and drinks. Every season, you receive the same amount of clothes and jewelry as the family of officials. When did I, your aunt, ever treat you unfairly?" As if she didn't hear Zixiang, pleading guilty, Lady Fang stared fixedly at Sha Farong and felt a sense of coldness in her heart. After being exposed for doing something wrong, she could still calmly push it off to others and let a maidservant, who was as close as sisters with her, become her scapegoat, yet she didn't even feel a sense of guilt and shame at all. She had raised an ungrateful and vicious person ah. These years, she had treated this niece of hers too well and raised this 13-year-old girl to become too ambitious and greedy. Sha Farong hastily said, although aunt and I don't have a mother and daughter relationship, we have feelings that are akin to a pair of mother and daughter. Niece has always been grateful within my heart. With a voice that was like heavy water, Lady Fang interjected, you're right about that. After all, we're not mother and daughter. Your surname is Xia, not Fang. Everything that belongs to the Fang family has nothing to do with you in the future. You have to be clear about this. There was finally a change in Sha Farong's complexion. With a pale face, she stammered, why did aunt say that? Niece has never dared to have such wishful thinking. It's good that you know it's wishful thinking. Xiao Sao is the goddaughter that I recognized. If the Fang family doesn't have any descendants in the future, all of the Fang family's properties will belong to her. As for you, you're merely a relative from the Shiaa family who's temporarily staying at the Fang family's house, and that's all. What rights do you have to compare with Xiao Cao? Lady Fang was obviously very familiar with the infighting of the inner courts. She directly attacked the vulnerability of the opponent. After all, Xia Ferong was just a teenage girl. She couldn't control the anger in her heart anymore. The expression on her face became ferocious. Why? Aunt, I have accompanied you for so many years. Am I not better than a peasant girl who you have only known for less than half a year? Aunt, think about it. Who was the one beside you when you were lonely during these past few years? Who was the one by your side when you were sick? Who was the one who acted silly to cheer you up when you were sad? What's so good about this stupid girl of humble origin? Why are all of you treating her so well and doing so much for her? I can't accept this. How is she better than me? After her niece revealed her true colors, Lady Fang still looked calm and indifferent. The indifference in her eyes gradually stopped Xia Ferong's clamor. Lady Fang sighed and said, Ferong, you seem to have forgotten what your parents said when I brought you over. You are only a pastime they gave me. If you didn't do the things you just mentioned, do you think that there's still any value in you staying in the Fang household? Older aunt, Xia Ferong's face was full of disbelief. She never thought that her aunt, who had loved and doted on her, would say such hurtful words. With a face of remorse, Lady Fang continued, perhaps, over the years, I have been so kind to you that you have forgotten your duty and identity. Did you always wanted to become the young miss of the Fang family? Think about it. If I wanted to accept you as my daughter, I would have fulfilled your wish many years ago. Why would I wait until now? The bubble of hope within Xia Ferong's heart had been burst, and her heart was filled with despair. She rushed towards Xiao Cao like a crazy woman, but got pushed away by Fang Zizhen and fell heavily on the ground. She cried in despair, why? How am I inferior to her? What exactly is so good about her? Lady Fang looked at her with pity and slowly said, she may not be as beautiful as you, nor does she have your elegance and poise, but there's one thing that you can never compare with her. Because she is purer and more genuine than you. Her heart is cleaner than yours. Xia Ferong crawled over, clung onto Lady Fang's leg, and shouted, Aunt, it's all Zixiang's idea. It has nothing to do with me, Aunt. Lady Fang looked down at her and slowly shook her head, Ferong, you really disappoint me. It seems like, after bringing you up for all these years, I still wasn't able to get rid of the things that you have learned from the Shiaa family. I shouldn't have let you go back to the Shiaa family so often. At the Shiaa residence, your parents frequently inculcated the idea that everything in the Fang family will be yours in the future, right? As a result, you want to remove all the obstacles that is obstructing your path to achieve your goal, right? Auntie, Xia Ferong was still trying to put up a last-ditch fight. Lady Fang blocked her with one sentence, Ferong, do you think Aunt is stupid? The maidservant merely receives a few hundred copper coins in a month, how would she be able to take out 200 taels of silver to help her master vent her anger? Xia Ferong's voice stopped abruptly and her complexion was grey with defeat. Xia Ferong naturally ended up being sent back to the oppressive Shiaa family. Since she was abandoned, she naturally wouldn't be able to live well. After she reached adulthood, she was married off to a high-ranking official's stupid son. She was unhappy in that marriage and died before she reached the age of 30. When she was in despair, she would often recall back to the mistake she had made that night, and her heart would always be full of deep remorse. If she wasn't muddle-headed by jealousy, then she would have still been the niece that her aunt doted on. As long as she was well-behaved, her aunt would have arranged a good marriage for her and prepared a considerable amount of dowry. She would have a husband who loved her and respected her. She would give birth to a group of cute babies. At the time of her death, Xia Ferong seemed to have seen a different life. When Yu Xiaocao reappeared in front of the villagers of Dongshan village after the case was over, the villagers looked as if they had seen a ghost. Wasn't the Yu family's second daughter buried in a mass grave? How could she still be alive? Could it be that she still has a grudge, so that her deceased soul has not yet dispersed? After she scared another group of little girls in the village to tears, Yu Hai and Fang Zizhen had no choice but to go to each and every family to explain the situation to them. They explained that Xiao Cao had encountered bandits and was rescued by the second son of Prince Jing's estate. In order to draw out the people from behind the scene, she had feigned death. After the villagers understood the matter, they all sighed and were very happy that Xiao Cao was all right. Only Madame Zhang secretly cursed in her heart, saying that Xiao Cao was a scourge who wouldn't die in thousands of years. The days passed by one, and it was already midsummer. There weren't many children in the fishing village who didn't know how to swim. When the tide was low, one could always see a few heads bobbing up and down in the water, just like a nimble little dolphin. Yu Xiaoxiao learned to swim in her previous life. There was a large pond in the village, and in the summer, children liked to jump into the pond and play while the adults watched over them. After a while, everyone liked to dog paddle a few times in the pond. Sometimes, the adults also liked to swim back and forth inside the pond, or they would give their children some pointers in regards to swimming. In her previous life, Xiaoxiao's father was one of the best swimmers when he was young. Xiaoxiao and her younger siblings had learned their swimming skills from him. Unconsciously, it had already been a year since she transmigrated. Everything in her past life was gradually fading from Xiaoxiao's heart, only an everlasting imprint was left behind deep within her heart. The most important thing was to cherish her current life. She should live in the moment and cherish the things in front of her. Xiaolian, Xiaoxiao, let's go diving in the sea to catch abalone. We would be able to receive a few taels of silver if we catch a high-quality abalone. Zhou Shanhu bounced in from outside and opened her outer garment mysteriously, showing Xiaoxiao and her sister the diving suit she was wearing. The Great Ming dynasty had greatly improved the status of women, which had also impacted the small fishing village of Dongshan village. No one would say anything if a young girl went to the sea wearing a tight diving suit before she reached adulthood. Thus, it was common for a little girl like Zhou Shanhu to have her own diving suit. The diving suit was similar to the one-piece wetsuit in her previous life. It was usually made of seafish skin, jellyfish skin, or shark skin. It was waterproof and warm in the sea. However, the method to making them had been lost in later generations. Xiaoxiao was very interested in the diving suit, so she touched it again and again. Zhou Shanhu proudly said, "My father just bought me this diving suit this year. The diving suits made from seafish skin is only worth barely a few taels of silver. I wonder how many taels of silver would be needed to make one from jellyfish or shark skin." "Xiaoxiao, your father is the best at hunting sharks, why don't you ask him to make you one?" Xiaolian smiled and said, "Younger sister, father secretly made me a sharkskin diving suit for me last year. If you like, you can try it on." As the weather got warmer, it was harder to preserve meat dishes, so they stopped selling braised food. As a result, Xiaolian had been home doing nothing for the past 2 days, which was something that she wasn't used to. She had been thinking about asking Xiaoxiao to help her come up with another business, so that she would be able to earn some money to spend. In order to cultivate his children's independence, Yu Hai decided to allow his children to run their own business. All the money they earn would belong to themselves. For example, all the money Yu Hang earned from collecting seafood and Xiaolian earned from selling braised dishes all belong to them. Although they may still be young, they both have a considerable amount of money saved up. However, the two of them were used to giving their younger sister the money they earned. So Xiaoxiao helped them open a bank account. When she received 100 taels from them, she would deposit it into their bank account. Whenever the siblings got together to talk about their savings, little Shishtu would noisily complain that everyone was earning money, and that only he had money going out but not in. He was very frustrated and believed that he was the most useless one of his siblings. Yu Xiaoxiao comforted him, "Shishtu, you are the one with the most prospect in our family. In the future, the one earning the most will be you. Think about it, no matter how much money we make, we're still little ants that can be easily crushed in the eyes of those influential officials. If you study hard and become a big official in the future, wouldn't you be able to shelter your older brother and sisters? You are now at the investment stage, so you will receive the returns in the future." Her reasoning allowed little Shishtu to stop thinking about running a small business after school. In order to not make little Shishtu feel left out, Xiaoxiao also helped him open a bank account and would deposit 10 taels of silver into his bank account each month. Little Shishtu knew that his second sister was the richest person in the family. She received dividends from Junsho restaurant and Zhou family's factories, and she also received rent from 2 of the shops in town. She was a wealthy little lady, so he didn't refuse it. After Xiaoxiao heard that there was a sharkskin diving suit at home, her heart felt itchy and she urged Xiaolian to take it out for her to try. Although Xiaoxiao had grown in the past year, her current height wasn't much different from Xiaolian's height last year. Xiaolian's diving suit from last year was a perfect fit for her. Xiaolian watched as her younger sister put the diving suit over her undergarments and then put her outer garment over it. Seeing how eager she was, she quickly tugged her and said, "Younger sister, you haven't learned to swim yet. Just stand by the edge of the water, don't enter the water." Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "What's so difficult about swimming? I'm so smart, so how can such a trifling matter stop me? You'll see." Xiaolian didn't feel relieved at all. After she bid her mother goodbye, she followed behind Xiaoxiao and Shanhu as the two of them chattered. The three of them arrived at a secluded place by the sea. Zhou Shanhu looked around and saw that there was no one else around, so she took off her outer garment, plunged into the sea, and swam far away. Her swimming skills was not bad. After she wiped away the water on her face, she waved her hand towards Xiaoxiao and shouted, "Xiaoxiao, don't be afraid. The water isn't deep here, you can descend into the water bit by bit." Yu Xiaoxiao took off her outer garment and stuffed it in Xiaolian's hands. She smiled and said, "There won't be any problems. You can watch over me by the shore. If something goes wrong, you can come in and fish me up." Xiaolian reluctantly sat by the reef on the shore as she watched her younger sister slowly descend into the sea. The sea right now was very gentle, and there were clear ripples on the surface of the blue sea. Although it was morning, the two girls didn't feel cold at all while wearing their diving suits. "Younger sister, don't go further in, you don't know how to swim." When Xiaolian saw that only Xiaoxiao's head appeared on the surface of the water, she quickly stood up and shouted loudly towards Xiaoxiao. However, her voice came to an abrupt stop and her eyes widened in surprise when she saw Xiaoxiao's adept swimming style. Was her younger sister a genius? How was she able to learn without a teacher? After having already swam a circle, Zhou Shanhu swung closer Xiaoxiao's side for fear that an accident might occur since this was her first time in the water. But after she saw Xiaoxiao's skilled dog paddle, she smiled and said, "Xiaolian said that you don't know how to swim. She's worrying over nothing. Aren't you pretty good at swimming? There aren't many people here, so I think we should be able to find some abalone at the bottom of the sea. Let's swim a little further before diving." Yu Xiaoxiao followed Zhou Shanhu as they swam further into the sea. Suddenly, Zhou Shanhu plunged into the sea and there wasn't any movement from her after a long time. Xiaoxiao panicked and busily buried her head into the sea to figure out where Zhou Shanhu was. Although she could swim, she didn't know how to dive. After fluttering about for a while, she still couldn't dive in. "Ha ha ha," a burst of laughter could be heard. Xiaoxiao quickly lifted her head up. Zhou Shanhu had appeared not far from where she was. One of her hand was holding a dark sea cucumber, while she used her other hand to point her finger at her, laughing until tears was about to come out. Yu Xiaoxiao swam to her side and splashed some seawater at her face. She angrily said, "What's so funny? I just don't know how to dive, teach me quickly. Your appearance from before looked exactly like a drowning duck as you fluttered about. It was so funny, ha ha." Zhou Shanhu let out another burst of laughter. Yu Xiaoxiao waited for her to finish laughing before she modestly asked her to teach her how to dive. Zhou Shanhu had good diving skills, and she was also a competent little teacher. Yu Xiaoxiao was also a fast learner, and soon mastered the trick to diving. With one plunge, she was able to reach all the way to the bottom of the sea. Zhou Shanhu looked as if she had suffered a blow. It's true that, once a disciple has learned, the master will starve. If you pick a high-quality abalone later, don't forget to give me a bonus. After she finished speaking, she held her breath and plunged into the water. The little girl's diving skill was pretty good. This time, she went down for 2 to 3 minutes before she resurfaced again. Yu Xiaoxiao waved her hand at Xiaolian, who was on the shore, and then she took a deep breath and dived down. The sea was clear and transparent and the reefs at the bottom of the sea was clearly visible. Occasionally, a multicolored fish would swim past the reef, and a small sea crab was startled by her that it drilled itself into the sand. Xiaoxiao was amazed by this interesting scene. She lingered at the bottom of the water until she couldn't hold her breath anymore. Then, she would push herself up and rush to the surface of the sea. Zhou Shanhu's small head appeared after it collapsed for a while. She shouted towards Xiaoxiao, "How is it? Did you harvest anything?" Xiaoxiao shook her head and disappointingly said, "There's nothing." Zhou Shanhu smiled and comforted her, "Maybe it's because we're too close to the sea, so there's nothing good around here. Other people are professional divers, so they can submerge underwater for several minutes. Do you want to look further in?" Xiaolian continued to gather goose barnacles by the shore when she saw that her younger sister's swimming skills were very good, and that Zhou Shanhu was looking after her too. Younger sister seemed to like to eat goose barnacles with soup. After their family separated from the main branch, she didn't have any time to gather seafood, so she rarely had the chance to eat the seafood soup made by her younger sister. Xiaolian put her younger sister's outer garment on the dry reef to dry, then she stooped over and busied herself. Xiaoxiao had gradually swam into the depths of the sea, but her ability to hold her breath wasn't that great. She often had to come up to take a breath when she had just reached the seafloor. She felt very discouraged because she had busied herself for a long time, yet she still didn't get any harvest. The little divine stone's mocking voice suddenly appeared in her mind, "I reckon that even if you dawdled until dusk like this, you probably still won't get any harvest. Do you want this divine stone to help you out?" Xiao was somewhat exhausted as she treaded water and asked impatiently, "No kidding. If you were able to help, why didn't you say so earlier rather than watching me from the sidelines? What's with your attitude? This divine stone is unhappy, I'm not helping anymore." The little divine stone proudly and lovably snorted, giving off an unhappy appearance. "If you don't want to help me, then don't. I don't care." Xiao didn't try to please its temper. Who was the master in this relationship? She took a deep breath in and dove underwater again. The little divine stone was speechless for a long time by her words, it really wanted to just wash its hands of her and ignore her. However, it had reached a bottleneck at a critical point right now. If the little divine stone helped its master, then it could absorb the spiritual powers from heaven and earth, recovering its full power. Although the little divine stone was still angry, it still helped Xiao. The little divine stone condensed a protective screen of spiritual power around Xiao's body. It seemed as if she was wrapped in a transparent bubble, the seawater couldn't get close to her and the pressure from the surrounding water disappeared instantly. Xiao held her breath and looked at the magical scene happening in front of her, it seemed as if she had entered a fantasy world. The transparent bubble slowly sank down, the cute little fish in the surrounding curiously swam toward her. They gently touched the spiritual barrier with their mouth, but it seemed as if they had touched a transparent film, they could see it but could not enter it. Xiao was so entranced at that moment that she forgot to breathe, and her face turned red. She thought that she should hurriedly go up and to take a breath when the little divine stone's annoying voice appeared again, "You're so stupid. You can breathe freely in my spiritual barrier. Alas, why do I have such a stupid master? Forget it, go and suffocate to death." Xiao rolled her eyes in her mind and tentatively breathed in. Sure enough, fresh air filled her lungs and her stuffy chest. She extended her hand out of the bubble-shaped spiritual barrier and discovered that she wasn't obstructed by the barrier. She looked around and tried using her mind to control the bubble to float toward where a fat sea cucumber was. Just as she thought, she had quickly arrived next to the sea cucumber. As soon as she reached out, she caught the squirming sea cucumber. The size of this sea cucumber is pretty big, so the grade of this product should be good. We finally got some harvest. Xiao put the sea cucumber into the bamboo basket tied around her waist and advanced further into the depth of the ocean. However, in order not to worry Xiaolian who was at the shore, she would occasionally emerge from the sea to breathe and then descend into the sea again. Thanks to the little divine stone's spiritual barrier, her speed was no longer hindered by the sea, so she was much more agile now. The little divine stone had nothing to do, so it guided Xiao to capture the more valuable seafood like sea cucumbers, abalone, and armored lobsters. These all became goods in Xiao's basket. The seafloor was like a big treasure field that had yet to be exploited by humans as it completely presented itself in front of you Xiao. The bamboo basket on Xiao's waist was relatively small, so it couldn't hold much. She began picking and choosing on the ocean floor. One moment she disliked this sea cucumber for being too small and another moment she disliked this lobster for not being fat enough. She specially picked only the best quality seafood. If other people knew that the things they've wished for but couldn't get was being discarded like trash, Xiao likely would have received a multitude of glares. Just as the bamboo basket she brought could no longer hold any more, a distant group of huge, dark shadows swam towards her. Xiao was shocked and thought that she had encountered a group of sharks. She was about to run away when she was teased by the little divine stone. "Why are you running? You really are a coward. It's a pod of dolphins, they are very docile, and they won't hurt people." Dolphins. She had only watched dolphin performances on television before and knew that they were adorable sea creatures. She floated quietly at the bottom of the sea as she looked at the shadows in the distance. Sure enough, when the group of black shadows approached, she finally saw their appearance. Their bodies were glossy and bright with a graceful physique, their movements were light and quick, and their snouts were bent into a curve like they were smiling. The dolphins seemed to be very interested in her, and they swam around her. There was a cute little blue dolphin that lightly bumped its head against her just like a child asking for a caress. Xiao smiled lightly and reached out to touch the little dolphin who wasn't afraid of people. The little creature didn't dodge away from her touch, and it gently pecked her palm with its mouth. The ticklish feeling made Xiao smile. Xiao changed the shape of the spiritual barrier so that it clung onto her body like a second skin, while allowing it to supply her with oxygen. She wrapped her arm around the little dolphin's body, and the little dolphin brought her along to travel freely around the seafloor. The scenery at the bottom of the sea was unobstructed through the transparent barrier. There were various kinds of corals on the seabed reef. Some of them looked like red antlers, some looked like pink flowers, and others looked like purple cactuses. There were all kinds of colors and shapes that one would have never imagined. The sight of the coral dazzled Xiao's eyes. All kinds of small fishes shuttled around Xiao. Some of the fishes were covered in multicolored stripes, some were wearing a red hat, some looked like military flags in Beijing operas, and some looked like a round hedgehog. They all surrounded her, refusing to leave. With the help of the little dolphin, she became a guest of the sea. As she enjoyed the scenery around the seafloor, she had picked up many high-quality abalones and now had a large harvest. Xiao was playing happily with the dolphin and she forgot the time. After Xiaolian dug a lot of goose barnacles and was prepared to head home for lunch, she looked at the sea. Besides Zhou Shanhu occasionally floating to the surface of the sea, there was no movement from her younger sister for a long time. The wicker basket in Xiaolian's hand fell onto the ground and she threw herself into the sea without wearing a diving suit. She crazily swam in the sea. Xiaolian's swimming skills were pretty good, so in a short time, she reached Zhou Shanhu. When Zhou Shanhu revealed herself from the water, she was caught by Xiaolian. "Did you see my younger sister? When was the last time you saw her?" Xiaolian's voice was trembling as she urgently asked. Zhou Shanhu was alarmed. She looked around and saw that the sea was calm. She thought about it and said, "I think the last time I saw her was about half an hour ago. When I surfaced from the water, I thought that we had just missed each other, so I didn't pay much attention." Xiaolian's complexion was deathly white and said in a sobbing tone, "I looked around for a quarter of an hour and I didn't see my younger sister surface from the water. Something must have happened to her. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have been digging for goose barnacles. This is the first time that my younger sister went into the sea. I should have been watching attentively over her the entire time so that if anything went wrong, I could immediately search for her in the sea. What should I do now? I don't even know when the accident happened. No, I have to look for her." Zhou Shanhu also lost her head. The sea was so big, and they didn't know where and when the accident happened. How could they find her? Each year, it was not known how many people had been swallowed up by the sea. "Xiaolian, don't be too anxious. Maybe Xiao had just swum to someplace further. Look. There is a shadow that looks like a person. Let's go see if it's Xiao." Zhou Shanhu was pleasantly surprised when she found a small head popping up from the water in the distance. After a moment, it dived into the water again. A spark of hope was ignited in Xiaolian's heart. She tried to calm herself down. She couldn't panic because her younger sister was still waiting for her to find her. The two worked hard and swam in the direction of the place where the shadow had surfaced. "Huh, aren't you the little girl from Dongshan village that sells braised food? Why didn't you wear a diving suit before you entered the sea?" Xiaolian was disappointed to find that it was a teenager with dark skin and a handsome appearance. Xiaolian burst into tears. "Younger sister. Something must have happened to my younger sister. If something happened to her, then I don't want to live either." "Wah." The youth looked at Xiaolian as he was at a loss as to what to do. Could it be that he said something wrong and made this little girl cry? "You, don't cry. Do you need me to help with anything?" the young man asked with concern while frowning. Zhou Shanhu was sobbing beside her. "Her younger sister had been diving with me, but she has yet to surface from the water for a long time. Have you seen a little girl that looks a lot like her?" The suntanned youth's expression became solemn. He slowly shook his head and said, "This place is relatively remote, so there are only a few people who come here. I didn't see anyone else besides the two of you. But, don't cry, I'll help you look for her. Maybe she had swam to someplace further away. My younger sister, this is her first time diving. She had never learned how to swim before. I deserve to die. Why didn't I stay beside her and watch over her?" "Woo-woo," Xiaolian gasped for breath as she cried. The suntanned youth's heart sank even further. If it was her first time diving, then she definitely wouldn't have swum too far. It wasn't a good sign if she hadn't surfaced from the water for a while. But seeing the two crying little girls in front of him, the young man still comforted them. "Don't cry anymore. I'll look around nearby, maybe I'll find something. You can just wait here." The little girl had cried until her eyes were swollen. If she dove into the water like this, it was hard to guarantee that an accident wouldn't happen. Only after he let the other little girl watch over her did he begin swimming into the distance. He dove again and again into the water, looking for the little girl. It was already half an hour later when Yu Xiaoxiao realized that she had stayed underwater for too long. The little dolphin seemed to have perceived her intentions, using its back to help her float to the surface. It let out an "ah" sound. It seemed as if it was urging her to stay. Xiaoxiao discovered that she had already drifted far away from her original position. She grinned at her new friend and said, "Xiaobu, can you carry me along?" Xiaobu was the name that she had given to the little dolphin. With the little divine stone providing the directions and the little dolphin speeding her along, Xiaoxiao appeared in the line of Xiaolian's sight just as the other girl was going to collapse from shock. Look, what's that? It's not a shark, right? Zhou Shanhu shouted with surprise. She was the first to spot a dark shadow cruising along in the distance. The extremely tan youth, Zhuang Xiaomo, gazed in that direction as he squinted his eyes to carefully look. He shook his head and replied, "That doesn't look like a shark. In the water, sharks have a triangular-shaped fin that pops out. That shadow, it looks like a person to me, however, the speed and the positioning of that shadow doesn't resemble a person swimming. It's quite strange." Zhou Shanhu felt as if her mind was exploding as she exclaimed, "Then what you're saying, could it be a mermaid? Don't the legends all say that mermaids swim very fast in the ocean?" Zhuang Xiaomo looked at her as if she was a crazy person and scoffed. "The legends also say that mermaids only appear in the moonlight, sing tantalizing songs to tempt people, and fog their minds." Little sister." The sound of Yu Xiaolian's gleeful shout suddenly interrupted the dispute between the two. They both looked over with astonishment at the figure that was speeding over. Sure enough, it was Yu Xiaosao, who had been missing for the past hour. She was still quite a distance away, so they couldn't tell just what exactly she was lying on. However, the object was swimming quite quickly. "Xiaolian, Shanhu," the sound of her voice echoed from the distance. Yu Xiaosao had one arm around the little dolphin's dorsal fin while the other arm was forcefully waving in the air. Zhou Shanhu swam forward a few strokes and screamed in excitement, "Ah! Xiaosao is riding a fish. Xiaolian, are you sure that your younger sister isn't the daughter of the Dragon King of the ocean? Otherwise, how could a fish listen to her commands?" Zhuang Xiaomo looked at the little girl, who was riding a dolphin through the choppy waves in the distance. He couldn't help but be a bit stunned by the sight. Goodness gracious, this little girl absolutely wasn't an ordinary little girl. Otherwise, how could she manage to tame a free and unconstrained dolphin? Tears of gratitude pooled within Yu Xiaolian's eyes. She swam forward towards her younger sister's direction with great effort. The little dolphin's speed was quite astonishing and, within moments, it arrived in front of the other three children. The creature was a bit timid and stopped outside touching distance of them as it opened its mouth to make a few whistling noises. Yu Xiaosao softly stroked its slippery head and soothed, "Don't be afraid, they won't hurt you." "Thank you, Xiaobu." She slid off the dolphin's back and swam over to Xiaolian. Her sister firmly knocked a fist on her head. The other girl reprimanded her, "Who told you to swim so far? If something happened to you, how was I supposed to inform our parents and your godparents? In my opinion, bringing you along to swim in the ocean was the worst idea I've ever had." When Yu Xiaosao noticed Xiaolian's eyes were red with emotion and seemed quite angry, she hurriedly placated her sister, "Xiaolian, don't be angry. In the future, I won't dare to do this again. I was so busy having fun with Xiaobu that I lost track of time. I promise I won't do this again. Just forgive me this one time." Zhou Shanhu glanced at the little dolphin again, who was gleefully swimming back and forth nearby. Her eyes glistened with excitement as she remarked somewhat enviously, "Xiaosao, is Xiaobu the name of that little dolphin? It's so cute. You're too amazing, you even know how to tame a small dolphin. Quickly teach me, just how did you manage to do it?" Yu Xiaosao ignored her as she continued to soothe Xiaolian's ruffled feathers. Finally, she managed to tease her sister into laughing. Xiaosao secretly wiped the invisible sweat that was on her forehead. Normally, Xiaolian also had a temper, but she usually never revealed it around her. Zhou Shanhu continued to pester her in an attempt to get the secrets to taming a little dolphin. Yu Xiaosao opened her eyes wide and looked at the other girl innocently. She vaguely replied, "What? We have to tame them? But Xiaobu came over itself to play with me. Xiaobu is a dolphin that likes humans, it's very obedient and sweet." Zhuang Xiaomo and Zhou Shanhu both had a, "You're trying to trick us" expression on their faces. Although dolphins had mild personalities, they were quite cautious and only watched ships in the sea from far away. Naturally, the older generation had once told stories of dolphins saving drowning people, but they hadn't heard of anyone actually having an encounter with them. "If you don't believe me, that's okay. Xiaobu, come over and greet everyone." Yu Xiaosao waved her hand and the little dolphin, who was drifting about on the side, cheerfully swam over towards her. It used its snout to gently touch her wrist. As if it could understand what she was saying, it straightened up in the water and waved one flipper towards Zhou Shanhu and the others. "Wow, Xiaobu is too cute. I almost want to raise one for a pet." Zhou Shanhu carefully came closer to the dolphin and, when she saw that the creature didn't reject her presence, she tried to gently use her hand to pet its back. The little dolphin cleverly stayed next to Xiaosao and allowed the other kids to touch it. Yu Xiaosao gently rubbed the little fellow's head with the hand that had the mystic stone, and a bit of spiritual power slowly poured into the animal's body. The little dolphin's eyes lit up and became even more close with Xiaosao. Xiaolian watched the interactions between her younger sister and the dolphin and felt even more certain that her younger sister wasn't an ordinary person. Could it be possible that she was the reincarnation of a little immortal girl? Zhuang Xiaomo also came up to touch the dolphin. As he felt the animal's glossy skin, he spoke to Zhou Shanhu. Dolphins are considered creatures of the ocean, so they can only live freely in the deep waters. Keeping a dolphin as a pet isn't necessarily a good thing for the animal. Xiao Xiao gave the tanned youngster a look of approval as she asked hesitantly, Xiaolian, he is. Zhou Shanhu interjected talkatively, Hiya. His name is Zhuang Xiaomo and he lives in Wuliu village. He's one of the diving experts I was talking about earlier. He can hold his breath underwater for around 7 to 8 minutes and is quite famous in the nearby villages. Zhuang Xiaomo grinned at her honestly and replied, I know of you two sisters. At the docks, your braised food is very famous. I haven't seen you at the docks these past couple of days, are you not doing the business anymore? Whenever she spoke about her own business, Xiaolian couldn't help but reveal a proud smile. The weather's gotten hot, so it's hard to keep meat from spoiling. After the hottest day of the year passes, then we'll decide. My little sister and I are both discussing whether there are any other opportunities we can take in the summer. Ideally we'd sell something that fills the stomach while cooling a person off. When Xiao Xiao noticed that there was a bit of exhaustion on Xiaolian's face, she hurriedly smiled and said, if there's anything we need to talk about, we can do it on shore. What's the point in bringing ourselves any longer in the water? The little dolphin lingered behind her reluctantly. Xiao Xiao turned her head around and waved a hand at it, Xiaobu, go back home. In the future, I'll frequently go into the water to find you. The little dolphin rubbed its head on her a few times, flicked its tail, and swiftly swam back toward deeper waters. That little human girl had a smell on her that was just too irresistible. It really wanted to stay next to her forever. It was a pity that humans had to live on land and it couldn't leave the water, so sad. When they arrived on the nearby reef, Xiaolian's clothes were completely wet and clung to her body. Zhuang Xiaomo turned around with a red face. Xiao Xiao pulled Xiaolian into a nearby area that was a bit more hidden and had her sister change into her clothes. She then wrung Xiaolian's clothes dry and draped them over her swimsuit. What's this? Xiao Xiao noticed that there was a lot of red-purple vegetation floating in the nearby water by the reefs. To her, it somewhat resembled a type of seaweed she had eaten in her previous life at a restaurant. But that couldn't be right. Wasn't this type of seaweed only found growing on rocks deep in the ocean? How did it end up floating all the way up to the surface? Xiaolian bent over to scoop some up and looked at it herself. She shook her head, I don't know what this is but I'm sure it's some type of sea vegetation. Not sure if it's edible or not. They didn't know when Zhuang Xiaomo came over to look but he also looked at the vegetation and said, that should be red marine algae. It's edible, you can season it with some salt and vinegar, and it tastes pretty good that way. However, you rarely see it in shallow waters. Having so much here is a bit weird. Xiao Xiao was already definitively sure that this dark purple seaweed was Geladium amansi, also known as red marine algae. Her eyes lit up and an idea immediately popped into her head. In her previous life, she had sold starch jelly in her shop and had especially looked for recipes online to make it from scratch. Among all of the recipes she found, there was one type that used red marine algae as its raw ingredient. The process was quite simple. The algae had to be simmered over low heat for a few hours until all of the seaweed melted into a liquid. After it cooled, the mixture would solidify into a semi-transparent jelly consistency. However, red marine algae only grew in the deep sea, and it was quite troublesome to harvest. Thus, it commanded a high price at the markets, so she ended up renouncing her idea to make marine starch jelly and decided to use sweet potato starch and mung bean starch as the raw ingredients instead. She also felt that it was somewhat strange to see so much red marine algae out on the open water. It grew in deep waters, so how could so much appear near the shoreline? In the past, she had also never seen such a phenomenon either. In the end, it didn't matter. All of this was the raw ingredients for her to make a lot of money, and it was all free. If she didn't take advantage of it, she'd be silly. Xiaolian, I have a use for this red marine algae. Let's gather as much as we can before we go home. Shanhu, could you help us get a few baskets? Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled as she stared at the red marine algae. Zhou Shanhu readily agreed and bolted off quickly. Since Xiao Xiao said that there was a use for the red marine algae, then she absolutely had thought of another method to create something new to eat. If she helped Xiao Xiao to harvest more, then Xiao Xiao would definitely treat her fairly as she had a generous personality. Once the thought of eating a new delicacy surfaced in her mind, Zhou Shanhu ran even faster. Harvesting red marine algae wasn't difficult at all. That was because in the shallow waters, it was quite easy to recognize and all they needed to do was to bend down and pick it up. The red marine algae had a deep purple color and glistened gently in the light. Although it was a vegetable, it looked more like a shiny, beautiful coral specimen instead. It also resembled a shrunken version of tree canopies as the tiny branches intertwined with each other. The resulting pattern didn't look at all messy and instead resembled a mane of beautiful hair. Once someone grabbed a handful, it seemed to shimmer gently in the air. The algae was flexible yet strong. If you cut off a branch, it felt very tender and soft, as if you could probably hear it tinkle as it fractured. A careful look at the cut part would reveal that the inside was a milky white color. The nutritious colloids of red marine algae were all hidden within the pure milky centers. When Zhou Shanhu came back with a few baskets, Fang Zizhen and Yu Hang had also followed her from behind. Fang Zizhen had come back from the docks earlier and noticed that his goddaughter wasn't at home at noon. He was just about to go out and find her when he ran into Shanhu, who was carrying a few baskets from home. For Yu Hang, noon was also the most leisurely time of the seafood wholesale business, so he also came over to bring the baskets to his sister. By the time the rest of them arrived, the twin sisters and Zhuang Xiaomo, who was free labor, had already picked up a large pile of red marine algae. Fang Zizhen and Yu Hang always followed Xiao Xiao's commands without any hesitation. The two of them placed the gathered seaweed into their baskets and hauled it back home. They then ran back to help the children gather more algae. Yu Xiaoxiao was so excited from picking up seaweed that she had even forgotten to eat lunch. Today's harvest was quite good. Satisfaction bloomed within Xiaoxiao's heart as she looked at the bamboo baskets bursting full of seaweed that were neatly lined up in the courtyard. If only red marine algae could be harvested on a regular basis, then she would really make bank. Fang Zizhen was busy shoving the delicious and satisfying red marine algae salad into his mouth. He looked at the baskets full of seaweed and asked, "Daughter, this red marine algae tastes quite good, but I don't think we can use all that's been gathered. Even if we ate it every day for every meal for the next couple of months, we still wouldn't be able to finish all that is here." Xiao Xiao had already entered the kitchen to stoke the fire. She peeked her tiny head out of the room and smiled mysteriously at Fang Zizhen. "Godfather, save some room in your tummy. In a bit, there will be something delicious coming out." Fang Zizhen rubbed at his belly and grinned. "Godfather's stomach can stretch and shrink as needed. Even when it's full, I can still eat a couple more bowls. Don't worry, I will be able to taste your new food." In fact, the process for making starch jelly was quite simple. The important part was to have a good control of the stove's heat to allow the ingredients to simmer slowly for at least 4 hours. Following that, once the red marine algae completely melted into a liquid, all you needed to do was to filter any residue out and let it solidify into translucent starch jelly. Starch jelly made from algae was more clear and felt more cool than jelly made from sweet potato starch or mung bean starch. It was very similar to agar jelly. After the marine starch jelly was made, Xiao Xiao was planning on dressing it with garlic paste, hot chili oil, minced pickled mustard, sesame oil and some other spices. The resulting combination would definitely stoke a person's appetite. Yu Xiaoxiao was not only going to try to make marine starch jelly, but she was also going to try to make a batch of sweet potato starch jelly and mung bean starch jelly while the seaweed was simmering on the stove. Using mung bean starch was a bit inconvenient. First of all, the mung beans had to be soaked in water until they swelled. After soaking, they needed to be ground into a thick mung bean slurry and filtered to allow the starch to settle out. Although these steps seem easy, putting them into practice was another matter. Filtering the slurry had to be done a dozen times before you could let the starch settle. Afterwards, you also had to carefully pour out as much liquid as possible before you dried the mung bean starch under the sun. Only when the starch was completely dry could it be used. Making mung bean starch jelly required using the correct proportion of starch to water. The water needed to be warmed up until it was tepid and then the starch could be added in until it was thick and viscous. A pot of clean water had to be boiled and then the sticky starch mixture had to be dropped in before agitating vigorously to prevent it from sticking to the pot and burning. Once the starch became cooked, the thick mixture had to be poured into molds similar to those used in tofu making. Then it had to cool undisturbed until solidified into its final shape. Most of the work involved in making mung bean starch jelly was from the consecutive filtering steps required to produce the mung bean starch. Thus, sweet potato starch jelly was much easier to make. After all, they already had a supply of ready-made sweet potato starch, whether it was in Xiao Xiao's home or the Zhou family's vermicelli factory. With sweet potato starch on hand, the rest of steps to make starch jelly was pretty much the same as the ones used to make mung bean starch jelly. Sweet potato starch jelly had a slight red color while being translucent, resembling sparkling and icy red jadeite. Mung bean starch jelly, on the other hand, had a bright white color and was as soft as gelatin. No matter what type of starch jelly it was, they were all tender and tasty and were very effective in cooling down someone and quenching thirst. With Xiao Xiao's secret dressing on top of the sparkling and translucent starch jelly, someone eating a bowl of it in the heat of summer would feel incredibly refreshed. The taste was so addictive that people wanted to eat some continuously. That evening, everyone in the Yu family ate a bowl of the tender starch jelly. With the slightly moist sea breeze billowing around them, they felt quite satisfied and pleased. Xiaolian refilled her bowl again and poured the seasoning on top while smiling. "Little sister, this starch jelly is really very suitable to eat during summer. Tomorrow, let's bring some to the docks to sell. I'm sure it'll be very popular." Fang Zizhen didn't end up eating dinner as his belly was so stuffed that it bulged. He commented, "Daughter, what's in that little head of yours? Just where do all of these odd ideas of yours come from? I never would have expected that sweet potato starch and seaweed picked up from the beach could be used to make something so delicious. Haha, I must have done many good deeds in my past life in order to have such a good goddaughter like you. You really make me proud, wife. Tomorrow, when you go into town, bring some over to Princess Consort Jing and her second son. They should also get to try our daughter's food." Fang Zizhen had always been a rough person. Under the influence of the atmosphere in Dongshan village, he no longer used genteel forms of address to speak to Lady Fang. Instead, he used the exact same terms that Yu Hai and the other villagers used, such as, wife. However, after getting used to it, it sounded quite amiable and intimate. Starch jelly was quite delicious, so Lady Fang ended up eating 2 large bowls despite her attempts to restrain herself. She reluctantly set down the ladle and lightly laughed. Aren't you just trying to show off that you have a good daughter in front of Princess Consort Jing? I know your ways." Fang Zizhen chuckled and didn't even bother to hide his true goal. What was the point in trying to hide the fact that he had a talented and capable daughter? He wanted everyone to know that he, Fang Zizhen, had a clever daughter who was godly at cooking. Xiao Xiao smiled brilliantly at her godfather and then continued to discuss the business of selling starch jelly with Xiaolian. Since they were planning on selling starch jelly, they also needed to prepare bowls and spoons for the customers. Naturally, they also needed to get a couple tables and stools as they couldn't let their customers squat on the ground to eat the food. Thus, they also needed to get a tent. It was the height of summer now and there wasn't any shade at the docks. Who would ever want to eat food under the blazing sun? Yu Hai, who was quietly listening to his daughter's discussion, decided to interject at this time. "Tomorrow, I'll bring the materials over and I'll craft a grass shack. As for the chopsticks, bowls, and spoons, there are shops at the docks that sell those. It's only the tables and stools that might be difficult to get on short notice." Xiaolian suddenly thought of something and clapped her hands. "That's right. Grandpa Lu mentioned that his son had made a bunch of money from doing business and was planning on having him move in so he could provide for his old father. They need to sell their noodles stand to someone. If we take it over, wouldn't that solve our tables and stools problem?" Xiao Xiao thought for a bit and then nodded. "Okay. Other than starch jelly, we can also sell cold noodles. I know a couple methods to make cold noodles, and they should taste pretty good. Tomorrow, father can first build the awning. Grandpa Lu's grass shack doesn't let in the wind, which is fine in the winter, but in the summer, it gets a bit stuffy. Okay, the sun is still up right now so I'll go chop down some bamboo." Yu Hai was the type of person to do what he said, so he promptly stood up. Yu Hang followed him from behind and said, "I'll go cut some long grass." With another way to make money, Yu Xiaolian became much more exhilarated and exclaimed in excitement, "Tomorrow, let's take everything we need to the docks and shoot for an opening before noon." "That's right. Tomorrow, we should go to the docks earlier. I need to buy bowls, chopsticks, and spoons from a store and you can start making the starch jelly. Since this business is a collaboration between us two, let's split the money 50-50. Is that okay?" Naturally, Xiao Xiao wouldn't refuse the proposition. However, it was likely that she and Xiaolian wouldn't be able to handle making both the starch jelly and cold noodles. It might not be a bad idea to bring in their eldest maternal aunt into the mix. Ever since the melon store closed, their eldest maternal aunt wasn't able to find a suitable job, so she would only occasionally go to the docks and sell some food. However, now her family had a bit more breathing room. When she was helping with the melon store for over a month, she found out she had more work than she could handle, so she also brought her oldest daughter over. Once it ended, Xiao Xiao simply stuffed 50 taels into her hand to show her gratitude in helping with such a tough job. A healthy man in his prime doing hard labor in town wouldn't be able to earn 1 tael for a month's work. Madame Han felt that she didn't have a difficult job working in the melon shop. All she had to do was move the melons to the shelves and man the cash box. When Xiao gave her 50 taels for her work, she was scared and astonished. How could she possibly take that much money? That being said, Xiao's eldest maternal uncle also made a lot of money from selling watermelons in the prefectural city. All of this was a result of Xiao's kindness and benevolence. As her family's circumstances became better, she never forgot to help them either. Liu Pei and his brother had gone back and forth to the prefectural city at least 10 times in the past month. The first time they went to the prefectural city, they almost had an evil tyrant bully them out of their goods. Luckily, Fang Zizhen had quickly arrived to save them and caught the bully and his minions. The criminals were given to the authorities and Fang Zizhen also brought the 2 brothers to meet the prefectural magistrate. News traveled quickly, whether intentionally or not, among the wealthy and powerful families of the prefectural city. All of them soon knew that the Liu brothers, who sold watermelons, were under the protection of the imperial envoy, General Fang. Naturally, from then on, no one tried to bully the 2 brothers with their wealth or status. There were a lot more people with money in the prefectural city. As soon as a wagon full of watermelons arrived at the gates of the prefectural city, all of the melons were quickly sold out to the servants of these wealthy families. Even though the watermelons cost 2 times more than the ones sold in Tanggu town, their sales never slowed down. Within a month, the 2 brothers earned 700 to 800 taels each. Prior to this, the Liu family often didn't even have 7 to 8 taels to take out, let alone 700 to 800 taels. Now that they had a monstrous sum of money on their hands, neither of them really knew what to do with it. Later on, Xiao gave them some financial advice. The 2 brothers then decided to use their money to invest in the shops that were going to be built at the new harbor. Currently, more and more people were traveling through the presently crude docks. Once construction was finished on the new harbor, then real estate prices would definitely skyrocket. With Xiao's godfather around, they also didn't need to fret about whether they'd be able to buy the shops in good locations. Originally, Xiao wanted to ask third young master Zhou for help in buying the stores, but she suddenly remembered she could give this task to her godfather. Her thought process was simple: with my current income, buying 10 shops wouldn't be a problem now. Anyway, back to the topic. Thus, Xiao combined her money with the rest of her family's, and the next day Yu Hai took his 2 daughters along with 2 carts to the docks. Fang Zizhen rode his horse leisurely behind them. Yu Hai sat on the cart's handle as he drove the horse cart that was piled high with the construction materials needed to build a shack. Xiao and her sister were on the donkey cart, which was piled up with pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. Baskets full of seaweed were also balanced on the cart. That's right, they were planning on making marine starch jelly first. After all, they didn't have to spend any money on the raw ingredients. When they finished their supply of seaweed, they could consider making sweet potato starch jelly then. Mung bean starch jelly was deemed too difficult to produce on a mass scale, and it was also the most expensive method too. Thus, the 2 sisters decided not to use mung beans. Before they headed out this morning, Xiao especially visited the Zhou family to have Zhou Shanhu help them pass the word along to the village children that the Yu family was buying red marine algae in bulk for the long term. They set the price of 1 copper coin per catty of seaweed, and there was no limit on how much you could sell to them. Yesterday they were able to gather a dozen or so baskets full of seaweed from that one place, so it was likely other stretches of beach also had more. In this season, the village children usually had nothing to do. If they worked hard at gathering seaweed, even a half-grown child could gather more than a dozen catties of seaweed in a day. Nowadays, the people in Dongshan village were no longer as poor as church mice, needing to scrimp and save every copper. Thus, the adults were now able to allow their kids to have a stash of a dozen or so copper coins for pocket money. Naturally, the village children were even more enthused at the prospect of gathering seaweed for more personal money. Xiao, Xiaolian, you guys brought so much random stuff over, what are you trying to do? Brother Six leisurely strolled over when he saw the 2 sisters bustling around. He was dressed in light summer robes and continuously fanned himself with his sleeve. After getting some pointers from Xiao, his business office at the docks was already in its beginning stages. He had almost 100 dockworkers under his supervision, and nearly all of the business on the docks had been dominated by him. Foreman Sun was his right-hand man. A few other friends of his, who had been with him in the past, had also been promoted to management positions. Now, the only thing Brother Six needed to do was oversee the overall situation. There was no need for him to be involved in every little thing. Thus, the person who had the most free time on the docks had to be him. Shiaa had already made a batch of starch jelly at home and had also prepared all of the condiments. When she saw Brother Six come over, she decided to make him her first guinea pig. She filled one of her numerous crude-looking porcelain bowls with the hot and sour starch jelly and handed it over to him with a smile. Brother Six naturally took it over and looked down at the bowl filled with translucent starch jelly. The clear white jelly contrasted quite nicely with green slivers of cucumber and bright red chili oil. It was a scene that roused a person's appetites. After silently swallowing down a mouthful of saliva, Brother Six scooped up a bit of starch jelly with a spoon and impatiently delivered it into his mouth. The spicy and sour taste combined with the tender and fresh texture provoked his taste buds. He had been feeling a bit listless and out of sorts from the scorching hot weather. Unexpectedly, this one spoonful of starch jelly revived his appetite. After gobbling down a large bowl of starch jelly, Brother Six still desired to eat more. He let out a long sigh and grinned. "Shiaa, are you planning on selling this at the docks?" "Pretty good. It whets the appetite and is a perfect food for the summer. In fact, if you were able to use some fresh cold well water with it, it would taste even more refreshing." This year, the summer heat had been particularly fierce and hot. They had just passed early summer, yet the temperature was as hot as if they were by an active volcano. The cruel rays of the sun made the sand on the beaches uncomfortably warm. Even the sea breeze that blew over was also tepid and sticky. These circumstances made life difficult for the dockworkers. Under the burning sun, the workers labored tiredly with sweat dripping down their bodies like rain. Those who had slightly weaker bodies couldn't persist and often fainted from the heat. Naturally, everyone's appetites were affected by the heat. Very few people lined up to buy some piping hot noodle soup at noon, and the peddlers of steamed rolls and appetizers didn't have many customers either. None of the food at the docks could rouse a worker's appetites. Every day there were some people asking for a day off out of the men working under Brother Six. Naturally, this affected their office's work. Now, with something here to raise people's appetites and also cool them down, it was absolutely a good thing for them. Cool water from a well. The docks were on land not suitable for digging a well. Anyone who needed fresh water needed to haul it over from afar, so where could she get an easy supply of well water? However, this difficulty wasn't going to stump Shiaa. Her eyes flickered as she calculated. She decided to go to the oyster sauce factory, which was right next to the docks, to visit. She needed to borrow some saltpeter. Although there wasn't a supply of well water at the docks, she did have the method to make ice cubes. Starch jelly mixed with ice cubes would be even more cooling and refreshing than well water. In actuality, Brother Six was well aware of the circumstances at the docks. He was only mentioning the idea without much thought. However, he wouldn't have expected that his one sentence would enlighten Shiaa and allow all of the dock workers the opportunity to eat iced starch jelly. At the docks, the workers nearby were all dripping with sweat as they transported cargo from the ships. In order to finish the preparations in time for lunchtime, Shiaa's family bustled around. Shaolian drove the donkey cart to the market at the docks to buy bowls, spoons, chopsticks and other necessities using the money from her private purse. Meanwhile, Yuhai was nervously building the straw shack. Currently, all they needed was an awning that could provide some shade, so it was quite simple to construct. He just needed to anchor the bamboo poles in the corners, craft the canopy, and the structure would be ready to use. After Fang Zizhen finished his patrol at the docks, he came over to help Yuhai build the shack. Shiaa exploited her godfather's beloved steed and rode it into the direction of the condiment factory. Third young Master Zhou had recently went to the capital and was busy organizing the opening of the second branch of Junsho restaurant as well as the condiment shop. Currently, the person in charge of the factory was head steward Zhou. Steward Zhou was well aware of Shiaa's relationship with his master, so when he found out she needed some saltpeter, he naturally didn't say another word and gave her enough to last more than a month. Shiaa politely thanked him with a couple of sentences to express her gratitude and then swiftly rode the horse back to the docks. With Fang Zizhen and his two subordinates helping, the awning was almost completely finished. The awning was constructed right next to Old Lu's noodle shack. Today was Old Lu's last day at the docks. He was planning on terminating his business at the docks, whether or not he was able to transfer his noodle stand. In the summer, it was the off-season for the noodle stand's business. Furthermore, his son was urging him to leave and live together. Thus, when Yuhai proposed buying the store from him, Old Lu easily sold it at a low price and only asked for enough money to cover the remaining ingredients and silverware. By the time Shiaa got back to the docks, she saw that the ownership of their neighboring noodle stand had already been transferred over. Thus, she set up all of the tables and stools and moved the starch noodles and condiments over to a suitable place. Next to the noodle stand, old Lu had a giant jar that held the water he used to make his pasta. The jar was still partly filled with whatever water was left over from the past 2 days. Xiao added the correct proportion of saltpeter to the jar of water. Before long, a layer of thin ice gradually started to form. Xiao hurriedly placed a steel bucket she brought from home, which held starch jelly, into the vat. Steel conducted the chill quickly, so the starch jelly became iced rapidly. The two men, Fang and Yu Hai, had just finished building the shack, and they wiped the sweat off their faces before they took the proffered iced jelly from their daughter's hands. Eating something so cold really cooled them down from head to toe. It was very refreshing on such a day. When Xiao saw that the supply starch jelly she brought was dwindling, she had Yu Hai light the fire at the noodle stand stove and simmered another pot of seaweed. The dock workers had to do hard labor under the blazing sun and she thought that they didn't have it easy. Thus, she added a couple drops of mystic stone water into the water. Don't look down on those couple drops, it was enough to hydrate a hard-working laborer and strengthen his body. In addition, the mystic stone water had an unexpected effect on the simmering seaweed. Originally, making starch jelly with the algae took around 4 hours. However, after adding the mystic stone water, the seaweed seemed to melt more easily and dissolved before 2 hours were up. Starch jelly could be made much faster. When Xiao saw that it was still early, she had her godfather take the rest of the flour from the noodle stand and mix it into a large batch of dough. Yu Hai was very good at rolling out noodles as he was a man who was used to doing hard labor. He had a lot of strength in his hands, so the noodles he made were even more springy than usual. Xiao's two fathers were revolving around her orders in delight. Even the sweat rolling down their bodies didn't dampen their happiness a bit. Before long, a pot full of noodles were done cooking. Xiao took out a basin of ice water from the water jar and plunged the finished noodles into the icy water. At this time, Xiaolian had rushed back with the donkey cart full of utensils that she bought at the markets. Everyone from the Yu family busily started washing all of the bowls and other utensils. This attracted a bunch of visitors over. The first to arrive was old Hao, who had already been promoted into a foreman. He found a spot to rest under the awning and used the lapel of his inner clothing to wipe his sweat. He smiled at Xiaolian, what delicious food did you bring over today? Let's forget about the braised pig head meat. It's a bit too greasy for this type of weather and I have no appetite. Xiao smiled sweetly at him and replied, Uncle Hao, you recognize the wrong person. I'm not Xiaolian, Uncle Hao, today we didn't bring braised food as it's too hot right now to safely let dishes with meat sit out for too long. However, today we made starch jelly and cold noodles. Both are perfect foods for whetting the appetite in the summer. Do you want to try a bowl? Old Hao was Xiao's very first customer from the start, so he had a firm belief in Xiao's culinary skills. He nodded and grinned, oh it's Xiao. Look at me, I can never tell apart you two sisters apart. What did you say? You have food that'll stir the appetite. Give Uncle Hao a bowl then, these past few days have been so damn hot a person could roast to death. Xiaolian, who had just finished scrubbing the bowls and utensils clean, hurriedly went to the large vat. She stepped on a stool and retrieved a block of starch jelly. With quick movements, she sliced the jelly into small rectangles and placed the pieces into a bowl. Xiaolian then sprinkled some cucumber slivers on top and seasoned the bowl with Xiao's pre-made sauces. After that, she personally placed the bowl of starch jelly in front of old Hao and smiled, Uncle Hao, take a bite and see how it is. If you prefer a stronger taste, there's some more vinegar and chili oil on the table and you can add them yourself. Old Hao was astounded to find that the starch jelly in front of him seemed to faintly give off cool air. Unexpectedly, his previous listlessness and dizziness suddenly disappeared. He couldn't bother to use the spoon and instead slurped a large gulp from the side of the bowl. A comfortable chill slowly spread down his throat and into his body. The older man acted as if he was Zubaji, one eating a ginseng fruit. Within a few large mouthfuls, he was able to clean out the entire bowl of starch jelly. Following that, he slowly let out a long breath. It felt as if all of his pores had opened again and a cooling feeling settled into his body. That taste was seriously too refreshing. Xiaolian, give your Uncle Hao another bowl. When the other people under the awning saw old Hao eating with delight, they all asked for the price. One after another ordered a bowl for themselves. Old Hao hurriedly flagged down the suddenly busy Xiaolian to order another one. Xiaolian acknowledged his request and swiftly prepared several bowls of starch jelly with seasoning. She passed the finished bowls over to her father. Yu Hai and Fang had suddenly been demoted into waiters. However, there was nothing to be done. Their business was just doing better and better every day. The two fathers bustled around busily as they both happily thought, my daughter is truly too awesome. No matter what she does, she always manages to make a hit. Xiao Xiao's cold noodles had also started making rounds. Compared to the fresh and tasty starch jelly, cold noodles were superior in one way: they quelled hunger better. As for the taste, with Xiao Xiao making it, of course it would be good. She mixed the noodles cooled with ice with some crispy cucumber slivers, thin slices of scallions, minced garlic, aromatic vinegar, and chili oil. The combination truly stirred the appetite. However, compared to starch jelly, which was new and novel, the cold noodles had much fewer customers. However, the first batch of starch jelly quickly sold out before second pot of simmering starch jelly was finished. Thus, the cold noodles became the dockworkers' new favorite, even in the scalding hot weather. Despite the lack of appetite around, after eating a bowl of refreshing cold noodles, everyone felt much more energized and lively. The blazingly popular business made the Yu family run around without stopping. Yu Hai continuously kneaded noodle dough while Xiao Xiao stood next to the stove. Sweat dripped off her body as she cooked the noodles, ladled them up and iced them. Shaolian serviced customer after customer that lined up. Luckily, the dockworkers had staggered the times of their lunch breaks. Otherwise, the few of them wouldn't have been able to keep up even if all of them grew 2 extra heads and 4 extra arms. The workers all rushed in between shiploads to snatch some time to eat a meal. Through the grapevine, the whole docks soon knew that the Yu family's 2 sisters had come out with a new novel dish. This food not only tasted delicious but also relieved the heat. The raging demand for the Yu family's starch jelly was more than they could supply. Even the passengers on the ships would also come over to join in on the fun and buy a bowl of takeout to taste. Naturally, one bowl was not enough to satisfy the desires of a whole family. Thus, they would send their servants to buy some more. However, the Yu family's starch jelly was too popular. Oftentimes, by the time the servants arrived for the second portion, they had to go back empty-handed. There were even some people who waited in line for a long time in order to just have a taste of the starch jelly. The few baskets of red algae that Yu Xiaoxiao had brought over had very quickly been simmered away into starch jelly, and there were still people clamoring for more. Furthermore, starch jelly was not the type of food that filled people up, so after eating one bowl the person would soon get hungry again. Thus, the dockworkers all came back during their next break to consume another bowl to satisfy their desires and cool themselves down. Xiao Xiao's cold noodles were also quite popular, especially during the time when one pot of starch jelly was sold out and the other was still simmering on the stove. The workers who couldn't wait could only settle for the other option and order a bowl of cold noodles to eat. However, they didn't expect the cold noodles to also be incredibly delicious, so they were all pleasantly surprised. All of the remaining flour in the noodle stand, whether it was made of coarse grains or wheat, had all been used up by the time evening arrived. By the time it was supper time, the Yu family's stand had nothing left to sell to the workers who came by. After sending off the groups of disappointment workers, Xiao Xiao and her family cleaned up the stand in preparation to go home. At this time, a tanned youth who wasn't very tall but was very muscular stopped by quickly. He flashed a smile that revealed a row of white teeth. "Second uncle, Xiao Xiao, are you guys cleaning up already? Do you need my help with anything?" It took Xiao Xiao a moment before she recognized the brawny and tan young man in front of her. Apparently it was her paternal cousin, who she technically didn't have blood relations with, Haixi. Although Yu Hai had pretty much stopped having any encounter with the main branch, he was still quite friendly to Haixi, who had little to do with their complicated relationship. "Haixi, you must be hungry, right? There's still some starch jelly in the bucket that your younger sister, Xiao Xiao, left for me. Take some to eat." It could be said that Yu Haixi had undergone an astounding transformation in these past few months. Not only did he manage to endure through backbreaking hard labor, but he also officially became a regular worker under Brother Six. Regular workers received a monthly salary. In addition, they also got 2 days of paid leave every month and bonuses when they did well. Becoming part of the regular staff meant that one no longer had to fear not having a job to feed oneself. Haixi, who had worked hard the past few months, had long transformed his body full of fat into a ball of muscle. Although he was on the shorter side, he now looked a lot more brawny and strong. In fact, within his group of co-workers, there were a few who had inquired whether he had already married or had a fiancé yet. If not, they wanted to introduce their own daughters to see if they could be matched with this competent and slick young fellow. Haixi carefully inspected a few families and ended up choosing a girl who had average looks but was kind and hardworking. Then, he had his parents propose the marriage to the girl's family. Originally, Madame Li had wanted to match her son with a girl whose family had decent circumstances in town. The first person that came to mind was her maternal niece. Her second older brother had a general goods store in town. Right after her niece was born, her second brother had an unexpected accident and harmed his core, so he was unable to father any more children. Although he technically adopted a son from his elder brother's family to carry on the line, at least half of her second brother's fat inheritance had to be given to her niece. Madame Li was planning on using marriage ties to get wealth. However, Heitzi knew what his older female cousin, who was older than him by a year, was truly like. Everyone said that nieces resembled their maternal aunts, and it was true for his cousin. She was just like his mother, happy to partake but not prepared to do any work. In addition, she was as fat as a plump pig. Her face was so fat that it resembled a corpse's face that had been swollen from sitting out for several days. Furthermore, his older cousin had been spoiled by his second uncle to the skies. She had an arrogant and willful temper beyond imagination. In fact, she even dared to shout at and order her own father around. If Heitzi had not changed, then it was likely that he would have listened to his mother's plans and obediently agreed to this marriage for the sake of getting his hands on his second uncle's assets. However, the few months he spent at the docks not only toughened his body but also changed his values. The kind and honest dock workers had morphed Heitzi's way of thinking. Now, he had the ability to make a living. Although he was currently a lowly regular worker, his monthly salary was decent, a tael. One tael was more than enough to sustain a family of 4 without any issues. In the future, if he continued to work hard and do well, he might be promoted and earn 2 taels a month. If Brother 6 appreciated his work even more, he could then be promoted to a foreman. The monthly salary for a foreman was 5 taels. Currently, he had already saved up 5 to 6 taels in his private purse after working for a few months. What was the point in sacrificing his future happiness for the sake of money now? Heitzi had revamped his thinking in these past few months. He needed to marry a wife who was like his second paternal aunt, a woman who was kind and capable. She needed to be able to manage both the inner courtyard and outside matters. In fact, he had looked closely at his second paternal uncle's family. They had all become rich through their own efforts and were doing better every day. As for his own family, his father wasn't very competent and his mother was a lazy bum who was of no use. Furthermore, his grandmother held all of the money tightly within her own hands. Thus, the whole family was unable to eat their fill on even coarse grain. Therefore, when he was considering his colleagues' daughters, he chose a maiden whose family was the poorest out of all of them. This young woman's mother had died from an illness 2 years ago, and the family had sold their few plots of land in an effort to raise money to treat her before she passed. Now, the entire household was reliant on Heitzi's colleague's salary to survive. This girl was the oldest in the family. After her mother passed away, she became the person in charge of farming and taking care of her 4 younger siblings. It was obvious that this girl was very hard-working as she was able to manage the household very well even as a young preteen. Her younger siblings always wore clean clothing that were patched perfectly. At a glance, he could tell that this girl knew how to live her life well. He naturally had to choose a wife like her. In the beginning, Madame Li didn't want to go along with his choice. However, Heitzi said something that made her change her mind. "Mother, I'm marrying a wife, not an uppity lady. You know older cousin too. Do you think you can order her around to do work? Do you think she'll take care of you when you get old? She even dares to verbally abuse second maternal uncle and second maternal aunt. Do you think you'll be able to endure her bad temper?" Madame Li thought for a bit and decided that he was right. Her niece just had that type of rotten personality. In the future, if they lived together, who would be the person serving who? Her son truly had a filial heart and knew how to find a wife to take care of her. "Madame Li, you're truly thinking too much. Your son is not like his second paternal uncle, a man who has unquestioning filial piety. Don't take his past behavior to heart, he knows how to take care of his wife. Furthermore, the woman who he wants to marry isn't someone as easy to bully as weak Madame Lu. She knows what work needs to be properly done, but she'll also say what needs to be said. Your son will mostly stand on his wife's side, so don't think you'll be able to take advantage of this mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship. But this is all stuff reserved for the future. Currently, the docks had 2 shifts, day and night shift. Heitzi was currently on the day shift, and he was about to leave work at this time when he saw his second uncle and his cousins cleaning up the food stand. Thus, he came over to see if there was any work he could help with. After helping Xiao carry the basket full of utensils onto the donkey cart, Heitzi couldn't resist his second uncle's kindness and gobbled down the bowl of refreshing and cooling starch jelly. He had heard of his second uncle selling starch jelly earlier from one of his co-workers. However, he was afraid that other people might accuse him of cadging a meal from them due to their familial relationship, so he normally asked someone to buy him a portion of braised food whenever Xiaolian was selling some. Otherwise, he chose to resist the temptation of the braised food and never came up personally to buy some. Today was the same. Although his co-workers all praised the starch jelly to high heaven, he resisted the temptation to come over. Only when he saw that his second uncle's family was cleaning up did he finally come by. However, he didn't expect his second uncle to especially save a portion, and so he managed to score a taste. After he finished the starch jelly, Haitzi was about to take out some money when he was stopped by Yu Hai, who told him that there was no point in being so petty between family members. It was only a bowl of starch jelly. If he continued to insist, then his second uncle would become angry. His uncle even said that in the future, if he was hungry, he should come over to the stand to have a bowl of starch jelly or cold noodles to cool down. There was no point in treating his family members like strangers. In the future, his two younger cousins needed him to support them. This whole conversation made it awkward for Haitzi to bring up the subject of money again. Thus, later on, Haitzi always came by when he had the time to help wait tables or scrub bowls. Furthermore, whenever Xiao gave him a bowl of starch jelly or noodles, he also never brought up the subject of paying again. All he could do was to help them out whenever he was able to. After he finished loading second uncle's donkey cart, Haitzi went back to the village with his second uncle's family. At the mouth of the village were a bunch of children, who had finished eating dinner, playing. When they saw the Yu sisters come back, they all formed a circle around them and started spewing questions. Xiao, Shanhu told us that you're looking to harvest some seaweed, is that true? Xiaolian, seaweed looks a lot like grass, can we really sell it to you guys for money? Shanhu's not tricking us, right? Xiao, I picked up a full basket of seaweed today. Don't tell us that you're not taking it. That's right, that's right. In order to gather seaweed, I even forgot to cut some ragweed and was scolded by my mother. Don't let me labor in vain. Xiao felt like her head was about to explode from the noise. She was finally able to find a gap in the chatter, and she promised, don't worry, I was the one who had Shanhu tell all of you. You absolutely won't be working in vain. All of you should bring the seaweed over to where my family buys seafood. Let me go home and rest for a moment. After that, I'll weigh the seaweed and pay you guys. The group of kids, who had all been waiting for the two sisters at the entrance of the village, scattered back home after hearing Xiao's words. They ran as if they were afraid that the Yu family might stop buying seaweed if they came back too late. Yu Hai doted on his daughter, so he had her sit on the side as he himself went up to receive all of the seaweed. No wonder there was a saying, many hands make light work. Although each child only had a dozen or so caddies worth of red algae in his or her basket, there were a lot of children. After tallying all of the seaweed, they ended up with 300 to 400 caddies of algae in the end. They almost didn't have enough baskets at home to carry all of this seaweed. Zhou Shanhu swung the string of copper coins in her hand contently. Today, even her older sister, who was sowing her dowry, had come out to gather red algae. Their haul was quite large. They managed to earn 40 some copper coins. Her family was doing better due to their prosperous chicken sales, so 40 copper coins wasn't worth too much. However, this was the money that she earned herself. Furthermore, her mother had told her that this money was for her alone to keep. Now, she had her own private purse. In the future, she needed to gather more seaweed so she could save some more money. Madame Lu stood in the center of the courtyard and looked worriedly at the baskets full of seaweed. From her experience, she knew that whenever her daughter came up with a new idea, the first 3 days they would be swamped before the craze slowly died down. Their business today had gone quite well, but they only managed to use 20 to 30 caddies worth of seaweed. Now, they had a few hundred caddies of seaweed sitting in their yard. The weather had been very hot lately, so if this bunch of seaweed went bad, what were they supposed to do? Xiao could tell that Madame Lu was worried, so she smiled and said, "Mother, don't worry. The seaweed here can be dried and stored for about a year afterwards. We don't know how long we'll have fresh red algae around, so storing extra isn't a bad idea." When Madame Lu heard this, she immediately relaxed. She worked along with her two daughters, carefully washing the seaweed before it was placed on some grass mats to dry in the sun. It would take quite a long time to process a few hundred caddies of seaweed. Fortunately, before long, Lady Fang came by with her two handmaidens. When she saw her daughter dripping sweat from work, she couldn't stay seated and also began to help them. This wasn't the first time Lady Fang had helped out. She couldn't watch her daughter work hard on her own, and Xiao wasn't the type of person to sit around twiddling her thumbs. Thus, Lady Fang also bustled around every time her daughter was doing something. As for her two handmaidens, they couldn't just stand on the side while their mistress worked, right? So, the Yu family had an additional 3 working hands for free. Freshly washed seaweed had a slightly fishy odor. Lady Fang was bent over, taking the just washed seaweed and placing them on grass mats. Suddenly, a puff of fishy odor wafted over and she couldn't help but retch. "Madam, is something wrong?" Linglong, who was right next to her, hurriedly supported her mistress to sit down when she saw her heaving. She then ladled up a glass of warm water from the ceramic jar and helped her mistress drink it down. Lady Fang felt her stomach settle down after the slightly sweet taste of the warm water hit her mouth. She smiled reassuringly at Xiao, who had come over out of concern, and said, "I'm fine. Don't get worried like Linglong. It might be that I'm not used to the smell of seaweed yet. Cower, godmother will be fine after resting a bit." Madame Lu smiled. "When I first married and came to Dongshan village, I was also not used to the smell of seafood. Every time I had a whiff of fishy odor I wanted to vomit. Her father even thought I was pregnant." Yu Xiaosao sniffed lightly at the red algae. The fishy odor was quite faint and was similar to the smell of the seafood porridge that she normally made for her godmother. In these past few months, her godmother had tried every type of seafood available without a problem. Furthermore, she had even been able to help with processing caught fish without vomiting. Why did she have a problem now? Suddenly, she heard her mother say the word, "pregnant." Her eyes immediately lit up. Her godmother and godfather had been eating her medicinal cuisine with added mystic stone water. Both of their bodies were completely healthy now. Her godmother was in her early 30s while her godfather was around 40. They had a good relationship, so her godmother becoming pregnant wasn't something out of the ordinary. Xiao placed the seaweed in her hands down and carefully washed all traces of fishy odor from them. She then arrived next to Lady Fang and pulled at the woman's hand to take her pulse. Lady Fang watched as her adopted daughter solemnly took her pulse. The tiny and delicate little face had such a serious look that she couldn't help but tease, "Oh. Our family's little miracle doctor is showing off her skills now. What did you diagnose? Tell godmother quickly." At this time, Fang Zizhen had just come in from the rear courtyard with a basket of freshly washed seaweed in his hands. When he saw his adopted daughter feeling his wife's pulse, he grinned, "Wife, believe in her. Our daughter has quite the medical talent. The last time I saw Tongren Medicine Hall's Dr. Sun, he even complimented our daughter for being quick at learning. If she truly wanted to learn medicine, I suspect that she would even have no problems entering the palace to become an imperial female doctor." Female doctors belonged to the imperial hospital, and they were in charge of treating the palace's empress and consorts. They mostly handled the diagnosis and treatment of some more private ailments. "Okay, then what does our little, female doctor, think godmother has right now?" Lady Fang felt like she had become healthier and healthier ever since she started living in Dongshan village. The change was especially obvious after she started eating her daughter's specially prepared medicinal cuisine. Now, she had so much energy that she was sure she could kill an ox by herself. However, she could tell that her daughter felt worried about her after she vomited a couple of times. Feelings between people were mutual. Xiao clearly cared about her, so Lady Fang treated her as if she was her own biological daughter. Anything that was good had to go to her daughter. Although Yu Xiao only had a dabbling of medical knowledge, she was quite talented at diagnosing through feeling a person's pulse. The worried look on her face quickly cleared. It was still a bit early, but she was certain that she felt a slippery pulse. Furthermore, she could tell that her godmother's health was quite good. However, a pregnant woman should always take more care and needed to do less hard labor. Fang Zizhen relaxed when he saw his daughter's expression. However, he still had to ask, "Daughter, is your godmother okay?" "No problems, she's doing quite well. If I'm not wrong, I'm pretty sure I'll have a little brother or sister 8 months from now." Yu Xiao was quite confident in her diagnosing ability, so she flashed a mischievous grin at her godfather. Fang Zizhen smiled gently as he nodded, "As long as she's okay, what did you say? What do you mean a little brother or sister? Am I thinking in the right direction?" It took a moment for the information to sink in. Suddenly, Fang Zizhen's eyes opened wide as he desperately tried to restrain his reaction. He strode forward and grabbed his goddaughter's arm as he repeatedly babbled. Lady Fang, who was still sitting, was so stunned that she resembled a statue. She stared at her daughter as if she was trying to figure out whether the little girl was teasing her or not. Yu Xiao had never seen her godfather in such a state before. Although he was clearly quite agitated, the hand that he used to grip her hand had modulated its force. It didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Xiao felt very grateful within her heart. She originally wanted to tease her godfather a little more, but those thoughts completely vanished. She solemnly nodded her head, "Godfather, you didn't hear wrong. I just felt a slippery pulse, so I'm pretty sure godmother is with child." "With child? Ha ha ha, I'm going to be a father. Qian, we're going to have our own child. Fang Zizhen gleefully danced around as if he was a joyful kid again. Despite the members of the Yu family around them, he gently drew his wife into his arms. Lady Fang had never been hugged by her husband in front of so many people before. She flushed and lightly pushed at him while scolding, "That's not necessarily true. Are you crazy? We'll talk about this again after I find Dr. Sun in town tomorrow to confirm." Lady Fang was also feeling very emotional right now. She was married at the age of 14 to General Fang, who was more than a decade older than her. For 20 years, there was no stirring in her belly. Although the imperial physician had found out that it wasn't her fault that they were childless, she still had a bit of regret within her heart. Despite her husband finding a satisfactory goddaughter for them, that hole in her heart was still not filled. Her husband knew that she had felt somewhat lost, so he, disregarding a man's dignity, searched for doctors and medications diligently. As soon as he heard of a talented doctor somewhere who was good at treating infertility, he would devoutly ask that doctor to treat him. However, despite all their efforts, the heavens had never taken pity on them. 20 years had passed without any sign of pregnancy. Time flowed by, and she no longer had any hope anymore. Now, suddenly, her adopted daughter had told her that she might be with child. Lady Fang thought back to her recent retching and a tiny beacon of hope lit up in her heart. The Yu family had previously joked that Xiaosao had been given pointers by a god. Now, she truly wished that that joke was true. Perhaps Xiaosao was truly her lucky star and could give her a different future. Fang Zizhen acted as if he was handling a piece of delicate porcelain and was incomparably careful when he hugged his wife. The smile on his face almost split his face in two as he chuckled, "Wife, even without confirmation I have a feeling that you're pregnant. I noticed that your tastes have changed this past month. In the past, you didn't like to eat sour foods, so all of the dishes at home had less vinegar added to them. Recently, you've been wanting to eat sour foods as if they were the only thing good on earth. In fact, you even have to add a couple drops of vinegar to seafood soup. As for our daughter's sweet and sour fish, sweet and sour pork chops, you could probably down at least half of a large platter on your own. Also, you've been sleeping in a lot while in the past you've always woken up early, you must be pregnant. Our baby must be a lazy bum who loves to eat sour foods." When Madame Lu heard this, she hurriedly congratulated them. "From what General Fang is saying, it's probably 80 to 90% certain that you're pregnant. When I was pregnant with little Shish too, I also loved to eat sour foods. In fact, I love to eat unripe apricots straight off the tree, which are usually so sour that most people can't take a single bite. Sour foods for boys, spicy foods for girls, you must have a fat little fellow in you." Madame Lu had been pregnant 3 times and given birth to 4 children, so she was considered experienced. When Lady Fang heard her words, her somewhat nervous heart settled down. She gently used a hand to rub at her belly and a loving smile appeared on her face. "It doesn't matter whether this child is a boy or girl, he or she is still the best present that the heavens have given me." Yu Xiaosao nestled next to her godmother and let out a silvery laugh. "Godmother, tomorrow I'll have godfather bring you into town. We can have Dr. Sun tell us if there's anything pregnant women need to avoid and also buy some tonics as well. We absolutely cannot neglect my little brother." Fang Zizhen grinned foolishly and repeatedly agreed, "Yes, yes. We should buy a lot of tonics. It's hard for you to be pregnant so we must take good care of you." Yu Xiaosao's whole family was sincerely happy for Fang Zizhen and his wife. The two had been married for 20-some years and Fang Zizhen was already in his 40s. Now that he could finally have a descendant of his own blood, was there anything else that could make him even more happy? With the good news revealed, everyone worked lightly and quickly. Before long, the few hundred caddies worth of seaweed had all been completely washed and set out to dry by the group. Lady Fang, who also wanted to help, had been ordered to sit on the side by them. After drinking some water that was enhanced with mystic stone water, she didn't feel unwell again. In fact, that evening, she managed to eat an extra half bowl of food. The next morning, Fang Zizhen carefully brought his wife into town. As usual, Yu Hai and his daughters took the donkey cart to the docks. The previous night, Shaolian had proudly showed the rest of the family the amount of money they earned that day. Since the docks were doing well, the prices had also gradually gone up. An ordinary bowl of coarse grain noodles used to be 1 copper coin a bowl, but was now 2 copper coins a bowl. Wheat flour noodles had gone up to 3 copper coins a bowl, and they had set the price for cold noodles at 4 copper coins a bowl. Starch jelly was set at 5 copper coins a bowl. Thus, in one day, they made around 2 taels, which was 2,000 copper coins. From that, one could see just how many bowls of starch jelly and cold noodles they sold in a day. For the Yu family, 2 taels really wasn't a lot of money anymore. However, for Xiaolian, it was still considered quite a lot. In the past, when she sold braised food, even though the price had gone up to 2 copper coins a portion, she could only make a couple hundred copper coins in a day. After splitting a tael with her younger sister, she still had more money in her hands than before. The most important part was that all of this money was considered to be hers and hers alone. In the past, before they split from the main branch, she thought having a couple copper coins on hand was a grand sum. Now, she had over 100 taels worth of private savings, but she was still considered the poorest of her family. Little Shish too, who was studying in town, had multiple people giving him some pocket money here and there. Thus, even his private savings was more than her own. However, judging by the speed they earned money the previous day, her private savings were soon about to double. Yu Xiaolian immediately felt enthusiastic and optimistic about the future. The starch jelly business at the pier kept Xiaosao busy for a bit. For the past few days, she got up at the crack of dawn, staggered out the door with the pot of starch jelly Madame Lu had made, and drove the donkey cart with Xiaolian. On the way over, she took a nap on the donkey cart. Once they got to the pier, they simmered chili oil, prepared the condiments, kneaded the dough, rolled the dough, cooked noodles, and then greeted their first group of customers for the day. For the other food vendors at the docks, the summer was their off-season. However, the business at the Yu family's sister's starch jelly stall grew with the summer heat. Other people did try to find out how to make starch jelly. Although starch jelly was easy to make, the ingredients were hard to come by. As a result, Xiaosao and her sister made sure to tightly cover the baskets that held seaweed. They also separated part of the noodles stall into a storage space. People could come to the stall to eat starch jelly, but they couldn't go to someone's storage space. Furthermore, the pot that cooked the seaweed was covered with a thick covering, which not only prevented someone from secretly opening it but also sped up the boiling process. This summer, for some reason, seaweed poured onto the shore after the tide went out. Xiaosao couldn't help but think that an earthquake had occurred at the bottom of the ocean, causing the seaweed that grew at the bottom of the ocean to break off and float to shore with the changing tides. Those who wanted to find out the recipe of the starch jelly would have never thought that the seaweed floating all over the sea was the key ingredient. After a few days, business finally settled down. However, this business required cooking, prepping ingredients, and taking care of the customers. Xiaosao couldn't do this alone, and Xiaosao's godfather had asked her more than once in private to find spare time to take care of her godmother. The doctor confirmed that Lady Fang was pregnant the last time they went into town. Fang Zizhen treated her as if she was a phoenix egg, catering to her every whim. He wished that he could be beside her the entire day in order to protect her from any falls or stumbles. Recently, some important people were going to come for an inspection. He couldn't avoid it, so he asked his goddaughter for help. His goddaughter's good medical skills were good and she was skilled in recognizing beneficial medicines for a healthy diet. He would only feel relieved if his goddaughter was watching over his wife. Thus, Xiaosao entrusted her eldest maternal uncle, who was working at the docks, to send a message to her eldest maternal aunt. Her aunt was currently idle at home and Xiaosao wanted to have her and Xiaolian work together to run this business. Although the starch jelly and cold noodles stall was a small business, after subtracting the costs of ingredients, the profits were decent. The two families could split the earnings and get 1 tael each, which added up to 30 taels a month. There were very few people at the pier who could surpass their business. Eldest maternal aunt came with her younger daughter the next day. Her eldest daughter, Lu Feifeng, was almost 17 years old and had been engaged for 2 years. She was going to get married at the end of the year, so she had to stay at home preparing for her wedding. Madame Han was planning on using the 50 taels she would earn from helping Xiaosao manage the stall on her eldest daughter's dowry. After all, her eldest daughter had worked hard. Lu Feiying, the second daughter, was 14 years old and recently just got engaged. Madame Han, upon hearing from Xiaosao that marrying early may not necessarily be a good thing, told her future in-laws to wait until their daughter was 16 or 17 years old to marry over. The in-laws agreed, they couldn't disagree. The Lu brothers had made a lot of money with their brother-in-law selling watermelons. Everyone in Qishan village knew about this. The oldest son of the Lu family didn't have a son. So he took the money he earned and bought a shop for each of his daughters in the newly built harbor as their dowry. His eldest daughter also had an additional 50 taels of silver for her dowry. This was a generous sum of money. Let alone people in Qishan village, no one else within the dozen or so other nearby villages was willing to give such a large dowry to their daughters. Therefore, the Lu family's door sills had almost been flattened by the number the matchmakers coming to their door. After picking and choosing, Madame Han chose a family living in the suburb of the town for her second daughter. If this family was in Chishan village, they would also be considered an uncommonly rich family. This family had 30-some mu of fertile land, and they had relatively simple relations. The older couple was known for their good tempers. The elder brother was already married and had children. When the younger brother married, the older couple planned on separating the family and living with the elder brother. The land and family property will be split equally between the brothers, and the younger brother will only have to give rice to the old couple to support them every month. This was why Madame Han chose this family for her second daughter, even though the family wasn't the richest out of the people who came to propose marriage. The Liu family's net worth kept rising. Madame Han's second daughter wasn't the only one who got many marriage proposals, even her youngest 12-year-old daughter also had people coming over to inquire. However, Madame Han felt that her younger daughter was too young and wanted her to live joyfully for an additional 2 years. Furthermore, she believed that as long as her family continued to work with her younger sister-in-law for the next couple of years, they would continue to prosper. By the time she needed to find a husband for her youngest daughter, there would likely be more choices. The Liu family's eldest son and his wife, Madame Han, were people who didn't like to stay idle. Right after the watermelon season was over, Liu Pei went to the docks to do manual labor. Brother Six had found him and asked if he wanted to become an official employee. Liu Pei, who was planning to sell watermelons at the end of spring every year, tactfully declined this offer. Temporary workers on the pier weren't always able to get some work every day. However, due to Brother Six's relationship with Xiao, he assigned Liu Pei work every day and even paid him the salary that regular workers received. Madame Han stayed at home for a few days, thinking about what business to do on the side to make some money. Before she could make a decision, her husband came home with good news. Xiao, your eldest uncle said you came out with a new food. He said you two sisters are too busy and can't manage the business on your own. Let me come help you guys. If there is anything you need me to do, just tell me. Madame Han never doubted her little niece's cooking skills. Madame Han was used to cooking at home, so it wasn't hard for her to knead the dough and make noodles. Thus, Xiao gave her the recipe to make cold noodles. As for her cousin, Liu Feiyan, she was nimble and quick like her mother. As such, Xiao had her bring the cold noodles and starch jelly to the guests. This way, Xiaolian only needed to take care of making starch jelly and seasoning the cold noodles and starch jelly. Madame Han and Liu Feiyan were both good workers. After the initial rush, they soon got a handle of their tasks. Hey, how is it? Did the two of you manage to help out? Liu Pei and his eldest nephew, Liu Jiwei, wiped the sweat off of themselves as they came over with great strides after loading the cargo. Liu Jiwei was also an official employee of Brother Six now. Madame Han took the noodles that were ready and placed them in ice water, not forgetting to roll her eyes at him. She smiled. Did you think that the two of us eat for free? Making noodles is nothing to us. Liu Feiyan poured 2 bowls of iced water for her dad and cousin, smiled mysteriously at them and said, Dad, drink some water to quench your thirst. Liu Pei had been thirsty for a long time, so he drank the water with a big gulp. A wave of coolness went through his body, which was more enjoyable than drinking cold water from the well on a summer day. After finishing the iced water in one breath, Liu Pei let out a long sigh and exclaimed brightly, Yunur, bring Dad another bowl. Xiao, where did get such cool well water? Liu Feiyan brought over another bowl of water and said, Dad, younger cousin is really impressive. On such a hot summer day, she can make ice cubes. This iced water is cooled by those ice cubes. Such a hot day, where would you get ice? Are you saying that our Xiao is an immortal in disguise, with the ability to change water into ice? Old Hao sat down under the awning, with the summer heat hanging onto him. Grabbing a fan in the shop, he vigorously fanned himself with it. Upon hearing their conversation, he jokingly inserted a sentence. Xiao also poured him a bowl of ice water. There were even 2 ice cubes floating on the top. The big clay jar in the noodles stall had become her ice manufacturing tool. The starch jelly and cold noodles were all chilled with ice water that was cooled with ice cubes, making them more refreshing. Old Hao opened his eyes wide and stared at the ice cube that was the size of a pigeon egg. He picked it up with his hands and clicked his tongue as he looked at it a while longer before putting it in his mouth. He chewed it and it made a satisfying crunching noise. The other people coming in to eat lunch also wanted a bowl of ice water after seeing this. Xiaolian said with a smile while seasoning the cold noodles, we only have this 1 jar of ice, if we give it to you guys then we won't be able to chill the cold noodles and starch jelly. Do you guys want to eat warm starch jelly and noodles? Upon hearing this, the honest dock workers all laughed and gave up on this idea. One of the men, who was more witty, loudly said, "Xiaolian, we know that this iced water isn't easy to come by and we wouldn't be drinking it for nothing. 1 bowl of ice water for 1 copper coin, what do you think?" Since someone was bringing money directly to their doorstep, they naturally couldn't leave them hanging. Xiao, who was making ice inside, came out upon hearing this and hurriedly said, "Since uncles have brought it to this point, if we continue declining then it will become unpleasant. Alright, in the future, we will add one more thing to the menu, iced water." Xiaolian worriedly asked, "Little sister, making ice isn't easy. We don't have that many people, will we be able to handle the work?" What Xiaolian was trying to hint at was that they only had 1 jar of ice. Was that enough ice to sell? Xiao smiled and loudly said, "If we can make it convenient for people, then it's fine if we are a bit busier. Don't worry, it's just making more ice every day." Xiao's meaning was to let her father expand the stall and build a formal storage room and put 2 large tanks inside. As long as the saltpeter and water were well proportioned and the water placed in an iron bucket, then there wouldn't be any inconvenience. However, in the future, their consumption of water will dramatically increase, and the water would have to be brought from the nearby villages, making it inconvenient. Nevertheless, if you had money, then you can even make ghosts do work for you. They could hire people to help them transport the water. A few copper coins for a cart full of water, there were still people willing to do this type of work. After adding the service of selling iced water, the Yu sisters' business became even more prosperous. Everyone was sweaty all over on such a hot day. Upon drinking a bowl of cooled iced water, it quenched their thirst and relieved them of the summer heat. With the relief from the summer heat, their appetite naturally grew. With a bowl of cold noodles and starch jelly to eat, a person felt very comfortable. With eldest maternal aunt and her older cousin helping, Xiao could finally find some time to take care of her pregnant godmother. There were many trees on the mountains and the environment around the residence was cooler. Lady Fang didn't have the discomforts of a pregnant woman either. Every day, once in the morning and once in the evening, she would stroll around, like usual, enjoying the beautiful scenery. Lady Fang's pregnancy was stable. Every day, Xiao took her pulse. In addition, Xiao believed that Lady Fang shouldn't do any hard labor in the first 3 months of pregnancy, yet proper exercise is still necessary. In terms of nutrition, Xiao made different tasty dishes for her godmother every day. Faced with the beautiful environment of the West Mountains and her filial goddaughter's company, there wasn't anything wrong with the lady's appetite apart from not being able to stand the smell of seafood. Xiao mischievously said, "Little brother must be clever and filial. He knows that being pregnant is hard on godmother, so he doesn't want to cause you suffering." Lady Fang used her index finger to poke at Xiao's forehead. She cradled her growing pregnant belly and revealed the brilliance of a mother's love. The morning light cuts through the dark blue sky and the ocean breeze bringing along a slight cool breeze. Yu Hai's family started their busy day. "Brother Dahai, are you ready to go?" Uncle Xuanju, who was of the same village, was carrying sharpened iron pitchforks. He excitedly pushed open the Yu family's door and urged. Xiao, who was washing up, looked at the weapon in Uncle Xuanju's hand and asked astonishingly, "Uncle Xuanju, are you going to the mountains to hunt?" "Then you will be disappointed, my mother won't let my father go hunt in the mountains." Madame Lu was afraid of a rope after being bitten by a snake. After Yu Hai was bitten by a bear last time, she had been badly frightened. No matter what, she wouldn't let Yu Hai go hunt in the mountains again. Yu Hai was someone who dearly loved his wife, so in order to reassure her, he never went up the mountain again after that incident. With the pitchforks in his hands, Lu Xuanju happily waved and said, "These aren't for hunting. These are for shark hunting. The dried goods store in the prefectural city is buying shark fins at a high price. Your father is the most famous shark catcher in the nearby villages. In the past, before your grandfather bought the new boat, your father and I were the best shark hunting duo. Capturing sharks. It seems pretty dangerous, can my father handle it?" Yu Xiao rinsed out the rest of the lake salt in her mouth and asked anxiously with wide eyes. Yu Hai got a specially made net from the backyard and said to his younger daughter, "I made plans to go out to sea today with your uncle Xuanju a couple of days ago. You stay at home and don't run around. After I catch the shark, I will make a new diving suit for you." Yu Xiao blinked and cutely said, "Father, Xiaolian is busy right now. She doesn't have time to go to the sea, so I can just use her diving suit." "Father, I've never seen shark hunting before. Take me with you. I'll stay on the boat and I won't cause any trouble for you." Quote. The sea was different from land, there could be danger at any moment. Moreover, sharks were fierce marine animals. They weren't herbivores. If something happened to his younger daughter, wouldn't her mother and godparents tear him apart? Yu Hai firmly rejected Xiao. No. If you want to go to the sea, then I will take you on another day. Shark hunting isn't for playing around, so it's better for you to stay at home. Upon realizing that acting cute wasn't working, Yu Xiao went to the kitchen and ate her breakfast. All of a sudden, her eyes shifted, and she bit her lip, thinking, even if you don't take me, it doesn't mean that I can't go. I still have the little divine stone. Don't I just have to dive into the water and follow from there? With that idea in mind, the previously listless Xiao quickly finished the meal and sent her father and Uncle Xuanju to the Lu family's new fishing boat. Yu Hai looked at his youngest daughter, who was waving happily at them, and felt uneasy. He reminded her again, "Cower, if you want to swim, you can swim a couple of laps in the shallow waters nearby. Don't swim out too far. Your body isn't strong to begin with, so make sure you can swim back." "I know, father. Quit being so long-winded, even Uncle Xuanju is becoming impatient from waiting." Yu Xiao promised. Once Yu Hai and Lu Xuanju left, she ran back home and changed into a diving suit. Choosing a place where no one was, she jumped into the sea with a splash. Today, the sky was clear. The strong sun shined on the yellow sand, and there wasn't a cloud to be seen or a breeze to be felt. In the distance, the sea and the sky merged into one. On the horizon, the color of blue slowly spread to the beach. The seawater was clear and azure like the sky, and shined beautifully like a bolt of brocade. Yu Xiao swam in the sea for a bit, and with the help of the divine stone's spiritual power, she floated in the ocean. Cupping her hands around her mouth, she shouted toward the deeper parts of the sea, "Xiaobu, Xiaobu." The little divine stone lazily reminded her, "Save some energy. This divine stone has already given the baby dolphin a command, as soon as you appear in the ocean, he will come to find you." As if answering the divine stone's words, the cute and clever dolphin appeared in front of Xiao. These days, Xiao had been busy with the business at the pier. When she got home, it was already dark outside, so how could she have time to play with the little dolphin in the sea? The little dolphin happily swam around Xiao and occasionally rubbed its smooth head on her arm. As if it was blaming her for neglecting it, it cried, "Ah, ah." Xiao gently rubbed the little dolphin's head and said, "I know. Aren't I here now? In the summer, I will come to play with you more often. Right now, I will give you a mission, take me to find a fishing boat. Can you do that?" The little dolphin seemed to understand her words and nodded its head. Then it placed Xiao on its back and swiftly swam toward a direction. Xiao, who was on the back of the dolphin, felt as if she was on a jet ski, breaking through the waves and the wind. Thankfully, there weren't any fishing boats nearby, or they would have thought she was a sea monster. During this era, most fishing boats were driven by manpower or wind. Although it was difficult to find a fishing boat in the vast sea, it was fun to swim along with the wind. Fortunately, the little divine stone occasionally gave her directions, and Xiao soon caught up to her father's boat. Xiao was afraid her father would see her, so she urged the little dolphin to dive into the sea and slowly approach the boat. Sailing with the wind, the fishing boat advanced further into the sea. With the boundary that the little divine stone created with its power, Xiao swam under the boat, and she would occasionally dive deeper into the sea to tease the curious fish that gathered. About 2 hours later, when Xiao felt like she was becoming a marine creature, the fishing finally stopped. At this time, the tools used for catching sharks were very simple. All one needed were a fishing net and a steel pitchfork. Yu Hai first took the bait he had brought, a piece of fish meat covered in chicken blood, and placed it around the boat. Then he used a piece of wood to gently knock on the deck of the boat, using the sound to attract the sharks. Yu Xiao got off the back of the dolphin and quietly swam over to the piece of fish. She even used her hands and gently poked it. The little dolphin beside her curiously looked at the delicious piece of meat, opened his mouth, and prepared to swallow it. Xiao hurriedly stopped him. That was a bait for sharks, so there were hooks in it. If the little dolphin ate it, it would most definitely lose its life. Not being able to eat the delicious food in front of it made the little dolphin upset. The little dolphin swam out to a spot not far away and shouted at the boat a few times before jumping out of the water to vent its dissatisfaction. Lu Xuanju looked at the dolphin not far away and laughed, "Ha! Instead of attracting sharks over, we attracted a dolphin. Brother Dahai, if we aren't lucky today and don't attract any sharks, catching that little dolphin wouldn't be bad either." Yu Hai looked strangely at the dolphin that was swimming around them. This dolphin looked like it was still a baby, yet it seemed to have gotten separated from its school. It also didn't seem to fear humans. It took patience to wait for sharks to take the bait. The two people on the boat took out their breakfast and leisurely chatted while they ate. However, it was hard for Xiao who was in the water. She was like a fish, swimming to the bottom of the sea looking for treasures. Sadly, she didn't bring any tools, or she would have gained a lot of profit. It looked like there were a lot of resources deep in the sea. When will the sharks come? Yu Xiaoxiao felt like she was going to fall asleep. She had asked the little divine stone to make a bubble with its spiritual power and was currently comfortably lying in it. Do you need me to give a helping hand and attract the sharks here for your father? The little divine stone asked arrogantly. Yeah, hurry, if my father catches a shark earlier, then he might be able to get home in time for lunch. Yu Xiaoxiao was in a better mood as soon as she heard that the divine stone could attract sharks over. The little divine stone quietly released its spiritual power. The smell it gave off imitated the taste of the shark's favorite food and it could be sent out very far. Not long later, Xiaoxiao saw that sharks were swimming over in the distance. She hurriedly called out to the little dolphin to evacuate the area. If they didn't move now, then they would be waiting to become shark food. Wait, what's going on? Why am I surrounded by sharks? This unreliable little divine stone, it had actually attracted a school of sharks here. Was she going to become shark food? What are you worrying about? With me, this divine stone here, why would you be afraid of becoming shark food? Coward, the bubble that the little divine stone created could isolate smells, so the sharks didn't even know Xiaoxiao was there. The little divine stone also did an act of kindness and made a bubble for the little dolphin. The little dolphin was Xiaoxiao's playmate and companion, so it was automatically included in the protective scope. Just as Xiaoxiao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Uncle Xuanju shouting on the fishing boat, "Brother Dahai, what should we do? We are surrounded by sharks." Experienced shark hunters all knew that they didn't have to be afraid of a single shark, but an entire school of them would be very scary. If sharks got angry, they could easily flip an entire fishing boat. Xiaoxiao frowned as she watched the sharks slowly moving closer to the fishing boat. The first shark that appeared had arrived beside the bait and was opening its mouth to bite the bait. No, father is in danger. I have to find a way to lure the other sharks away. She climbed onto the back of the little dolphin and gently pacify the frightened dolphin. The little dolphin, whom Xiaoxiao had named Xiaobu, only had one thing in its mind upon seeing so many sharks: escape. At this time, Xiaoxiao pointed it in a direction and the little dolphin rushed off in that direction without thinking. Gradually, the little dolphin realized that the sharks didn't notice them despite being so close. The little dolphin seemed to have calmed down and slowed down its speed. At this moment, the sharks had surrounded Yu Hai's fishing boat, and the shark that had bit the bait was struggling desperately. Yu Hai, who was holding the fishing rod with the bait on it, almost got dragged into the sea several times. Lu Xuanju was holding the steel pitchfork and was aiming it at the shark, but he hesitated to throw it. He knew that if he managed to injure the shark, the scent of blood would cause the other sharks to attack. He was uncertain whether the boat would be able to remain floating at that time. If the two of them fell into the waters, would the fierce sharks be willing to let them go? From afar, Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head and saw that the fishing boat was in a crisis. She hurriedly asked the little divine stone to release the spiritual power that attracted the sharks earlier, while she rode on the little dolphin at the quickest speed to further the distance. The fishing boat was shaken violently by the shark that was desperately trying to get off the hook. If the two weren't expert sailors, then the boat would have already been flipped. What were they going to do? Were they going to be finished here today? Yu Hai and Lu Xuanju were falling into despair. Brother Dahai, the shoal of sharks has scattered. Come on, quickly reel the rod. Lu Xuanju was the first to notice that the sharks had left. Although he was inwardly perplexed about why the shoal of sharks suddenly all went in one direction, he didn't think too deeply about it. At this time, the shark, whose mouth was caught by the hook, was struggling desperately. Its 1.5-meter long body was wriggling vigorously in the water. Fortunately, Yu Hai was strong enough to tightly clasp the iron fishing rod in his hands and prevent the shark from breaking free. While Yu Hai was reeling the rod, Lu Xuanju used the steel fork in his hands to pierce the shark. Perhaps he was still stunned or slightly nervous, but he was still unable to subdue the shark after piercing it several times. Seeing that blood of the injured shark was slowly dispersing in the seawater, Yu Hai was afraid that it would attract the shoal of sharks from earlier, so he said, "Xuanju, come hold the rod and let me try." Lu Xuanju knew that Yu Hai, who was skilled in hunting, was more accurate than him, so he took the fishing rod in Yu Hai's hands. At this time, the wounded shark seemed to have sensed its impending death, so it flopped with all its might, nearly pulling Lu Xuanju into the sea. Yu Hai quickly picked up the steel fork and stabbed into the head of the shark that was desperately trying to escape in the sea. He didn't understand the refraction of seawater, but he knew from his long-term fishing experience that he couldn't just aim straight at the target. Instead, there needed to be a small deviation. Sure enough, the harpoon had hit the target. The poor shark flopped a few times before it stopped moving. The two worked together to pull the shark into the boat, and then skillfully cut the fins. The shark meat had a pungent smell, so most people didn't eat it. However, Yuhai promised to make a diving suit with the shark skin for his younger daughter. Thus, he prepared to peel off the skin after taking the shark back. Xiao, who had swum far away, told the little divine stone to stop emitting its spiritual power. After the shoal of sharks chasing lost their target, they gradually dispersed. The little dolphin, who quickly fled with Xiao on its back, had just swam away desperately with its little life. It had actually performed exceedingly well, leaving the sharks far behind them. Of course, there was also the contribution of the little divine stone using its powers to replenish the little dolphin's energy and accelerating its speed. Xiaobu, let's go back to that place and take a look. Xiao was still slightly worried and decided to go back for a look to confirm her father's and Lu Xuanju's safety. The little dolphin shook its head desperately. It's too scary. There's a lot of sharks. My mommy said I have to stay away from dangerous animals. Xiaobu don't want to go. The little dolphin reluctantly agreed after Xiao persuaded it for a long time and promised to bring it delicious meat soaked in mystic stone water later. On the way back, they encountered several scattered sharks. However, the little divine stone had sensed it in advance and they were able to avoid them. When Xiao saw the Lu family's boat again, they had already begun setting the second bait down. Little glutinous dumpling, can you lure one shark at a time? Do you know that my father almost died because of you just now? There was a trace of reproach in Xiao's tone. The scene earlier was so alarmingly dangerous that her soul nearly flew away from the fright. The little divine stone decided to redeem itself with merit. No problem. But, I need you to get close to the shark. Can you do it? Can you guarantee the safety of me and Xiaobu? Xiao didn't want to sacrifice her own life for shark fins. The little divine stone patted its chest and vowed, rest assured, this divine stone is here. How can ordinary sharks break through this divine stone's spiritual barrier? You're looking down on me. In light of the fact that the little divine stone was usually pretty reliable and had never messed up at the critical time, Xiaoko chose to believe it. Xiao urged the little dolphin to swim toward the direction where they had found the sharks just now. Soon, an unknown species of shark, about 2 meters long, swam in their direction. It seemed to be mealtime for this shark. Seeing a delicious little dolphin and an unknown creature, it rushed over madly. The little dolphin was stunned by the ferocity of the shark. No matter how Xiao urged it, it only stayed in the same place and forgot to run away. The big shark swiftly arrived beside them and opened its large, fierce-looking mouth. Revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, it chomped in the direction of Xiao and the little dolphin. The little divine stone broadened its spiritual barrier and firmly wrapped Xiao and the little dolphin within it. The big shark bit on the spiritual barrier, but the barrier remained intact. The shark's mouth was propped open by the barrier. It could neither spit it out, nor could it swallow it. Ayo, how embarrassing. The little divine stone suddenly shrunk the barrier and used its spiritual power to help Xiao and the little dolphin escape from the shark's mouth. The little dolphin finally reacted and fled in panic. Although it was carrying Xiao on its back, the little dolphin moved in an agile manner. The shark behind them obviously didn't want to let its prey escape, so it hastily chased after them. With one chasing and the other escaping, the little dolphin and the shark quickly reached Yuhai's boat. At this time, the little divine stone suddenly helped them speed up. The big shark quickly lost the target in front of its eyes. It didn't give up and kept searching nearby. Suddenly, it noticed the bait set by Yuhai and Lu Xuanju. It was a small piece of meat, but no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Hence, it decided to just eat it first. As proven by facts, greed came at a price. This shark ended up dying due to food. Brother Dahai, we're pretty lucky today. It has only been 2 hours, but we have already caught 2 sharks. If it continues like this, we might get 4 or 5 sharks before nightfall. Lu Xuanju burst with joy as he looked at the 2 large sharks on the boat. As the saying goes, an ounce of shark fin is a tael of gold. The weight of these 2 sharks' fins must be at least 2 or 3 catties. He was going to be rich. Yuhai wiped the sweat on his face and was in a good mood. In the past, when he came out to hunt sharks, he was already considered rather lucky if he could catch 1 shark in a day. Most of the time, he would return empty-handed when hunting for sharks. He also didn't expect that they were able to catch 2 sharks so easily. However, he didn't greedily think that they would continue to be so lucky, who knows. But, This is more than enough for today, even if we can't catch anything else in the afternoon. You're right. Oh, here comes another one. Quickly look, it's coming straight at us. Is this considered delivering itself to us on its own accord? Lu Xuanju couldn't believe his own eyes. Today, thanks to the heavens, they were getting a big harvest. Yu Hai had already gotten ready. After drinking mystic stone water for a long period of time, his vision had gotten much better than most people. Seeing that there seemed to be something luring the shark over, he asked in surprise, Xuanju, do you see that? It looks like the shark is chasing something. Let me take a closer look. It seems like a human. No, it kind of looks like a fish. Lu Xuanju concentrated on staring at the fishing rod in his hands and said, Brother Dahai, are you sure you didn't see wrong? How can it be a human? Haha, Brother Dahai, you must have heard too many legends. It's on the hook. It got hooked. It's a big one. Brother Dahai, quickly come help. Yu Hai stopped thinking about what was in the sea and focused on dealing with the big shark. It was really a big one. The two sharks just now didn't seem any more than 200 to 300 catties. This one was huge and was at least 4 meters long. It definitely weighed over 1,000 catties. He threw the harpoon hard, but it didn't kill the shark. It wasn't hard to imagine how strongly the injured shark would struggle. It nearly flipped their fishing boat. Yu Hai quickly picked up the harpoon and used all his strength to throw the harpoon at the vital part of the shark. Fortunately, the life of the large shark was brought to an end during the third jab. Had it taken more time, the two might have been dragged into the sea. It was such a large shark, nearly bigger than their boat. It was impossible to transport it back. Yu Hai took off his outer garment, jumped into the sea, and swam towards the shark's corpse. He cut off the shark's fins with a sharp knife and threw them onto the ship. When he climbed back onto the fishing boat, he said to Lu Xuanju, let's quickly go somewhere else. Sharks have a keen sense of smell. I'm afraid that the blood around here will attract a shoal of sharks to come over. Lu Xuanju hastily turned the sail and steered towards another direction. At the time, Xiao Sao swam over and grabbed the rope at the stern of the boat, letting the fishing boat take her forward. The little dolphin, who was a little tired, followed behind them weakly. Oh, Brother Dahai, quickly look. There's a little dolphin following our boat. The little fellow doesn't seem very happy. Perhaps it's hungry. Lu Xuanju saw Xiaobu and teased it with the harpoon. It might be due to Xiao Sao, but the little dolphin wasn't afraid of him. Instead, it poked its head out of the water and stared at Lu Xuanju with its big, limpid eyes. Lu Xuanju sliced a piece of meat from the shark on the boat and threw it at the little dolphin. The little dolphin was slightly hungry, so it swallowed the meat and stretched out its head to ask for more. Lu Xuanju was in a good mood because of the good harvest today. He started talking with the little dolphin. Little fellow, did you get separated from your group? So pitiful. Here, eat another piece of shark meat. You're really lucky today. You haven't tried shark meat before, right? As he spoke, he tossed another small piece of meat over. After it ate a few pieces of meat, the little dolphin's strength had also recovered. At this time, Yu Hai and Lu Xuanju settled on another area and laid the fish bait. It's time to work, Xiaobu. It's hard to complain about someone who has fed you. Quickly lure a few more sharks over. Yu Xiaosao reckoned that they should hurry up. After catching 3 to 5 more sharks, her father would probably set sail to return home. In this way, with Xiaosao's help, Yu Hai felt as if everything was going his way. The sharks were constantly taking their bait. Moreover, on several occasions, he has seen something in the water luring the sharks over. When he told Lu Xuanju about it, he got teased by him. Brother Dahai, have you ever saved the daughter of the Dragon King of the Sea? Maybe she lured all these sharks over to pay the debt of gratitude. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, he burst out in laughter as if he had told a very funny joke. When the sun started setting, they had already caught 8 sharks. They had left most of the shark bodies in the sea and only brought back 2 of them. One shouldn't be too greedy, so Yu Hai decided to set sail to return home. Seeing that the boat was preparing to go back, Xiao Sao swam back first and waited for them on a reef by the sea. Fortunately, the return trip went very smoothly, and she soon saw the outline of the fishing boat on the shore. Xiao Sao jumped back into the sea and swam towards the boat. Oh, isn't that Xiao Sao? Sure enough, she is Brother Dahai's daughter. She's a pretty good swimmer. Xiao Sao is such a kind and upright person. She was probably worried about you, and thus waiting for you by the sea. Lu Xuanju saw the agile figure in the sea and couldn't help but praise. Yu Hai revealed a proud smile on his face. His daughter was really the best. She had only come to the seaside with Shanhu and the others several times, and she had already learned how to swim. Moreover, she could swim so well. She must have inherited it from me. He lifted Xiao, who had gotten closer to the boat, onto the fishing boat and proudly showed off today's harvest. Xiao pretended to be surprised and voiced a series of praise for her father, which caused Yuhai to laugh continuously. The shark's dorsal fin, pectoral fins, and caudal fin could all be made into dried shark fin, so at least 20 to 30 caddies of fins could be cut off from each shark. Of course, in order to turn them into dried shark fin, they need to be dried and dehydrated. Thus, only around 10 caddies of shark fin could be produced from each shark. Yuhai and Lu Xuanju felt that their moral character must be extremely good today. They had actually caught 8 sharks in a day. In this way, the fins alone weighed over 200 caddies. The shark fins were equally divided between the two families. After they were made into dried shark fins, they would take them to the prefectural city to sell. They could definitely sell them for a good price. Yuhai was very good at preparing shark fins, so Lu Xuanju left his portion of shark fins with Yuhai and asked him to help make them into dried shark fins. As a result, Yuhai was very busy for the next 2 days. Yu Xiaosao had fallen in love with the feeling of underwater exploration, especially in the deep sea, which was definitely a mysterious area. There was a rich variety of marine creatures at the bottom of the sea. Her harvest from diving once was much higher than gathering seafood by the sea. Recently, she didn't have any good ideas to make money, so she was thinking about doing something with the high-quality seafood like sea cucumber, abalone, and lobster. Weren't abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, and fish maw the favorite of the rich? She had the support of Junsho restaurant, so she wasn't worried about not being able to sell the marine goods she found from her underwater exploration. On the contrary, when Xiaosao first took out the sea cucumbers, abalones, and a fresh lobster that was half a meter long, the head manager of Junsho restaurant was completely stunned. After that, he was extremely elated. It had been a long time since Junsho restaurant launched a new dish. In summer, greasy food like roasted chicken and braised meat weren't as popular as they used to be. The chefs in the back kitchen were all scratching their heads trying to think of a new and refreshing dish. With these high-quality seafood, did they still have to worry about not being able to retain their customers? After the head manager expressed his gratitude again, they agreed that if Yuhai caught more of these high-quality seafood, he had to sell them to Junsho restaurant. The price was negotiable. Xiaosao naturally couldn't tell him that she got these high-quality seafood from diving, so she gave her father all the credit. Fortunately, the head manager of Junsho restaurant also knew that Yuhai wasn't only a good hunter but also an excellent fisherman. Thus, he didn't suspect anything at all. A few abalones, several sea cucumbers, and a large lobster was sold for 200 taels. Xiaosao thought that this business was quite profitable and doable. Every day, other than taking care of her pregnant godmother, Xiaosao spent at least half a day under the sea. The Yu family had also noticed that Xiaosao seemed to be going to the sea quite frequently. With the thought that his younger daughter had just learned how to swim, so she was still very interested in it, Yuhai didn't hinder her from playing at the seaside. However, the family would always remind her not to swim too far away, to be careful, and so on. As midsummer approached, a new batch of sweet potatoes had been planted. It was currently the most idle time for farmers. After experiencing several rainstorms, the Yu family felt that building their house should be their top priority at the moment. The old residence was too old. Every time it rained, there would be heavy rain outside and light rain in the house. Almost all the household utensils had to be used to catch the rain. In particular, the Yu family was really worried that the west room of the old house would collapse if there was another rainstorm. After selling the shark fins, Yuhai decided to build 3 tiled roofed rooms beside the old residence. After moving into those rooms, they could tear down the old residence and rebuild it. In total, they would have 5 black brick, tiled roofed rooms. In addition, there were also the east and west wing rooms. It was enough space for the entire family to live in. No sooner said than done. Yuhai went to the prefectural city several times to contact a brick kiln and ordered 150,000 black bricks and 30,000 tiles. These bricks and tiles, including the delivery fee, cost nearly 200 taels. As for the stones used to lay the foundation, Dongshan village was close to the mountains, so they just needed to find several strong workers from the village, and they would be able to get enough stones within 2 to 3 days. Since Yuhai had a good relationship with Junsho restaurant, the Zhou family's 2 factories prioritized recruiting workers from Dongshan village and provided them with good benefits. Moreover, Yuhai was usually a warm-hearted person. If other families needed help, he had never refused them as long as he was capable of helping out. As a result, Yuhai became the most respected person, who also had the best interpersonal relationships, in Dongshan village besides the village chief. Originally, Yuhai had planned to hire around a dozen people from town to help build the house. The daily wage would be 50 copper coins and 2 meals. Unexpectedly, when several families, who had good relations with Yuhai's family, heard that they were going to build a new house, they pushed off their work and all rushed over to help. The first one to come over was Lu Xuanju, who had a very close relationship with Yuhai. As soon as he entered the gates, he shouted, "Brother Dahai, are you looking down on us, your brothers? Or are you afraid that we're not skilled enough to build a house, and thus waste the bricks and tiles that you bought?" Yuhai punched his shoulder lightly and said, "Look at you. What are you saying? I'm just afraid that I will delay your work." The present Dongshan village wasn't the same as it was in the past. Except for the old, weak, women and children, there were very few people who were idle. Not to mention those who worked in the Zhou family's factories, but they could earn a few hundred copper coins a day by gathering sandworms and oysters during low tide. If that wasn't enough, they could also go work at the docks and earn several dozen copper coins in a day. According to the usual practice of Dongshan village, if someone wanted to build a house, the young and strong laborers of the village would come to help, and the host just needed to provide 2 meals for them. Yuhai was afraid of hindering the villagers from making money. Lu Xuanju glared at him and angrily said, "My brother is building a house, even if I can earn a mountain of gold in a day, I still need to help my brother first." Brother Xuanju is right. Brother Dahai, you're speaking like we're strangers. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. When are you laying the foundation? I'll tell your older brother Joe and oldest nephew to come help. Madame Fang, who was carrying a basket of eggs, came in the gates and said. Seeing Madame Fang enter the Yu family's main entrance, Madame Mao thought about it and also came over. In recent days, the bricks and tiles that Yuhai ordered had been delivered one after another. The Qian family lived very close, so it was impossible for them to not know that the Yu family was building a house. Since the beginning of spring, there had been an excessive demand for the Qian family's ducks and duck eggs, and thus they had earned a small fortune. Madame Mao had deep gratitude for the Yu family's friendly sentiments, so she naturally couldn't just sit by idly and act indifferent. The wife of the Zhou family is right. Had it not been for your family's xiaosao, my family's ducks and Madame Fang's chickens, we might not have been able to sell them. My family's old Qian can't earn much money at the docks, moreover, he's working himself to death. I have long wanted him to quit. This is perfect. I can take this opportunity to get him to rest for a few days and come help you guys out. Madame Mao was quite an articulate speaker. Yuhai, on the other hand, wasn't a very good speaker. He muttered, "That won't do." Lu Xuanju's loud voice sounded again, "Why not? In these past few years, the children have grown up and they will probably start looking for a wife in 2 years. I'm thinking about building a new 3-room house next year to make it easier for my son to get married in the future. As you know, I'm not very knowledgeable and don't understand a lot of things, so I'm counting on Brother Dahai to give me some pointers at that time." Brother Dahai, you won't refuse to help, right? Of course I won't. Nothing is as important as brothers. Yuhai placed great importance in friendship, so he had several good friends in the village. Lu Xuanju clapped and said, "That's right. What are brothers? If a friend needs help, they will stab 2 ribs into a knife." Yu Xiaosao, who had returned from outside, chuckled, "Uncle Xuanju, it's, when a friend is in need, one will be willing to be stabbed on both sides for him. It means that one would be willing to sacrifice anything for a friend, including his life." Hee, my dear niece is quite knowledgeable. That's exactly what I meant. I can even give my life to you, let alone a few stinky coins. It's decided then. I have heard that my niece is an excellent cook. I will be able to eat a delicious meal at that time. As Lu Xuanju spoke, he went out the door and prepared to go find their other close friends to discuss about the matter of working together to help Brother Dahai build his house. Yu Zhong, who was collecting marine good nearby, heard Lu Xuanju's shouting, so he poked his head inside door and shouted, "Second brother. Count me and my eldest brother in on helping with the house construction." Before Yuhai could reply, his head had already retracted. There were still several people waiting to sell their marine goods. It was hot in the summer, so it was easy for seafood to go bad. He must check them carefully. If the color wasn't right or it smelled weird, then he absolutely couldn't accept them. The Zhou family's factories trusted his second brother and handed this business to him, so he couldn't ruin his second brother's reputation. Around 20 people came on the day they were laying the foundation. Most of them were villagers who had a good relationship with the Yu family. There were also people who wanted to improve their relationship with the Yu family with the thought that if there was something good in the future, Yuhai would take care of them. 4 members of the Lu family came over, which were Xiao Xiao's maternal grandparents, eldest uncle, and second uncle. Xiao Xiao's maternal grandfather, Lu Kunjin, was over 50 years old, but since he worked throughout the year, he was very strong and healthy. Ordinary youngsters might not necessarily be able to surpass him when doing physical labor. His only daughter's family was building a house, so no matter what, he had to come and make sure everything was going smoothly. Xiao Xiao's second maternal uncle, Lu Han, didn't go out to work and stayed at home to take care of the fields. There was nothing to do in the fields at this time, so of course, he had to come help out. Even her eldest maternal uncle had taken a few days off at the docks to come help his younger sister and younger brother-in-law. During the construction of the house, it was necessary to provide meals for the workers. Her maternal grandmother was worried about her own daughter, so she packed her bags and prepared to stay at her daughter's house for the time being in order to help her daughter with the cooking. Looking at these friends and relatives and seeing the sincere smiles on their faces, Xiao Xiao's heart warmed up. The simplicity, kindness, and enthusiasm of the ancient people enhanced the sense of belonging within her heart. Perhaps, she was more suited for this type of lifestyle. Many hands made light work. With over a dozen young and strong workers, the foundation of the Yu family's 3 principal rooms and 2 side rooms were almost completed in a day. It was blazing hot in the middle of the summer. Although these people were accustomed to working under the hot sun, Xiao Xiao was still afraid that they would get heat stroke. So she took out the mung beans that they keep at home to reduce heat and made a pot of sweet mung bean soup. She put it in the cold water of the well, and then added some rock sugar inside. It was especially refreshing to drink it when one was very tired and hot. It was a spectacular sight to see 17 or 18 young and strong men eating. For just rice alone, they had to cook 2 large pots. Fearing that it wasn't enough to eat, the Yu family especially steamed several pans of white and plump plain steamed buns. The rice was white rice, while the steamed buns were made of wheat flour. Even though the current living conditions of Dongshan village was much better than before, there were still families who ate coarse grains for every meal. Not to mention the food that the Yu family ate, which were all high-quality dishes. Stewed chicken with mushroom, salted duck, braised pork with vermicelli, and braised pig head meat were all served in pots. The vegetables were also stir-fried with oyster sauce and MSG, which was allegedly only available in the famous restaurants in town. Between the 2 meals, Xiao Xiao had also prepared the heat-reducing and tasty starch jelly. Disregarding everything else, they had to work hard in order to eat these dishes, which were even better than the food they had during the New Year. Otherwise, would they be worthy of all the delicious food on the table? Originally, Yu Xiaoxiao and her parents had wanted to pay them every day. However, as soon as they mentioned it, they were scolded by her father's friends. They questioned if they were looking down on old friends after becoming rich. To mention money between friends would hurt the relationship. They gave up on this thought after hearing Xiaoxiao's maternal grandfather's words, "We know that you guys have good intentions, but once you start doing this, how can the villagers ask for help when building houses in the future? Relatives and neighbors get along with each other due to mutual affection." The wise words of the elder had enlightened them. After that, the Yu family never mentioned money again. Recently, Lady Fang didn't have a very good appetite. Besides the vegetables that Xiao Xiao had watered with mystic stone water, she vomited everything else that she ate as soon as she consumed them. Meat and seafood, in particular, were food that she couldn't touch at all. Xiao Xiao understood the importance of a well-balanced diet for the fetus. It definitely wasn't enough to just eat vegetables, so Xiao Xiao racked her brain in order to make her godmother eat some meat dishes. Little Shishtu was at home because it was summer break for Rongshuan Academy. Last week, he received a letter sent to the academy from Brother Han in the capital. In the letter, Zhao Han briefly wrote about his life in the capital. His grandfather had already left for the borders to serve as the commanding general of the army. For the time being, he and his father were staying in the capital on standby. The contents of the letter mostly consisted of his memories of his life in Dongshan village, as well as the scenes of him hunting, roasting meat, and cooking fish soup with the siblings. When little Shishtu heard his second sister saying that her godmother couldn't eat any meat or fish, a light bulb suddenly lit up in his head and he said, "Second sister, do you remember the secret base that Brother Han took us to?" Secret base was the name that his second sister gave to the valley. Little Shishtu thought that it was quite vivid, so he always referred to the valley in that way. Xiao Xiao was pondering whether she should try making some sour and spicy food, which stimulated the appetite. The dish, boiled fish with pickled cabbage and chili, should be quite good. Her family didn't make any pickled cabbage, but her maternal grandmother should have them. Godmother liked to eat sour food, so, boiled fish with pickled cabbage and chili, should suit her taste. At that time, if she sliced the fish into very thin slices and soaked it in water for a while, there probably wouldn't be a fishy smell anymore. Hearing little Shishtu's words, she nonchalantly replied, "What? You want to go play in the valley? When second sister is free, I will definitely take you there. You should go study." "I don't want to go play. Do you still remember the little white fish in the valley creek? The meat was so tender that it melted in one's mouth. Perhaps Auntie Fang can eat it." Little Shishtu felt that he had been looked down upon. He wasn't the little Shishtu of the past anymore, okay? He was now a student in the primary class of the Rongshuan Academy. How could he only think about playing? However, he seriously didn't want to admit that he really missed the valley, the taste of the barbecue at that time, and the delicious little white fish. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard that, she immediately looked at little Shishtu and gave him a thumbs up. "That's a good idea. You have indeed been studying for half a year, you're coming up with ideas faster than me. Come, let's go to the secret base and catch a lot of little fish back. It's too hot recently, and our parents have been focused on the construction of the house. They have apparently slimmed down quite a lot. The small white fish are delicious and nutritious, so let's catch more to stew soup." This matter should not be delayed. If they left now, they could return in time to make lunch for her godmother. Xiaoxiao carried a ceramic jar and headed to the mountain forest with an excited little Shishtu. The cool breeze was blowing in the early morning. In summer, the West Mountains was filled with verdant and luxuriant foliage. When walking in the dense forest, one couldn't feel the scorching summer heat at all. Walking through the forest, the siblings arrived at a mountain wall covered with green vines. Yes, the secret base that the siblings mentioned was right behind the green vines. Pushing aside the thick green vines, a cave that was about a half-person tall appeared in front of the siblings. The deeper one walked inside the cave, the more spacious it became. Even if an adult stood up, their head wouldn't be able to touch the stone wall on the top of the cave. After walking for about 15 minutes, 3 paths appeared in the cave. They chose the path on the far right. After walking for a while, a brightness suddenly appeared in front of their eyes, which gave people the feeling of seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. This was the valley that Zhao Han had once taken Xiaoxiao and her younger brother to in the past. There was flowing water and flowers blossoming like a piece of brocade. Also, due to its strange topography, it was surrounded by mountains, and thus the temperature inside the cave was slightly lower than outside. This was a good place to avoid the summer heat. If the opening of the cave wasn't so narrow and hard to pass through, I really want to bring my godmother here to avoid the heat. Godmother will definitely like the scenery here. Yu Xiaoxiao's mood had also become more happy and carefree because of the beautiful flowers in front of her. As they spoke, a snow-white hare stopped not too far away from the siblings. With its pair of ruby-like eyes, it stared curiously at the two strange intruders. Little Shishtu cast aside all the constraints of the academy and returned to his true nature. He cheered and ran after the hare, and his laughter echoed throughout the valley. Yu Xiaoxiao asked the little divine stone to check around the vicinity. It didn't find any ferocious beast that could hurt people, so she allowed her younger brother to frolic in the valley. She went to the clear stream and bowed her head to search for the fish in the gaps between the stones. This small white fish seemed to be a specialty of this valley. Xiaoxiao had never seen it anywhere else. The small white fish was about 6.6 to 9.9 centimeters long. It was very thin and had a snow-white body. It swam in a very nimble and quick manner, so most people wouldn't be able to catch them. Xiaoxiao placed the jar, which was filled with mystic stone water, into the stream and waited for the white fish to enter the jar. Soon, the white fish nearby sensed the spiritual energy within the jar and slowly gathered over. Xiaoxiao noticed that the valley was bustling with all kinds of exotic flowers. Her godmother, who had come from a noble family, would certainly like them. Thus, she decided to pick some back, put them in a vase, and put it in her godmother's room. She also planned on digging out the roots of the ones that she liked and try planting them at home. Although Xiaoxiao didn't know much about flowers, she still had basic ability to admire them. She dug out a plant that should be camellia, and 2 plants that looked like orchids. She sprinkled some mystic stone water on the roots to increase their survival rates. When she returned to the creek, the jar was already filled with many little white fish. After pouring out the water, there should be at least 2 to 3 catties. She didn't know whether her godmother could eat them, so these should be enough for now. Looking at the sky, they had been out for about 2 hours. When taking their return trip into consideration, they should arrive home just in time to make lunch. Just when Xiaoxiao was about to call back her frolicking younger brother, as if they had telepathy, little Shishtu ran out of the tall grasses with the dazed white rabbit, who didn't seem afraid of humans, in his hands. He grinned, "Second sister, look. I caught the rabbit, let's raise it with the rabbits at home. Look at this rabbit's snowy white fur. It must be very warm and beautiful when woven into a vest. The little fellow still remembered what Shiaa said last winter. At that time, they hadn't split from the main family yet and the siblings were still dressed in ragged clothing, which couldn't withstand the cold in the north at all. Little Shiaa had gotten frostbite on his hands and feet, so Shiaa had to use hot water to warm his feet over and over again. She also said that they should raise some rabbits next year and weave some gloves, socks, and vests with the rabbit wool. She hadn't expected that the little guy still remembered that when it had already been over half a year. Alright, this rabbit's fur is quite thick. Let's raise it well, so when winter comes, we should be able to collect enough rabbit fur to weave vests and socks. Holding the earthen jar, Shiaa took the lead to walk out of the valley. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the grass nearby. Little Shiaa happily exclaimed, could it be another rabbit? Let me go see. Come back. Shiaa's voice had turned stern. This was because the little divine stone had warned her that it could feel a gray wolf nearby. She hadn't expected that there really were fierce animals in this mountain valley. They were quite lucky that they didn't encounter them in the past. Little Shiaa had never heard his second sister speak with such a strict voice. He stopped in his tracks and turned his body to look his second sister with confusion. Behind him, the movement within the grass got closer. Shiaa darted forward, grabbed her brother's hand, and sprinted towards the exit of the valley. The gray wolf had already noticed the siblings, and quickly ran after them. The valley was overgrown with weeds, and the areas that didn't have grass were covered with rocks. There wasn't any road at all. How could the siblings be faster than the four-legged wolf? The gray wolf caught up to them very quickly. The gray wolf suddenly sprang over the siblings' head and landed in front of them. With a drooping tail, it observed the siblings with its pair of glittering eyes. Shiaa guarded her younger brother behind her back and watched the big gray wolf nervously. The wolf didn't appear very fierce and looked similar to a Siberian husky with gray fur and white face. There wasn't any malevolence within its gaze. It just stood in front of them and looked at them quietly. Don't be scared, you guys have my spiritual energy on your bodies. Animals have more keen senses, so it probably followed the energy over. Perhaps you have already noticed that my spiritual energy can make animals have good feelings and be dependent on you. The best evidence is the dumb roe deer and little gray at your house. The gray wolf won't attack you, but it's hard to say whether it will let you go. There was a sense of delight in their misfortune within the little divine stone's voice. The wolf quietly looked at Shiaa, as if it was confirming that the friendly feelings that attracted it was emitted from her. It walked a few steps forward and was less than 2 meters away from Shiaa. Little Shiaa hugged in the rabbit in his hands in fear, yet he still remembered that he was a brave boy who should protect his older sister. He took a step forward and wanted to protect Shiaa behind him, but it was a pity that he wasn't tall enough. What should I do? I should just let the wolf eat me and give second sister a chance to run away. Little Shiaa whispered in a trembling voice, second sister, I'll block it. You quickly leave. Shiaa felt moved in her heart. Little Shiaa was only 6, yet he had such courage. He was indeed worthy of being her younger brother. Shiaa carefully observed the gray wolf. It really didn't seem to have the intention of attacking them, but it blocked their only path home and just stared at them without moving. Mr. Wolf, if you can understand what I'm saying, can you move a little? We need to go home. Shiaa felt that, according to her past experiences, this wolf should be able to understand her words. Second sister, it doesn't understand your words. I'll block it. You leave, we can't both die here. Little Shiaa summoned all his courage as a brave, young boy and sacrificed himself in order to protect his older sister again. If you give a few drops of my bathing water to it, it will become like the dumb roe deer and like you even more. Even if you leave, it won't attack you. The little divine stone couldn't help but remind her. How could it have such a foolish master? She was as foolish as that dumb roe deer. Shiaa thought about it and took out the bottle of mystic stone water from her chest pocket. She dripped a few drops onto her palm, and then slowly walked towards the gray wolf. Tisk tisk, you actually dared to use your hand to feed the mystic stone water to it. Aren't you afraid that the wolf will bite off your hand? The little divine stone exclaimed in a teasing tone. Aren't you around? Would you just sit back and watch if your master got in danger? Although Shiaa said that, she was actually quite anxious inwardly. The little divine stone rolled its eyes. Master is finally smart for once. Indeed, before it had returned to its heyday, it was one with her. So, of course, it wouldn't let its master be harmed. Little Shiaa had just wanted to stretch out his hand to pull his sister back, but he was surprised to see that the grey wolf gently licking his second sister's palm like the dogs that his eldest granduncle raised. Its eyes had narrowed as if it was enjoying it very much. The flowers were bright and colorful, while the grass looked like a green carpet. There were a pair of siblings and a wolf within the myriad of colors, yet the atmosphere was harmonious and at ease. After the wolf licked all the mystic stone water on Xiaoxiao's hand, it was still unsatisfied and continued to lick Xiaoxiao's fair and soft palm with its coarse tongue. However, it seemed to know that the person in front of it only had those few drops of mystic stone water at the moment, so it didn't demand for more. The fear in little Shishtu's heart gradually faded. He looked curiously at the grey wolf, who had clean, thick fur and gentle eyes. He whispered to Xiaoxiao, "Second sister, is this a dog? If it's a wolf, it would have eaten us already." Xiaoxiao's heart had also completely relaxed and she was in the mood to tease little Shishtu. "Have you seen such a tall and mighty dog? Isn't it obviously a wolf? As for why it didn't eat us, maybe it just finished eating and isn't hungry." With a mournful expression, little Shishtu looked pitifully at the grey wolf and continued to speak in a low voice, "Then, will it keep us as reserved food supply?" Xiaoxiao knocked on his head and laughed, "This valley is rich with water and grass, so would there be a lack of prey? Do you think that your meat is really tasty? Human flesh is sour, so it doesn't want to eat it ah." Little Shishtu immediately went off the topic, "Second sister, how do you know that human flesh is sour? You've never even eaten it before." "Who said I have never eaten it before? I'm an old goblin from the mountains. Your second sister has already been eaten by me." With a grim voice, the corners of her mouth were arched into a strange smile and her face was filled with a sinister expression. Had it been nighttime, people would be terribly frightened by Xiaoxiao's current appearance. Little Shishtu looked at her blankly, as if he had been frightened. Xiaoxiao realized that the little fellow was only 6 years old after all, so he must have been scared silly. Just when she wanted to pacify the little guy, the corners of little Shishtu's mouth slowly raised and his voice was filled with confidence as he said, "Second sister. Although your character and temperament are completely different from before, I am certain that you definitely won't harm any of us. You are my second sister, my kind and capable second sister." Yu Xiaoxiao tenderly ruffled the little fellow's hair and chuckled, "I thought you really believed it. How can there be so many demons and ghosts in the world? As long as one doesn't commit a sin, one doesn't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night. Most of the time, people who harbor malicious intentions are the ones who are filled with suspicion. Our Shishtu must be an honest and upright person ah." Little Shishtu sternly nodded and said, "Second sister, I'll remember, but, shouldn't we return now? With this wolf here, how are we supposed to go back? How are we going back? Just go back ah. Do you think that this wolf will carry us back?" Yu Xiaoxiao could feel the goodwill of the wolf, and she also had the little divine stone's assurance, so there was naturally nothing to be afraid of. She picked up the flowers that she had thrown away earlier when they were trying to escape. Fortunately, she didn't throw the jar in her hand, otherwise, they would have come in vain. Xiaoxiao asked little Shishtu to hold the flowers, while she carried the ceramic jar. With her free hand, she patted the wolf's head, "We're leaving now. We'll come back to visit you in the future." The grey wolf wagged its tail, which was dangling behind it. Little Shishtu laughed and said, "Could it be the offspring of a dog and a wolf? It's really similar to eldest granduncle's Dawang ah." The siblings walked around the wolf and headed towards the cave. The grey wolf followed behind them for a while and watched them enter the cave before reluctantly leaving. By the time they got home, it was almost noon. Lady Fang knew that the siblings had gone to the forest. Seeing that they hadn't come back for so long, she was very worried and asked Junju to go to the forest several times. "Ayo, my dear young miss, you guys finally came back. If you come back any later, Madam is about to send people into the forest to look for you guys." Junju finally saw Xiaoxiao after waiting for so long. She quickly went forward and took the jar in Xiaoxiao's hands. She looked at it curiously and asked, "What kind of fish is this? I've never seen it before." Xiaoxiao giggled and said, "We call it little white fish. It has a tender flesh and doesn't have any strange smell at all. Godmother should be able to eat some." Junju was so moved that her eyes teared up. The madam had a poor appetite recently and slimmed down quite a lot. As her maidservant, of course, she was worried about her master. Xiaoxiao had been trying different methods to cook for her madam just so she could eat a little more. This was something that Junju had seen clearly. She said sincerely, "Young miss, this servant thanks you in place of madam." "Why do I need you to thank me? Your madam is my godmother. It's only right that I treat her well." Yu Xiaoxiao glared at her with a smile. Junju quickly said with a smile, "Yes, yes. This servant is wrong. The group of three laughed and chatted, and soon reached the Zhao family's residence at the mountainside. From afar, they saw Lady Fang being supported by Linglong as she stood at the entrance and looked over in their direction. Xiao Xiao's heart warmed up. She carried the flowers that she dug up and quickly ran towards Lady Fang. Lady Fang finally revealed a relieved smile and said, "Slow down. Watch your step and be careful of the small stones." The flushed little face in front of her was covered with a thin layer of glistening sweat like a rose covered with dew. Lady Fang pulled out her handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat for her, and then she softly said, "Why did you go for so long? In the future, if you want to play in the forest, get your godfather to accompany you. With you godfather's abilities, you don't have to be afraid even if you encounter a tiger." Yu Xiaoxiao nodded incessantly, yet she thought inwardly, "We didn't meet a big tiger this time, but we encountered a big grey wolf. But, with the little divine stone present, there won't be any problem even if we encountered a big tiger." However, she was afraid that her godmother would be frightened and startle her little brother in her godmother's belly. So, she didn't mention anything about the grey wolf. When Lady Fang's gaze turned towards Xiao Xiao's hands, a sudden sense of surprise emerged within her eyes. She grabbed Xiao Xiao's arm, and gently took the flowers from her hands. With a slight trace of pain in her eyes, she asked, "Iya. Is this the famous species of orchid, fairy flying in the snow field? I have only seen it once in the Empress's bedroom. I heard that it was a tribute from Tufan 1. Iyo, the roots have been cut. I wonder if it can survive." Lady Fang was a famed lover of orchids. After Fang Zizhen found out about this, he never forgot to find many different types of orchids for her wherever he went. He had specially hired a horticulturist, who was an expert at raising orchids, to tend the dozens of species of orchid at home for a high wage. Ever since she saw the fairy flying in the snow field, in the imperial palace, Lady Fang had always been thinking about it. After many unsuccessful searches, Fang Zizhen had thick-facedly gone to the palace to ask the emperor for the orchid. However, he was kicked out by Zhongwen Emperor. "As if you're the only one who loves your wife, you actually dared to want something that belongs to my wife." Seeing the roots that Xiao Xiao had cut because she was anxious, Lady Fang felt as if a part of her heart had been dug out. It hurt so much. Godmother, let's plant these flowers first. If we delay any longer, it might wilt." Seeing her godmother's agitated look, it seemed like she had inadvertently dug out a rare type of orchid. Fairy flying in the snow field was quite a beautiful name. So godmother liked orchids. Next time, she should dig out more varieties. Perhaps her godmother would have a better appetite when she was in a good mood. As if she was holding a rare treasure, Lady Fang carefully held the orchid in her hands. She asked Linglong to fetch a flower pot, and then she personally planted the orchid inside. Due to her love of orchids, she was quite experienced in planting orchids. After planting the flowers, it needed to be watered. Xiao Xiao, who was helping out besides her, changed the water to the diluted mystic stone water. The other two plants were camellias that already had small flower buds on them. Lady Fang didn't like camellias as much as orchids, but with her keen sight, she could tell that these two camellias were quite extraordinary. "Second sister, I'll put these flowers into a vase." Little Shishtu wasn't interested in planting flowers. He was planning on helping his older brother collect seafood after putting the flowers in a vase. When Lady Fang turned her head and saw the gorgeous camellias in little Shishtu's arms, she nearly fainted from the pain in her heart. "Oh heavens! 18 scholars. How can you guys pluck 18 scholars and put them in a vase? I really don't know what I should say." Seeing the pained expression on her godmother's face, Xiao Xiao quickly said, "Godmother, that must be one of these two plants. If you like it, I can dig out some more for you tomorrow." "Godmother, why is it called 18 scholars?" When Lady Fang heard that there seemed to be more of this type of camellia on the mountains, the pain in her heart felt slightly better. With her goddaughter's support, she slowly entered the house. Upon seeing the gorgeous and charming 18 scholars camellia in the flower vase, she thought, "Princess consort Jing loves camellias the most. If she knew that I have 18 scholars in a vase, I wonder if she will be envious or will she scold me for recklessly wasting God's gift." A lot of people think that 18 scholars is breed from 18 flowers of different colors, but that isn't the case. 18 refers to the 18 rows of petals, not the colors. Most 18 scholars has 18 layers of petals and its tree also has graceful shape, so it's highly sought after by the common people. There are 3 types of 18 scholars: pink 18 scholars, red 18 scholars, and white 18 scholars. The flowers that you picked seems to include all the varieties. I don't know which type you're transplanting. Lady Fang touched one of the buds and tenderly explained to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao nodded and then shook her head and said, "I don't know either." Daughter doesn't know anything about flowers. We'll have to wait for it to blossom in order to know which type it is. But it's okay, I can go back a few more times, and we will eventually move all 3 colors of camellias over here. Next time, I'll take a shovel with me. It was inconvenient to use a wooden stick, so a lot of the roots were broken. Lady Fang patted her shoulder, sighed, and said, I didn't expect that the West Mountains has such rare species of flowers. Do you know, just this camellia alone is hard to find even with thousands of gold. Yet it's just like radish and cabbage to you. Are you trying to enrage all those flower lovers? Xiao touched the back of her head and said with a silly smile, Godmother, is there anyone who is knowledgeable about flowers around you? That person can come with me tomorrow to see if there's any other rare species of flowers. We can dig more back so Godmother can gift them to your bosom friends when you return to the capital. You won't have to spend money to buy them. This little money grubber, those precious flowers can only be discovered and not sought. It's not something that can be bought with money. I thought you would say to dig more back to sell for money. Godmother didn't dote on you in vain. Lady Fang gently pinched her fair and soft cheeks, and her smile was full of emotions. The thick soup stewed with small white fish, which appeared like snow-white milk, boiled in the pot and emitted a strong, refreshing scent. A couple drops of mystic stone water was added into the thick soup and the only condiment used was salt. The fish soup was originally very fresh, so it was unnecessary to add other condiments. Before serving it, one should sprinkle some mashed coriander and 2 drops of sesame oil on top because the aroma could enhance one's appetite. Under Xiao and the 2 maidservants' expectant gazes, Lady Fang tried a small sip of the soup. The strong aroma seemed to have aroused the gluttonous bug in her stomach. The soup was refreshingly delicious, and the fish meat was smooth and tender. Unbeknownst to her, Lady Fang had completely finished a bowl of fish soup and half a bowl of fish meat. Junju and Linglong held each other's hands and had tears of excitement in their eyes. Their madam's poor appetite recently had been quite worrisome. For each meal, she ate even less than a cat. If she forced herself to eat, it would bring about the opposite effect. She would vomit all the food that she used so much effort to eat. It had been a long time since their madam had finished an entire bowl of soup, especially one that contained meat or fish. The 2 loyal maidservants felt even more happy than if they had eaten the food themselves. Lady Fang gently wiped the corners of her mouth with her handkerchief as she savored the delicacy in her mouth. Although she wanted to drink a few more mouthfuls, she restrained herself. She knew that no matter how delicious the food was, she still needed to control herself, so as to not spoil her appetite again. Seeing Xiao reveal a sincere smile, Lady Fang lightly stroked her smooth and glossy hair and said in a gentle voice, It must have been hard for you. These days, in order to let me eat some more, you have gotten thinner from the exhaustion. Moreover, your family have been busy with the construction of the house recently, so you have to go back to help your mother after cooking for me. I really don't know how I should thank you. Godmother, there's no need to treat one family as 2. You're my godmother, who is just like my birth mother. It's a special time right now, so who else would I take care of first? My mother has Auntie Jo, eldest grandaunt, and my maternal grandmother helping her out. There's nothing for me to do even if I went. Godmother, I'll be mad if you continue treating me like a stranger. Xiao pretended to be angry and puffed up her cheeks like a toad. Lady Fang smiled and said, All right. Godmother is wrong and you're right. There's no need to be courteous with family. You have been busy for the whole morning. Go back home to rest. I'm also tired, so I'll take a nap in the room. Xiao helped her godmother to lie on the bed, and then covered her with a thin blanket. After she saw her close her eyes, she quietly left the inner room. She said to Linglong in a low voice, Remember to check the time. Don't let godmother sleep for too long, otherwise, she won't be able to sleep at night. Linglong agreed and escorted her out of the room. When she returned, she saw that her madam had opened her eyes again, so she said with a smile, Madam, you're really someone who is blessed. Young Miss is so filial. With a smile on her face, Lady Fang lightly nodded and said, The best thing that your general has done in his life is adopting Xiao as his daughter. This child brings happiness. Even Dr. Sun praised that her medicinal meals were beneficial to the general's health. If it wasn't because she didn't mind the trouble of altering the medicinal meals daily to help nourish our health, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for me to have my own child in this lifetime. Linglong quickly said, Young Miss is such a good person, and she just happened to meet you and the general. This is also your blessing. Lady Fang slowly nodded her head, put both her hands on her belly, and raised the corners of her mouth into a cordial smile. Isn't this child also blessed? He isn't even born yet, but he already has an older sister who wholeheartedly cares for him. Perhaps, this child would be her only child in this lifetime. Thus, she was relieved that he would be accompanied by such a kind, righteous, and capable older sister like Xiao. When Xiao reached home, she saw the uncles, who came to help, having lunch in full swing. After several days of hard work, the brick wall in the open space next to them was already taller than a person. It looked strong and dignified. In Dongshan village, besides the village head's family, there wasn't another family who would be willing to build a house with bricks and tiles. The villagers had started talking about it since the first batch of black bricks that Yuhai ordered came. There were some people talking about how after Yuhai separated from the main family, he started selling braised food, growing early ripening vegetables and doing business with large watermelons. It seemed like he earned quite a lot of money. Otherwise, how could he afford to spend so much money building a brick and tile house? After lunch, old Yu, who was going to help at the old residence, met an old man who he usually had a good relationship with. When the old man saw him smiling until he had wrinkles on his face, he raised his voice and said, "Old Yu, you're going over to help your second son again. Your second son is really capable. He can hunt in the mountains, fish in the sea, farm and do business. There's nothing that he can't do. Old Yu, you can just wait to enjoy a comfortable and happy life in the future." Old Yu liked to hear these kinds of words. Second son was building a new house, and he was also happy for his child. A black brick, tiled roof house with 5 rooms, and there were also side rooms. Although the frame wasn't set up yet, it was apparent that the house would be magnificent in the future. He didn't live in the old residence, but when mentioning his second son, was there anyone who didn't give him a big thumbs up? This was such an honorable thing for his old Yu family. That's right. At the time of the separation, it was clearly stated in the contract that he only needed to give us some coarse grain every month as a show of his filial piety. However, second son is a kind and upright person. He doesn't forget to show filial respect for his elders even when he's well off. He automatically changed the monthly coarse grain to fine grain. Moreover, he also gives us 5 taels for groceries. Villagers of Dongshan village eat homegrown vegetables and catch our own fish in the sea, so why would we need so much money for groceries? I wanted to give the money back to him, but second son refused. He told us to save it up, so if we want to buy something in the future, we won't be short on money. Old Yu was obviously showing off as he spoke. He had originally thought that after that incident his second son's family would be estranged with him, but he didn't expect that second son's family still treated him with filial respect and secretly gave him 5 taels every month. After he found out about Madame Zhang's true colors, he continued to live in a seemingly harmonious manner with her for the sake of his third son and youngest daughter. However, he couldn't let Madame Zhang be the only one in control of the family anymore. When it was time for him to make decisions, he wouldn't be indecisive again. He had secretly saved up all the money that second son gave him. Third son and youngest daughter weren't his only children, he also had his eldest daughter, who had been married off far away. His eldest daughter was still mad at him. It had been over a decade, except for returning once when second son got married, she had never come back to her maiden home over all these years. At that time, she only spoke with second son and ignored everyone else. It was understandable. Eldest daughter was such a strong person, yet Madame Zhang married her off far away to a poor, remote place. Moreover, the person she married was a widower who was a lot older than her. At that time, he had also been foolish. Why did he listen to Madame Zhang's words and didn't inquire carefully about the person? By the time the bridal sedan arrived at the door, it was already too late. When he thought about it now, he was seriously sorry to Qian and had wronged Qian's 2 children. Speaking of the northeast, when he went to town last time, he had heard a businessman, who came from there, say that there was no rain in the northeast this spring and summer, which was an omen of severe drought. He didn't know how his eldest daughter was doing now. No, he had to ask someone to send a message over to ask about the situation. If there was really a drought, he would tell his daughter, although your mother is gone, you still have your maiden family. As he greeted his fellow villagers along the way, old Yu had arrived at the old residence. The first thing he saw was his nephew, Yu Zhang, and his eldest grandson busily weighing seafood. There was a very long line in front of them. Other than the villagers of Dongshan village, there were also some unfamiliar people from the neighboring fishing village. The person in charge of collecting seafood in the neighboring fishing village had randomly raised the price and collected seafood that wasn't up to standard. The seafood wasn't preserved properly, so it was often stinky and rotten. As a result, the purchasing staff of the Zhou family's factories cancelled the acquisition point. Therefore, the villagers of the neighboring fishing village had to travel over 5 kilometers to Dongshan village to sell their marine goods. For collecting seafood, they could only earn several dozen copper coins per caddy, but they were able to collect a large amount of marine goods. He made a rough calculation in his heart. With just the seafood acquisition alone, second son's family could earn several taels as income in a day. Yu Zhong could probably get at least a little more than a tael daily, right? Had Madame Zhong not been pretentious and gone overboard in her actions, second son would have probably taken familial affections into consideration and given Yu Yang's task to Dashan, which was much better than fishing. Dashan had a lot of strength, but his fishing skills weren't enough as good as his. After working hard and being exhausted for the entire day, they still couldn't earn much money, but what was the point in talking about this now? With the things that Madame Zhong had done, it was already fortunate that second son didn't blame him, let alone help Dashan. Old Yu saw that people in the yard were busily eating lunch, and the strong aroma of meat drifted over with the wind. The corner of Old Yu's mouth twitched, and he thought, second son is building a house, but is the food being provided too good? Not only is there meat for every meal, but there was also iced sweet mung bean soup to drink. Even if he has money, he shouldn't spend it so recklessly. I have to remind him next time. Old Yu didn't enter the courtyard. After nodding at Yu Hang, who greeted him, he picked up a shovel and started shoveling the mud. There was no concrete at this time. Bricks were made of yellow mud with strong adhesion, and it was mixed with cut-up rice straws. Houses built with this were also quite sturdy. Old Yu felt that he somewhat owed his second son, so he had come over to help since the first day of the house construction. Furthermore, he never ate at the old residence, as if this was the only way to mitigate the guilt in his heart. After eating lunch, Yu Hai came out with the villagers who came to help and saw Old Yu working under the hot sun. Yu Hai hastily put his straw hat on Old Yu's head and said, "Father, why did you come so early? The sun is really strong right now. It's fine to work later when it's not as hot. In the summer, it's hard to say when it will rain. It's better to quickly build the house while it's a good day. Don't you also need to quickly finish building the 2 rooms beside the old residence before the autumn harvest? The heavens won't wait for anyone. We, fishermen, are used to working under the sun, so this little sun is fine." Old Yu wiped off his sweat and continued to work. When the others saw this, they were naturally embarrassed to rest. Lu Pei climbed onto the scaffold made of bamboo poles and said as he plastered mud on the bricks, "Uncle Yu, you can rest assured. We'll go back a little later today. The walls of the house are almost done. We should be able to install the beam tomorrow." Old Yu spit into his palms, held the shovel in his hands, and kept shoveling mud into the bamboo basket. He nodded and said, Let's aim to install the beam tomorrow. Second son, the beam installation is an important matter. Have you prepared the firecrackers? Did you buy all the ingredients needed for the meal to entertain the guests?" Yu Hai carried a load of mud and walked over to the brick wall. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Father, don't worry. It's all ready and hanging in the well in the backyard. Xiao Sao has been preparing the osmanthus duck since yesterday. It should be ready by this afternoon." Lu Xuanju licked his lips and made a gluttonous look, saying, "We are in luck. Osmanthus duck is a famous delicacy in Junshou restaurant. Even if you get in line to buy it, you might not even be able to get it. It's very expensive too. In our village, how many people can afford to spend more than 10 taels on a duck? With Xiao Sao's blessing, we can also enjoy the treatment of the rich. Xiao Sao's cooking skill is as good as the chef of Junshou restaurant." At this time, Xiao Sao carried over a bowl of sweet mung bean soup. Upon hearing their conversation, she smiled sweetly and said, "Uncle Xuanju, thank you for your praise. Niece is very happy to hear it. However, we have to be humble to avoid being seen as arrogant by outsiders if they hurt us. For the sake of your praise, I must show off my skills tomorrow so that Uncle Xuanju will anticipate the next meal after finishing the first meal." Lu Xuanju smiled brightly and said, "No, that won't do. If you support my appetite like that, I won't have any excuse to come over to your house for dinner once your house is built. At that time, it'll be so hard to eat your auntie's pig food." Xuanju's wife, who had come over to see if she could help, heard her husband's words. She immediately put on a posture of a teapot, pointed at Lu Xuanju, and spluttered, "Lu Xuanju, are you saying my cooking is like pig's food? Then don't eat it in the future." Lu Xuanju shrunk his neck, approached his wife, and meekly asked in a low voice, "Wife, why are you here? Why can't I come here? If I didn't come, how would I have known you were insulting me behind my back?" Xuanju's wife glanced sideways at her husband. Seeing that he was acting flatteringly and apologizing in a decent manner, she said, "Recently, our father's appetite hasn't been very good because of the summer heat, and he wants to eat century eggs. Is it true Xiao Xiao's family have the century eggs and beyond sent from the Zhou family's factories? I want to buy some for our father and improve his appetite. Xuanju's wife was talking about Lu Xuanju's father, who had gotten ill several days ago. He just got a bit better, but it was still hard for him to eat. It was rare for him to crave for something, and the family's living conditions were better now, so Xuanju's wife came with the money. Dear, you are so nice. It is the blessing of 3 lifetimes for me, Lu Xuanju, to be able to marry you. Lu Xuanju's wife was a very good person. She treated her in-laws as if they were her biological parents, so Lu Xuanju's parents praised their daughter-in-law's filial piety wherever they went. When Xuanju's wife heard this, she smiled and said, "My parents passed away early, so I couldn't treat them well. Father-in-law and mother-in-law treat me as if I were their biological daughter, so if I didn't treat them as my parents, then am I still human?" Although the ancient people attach great importance to filial piety, there were still cases of the mistreatments of parents-in-law by their daughters-in-law. There weren't many daughters-in-law like the Lu families, who got along so well with their parents-in-law. Xuanju's wife bought 10 century eggs from Xiao Xiao at the market price. Xiao Xiao didn't plan on taking her money, but Xuanju's wife insisted, and said that if Xiao Xiao didn't take the money then she wouldn't take the eggs. Speaking of the Zhou family's century eggs, the demand for them definitely exceeded the supply. The shop that sold the century eggs in town had a long queue every day, and they also had to limit the purchase quantity. Although century eggs factories were also opened in the prefectural city and the capital, the supply still wasn't enough for the capital and the prefectural city. In the entire Dongshan village, Xiao Xiao's family was the only ones who didn't lack century eggs. Other people either didn't have the time to line up or were unwilling to buy it. After all, century eggs were much more expensive than duck or chicken eggs. Thanks to Yu Hai's popularity and the fact that the 2 meals served each day were dishes that even the rich couldn't buy at Junshou restaurant, there was an endless stream of people coming by to help. Naturally, the progress of the house construction was much faster than expected. With beams on the roof, there will be food in the house. If the roof doesn't have beams, then even the domestic animals won't prosper. When building a house, installing the beams was just as grand as the ceremonies for marriage. On this day, almost all of the villagers of Dongshan village had come to celebrate. Choosing the main beams for the roof was a very important matter. First, when choosing the wood, it had to be hard and durable. It was also important that the trees chosen had the same thickness from top to bottom, and that they were perfectly straight. Even if the tree was just slightly bent, it wouldn't be usable at all. Ever since Yu Hai decided to build a house, he began to walk around the dense forests of West Mountains and chose a lot of trees for making beams. The highly respected village chief presided over the beam installation ceremony. First, Yu Hai and his family put up offerings, lit incense, and prayed that the beam installation would be done safely and smoothly. On the main beams, there were auspicious sayings such as, "May the household thrive and prosper." The 8 diagrams was also drawn on some of the beams to pray for the family's prosperity and safety. Yu Zhong led a group of youngsters and lit a string of firecrackers, which crackled loudly and created a festive atmosphere. With a cry of prosperity with the beam installation, the beam was lifted up. The strong youths of the village carried the beams for the roof and used ropes to pull them up. When pulling, they had to pull with equal strength. Otherwise, the beam would be uneven, which would be very unlucky. Beam installation was a very important event. The friends and relatives who came to congratulate them all received gifts such as steamed buns, meat buns, and pastries. After putting up the beams, the steamed buns and meat buns would be thrown by the people standing on the roof, which was called scattering flowers on the beam. The villagers present would then rush to get these buns. While grabbing the buns, someone commented, only the Yu family would be willing to use white flour steamed buns and meat stuffed buns for their beam installation ceremony. Yu Hai happily laughed at the lively scene before him, because it meant the more people there were, the more money they would earn. The relatives of the Yu family and Lu family were busy greeting the guests who came to celebrate. The women went into the kitchen to help cook. The Yu family had prepared more than a dozen tables for the all-day banquet. Everyone who came today could sit at the table, whether they were old or young, male or female, and even if they didn't bring a gift. The beam installation ceremony was originally meant to be a lively and auspiciousness event, to express a yearning for a better life. Many years later, the villagers of Dongshan village still talked delightedly about the Yu family's all-day banquet. Even the Yu family hadn't expected that the main chef of the Junshou restaurant, head chef Wang, who was one of the best cooks in the Great Ming dynasty, would come by and offer to personally cook for them. The head of the Zhou family's second branch, the 15-year-old third young master Zhou, not only did he personally come to give his congratulations but he also brought over 2 carts full of food. Among them were 50 roasted chickens, 50 osmanthus ducks, and countless century eggs. When the people who came to give their congratulations smelled the delicious fragrance, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva a few times. Several youngsters were so impatient that they kept scratching their ears and cheeks, and ran through the crowd like monkeys. They only quieted down when the adults in their family kicked them on their bottoms and threatened to send them home to eat leftover steamed buns if they didn't behave. There wasn't another all-day banquet more sumptuous and delicious in Dongshan village. In the decades that followed, the Yu family's all-day banquet almost became a legend and was widely known by later generations. Do you know how much a table of dishes cost at Junsho restaurant? With roasted chicken and osmanthus duck, a table cost at least 100 taels. 50 tables at the banquet meant at least 5,000 taels. The villagers of Dongshan village sat on mats and looked dizzily at the delicacies. They felt as if they were in a dream and didn't move their chopsticks for a long time. Old Yu sat at the main table next to the village head, who was nervous because Zhou Zixu, the future head of the Zhou family, was also present. Also present were Yu Hai's in-laws, Xiaoxiao's maternal grandfather and maternal uncles. Yu Hai and Fang Zizhen also sat at the table as the hosts. From time to time, they went to the other tables to toast the guest and make sure they were eating well. Fang Zizhen provided the wine, which were all procured from the prefectural city. The villagers of Dongshan village would be happy to drink a sip of bad wine, so when faced with good wine worth several dozens of taels, they were drunk before even taking a sip of the wine. The villagers of Dongshan village had never eaten such a delicious meal before. How they wish they could chew all the bones of the roasted duck and swallow them. Even the stir-fried vegetables are better than meat, as expected of a famous chef. The sumptuous meals were all swept clean, and even the onions and ginger in the dishes were picked and eaten. It wasn't that not enough food was prepared, but that everyone was holding their bloated stomachs and crying. It was very difficult to eat such delicious food a second time in this lifetime. If they didn't make room in their stomach to eat, they would regret it later. There were 10 tables set up for the all-day banquet. A total of 5 rounds of meals were served, from noon to sunset. After installing the beams, the house would be finished soon. For the sake of the house's beauty, Xiaoxiao asked the craftsman specially to make upturned cornice. The craftsman was specially requested from Imperial Prince Jing's mountain manor, but she didn't get them for free. Lady Fang sent Princess Consort Jing a pot of 18 scholar camellia. Lady Fang's maidservant, Linglong, has some knowledge of flowers. Xiaoxiao took her to their secret base and transplanted many valuable flowers and plants back. With just the orchids that Lady Fang loved, there were already 3 or 4 kinds that she had only heard but not seen before. However, they were all famous species that were difficult to find. As soon as Lady Fang was in a good mood, her appetite got better and her portion size increased. While Xiaoxiao was happy for her godmother, she didn't forget to tell her to not overdo it, to avoid difficulties where the child would be too big. Lady Fang was 35 years old. In this era, she was an old woman with a pearl in her stomach. If the child was too big, it will be difficult to give birth. In this era, with the level of medical care and no cesarean section, encountering difficult deliveries would be a close shave with death. Fang Zizhen listened to what his goddaughter said, and became nervous. He strictly controlled his wife's portion size, and often personally paid attention to it. It was so worrying. He would be worried if his wife didn't have an appetite, but he also had to worry about her overeating. The days passed by quietly. With the help of the heavens, there wasn't much rain this summer. Just before the autumn harvest, the Yu family's 5-room brick and tiled roof house was finally completed. The high walls were built with stone and was absolutely solid, so there was no fear of the wild animals on the mountain coming down. The Yu family's old residence was too close to the West Mountains. Old Yu said that when he was little, wild animals often came down the mountain. A hungry wolf had jumped into their home and bit his sleeping second uncle to death. The entire family was awakened by pain screams. When he came out with a club, his second uncle was already bitten into an unrecognizable state and died soon after. When they first split from the main family, Yu Hai was worried about the safety of his family. Looking at the high stone walls, those wild animals wouldn't be able to jump into their house unless they had wings. The courtyard was still divided into the front courtyard and back courtyard. The former front yard of the old house had almost doubled in size. Also, in front of the 3 new rooms was a courtyard with a total area of 3 to 4 mu, which was extravagant. The back courtyard was still close to the lake and was no smaller the front yard. In the autumn and winter, when the lake became shallower, more fertile land would appear. Before Yu Hai had extended the size of the courtyards, he had discussed it with the village chief and offered to pay for the extra land. This was to prevent other people from complaining later on. Now that Yuhai's connections far exceeded those of his, the village chief also had his own thoughts on the matter. Yuhai was not only the relative of a general, but even the future head of the Zhou family also treated him differently. Reportedly, Princess Consort Jing, who was building a residence in the West Mountains, also liked Yuhai's little girl. Becoming friends with such a person would only have benefits and no harm. Maybe one day, he could even use Yuhai's help. At first, he was unwilling to accept money Yuhai was using to buy the land. Later, after Yuhai explained the logic to him, he took the silver as a symbolic gesture. The price of land for residences in the village was low to begin with. In addition, the village chief also deliberately lowered the price even more, so it was almost the same as giving it away for nothing. Yuhai said that he would remember this favor. Time had flown by and youth is hard to keep. In an instant, the autumn harvest had gone by and winter had quietly come. Everyone in Dongshan village began to store food and firewood for the winter. Due to the severe drought in the northeast part of the country and their inability to harvest grain, the price of grain in the northern parts were affected. The price of refined rice and white flour had kept increasing, and even the price of coarse grain has increased a little compared to the previous year. The eldest son of the village chief, who was doing business in other places, often sent back news that the drought impacted the northeast the most. Although the emperor had allocated money for disaster relief, what the common people actually received wasn't enough to support them through the bitter winter. People in the northeast with relatives elsewhere had packed up their belongings and fled. Refugees are beginning to appear everywhere too. The situation in Dongshan village was okay. Although there was less rain in the summer, it was more uniform and had less impact on the crops. Unknowingly, the day for Xiao Xiao's youngest paternal aunt, Yu Katie, to get married arrived. The day before the wedding, all her relatives and friends had come over to add to her dowry. Although Yuhai hated Madame Zhang, he was still Yu Katie's older brother after all, so he naturally wouldn't cause problems on her wedding day. The previous day, Yuhai had taken his youngest daughter to town. He wanted to buy a silver bracelet for his little sister, but he didn't believe in his ability to pick a good one, so he took Xiao Xiao with him. Xiao Xiao had no ill feelings toward this weak, kind-hearted, youngest paternal aunt of hers. It was said that the family her aunt was marrying into had a good situation, and Madame Zhang, whose heart was full of her youngest son, definitely wouldn't prepare a large dowry for her. When ancient women married, their dowry represented the degree of importance they attached to her. It also represented her standing in her husband's family. In addition to a pair of dragon and phoenix bracelets, Xiao Xiao also chose a pair of hairpins and a pair of red coral earrings. Coral ornaments were still expensive even though Tenggu town overlooked the sea. A pair of red coral earrings were worth more than the dragon and phoenix bracelets and hairpins added together. However, spending a few dozen taels was nothing to the current Yu family. After thinking about it, they also went to the shop beside the previous melon shop and chose several pieces of cloth. All of them were the kind of fine cloth that farmers would be reluctant to wear. Her godmother had said that a married girl should have several pieces of cloth to store away at the bottom of one's dowry box. While they were in Tenggu town, Yuhai and his daughter also met some unkempt refugees. The new county magistrate had installed some simple shacks outside the town for them, and they ate porridge donated by larger households. The winters were long in the north, so Xiao Xiao wondered if they would survive the long winter. Yuhai had been standing at the refugee camp for a long time. He looked carefully at them and seemed to be searching for something. Xiao Xiao thought her father was feeling sympathetic for the refugees, so she bought some coarse grain steamed buns and asked the steamed bun shop to deliver it over. It wasn't that she couldn't afford to buy white flour steamed buns, but she understood that giving them food that was too fancy might cause a backlash. At this time, there weren't many refugees outside of Tenggu town. Yuhai handed out the steamed buns one by one to everyone and received countless words of gratitude. Xiao Xiao noticed her father occasionally asked about Lu Hu. Who was Lu Hu? Why did her father care so much about this person? At home, during dinner time, Yuhai sighed and mentioned his older sister who had been married off to the northeast. My ill-fated elder sister hasn't sent a letter to me for many days already. I don't know what the situation in her village is like. Will she be like those refugees with nowhere to go? Madame Lu softly comforted him, don't worry. Those refugees don't have relatives to take them in. Dongshan village is your elder sister's maiden home and you are her younger brother. If she really can't make a living, she will come back. Yuhai slowly shook his head and said, you know that my elder sister hates Madame Zhang to her bones. Even if she had to beg outside, she won't come home. Although I sent her a letter telling her we have separated from them, I'm afraid that she will go to other places for refuge to avoid giving me problems. That shouldn't happen. If it was me, for my children to suffer less, I would choose to go to a place I was familiar with. Maybe your elder sister is already on her way over. Oldest sister-in-law had 3 children, and the youngest one was only a year older than Shish too. She wouldn't ignore her children for the sake of her pride. Xiao Cao thought about it and asked, "Father, is oldest uncle called Lu Hu?" Yu Hai nodded his head. She guessed right. Today in the refugee camp, her father was looking for news on her oldest paternal aunt's family. A night without any conversation passed. The next day was the day to add to Yu Katie's dowry. Originally, Yu Hai planned on giving them the things and going home. However, many people were only coming over to add to the dowry because of his relationship with Yu Katie. When he saw one person, he'd chat for a minute, and when he saw another person, he'd chat a few more minutes. All of a sudden he couldn't get away for a while. Yu Katie's handkerchief was given to the married women of the village who wanted to be nice. They all gathered around the room on the east side of the house and congratulating her. Yu Katie's face was red, and she bashfully bowed her head, occasionally showing her shy smile. Her dowries were in the main room, and there was a total of 6 chests. For a farming village, it was pretty good. Even though Madame Zhang loved money, this was still her daughter. As such, she wouldn't be stingy on the dowry. In addition to the betrothal gifts given by the man's family and the 6 chests of dowry, she added 10 taels of silver and hid a 6 taels and 6 mace of auspicious money among the dowry. When Yu Hai came to add to the dowry, Madame Zhang didn't go out. When the man went back into the courtyard, the maidens and married women all rushed over. Li Xiaoming, a good friend of Yu Katie's, joked with a smile, "Katie, look at all the good things your second elder brother brought you. It's such a big bag." Another round-faced married woman said, "I'm sure it won't be bad. There are only 2 families in Dongshan village that live in a brick house, and Brother Dahai's family is one of them. Their house is similar to the houses of the rich in the city, it even has cornices on its 4 corners. How stylish." Li Xiaoming nodded and said with a smile, Yeah, it's said that there are several mu of land just in the courtyard. Brother Dahai has made a lot of money on the early ripening vegetables he grows in his yard. Next year, he will definitely earn more than what he made last year." A married woman, who was obviously jealous of their success, curled up her lips and sourly said, "Having money doesn't mean they are willing to give it up. Hey, look at that old cotton cloth wrapper, you don't even know how old the cloth is. They aren't even willing to spend money on a cloth wrapper, how good could the thing inside be?" Madame Zhang silently stood behind the crowd without any expression on her face. All of a sudden, her expression changed into something fierce. She took a step forward and squeezed out a smile at the maidens and wives present. She loudly said, "Katie, take a look at what good things your second brother brought you." Her voice shook the ears of the people in the room, and even the men in the courtyard clearly heard her. Madame Zhang originally thought that because of what she did when she was younger, Yu Hai still had a deep hatred for her. So he definitely wouldn't send anything good. She wanted to let the villagers know that Yu Hai got rich and looked down on his family. Let's see how he behaved in the village after this. The old cloth was quickly opened by her, and the red, blue, and flowery textiles inside were exposed. There were at least 5 or 6 different ones. One of the wives exclaimed and picked up one of the fine cotton bolts with red flowers on a blue background and said, "Wow! This is chintz. Let me see, let me see." Li Xiaoming squeezed over and touched it with her hand. Without any envy, she said, "It's real. The feel of it in this pattern, last time, when I was in the cloth shop and saw the fine cotton cloth, the feel of it wasn't as good as this one. 1 foot was 50 copper coins. This piece of cloth is at least 6 feet long. If you are careful with it, you could make an outfit and still have a surplus." Tisk tisk. 6 pieces of fine cotton cloth and every one of them is 6 feet, it's at least 4 or 5 taels. Brother Dahai is very generous. The round-faced wife gently stroked a piece of cloth and was reluctant to let go. Yu Katie was still looking from the side and had a smile and tears in her eyes. She turned her back to them and gently wiped the corners of her eyes with the handkerchief and thought, "Second brother is still the second brother who cares about me." Li Xiaoming was looking through every piece of cloth, and suddenly an exquisite wooden box fell out of the innermost piece of cloth. With her sharp eyes and nimble hands, she quickly caught it. Looking at the beautifully carved box, she knows the things inside must be precious. If they broke she wouldn't be able to afford it. What is this? The wives and maidens all gathered around, curiously looking at the box in Li Xiaoming's hands. "I know, last time I went into town for the fair, I was separated from my family. Somehow, I walked to Dongcheng district, where the houses are magnificent. Among them is a jewelry shop, which was the largest and most imposing. A lady, wearing silk and satins, came out from inside and her maidservant was holding such a box. I quietly inquired about the cheapest earrings in the store and it was several taels. The one speaking was the youngest daughter of the village chief. She was 1 year younger than Katie and has already found a household she was going to marry into next month. Li Xiaoming's hands holding the box trembled a bit, so close. Thankfully, it didn't fall on the ground. Xiaoming, open it and take a look. The youngest daughter of the village chief excitedly urged. What are you looking at? It's just a pair of earrings worth a few silvers. What's worth chatting about? Upon seeing that Yu Hai didn't get disgraced, Madame Zhang's old face was pulled so long that it looked like a shoehorn. She reached out to pull the box out of Li Xiaoming's hands. The village chief's youngest daughter swiftly grabbed the box and opened it. She cried out, wow! It's a pair of dragon phoenix bracelets. Look at the details on the dragon and phoenix, they look almost real. Madame Zhang snatched the bracelets over and weighed them in her hands. They felt solid and decently heavy. The amount of silver used to make this pair of bracelets had to be around 3 to 4 caddies worth. Such an expensive gift needed to be carefully put away to avoid other people conveniently stealing them. Li Xiaoming also took out a pair of silver hairpins from the jewelry box and spoke to Yu Katie, look at this. This hairpin has twin lotus flowers on one stalk at the top. The flowers are opened perfectly, so it must mean, one's married life is crowned with happiness and satisfaction. The hairpin feels quite heavy in my hands, so it must be made of solid silver. I really envy you. I'm not as lucky as you to have such a generous second brother. This pair of earrings is quite festive. The fiery red color is perfect for the times. Katie, tomorrow you should wear this pair at your wedding. A matron with a round face placed the red coral earrings next to Katie's face to see how they looked. A new bride, dressed entirely from head to toe in red bridal clothes and veiled with the red covering, along with these red earrings, would absolutely look auspicious and lovely tomorrow. The village head's youngest daughter curled her lip and remarked to show off her own experience and knowledge, Wang family's daughter-in-law, what do you know? This is made from red coral. My fourth sister-in-law also has a pair of stud earrings made out of red coral, but it doesn't use as much material as these and the color is not as fine. Even those cost around 10 taels. This pair of red coral earrings must be worth at least 2 times more than my sister-in-law's. Who would have thought that this young girl had a good pair of eyes? However, her eldest brother was wealthy while her other older brother was the county magistrate's secretary. From their influence, it could be seen that she was a lot more worldly compared to the other village girls. When Madame Zhang heard this, she hurriedly packed up all of the jewelry into the small box and held it against her chest as if she was afraid someone was going to take it from her. She spoke to her youngest daughter, Katie, this stuff is too expensive. Mother will keep these for you. Tomorrow is the day of the ceremony and we'll use these as a part of your dowry. With this jewelry, your well-off husband will also look at you in a better light. Although they managed to get back most of the money that was swindled from them, there were many uses for money in the future. No matter how much she loved her daughter, she couldn't give her a dozen or so taels for her dowry. The second son of the Yu family still had a conscience and didn't forget his younger sister. Madame Li, who had been silent in the time, secretly left the east room and pulled Yu Dashan into a secluded area of the courtyard. She quietly complained, why is Dahai acting like this? Is he trying to steal your thunder as the older brother? He just easily sent over gifts worth dozens of taels. To the daughter of his enemy, is he crazy or stupid? Yu Dashan had also heard the activity within the room while he was in the courtyard, so he didn't feel very good and had a ball of anger boiling inside of him. When he heard Madame Li's words, he threw a heavy slap at her face. What do you mean by, the enemy's daughter? She is his biological younger sister, and also my sister. You have such a nasty tongue. If you don't have anything nice to say, then don't say anything at all and sew your mouth shut. It's none of our business what type of gifts they send to her. We haven't split from the family, so all of the money is in mother's hands. Therefore, no one can fault us for only gifting her a silver lilac. Madame Li wasn't one to take a beating while sitting down, so she immediately exploded after getting slapped. She put both her hands on her fat waist and shrilly hollered, not caring about the noise she made, Yu Dashan, you spineless coward. If you have that much energy, then you should vent when you go out. Hitting your wife isn't the heroic thing to do. If you feel ashamed, then go make more money. All you know how to do is to use that run-down fishing boat, yet you don't make much money. You're not even as good as our son, who's working at the docks. A few of the village matrons hurried over to mediate their argument, but Madame Li wasn't one to listen to the persuasions of other people. The more she screamed, the more energetic she became. It was only after Madame Zhang came out of the room and glared at her did Madame Li promptly cease. Madame Li was quite afraid of her mother-in-law, a woman who even had the guts to kill someone. Other than that little episode, Katie's wedding the next day went quite smoothly. Her husband's family had all pretty much heard of Hai's name. They all knew that he had a godparent relationship with the Lord Imperial Envoy and also had a working relationship with the Imperial merchant family, the Zhous. Consequently, Katie's in-laws, who had previously looked down on the Yu family arrogantly, were now very polite to them. They were especially courteous to Hai as her second brother. The groom also called him second brother, in a manner that was more respectful than when he was addressing his own older brothers. Not long after Katie got married, the first snow of the year unexpectedly floated down. Lady Fang's child in her belly slowly grew larger. Living in a house halfway up the mountain with the northern snows didn't make it easy for her to traverse in and out. Thus, Xiao negotiated with her own parents to allow her godmother to live in their home at this time. Presently, their family home was much more spacious. There were 5 rooms constructed out of bricks that were surrounded by a perimeter wall that separated the space into 2 courtyards, east and west. In the middle was a moon-shaped gate. The whole family lived in the east courtyard that had 3 rooms. The east side of that courtyard had 2 wings, while the west side held the kitchen and junk room. The west courtyard had 2 rooms that had been empty this whole time. The plan was to leave those rooms for Hang when he got married and had a household of his own. When Xiao proposed this idea to her parents, the 2 of them naturally didn't have any issues. After several months of contact, the 2 families were closer than most blood-related families. Fang Zizhen and his wife truly treated their youngest daughter as if she was their own blood and bone. Even though Lady Fang was now pregnant with her own child, she didn't change her treatment of Xiao one bit. Every time Fang Zizhen returned from the capital, he always had a bunch of gifts for them. In fact, a lot of these gifts couldn't even be found in the prefectural city. Despite that, they weren't particularly valuable, just more novel. The reason was simple. Fang Zizhen knew that if he bought something expensive, the Yu family wouldn't take it from him. Naturally, the more her godfather traveled to and from the capital, prefectural city, and Dongshan village, the more jewelry Xiao amassed. Her 1 jewelry box was now 2, and, by the trend, would soon become 3. There was nothing she could do though since her godfather would always think of bringing a gift back to her every time he went out. And what did little girls like? If it wasn't jewelry, then it had to be pretty material to make clothes, right? She was pretty sure that all of the jewelry stores in the capital and the prefectural city were familiar with General Fang Zizhen. Almost every couple of months, this giant brawny man would grace a jewelry store and scare away all of the matrons and young maidens inside. Afterwards, he would ask the shop assistants to show him the newest and latest jewelry most suitable for a young girl around 10 years old. Without even asking the price, he would buy all of them to take back. His 2 assistants had now become servants who were only there to settle the bill. Hai also pampered his daughters and had a similar mindset to Fang Zizhen. Fortunately, Xiao wasn't a true young girl of 10. Otherwise, between her 2 fathers, one biological and the other adopted, she might have been spoiled until she didn't know right from wrong. When Fang Zizhen and his wife heard Xiao's idea of having them live in the courtyard next door, after thinking a bit, they both agreed. A house halfway up the mountain was truly not a good place for a pregnant woman to live during the winter, especially after snow fell as the roads would become slippery. In fact, yesterday, their daughter had stumbled in the snow. Luckily, she was dressed in thick layers and didn't hurt herself. Otherwise, Lady Fang would have blamed herself to death. The couple also had a manor in town. However, if they moved into town, then they'd be farther away from their daughter and it wouldn't be as convenient to see her. If a blizzard came by, then carriages wouldn't be able to drive for a few days. The 2 right now felt that going a single day without seeing their daughter would create a feeling of loss, let alone a few days. The couple weren't delicate flowers. After all, it was just lodging at the Yu family's residence for a winter, that's all. If they were afraid of outsiders gossiping about them, then they could just broadcast that they were renting the rooms. As long as Fang Zizhen said that he wanted to rent a place to live, even the village chief would have to let him rent his own house even if he had no place else to go. They acted on what they agreed on. The next day, the couple, along with their servants, moved into the west courtyard of the Yu family's residence. The west courtyard had been designed to be an independent single-family living space. It had 2 wings, a kitchen, and a storeroom. Fang Zizhen didn't have a lot of servants with him in Dongshan village, so the servants were assigned the west wing. 1 room from the east wing was given to his 2 assistants. Li Li and Wu Yun would occasionally come by in the afternoon to report to him about the harbor's matters. Why did they pick the afternoon? Wasn't it because they wanted to bum off the evening meal and the next morning's breakfast off of them? Fang Zizhen, his wife, and the rest of their servants were all used to these two staying over, so when they moved, they didn't forget to leave them a space either. Wintertime was the idle season for the villages. Everyone generally stayed at home, resting during the winter. Furthermore, at this time of year, there wasn't as much business at the docks either, so all of the temporary workers left and returned home. The regular workers, the salaried ones, could also take turns going back home to rest. Having about a dozen days a month to rest at home was quite nice. The Yu family liked to congregate on a Kong bed together during the winter. This year was also the same. They didn't do this to save on firewood, as all of the rooms had their Kong bed fires going. Why did they do this in rooms that didn't have people living in them? That was because Xiao had her father bring more than 20 wooden chests over into the rooms and fill them all with soil. The soil-filled boxes were then put on the Kong beds and planted with some vegetable seeds. Some examples included lettuce greens, Indian lettuce, romaine lettuce, garlic shoots, garlic chives and so forth. That's right, Xiao was trying to grow vegetables out of season. The Yu family's Kong beds all faced the windows, and the windows all had glass in them. Thus, the cultivated vegetables on the Kong beds had plenty of sunlight. With the right temperature, enough light and Xiao adding some diluted mystic stone water, the out-of-season vegetable sprouts grew quite well. The Yu family never lacked green vegetables to eat during the winter, a time when other people could only become rabbits and gnaw on cabbage and daikon. Lady Fang, who was being pampered and protected at every turn due to her pregnancy, also had lots of green vegetables to eat. Thus, she felt like winter, which usually felt long and arduous, had unconsciously slipped away. Right after they celebrated New Year's, the Yu family started to weave straw mats before the ground had thawed. Last year they were able to sell their vegetables at a good price because they were able to bring them to market a month before other people could. This year, with experience under their belts, the Yu family had carefully prepared the front and back courtyards in advance. The courtyard this year was multiple times larger than last year's. The front courtyard's two spaces combined had to be around 3 to 4 mu. Naturally, the back courtyard wasn't much smaller. Before the first breath of spring came around, Xiao had already sprinkled various vegetable seeds onto the ground. As for tomatoes, cucumbers, and hot peppers, she had also started to incubate them on the Kong bed in one of the wings. All of the members of the Yu family, including little Shish too, who was off on his winter break, had the same task every morning when there was plenty of sunlight. They had to lift up all of the straw mats and allow the new vegetable sprouts to bathe in the warmth of the morning sun. When the sun moved towards the west and the temperature started to drop, they all had to carefully cover the sprouts under the thick straw mats again. Every time she had to do this, Xiao sighed in regret that this time period didn't have thin plastic films to use. Otherwise, she would build a large vegetable greenhouse, which was much easier to use compared to the straw mats. The west courtyard's fields hardly needed any members of the Yu family to go there. Lady Fang's two capable handmaids, along with the rest of the servants, had taken over the care of the fields there. Junju and Linglong were all born in the Shiaa family, so they were very good at being personal servants. However, they had never looked after fields before. Nevertheless, they both had a fine hand at lifting and covering the straw mats. When they first saw a tiny sprout coming through the ground, the two maids were so happy that they chattered at their mistress for half a day. With every passing day, the sprouts grew taller and larger and the satisfaction within their hearts grew as well. By the time the warmth of spring arrived, the Yu family's green vegetables were already ready to sell. At this time, other people hadn't even scattered vegetable seeds onto the ground. The 4 mu of land in the front courtyard were all planted with green vegetables that had short growing cycles. In general, most green vegetables required 20 to 40 days to finish growing. However, their family's produce still only required 20 days to be ready for harvest, and this was during a time when snow had fallen twice. As the rest of the world was recovering from the silence of winter, the whole courtyard was filled with lush and verdant green vegetables. It was a sight that comforted people's hearts. Lady Fang, who was now 8 months pregnant and on the verge of childbirth, strolled in the vegetable fields every day with one hand supporting her back and the other cradling her belly. Not only was she able to get some exercise, but she also felt her spirits rise whenever she looked at the growing plants. Every morning, multiple carts came to and from the Yu family's residence, purchasing vegetables. Most of these customers were the wealthy families in town. Last winter, Junsho restaurant made a killing off of their oyster sauce green vegetables dishes, which cost 5 taels a plate. Because the Yao family had fresh vegetables last year, their reputation rose within the town. This year, some people found out early where they bought their food from and had especially signed a contract with the Yu family well in advance. They were afraid that if they didn't come to an agreement early, there wouldn't be any spots left for them to become a customer. The Yu family's vegetables grew very well, and each stalk was healthy and flourishing. They looked so tender that it seemed as if one pinch could draw out water. They weren't cheap though. Other than Junsho restaurant and the Yao family, who were given last year's prices as old customers, the rest of the new customers had to pay a third higher to obtain these vegetables. Although each of the Yu family's 4 mu of fields was able to produce around 3,500 caddies of vegetables, it still wasn't enough to satisfy the town's demands for fresh produce. Following the rule of first come first serve, the Yu family chose the first 10 families that approached them as their customers of the year. Luckily, each family didn't buy too many vegetables every day, so they were able to supply them all. The Lu family's eldest son, who was Xiao Xiao's eldest maternal uncle, had been enlightened after his business with selling watermelons, so he bought his own donkey and cart. Using his cart, he hauled a bunch of fresh vegetables every few days from his younger sister's home to the prefectural city. Because he had General Fang's help, he was able to find ready customers from the city's grocery stands. Whenever he pulled into the city with his cart full of vegetables, he no longer had to wait for customers to buy. Instead, all he had to do was arrive at a grocery store, weigh all of his vegetables, and get paid before he headed back. Although he made less profit doing this than selling at market price, it wasn't as exhausting for him. Lu Pei wasn't someone who would take advantage of his younger sister and brother-in-law. The three of them disputed the wholesale prices for half a day and finally came to an agreed price. They would sell the vegetables to him at the same price they sold to Junsho restaurant. Originally, Lu Pei was trying to get them to sell the vegetables to him at the higher price the other 8 families were paying, but Yu Hai resolutely rejected that idea. Luckily, he was the only source of such fresh vegetables in the prefectural city. Even if he sold all of it at a wholesale price to the grocery stores, the price was still much higher than what he paid for. Lu Pei was therefore able to earn dozens of taels of profit for each run he did. As for harvesting the vegetables, the Yu family, once again, had more work than they could deal with. Thus, they spent some money to hire some scrupulous young girls and matrons to help. Every day, they received a salary of 20 copper coins for 4 hours of work. In the past, 20 copper coins could only be earned by a brawny man doing hard labor for a day. Ever since the construction of the harbor started, the need for labor steadily increased. Naturally, salaries slowly went up. An adult man in his prime could earn around 30 to 50 copper coins a day. However, these people were all doing back-breaking labor to earn this money. How could it compare to working at the Yu family picking vegetables for 4 hours? Anyone in the village who could make a connection with the Yu family did their best to cozy up. Thus, there were many people who came around. However, the Yu family only needed around a dozen people to help out. Since all of the women who came over were known to them, it made Madame Lu very worried. She didn't know how to refuse any of them. Shiaa knew her mother's personality well, so she gave her a couple of presents and had her mother go back to her maternal family for a couple of days. Ever since she married over to the Yu family, she never went back to her maternal family as she was afraid that Madame Zhang would be unhappy. After they separated from the family, they were so busy that there was no time to even rest, so she had very few opportunities to go back. Now, using this opportunity, Xiao Xiao had her mother go back to her home to rest for a few days and enjoy the time with her parents. As for the sticky job of hiring people, that was left to her godmother's 2 handmaids. Those who were able to become the primary handmaids of the managing lady of the residence definitely weren't simple. These 2 maids knew when to be careful and when to reveal their shrewish sides for the benefit of their mistress. In addition, they also had the support of the general and his wife. Even if the women asking for a job got rejected, they couldn't do or say anything. The 2 maids were also quite clever. They wrote down the details of every person who came by asking for the position into a small book. By doing that, they were able to analyze the connections and relationships that each prospective candidate had. Using that knowledge, they chose a dozen from the bunch. After dispatching the messages to everyone, they instructed the new workers arrive at 5 in the morning sharp every day. Those who were late naturally had their salary deducted. As for the other people who came by, the 2 handmaids looked at them with calm expressions and merely stated, "In the future, when there is more work, we will first consider you," before sending them off. The workers included the following people: Xuanju's wife, Ergu's wife, Xiao Xiao's 2 paternal aunts Yu Shi and Yu Yang's wives, Xiao Xiao's older female cousin, Yu Zai's eldest daughter, Zhou Shanhu who was trying to earn some pocket money, and some other women who had decent relationships with the Yu family. All of these people knew that Junju and Linglong chose them because they were good friends with the Yu family, so they worked especially hard. All of them were used doing work in the village, so the task of picking vegetables wasn't considered hard. Every day, they were able to finish 4 hours of work in 2. Furthermore, there wasn't even a speck of dirt on the vegetables and they were all stacked neatly. All of the servants who came over to buy vegetables praised them for being hardworking and nimble. There wasn't much work left to be done at home, so Xiao wanted to rest a bit. Before 2 days passed, Xiaolian called her over to the docks to help. Xiaolian's business at the docks had continued to grow. Now that it was spring, the docks, which had been more quiet over the winter, were now becoming more and more busy. The docks had workers, which meant that there were also people selling food. The mornings and evenings were a bit chilly in the early spring, so they had stopped selling starch jelly last autumn. Xiaolian and eldest maternal aunt were now busy with their noodles and braised food stand. There was so much work that they couldn't keep up. The noodle stand now had more variety than when Old Lu ran it. Old Lu used to sell noodles that were boiled in water. Xiao added zhajiang noodles, noodles mixed with scallions and oil, noodles mixed with salted vegetables and shredded meat, and braised meat noodles to the menu. All of these were taught to Xiaolian and eldest maternal aunt in an effort to make the noodle stand seem fresh. In addition, she also made a batch of noodles for the purpose of making noodles stir-fried with eggs and noodles stir-fried with shredded meat. These 2 dishes were more heavily seasoned and suited the tastes of northerners. Thus, although the price of the stir-fried noodles was higher than the offerings, they were still a popular dish. As for the braised food, Xiaolian didn't have to do the labor-intensive work of wrapping a portion of braised meat in oiled paper bags anymore. Instead, she brought over a batch of the braising sauce from home and a bag of spices that Xiao had crafted with her secret recipe. At the docks, she was now able to braise food right there. The stove at the stand was at just the right height and reached Xiaolian's waist. Charcoal burned merrily inside the stove, which caused the braising marinade to bubble incessantly as the ingredients simmered in the pot. Snow-white steam wafted out of the pot and a dense, fragrant smell of braised food permeated the surroundings. The smell invaded people's noses. If there was a good wind around, that strong enticing smell could almost envelop the entire docks. A bowl of plain noodles and 2 copper coins, worth of braised food was enough to satisfy an adult. Every day at mealtime, the Yu family's noodle stand was crowded with bunches of people. There weren't enough seats at the tables, so some people had to squat on the ground as they ate. Despite that, those people never went to the other areas to eat. All of the other food vendors at the docks could only watch helplessly as the Yu family raked in money. Among them included the lady at a different noodle stand who had long ago shooed Xiao and her sister away when they wanted to first sell their braised food next to her. Her business had slowed down until it was hard to break even. That woman now deeply regretted her previous actions. If she hadn't made a bad decision in the past, it was possible that her noodle stand would be the one with people lining up without end. Today, Xiao had been dragged along by Xiaolian to be a free laborer. She didn't have to do any of the hard work, such as rolling out the dough, boiling the noodles, and slicing the braised food. Instead, she was in charge of serving the customers when the food was ready. Even with the easy job, she was so busy that she didn't have time to take a breath to rest. Right after the busy time of the day finished, Xiao was about to sit down and rest when she suddenly heard a bunch of commotion at the docks. What's going on? Why are there so many strange people at the docks now? Is someone here to cause trouble? Don't tell me some hooligans are coming to smash this place, or is it because someone is jealous of Brother Six's achievements at the docks and wants him to stumble? Xiao squirmed her way towards the docks out of curiosity and discovered that there were a large group of people there. They didn't look like an unruly mob. On the contrary, they resembled members of a well-disciplined family. She couldn't help but feel a bit worried for Brother Six. These fellows didn't look easy to deal with. Brother Six was someone who was worldly. He had been at the docks for all these years, so what type of person hadn't he seen before? When he saw the group of people in front of him, he calmly went up to greet them. He headed towards the person who seemed to be in charge of everyone and bowed. "Please excuse me, but may I ask what brings you here to the Tengu docks?" Although the supposed leader of the group was dressed casually, it couldn't hide his lordly bearing. He faintly glanced at Brother Six and asked, "Are you the one in charge of the docks here?" "That I am, Lord. Are you trying to load cargo or unload it? Please come to our business office and register. I will make sure to give you priority." Brother Six didn't feel any malice coming off this stranger, so he carefully sounded him out. The man hinted at Brother Six and brought him to a relatively secluded place. He lowered his voice and said, "I am the commander of the Imperial bodyguards from the capital and I carry with me a secret decree from the Emperor. We are here to welcome the young royal prince who is coming home from his seafaring journey. Royal Prince Yang has already informed us in advance that he has almost 100 cargo ships that need to dock. All of them carry precious goods from the Southeast Seas in the Western Hemisphere. Therefore, you need to prepare in advance. When Royal Prince Yang left on his journey last year, it caused a sensation. Even if Brother Six wanted to forget that event, he couldn't. A year and a half had passed and the royal prince hadn't even come home. Thus, it was necessary to make it grand and ostentatious. This so-called commander of the imperial bodyguards had brought over at least 50 to 60 soldiers with him. From this, it looked like he planned on firmly guarding the docks. There was nothing wrong with that. It was said that before the current emperor ascended the throne, he also heavily recommended exploring distant seas to find novel species, especially high-yielding crops. In fact, after the sweet potato was introduced to the country, it benefited thousands among thousands of great Ming commoners. The current emperor had even said this in his throne room: "When we ascended the throne, we set our 10-year goal to this. We want the common people of the great Ming dynasty to all have food on their plate and all to be able to eat their fill." For the sake of finding more high-yielding crops, this emperor, who loved his people, sent Royal Prince Yang, who had just reached the age of 15, on an important mission. He had to travel to the Western Hemisphere. This time, Royal Prince Yang was coming back victoriously. Naturally, the emperor regarded him with great importance. Brother Six knew that something as big as this required careful planning. A small misstep could cause him to lose his life. However, if he did everything well and was able to show himself in front of Royal Prince Yang, then, in the future, his footing at the docks would be stable. Should other people try to take his position, they would first have to consider his backing. The construction of the harbor would be finished within the next 2 years. If the whole harbor was in his hands, then he, Brother Six, would truly be a person of note in Tanggu town. There was no such thing as a free meal. He had to take this particular piece of business. At sea, the azure sky seemed endless as clouds drifted by slowly. A few seagulls circled idly in the air at sea level. On the horizon, a grandiose fleet of ships sped forward. The ship in the lead was an enormous 3-floor passenger ship. Although it was simply designed, it seemed quite lofty and majestic. Immense sails billowed in the wind and pushed the ship forward. At the top was a golden-colored flag with a coiling dragon embroidered on it. This flag was bestowed by the emperor, and seeing the flag was the same as seeing the emperor himself. All officials were required to kowtow when they saw it. At the bow of the ship was a youth with an impressive bearing. He was dressed in simple dark purple brocade robes. Cinched around his waist was a silver-colored cloth that was embroidered with cinnabar and golden threads. His hair was bound up and, under the sea breeze's caress, a few strands of unruly pieces escaped from their confines and plastered his cheek. He had a pair of clear and powerful eyes that seemed to emit coldness. His eyes were so fierce that other people trembled at the thought of looking at them. The youth's figure was tall and straight, as if he was a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. As he saw the distant Tanggu docks quickly getting closer, Zhu Junyang's cold expression slightly softened. He was finally back. He had triumphantly completed his first long seafaring journey and was about to come home. His year-and-a-half journey out at sea had given him many experiences and things to think about. The journey to and back was not completely peaceful. They had encountered pirates trying to plunder them and sneak attacks from sudden storms. However, with the 1,000 or so people working hard together on the ships, they were finally safely back home. He was convinced that these hard-earned experiences would become his treasures in his life. They would mold him to become a better person and become his future glory. Although this youth was almost 16 and had a youthful-looking face, his eyes glowed with a mature and wise light. His handsome and cold face hadn't changed in the past year and a half. However, his figure had become even more imposing, as if he was cloaked with a manner that made people understand his power. "I, Zhu Junyang, am back." The youth lightly sighed these few words. Behind him was a white-haired man who came forward a step. He used his somewhat shrill voice to say, "Royal Prince Yang, this time our journey from the west could be considered quite smooth. We've succeeded in bringing back seeds of all of the crops that the emperor mentioned. I just don't know if our great Ming dynasty will be able to successfully grow these plants." Zhu Junyang coldly surveyed the dry land that was getting closer to him. His originally eager mood slowly calmed down. He slowly replied, "That is the concern of the Ministry of Revenue. What does it have to do with me?" Head steward Lu Fusheng revealed a smile that covered his entire face as the corners of his eyes lifted up until there were wrinkles. "Young royal prince, don't tell me that you don't want to personally plant the seeds that you went through so much trouble to get, see them germinate, grow leaves, blossom, and bear fruit. The expression on Zhu Junyang's face darkened and became cold as he looked at Lu Fusheng, which immediately made the steward feel an immense pressure. Lu Fusheng could be considered one of the top experts within the country, yet his master's intimidating composure caused him to drip buckets of cold sweat. He promptly kneeled on the ground and apologized. This old servant had a slip of the tongue. Please punish me, Royal Prince Yang. The not yet 16 Zhu Junyang, after experiencing this long sea voyage, felt that he was a man now, capable of supporting both the heaven and earth. Thus, he prohibited other people from addressing him with young royal prince, or other similar names. The last time an imperial bodyguard made that mistake, the hapless soldier was thrown into the sea to feed the sharks by a furious royal Prince Yang. After that, the thousands of people accompanying him all knew that the name, young royal prince, was a taboo that could not be touched. Lu Fusheng's heart raced as he secretly raised his eyes to peep at his master's frosty expression. From the day that royal Prince Yang was born, Lu Fusheng had been by his side. The head steward had witnessed his adorable toddler years and also watched as the cute boy slowly grew into a handsome and lofty youth. Prince Yang had learned most of his martial arts from him. After more than a decade of companionship, the two of them had established a master-disciple relationship, a true friendship, as well as a master-servant relationship. However, masters and servants still had a gap between them. Even he had a line that he couldn't cross with the prince. Zhu Junyang stared expressionlessly at Steward Lu, who had his head lowered in apology. They had been with each other for over a decade. A person would have sentiments about a small creature in that time frame, let alone a person. He couldn't treat Steward Lu as a disposable creature. Doing so would only cause other people's hearts to cool. If he wanted his servants' loyalty, he needed to know when to reward and when to reprimand. This was the rule that Steward Lu had taught him himself. Since you know your mistake, when we get back to the capital you can punish yourself. Zhu Junyang's previous good mood had apparently been abruptly interrupted by this little episode. Frosty coldness, once again, appeared his eyes. The imperial bodyguard behind him glanced at Steward Lu, who was stealthily using his sleeve to wipe his cold sweat. In his opinion, the less spoken the less likely one would make a mistake, so he kept his mouth shut as he pretended to be one of the masts on the ship. They're here, they're here. When the people on the dock saw the majestic fleet of over 100 ships approaching them, they immediately bustled around. The entire area had been locked down by martial law under the orders of the imperial bodyguards, who were the personal guards of the emperor himself. The commander of the Yulin soldiers, who were in charge of protecting of Prince Yang, was around the same rank as the commander of the imperial bodyguards. The emperor clearly favored this young royal prince as he had assigned a portion of his own bodyguards to welcome the returning youth. Steward Lu looked in the distance at the docks and saw the arrangements. He remarked with gratitude, "Master, the emperor sent people to welcome you. Looks like they are the personal soldiers of the emperor." The commander of the Yulin soldiers had spotted his archenemy, Bao Qinming, in one glance. His lips twitched as he agreed, they truly are the personal soldiers of the emperor. That fellow, Bao Qinming, has also come along. Zhu Junyang's expression remained tranquil as if the horde of people on the shore had nothing to do with him. He stayed silent for a bit before he abruptly asked, "My lady mother, is she also in Tanggu town right now?" Steward Lu immediately replied, "Yes, that's right. We received a letter that said Princess Consort Jing is having a good time in Tanggu town. At the beginning of autumn, His Highness personally escorted her back to the capital. Now that it's spring and the weather is warming, Her Highness has graced her presence again in Tanggu town and is currently living in the courtyard that is normally for Magistrate Wu's youngest son." Zhu Junyang frowned, "Lady Mother is being stubborn again. It gets chilly in spring and Tanggu town is next to the ocean, which also makes it humid. This is not a good climate for her body." The letter also said that ever since she's been in Tanggu town, Her Royal Highness has been spending a lot of time with Lady Fang. Lady Fang's adopted daughter is very good at cooking medicinal cuisine and miraculously cured General Fang's old illness. I believe Lady Fang will be birthing her child next month. Her Royal Highness occasionally sees that little girl and has eaten her medicinal cuisine several times. Since then, she hasn't gotten ill at all in the past 3 seasons. What nonsense. The imperial physicians are taking care of Lady Mother's body. How could they allow a little girl to mess around? If something happened, who's going to take responsibility? Lady Mother is truly too much. How could she just blindly trust a random person? Out of the 3 brothers, Zhu Junyang had the closest connection with their mother. He couldn't help but furrow his brows when heard this news and a hint of worry flashed through his cold eyes. Steward Lu hurriedly tried to comfort him, "Master isn't wrong for being worried." However, that little girl's medicinal cuisine had all been approved by the accompanying imperial physician. He made sure that none of the food would cause problems for Her Highness's body. Furthermore, when the food was being made, every single step was strictly observed by someone. Her Highness's constitution has truly improved after eating it. Please don't worry, Royal Prince. After hearing this, Zhu Junyang's tight expression finally relaxed a bit. He thought for a bit before he said, from what you're telling me, this little girl does have some skill. Why don't we bring her along when we head back to the capital? Nourishing the body is not something that can happen in a short period of time. Steward Liu bowed and explained, that little girl lives in Dongshan village and her parents don't want her to leave them at such a young age. The princess consort has a benevolent heart and can't bear to separate them. That being said, the little girl is also the adopted daughter of General Fang. For the sake of the general and his wife's dignity, it's not really a good idea to force them, right? Dongshan village. When he heard this name, Zhu Junyang frowned again. He didn't have any good memories of that village. His most humiliating and difficult situation had occurred at Dongshan village. Images of being surrounded by seawater, struggling in desperation, choking on water, and being rescued in a half-conscious state once again appeared in front of his bewitching eyes. He had previously thought that he had long forgotten those memories, but they were crystal clear again. Oh right, Master, you've previously met this little girl. Steward Liu surreptitiously raised his eyes to glance at the young royal prince before he continued. It could be said that she's considered one of your life-saving benefactors. A benefactor who had saved my life. It truly was her. Zhu Junyang wasn't quite sure how he felt about this. That ultra-skinny and small little girl, who unexpectedly had a pair of lively eyes, not only saved his life but also helped his mother recover from her illness. He vaguely remembered that before he left on his journey, he had given that little girl a bag of silver in gratitude. Cough cough, apparently, now he was the one being rude and impetuous. As he was lost in his thoughts, the fleet of ships had almost reached shore. The imperial ships had precedence, so all of the other ships in the area avoided them. Consequently, other than this fleet of ships, there were no other vessels to be seen at the docks. After they docked the ship at the wharf, Zhu Junyang took the lead in getting off. After floating in the ocean for more than a year, he truly didn't want to spend another second on the boat. The feeling of having his feet planted firmly on the ground truly felt too good. Commander Bao quickly welcomed them as he and the hundreds of men under him bowed to Royal Prince Yang. The sight of that power was truly spectacular. Yu Xiaosao watched all of the proceedings from afar as she sighed in her heart. This society is rigidly bound by class. Having power is truly a good thing. Look at this guy's battle array, everyone's eyes are on him. Although martial law was currently imposed on the docks, the soldiers hadn't driven away any of the peddlers in the area. After undergoing a strict interrogation, the Yu family's noodles and braised food stand was allowed to continue doing business. It was obvious that such an enormous fleet of ships would take a long time to unload. If the docks didn't have anyone selling food, then those dock workers would have to work on an empty stomach. During all of this, a little break occurred. Commander Bao of the Imperial Bodyguards had been enticed by the smell of Xiaosao's braised food and ordered a bowl of zhajiang noodles and a plate of braised pig head meat. He ate with great relish. Commander Bao was good friends with the Emperor Emeritus's personal bodyguards, so he had long heard his good friends waxing eloquently about the Yu family's famous braised food. The Emperor Emeritus always had to eat their food every time he visited Tanggu town. It was a meal that none of his friends could ever forget. Commander Bao was from a prominent general's family and had tried every delicacy there was to be had. How could a crude eatery, selling food for 1 copper coin a portion, be so amazing to catch the Emperor Emeritus's discerning eye as well as be engraved in his good friend's memories? Thus, when he received this mission, he decided that he needed to try the braised food from the docks while he was there. He needed to find out if his friends were just exaggerating. 100 words could not describe one bite. The pig's head meat was soft and flavorful, fatty without being greasy, and delicious without being overwhelming. To a manly soldier, who loved to drink lots of alcohol and eat lots of meat, this braised meat paired with a mouthful of noodles was truly to his liking. Originally, Commander Bao wasn't very hungry. However, he shoved down 2 large bowls of noodles and a giant plate of braised meat before he finally had to leave with a bulging stomach. He decided right then and there that before he had to leave this town, he needed to pack a large to-go bag of this braised food. His grandfather would definitely love it. The sun set gently on the horizon, dyeing the waters a glowing red. The land seemed to have been draped with a dark red brocade robe. Usually at this time of the day, the docks would be becoming more quiet. However, at this moment, it was still bustling with activity. The dock workers came to and fro, hauling cargo on their shoulders and backs. Carts among carts were stacked high with goods from the seagoing ships. A bunch of brawny men dressed entirely in black patrolled the perimeter of the docks. All of their eyes were alert and they attentively observed the surroundings. In the cargo holds of the 100 or so ships, there were the seeds of unfamiliar crops as well as some precious goods from the Western Hemisphere and Southern seas. The rarer something is, the greater its value. Silks and porcelain, which were commonly seen items for the great Ming dynasty, could be sold for 10 times, even 100 times their value in the West. On the flip side, goods that were considered commonplace in the West were worth more their weight in gold in the great Ming dynasty. The emperor had previously said that all of the goods from the voyage, other than the ones he listed, were the property of royal Prince Yang. From the spoils of this trip, Prince Yang would definitely increase his wealth by 100-fold. There were so many valuable items, so they naturally had to prevent unscrupulous people from seeing them. Royal Prince Yang also regarded these goods with a lot of importance and refused Commander Bao's proposal of being escorted into town first. He sat inside the simple business office at the docks and watched as the bags of goods got loaded onto the horse carts. The expression on his face was tranquil and his mouth was pressed into its customary line. His eyes glowed with a cool light and emitted an aura that made people hesitant to approach him. Grumble, the 4 people sitting in silence suddenly heard a slight noise. It sounded distinctly clear and made it hard for people to ignore it. Commander Bao stealthily looked out of the corner of his eye to peep at Prince Yang. The prince's expression stayed the same as if the obvious sound of his stomach growing had nothing to do with him. Steward Liu astutely detected Commander Bao's line of sight and lightly coughed to call the other man's attention. He then hugged his stomach and quietly confessed, "Master, please forgive me. This old servant didn't have a good appetite this morning on the ship. It's not even dinner time, yet my belly is complaining for food." Prince Yang naturally knew that his head steward was taking the fall for him. However, did Steward Liu really think he was still that childish? The world was vast, but eating was an important thing. What was awkward about being hungry? His bright eyes whirled a bit and he looked Steward Liu in the eye before he faintly remarked, "Commander Bao, is there anywhere we can go to get some food on these docks?" This question made Commander Bao feel a bit uneasy. The Tanggu docks were very simple, so the only people selling food were the nearby villagers, who were all peasant farmers. The food was quite crude and no one knew how hygienic it was either. It was said that Royal Prince Yang was a bit of a germaphobe. Would he be able to stomach eating the food here? When Prince Yang noticed that Commander Bao had stayed silent a bit with an awkward expression on his face, he followed up in a slightly raspy and gloomy voice, "What? Is Commander Bao in a bind right now?" Very few people knew that Zhu Junyang had a bout of illness when he was very young. In fact, due to anemia, he had fainted in the past. His body had slowly strengthened as he got older and with the treatment of the imperial physicians. After he started practicing martial arts, almost no one knew about this particular past. However, because of this previous illness, Zhu Junyang could not stand being hungry. As soon as he felt the pangs, his mood would become irritable and flustered. Consequently, the tone he used to speak to Commander Bao had also held some impatience. Commander Bao hurriedly got off the stool and kneeled down with his hands cupped and head lowered. "Royal Prince Yang, the environment at the docks is too crude and plain. I'm afraid you might not be able to tolerate the food here." "How could I not tolerate the food here? I've even eaten raw fish and drank rainwater on the ship. If that's not considered crude, what could be?" The emptiness in his stomach was making Zhu Junyang feel irritable and agitated. His last sentence even held a hint of rebuke within it. The person who understood the young royal prince the most had to be Steward Liu, who had watched him grow up. He knew that the young royal prince was ravenous. If he didn't get some food now, someone was going to have to suffer. Steward Liu hastily spoke to Commander Bao. "Commander Bao, find some food that is edible at the docks and bring it back. This old servant is almost about to faint from hunger." Commander Bao could tell that Prince Yang's eyes were flicking with a bit of impatience. He also knew that the prince, despite being young, was not someone who had a lenient and soft-hearted personality. Thus, he hurriedly got up and said, "I have to say that the only food that is slightly palatable here is from the noodle stand run by the Yu family's sisters. Royal Prince, please wait a moment." As soon as Prince Yang impatiently waved his hand at him with a stony expression, Commander Bao scurried over to Yu Xiaosao's noodle stand. At this moment, all of the dock workers were busy doing work, so there wasn't a single soul at the stand. Madame Han was currently simmering the delicious zhajiang paste. Other than fermented soybean paste, the sauce also had stir-fried diced meat and very firm tofu mixed in, which made the flavor quite delicious. Usually, at this time of day, the Yu sisters would have already cleaned up the stall and gone back home. However, because there was a special circumstance today, they worked the same overtime hours as the dock workers at the request of Brother Six. Yu Xiaosao was currently bored to death as she sat on a wooden stool. She idly played with her hands. When she raised her eyes, she saw Commander Bao rushing over as if the hellhounds from the underworld were chasing him. Sir, you must be tired. Come sit down. Do you want a portion of zhajiang noodles or some scallion noodles? Yu Xiaosao remembered that this gentleman really enjoyed both of these noodles. She wasn't sure if he wanted to eat the same thing or try something new this time. Commander Bao plopped down on a nearby seat and bawled out an order before he could catch his breath. Whatever types of noodles you have, give me 3 bowls, it needs to come out quickly. Also give me a plate of pig head meat, pig ears in chili oil, stir-fried intestines, and some seaweed with dried tofu as well. Quickly, this order needs to be rushed. At noon, this man had eaten until he was bloated. If he was the one eating this food, he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Judging by his obvious nervousness and anxiety, he must be ordering this food for the young royal prince, who had just finished his seafaring journey. Only someone who was born with a royal background could cause his servants to run about until their legs fell off. Yu Xiaosao silently cursed the arrogance of these influential people, yet kept an earnest look on her face as she replied, the quickest noodle dish has to be zhajiang noodles. The sauce was just done, so as soon as the noodles finish cooking we can just pour the sauce on top and it'll be ready to eat. Just wait a moment, everything will be ready shortly. Xiaosao raised her voice to call her eldest maternal aunt, Aunt, give me 3 bowls of zhajiang noodles. Make sure to sterilize the bowls and chopsticks with some boiling water first. Commander Bao looked at the slightly built girl in front of him with admiration. She was truly a clever little kid to be able to tell from his words and demeanor that he was ordering food for a noble. She even had her aunt especially sterilize the bowls and chopsticks. She had an eye for details. Yu Xiaosao attentively washed her hands and then used some boiling water to wash the chopping board and knives. Only after she did that did she carefully cut some braised food to make a plate. She used some chili oil to season some ribbons of pig ear and also placed some garlic paste and chopped scallions on the plate. By doing this, the nobles could pick and choose if they wanted strong flavors on their food. After that, she swiftly cooked the stir-fried pig intestines. Once it was all done, Madame Han had also finished cooking the zhajiang noodles. Madame Han had originally been a good hand at cooking. After getting some directions from Xiaosao, she knew how to make every noodle dish on the menu very well. Her best dish was zhajiang noodles. The student had truly surpassed the master. Madame Han was better at controlling the heat when cooking the sauce than Xiaosao. 3 huge, heaping bowls full of zhajiang noodles with 4 plates of the Yu family's signature braised foods was considered quite a luxurious feast at the docks. As for the taste, it was obvious that there absolutely wasn't another vendor on the docks that could surpass the Yu family's braised food and zhajiang noodles. The 4 plates of braised food were carefully arranged into a basket. Commander Bao took the lead and snatched the basket as he urged Xiaosao and Madame Han, quickly. Bring the noodles and come with me. Xiaosao grimaced a bit as she complained silently, you clearly know which job is easier. The noodles have just come out of the pot, so those bowls are hot enough to scald a person's hands. You're such a tough guy with calloused hands, yet you make a woman and a kid carry over the bowls of noodles. This guy has no shame. Luckily, they didn't go far before Commander Bao sent a few of his subordinates to carry the bowls of noodles. He then dismissed them after throwing a piece of silver as payment. Those 3 bodyguards had been busy the entire afternoon. Their stomachs had long been complaining for food. As the tantalizing aroma of the zhajiang noodles hit their nostrils, they swallowed their saliva and looked at each other before quietly speaking to Xiaosao, keep the change as a reward from our commander, little girl, we'll be patrolling over there. In a moment, can you send a few bowls of noodles over? You won't be disappointed. The 3 soldiers were well aware of their responsibilities. As long as they didn't leave a gap in patrolling, they could eat a bowl of noodles in between their shifts. These noodles were quite amazing to smell, so delicious. Even the capital's best restaurant's dragon's beard noodles with chicken feet didn't have such a tantalizing aroma. The 3 bodyguards were assigned to guard the most raucous and bustling area of the docks. That area was close to the ocean and one could easily see the rows of imposing-looking ships. The dockworkers all bustled around, trembling with fear, as the imperial bodyguards observed them. In order to make sure this important task went smoothly, Brother Six had pulled out all the stops. There were a lot of regular staff on his team and he even had his subordinates call over all of the day-to-day workers over to help. All in all, it came out to several hundred people working together to unload the ships at an inhuman speed. Within one afternoon, more than half of all of the cargo had been moved from the ships and stacked into horse carts to be moved into town. Yu Xiaosao used a wooden slab as a salver and carefully delivered the 3 bowls of zhajiang noodles with great effort. She slowly stepped on the shifting sands of the beach and gave the 3 soldiers the noodles they had ordered. Each squadron had 10 people and among them included a low-ranking captain. When the men smelled the strong scent of the noodles, they couldn't help but come over to look at the food. The 3 soldiers recognized Yu Xiaoxiao, so they notified their captain before they gleefully welcomed Xiaoxiao over. As if they were afraid someone was going to steal their food, they all grabbed a bowl, ignored the scalding heat burning their hands, and slipped away to slurp the noodles. After the little captain rearranged the shifts, he came by and grinned, "You guys are seriously too much. Sneaking away to eat on your own. Tell me, how should I punish you all?" One of the soldiers was a very tall and brawny fellow. He flashed a smile as he spoke his thoughts in a straightforward manner. "Okay. We'll accept punishment. I'll treat all of you to eat noodles." Who would have thought that these small docks could be hiding such a jewel? These noodles are better than any noodles I've ever had in the capital. No restaurant there can compare. The other imperial bodyguards all thought that he thought the noodles tasted very good because he was too hungry. But once they had a taste of the zhejiang noodles, they found out that it was truly delicious. After Yu Xiaoxiao delivered these men their food, she stood quietly on the side to take their empty bowls and chopsticks when they were done. Her large, inquisitive eyes were opened wide as she observed the imposingly large ships. She silently mused at this fellow transmigrator's influence on this world. She was pretty sure that her fellow friend had been a shipbuilding major before he came over. He unexpectedly was able to design and build ships that had both sails and steam power so they could traverse distant seas. At this time, Xiaoxiao didn't realize that she had inadvertently bumped into the truth. Xiaoxiao, who was in the midst of enjoying this scenery, suddenly saw her eldest maternal uncle at the docks doing work. Her uncle was truly a hard worker. He ran back and forth delivering vegetables to the prefectural city and probably made a decent amount of money already, yet he still didn't want to renounce his dock work either. Wait, what was that? The bag on her eldest uncle's back had somehow gotten a small hole. A golden-looking seed suddenly dropped down. Wasn't that corn? Few kernels of golden corn quietly lay on the sand that had been churned around from the activity. Suddenly, a large foot that was shod in straw sandals started going towards the golden-colored seeds. Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth opened and closed, but the words to stop the person didn't come out. The giant foot had already pressed the seeds into the sand. Yu Xiaoxiao no longer cared that the docks were under martial law and rushed over. She squatted down by the large footprint. Old Hao, who was coming up from behind her with a giant bag, almost couldn't change his direction in time and narrowly avoided tripping over her. How dangerous. If Old Hao had fallen over, a man who weighed around 80 kilograms and also had a bag that was around 100 kilograms of weight, he might have killed her on impact or at least injured her severely. Old Hao staggered a couple of steps and then caught his footing. Just as he was about to yell at the offender, he saw who the tiny person in front of him was. He swallowed down the profanities that were about to bubble up and stated with concern, "Little girl Xiaoxiao, this is not a safe place for you to play around. Hurry up and leave." The man behind Old Hao had almost crashed into him as well. The worker raised his head to look at Old Hao and then circled around the two of them to walk past. The other workers behind them also followed his footsteps, working hard to carry the cargo on their shoulders. Today, the boss had told them that after they finished unloading everything from the ships, they would get double the pay. Although they would be going home later than usual, this job was worth it. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head and smiled at Old Hao. She continued to use her small hands to push away the sand in the footprint until a few kernels of corn appeared. Xiaoxiao was incredibly excited. Corn is a high-yielding crop. Unlike sweet potato, which causes heartburn when a person eats too much, corn can truly be a staple food to be eaten daily. Childhood memories of eating golden and crispy baked corn cakes and tender and delicious corn porridge passed through her thoughts. Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly had to swallow down her saliva. Despite Old Hao's warning, she followed along her eldest maternal uncle's tracks and looked for the corn. The hole in the burlap bag must have been very small. She had to go several steps before she could find the other kernels of corn. After drinking mystic stone water every day, Yu Xiaoxiao's 5 senses had become very keen. Even though the color of the corn kernels were pretty much the same as the grains of sand, she was still able to find most of the kernels on the ground. Occasionally she would bypass one, but the little divine stone would remind her. The little divine stone's thoughts were linked with its masters. Thus, it also knew just how important these kernels of corn were to Xiaoxiao. When the squadron of imperial bodyguards had finished eating the delectable zhejiang noodles and braised pig head meat, they wanted to return the bowls and utensils. However, the little girl had left and they didn't know where she went. The bodyguards weren't nervous about her disappearance. All of the merchants on the docks had their backgrounds examined earlier and all of them were innocent people making a living. That being said, how much trouble could a little girl, who hadn't reached the age of 10 and didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, cause? Yu Xiaoxiao continued her on her journey to find corn with her head bowed down. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. In the front, not far from her, were 4 to 5 kernels of corn. If she added those to the ones in her hand, she already had around 20 or so seeds. The weather was getting better, so she could start planting the corn in the rear courtyard to get a good supply of seeds. By next year, she would have enough to plant around 2 to 3 mu of corn fields. If another 2 years went by, then she would become a corn tycoon. Yup, for the sake of growing corn, she needed to buy a few more fields of fertile land. Her pale and delicate little hands hurriedly reached towards those few kernels of corn. Suddenly, a foot that was shod in black boots crafted of brocade with cloud patterns stepped on the corn on the ground. Before Xiaoxiao could think things through, her tiny hand had already grasped that foot to lift it out of the way and left a conspicuous sandy print on those black boots. Zhu Junyang grimaced as he looked at that irksome dirty print on his foot. The atmosphere immediately became awkward. Both Steward Lu and Commander Fang, who were behind the prince, felt as if there were stormy clouds rushing towards them. However, that small and slightly built figure crouching on the ground didn't detect this change at all. She was still trying to move the young royal prince's foot with all of her might. Do you know what you're doing? Zhu Junyang squeezed out a question. His voice held an obvious gloomy undertone as if he was grinding his teeth anger. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't even raise her head as she replied, "How annoying, please raise your precious foot, you're stepping on my stuff." No matter how much force she tried to use, Zhu Junyang's foot remained firmly planted on the ground. The youth apparently was so angry that he wanted to laugh. His handsome face, which originally had a frosty expression on it, revealed a faint smile. Commander Fang felt the hairs on the back of his arms rise straight up when he saw the abnormal-looking smile on Royal Prince Yang's face. He immediately had a desire to be far, far away from this man. I would like to know why these seeds, which I, this prince, had traveled the oceans for, are suddenly yours, Zhu Junyang crossed his arms across his chest and tilted his head at a 45-degree angle to look at the little kid who hadn't even turned around to interact with him. This was the first time in his life that someone had the guts to treat him so impolitely. Zhu Junyang felt a desire to play a cat chasing a mouse at this moment. This prince, don't tell me that the person talking to me is the young royal prince who had just gotten home from his seafaring journey. I can't be that unlucky, right? Yu Xiaoxiao's grubby little hand abruptly stopped moving on the black boot in front of her. Judging by the material of these boots, even though I don't know much about boot materials, I can tell that it is quite expensive. What kind of ordinary person would be able to afford using something like this to make shoes with? I'm screwed. I was too focused on picking up corn kernels and I didn't notice this. What am I to do? The princess consort had mentioned that her son's temper isn't very good. Am I about to be flogged with wooden planks? That won't do, my body is so weak and small, I definitely won't be able to endure that torture. I need to find a way to draw this out long enough for my godfather to find me to go home. She pasted on what she thought was her most innocent-looking smile and opened her large eyes wide before she slowly raised her head up to stare at the person who was the owner of the black boots. It's her. Zhu Junyang's ballooning impatience and anger had suddenly been popped by something. He felt his temper slowly cooling down. The pair of large, innocent eyes in front of him overlapped with the round eyes that haunted his dreams. So it was her. She's the little girl who had discovered me at my lowest point and had gotten her father to save me. His memories of his rescue were quite vague now. The only thing he remembered with crystal clarity, even after almost 2 years had passed, were that pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see into the depths of a person's soul. The smile that she had used hundreds of times to get out of trouble didn't seem to be working today. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the expressionless handsome face in front of her and rubbed her nose out of embarrassment. However, right now she was only a little girl who was pretending to be innocent. Although the royal prince's temperament was cold, he didn't seem like a vicious person. He wouldn't lower himself to the level of a child, right? This commoner greets the young royal prince. May the young royal prince have an auspicious life. Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly scrambled up from the ground and haphazardly bowed. Steward Lu Fusheng had also recognized this little girl's identity and he couldn't help but feel a shiver run through his heart for the child. Earlier, on the ship, he had accidentally said, "young royal prince," and had been given the lightest punishment of being flogged 20 times as a reward. This little girl had not only dirtied the shoe of the royal prince, who was a germaphobe, but also called him, young royal prince. If his master accidentally executed this little girl in a fit of pique, wouldn't the masses accuse him of biting the hand that fed him? Just as steward Lu Fusheng was contemplating whether he should plead leniency for the little girl, his master finally replied, "Wipe that disgusting smile off your face. How hypocritical. Tell me, why are the seeds that I, this prince, brought back now yours?" Although his master's voice was just as chilly as usual, Steward Lu had a feeling, it looks like my master isn't that angry. Looks like people truly can change. Ah, was her smile really disgusting? Didn't everyone tell her that her smiles were sweet and beautiful and were able to make a person feel happy? Ah. The young royal prince truly stood out from the masses as his tastes were different from common people. However, now wasn't the time to discuss whether her smile was disgusting looking or sweet, she needed to get out of this mess as fast as possible. Then, this lowly commoner didn't know that the things on the ground were yours, young royal prince. I thought that things that fell on the ground didn't have an owner. Since there's no owner, then it becomes finders keepers. Yu Xiaosao explained using a child's reasoning. Finders keepers. Who taught you this reasoning? Was it General Fang Zhu Junyang had received quite a bit of information during the short period of time he had been on land. However, he himself wasn't quite sure why he remembered this particular piece of information. It must be because it was related to General Fang, it must be. The size of Yu Xiaosao's eyes when compared to the size of her pointed face were a bit large, especially when they were opened wide. It truly made her resemble a little flying squirrel as most of the space on her face seemed to be taken up by those two eyes. She pouted pitifully, "Why do you have to blame my godfather for my mistakes? I noticed that the seeds fell down on the ground. If I didn't pick them up, then they would be buried by the sand. It would be such a shame." Zhu Junwang watched her silently. Although the expression on his face was mild, it still made her scalp feel numb. She had trouble keeping a smile on her face. The young royal prince seemed to have sensed her discomfort. He stooped over and dug up the kernels of corn from underneath his feet and mercifully broke the silence. If you're able to tell me the name of these seeds, then I, this prince, will pardon you from the crime of being rude." Really? Glee rushed through Xiaosao's heart and a brilliant smile blossomed on her face. She almost blurted out the word, corn. However, at the last second, she managed to rein in her composure. This crop had just been brought back from the distant seas. If she was able to say its name, then it would truly be astonishing. She pretended to ponder for a bit before she cautiously replied, "Young royal prince, these seeds resemble pebbles of jade. I think they should be called corn. What do you think?" Corn. It was the same term that the emperor had used for this crop. From the little girl's earlier expression, Zhu Junyang was certain that this wasn't a name that was fabricated out of thin air. Instead, she already knew what this plant was. However, how could a rural farmer's daughter recognize a plant that grew in the faraway West Hemisphere? Zhu Junyang regarded this slightly built girl in front of him with an inscrutable expression as the doubts in his heart piled up. Apparently, this little girl had a secret that no one else knew about. Corn. Zhu Junyang roughly sounded out this word, as if he was hearing it for the first time. He slowly nodded his head and continued, "This name is not bad. When I submit my report to the emperor, I will also use this name." Yu Xiaosao panicked and hurriedly raised her voice to stop him, "Don't do it." She was already quite certain that the current emperor was also a transmigrator like her. In her past life, she had read plenty of novels. In some of those, the people who had transmigrated into high positions would trap other transmigrators in order to not blow their own secret. It was hard to say if something like would also happen to her. Her fellow transmigrator was the current emperor, so her life would be over if he just randomly charged her for any crime. That wouldn't do. If the emperor heard the name, corn, her identity would be exposed. No, she definitely couldn't let that happen. Under the young royal prince's doubtful gaze and everyone's scared expressions, Xiaosao muttered, "Young royal prince, this commoner is just a fisherman's daughter from the mountains. How can I be qualified to name the new species of crop that you, this royal prince, has brought back? Aren't you thinking too highly of me? Young royal prince, this commoner reckons that such a valuable crop should be named by the emperor or you." Zhu Junyang saw clearly the action and expression of the young girl, racking her brains to think of a reason. He felt that the young girl in front of him was very similar to a small animal, an alert, sensitive, and interesting little squirrel. Unbeknownst to him, the indifference in his eyes gradually faded, and an unfamiliar emotion emerged within him. Head steward, Lu Fusheng, noticed the slight change in his master. While he felt surprised, he also felt that he should put in a word for his master's savior. "Master, the young lady's words are reasonable. Let's discuss the matter of naming the new crop when we get back to the capital. Master, if you leave the noodles for too long, they will muddle together. However, Zhu Junyang didn't want to let go of this young girl who was like a little squirrel. Based on his intuition, this young girl definitely knew how to grow corn. Before he went on the voyage, the emperor had once told him that it would be best if he could also bring back someone who knew how to grow corn. Unfortunately, those natives all felt inseparable from their homeland. As a result, he was unable to fully accomplish the task that the emperor entrusted to him. But, perhaps the young girl in front of him could give him a different surprise. When Lu Fusheng saw that his master seemed to have taken in his words, he turned around and walked to their temporary lodging. After walking a couple steps, Zhu Junyang stopped again and turned back to look at the young girl, who secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was currently patting her own chest. Seeing this, he almost couldn't refrain himself from laughing. Why did this little lass have so many expressions? Compared to those noble ladies in the capital, who were either delicate or dull, she was simply a weirdo, a cute little weirdo. He took in a deep breath inwardly, kept a calm expression on his face, and then said to Xiao Cao, who had instantly resumed an innocent expression, "If I give you the seeds, can you guarantee that you can grow them?" Lu Fusheng peeped at his master and felt surprised inwardly. Master has really changed today. Not only is he taking the initiative to speak with others, but they're also chatting very happily. You Xiao Cao, with which eye do you see us chatting happily? I wonder what expression Princess Consort Jing would have if she found out about this. It should be noted that it was always Princess Consort Jing pestering his master. She had even pretended to be sick to gain sympathy from him so that he would say a few more words with her. Princess Consort Jing was always worried about whether her youngest son would lose his ability to speak. It seemed like Princess Consort Jing's concern was unnecessary. Yu Xiaocao noticed that the crisis had been resolved, so she quickly put on a flattering smile and said, "Of course. Young royal prince, you can go ask around. My family members are experts in farming. During this season, besides families with hot spring resorts, only my family can grow fresh vegetables. There are also watermelons, which my family has already started breeding. In a little over 2 months, if you can come to Tanggu town again, you will be able to eat my family's watermelons. I can say for certain that if my family can't grow the seeds, then there isn't anyone else who can." Zhu Junyang watched as the young girl patted her chest and bowed with confidence, yet he didn't detect any sense of boasting at all. It seemed like this young girl was really confident in her family's farming skills. Perhaps, he could believe in her this one time. If she could really grow the crop of the seed that he brought back, then that could make up for his regrets from this voyage. Head Steward Lu, go make the arrangements to get 50 caddies of corn and 50 caddies of potato seeds for the little lass. After thinking about it briefly, Zhu Junyang decided to give a portion of the seeds from the 2 crops that he brought back the largest quantity of and let the young girl try growing them. Even if she failed, it wouldn't be a big problem. Yu Xiaocao was extremely delighted about this. 50 caddies of corn seeds were enough for at least 10 mu of land. But, there didn't seem to be enough potato seeds. She looked at the young prince with bright eyes and weakly asked, "Young royal prince, can you give me a little more of the potato seeds?" Zhu Junyang looked at Yu Xiaocao with a, "So you really do know what a potato is" expression. Yu Xiaocao decided to just go for broke and continued to stare directly at the young prince's intimidating gaze with expectant eyes. "How much do you want?" Zhu Junyang stopped trying to find out where the little girl had heard about corn and potatoes. Since she had heard about them, it meant that there was an even higher probability that she would be able to grow them. Yu Xiaocao thought about it and answered, "At least 100 caddies. That's enough for half a mu of land. I'll give you 200 caddies. Do you dare to make a military writ that you will definitely be able to grow the potatoes?" Zhu Junyang's intuition became even clearer. This young girl might be able to create a miracle. His intuition had never been wrong since he was a child. "Yes," Yu Xiaocao replied firmly without any hesitation. Head Steward Lu Fusheng coughed on the side and tried to give the little girl some room for leeway. He explained softly, "Young maiden of the Yu family, do you know that if you can't fulfill a military writ, you will be beheaded?" Zhu Junyang swept a sharp glare at him, but he didn't blame him for being talkative. Lu Fusheng secretly wiped the sweat on his forehead. "Master, isn't this old servant just thinking about this little girl's kindness to you? It's so hard to be someone's servant." Yu Xiaocao's eyes shifted slightly, and then she continued, "I will definitely be able to grow them, as long as there aren't any natural or man-made disasters." Natural or man-made disasters? Zhu Junyang secretly praised the young girl's carefulness in his heart. He couldn't control natural disasters. As for man-made disasters, wouldn't that be taken care of with just one word from him? "Rest assured, this prince will ask the county magistrate to tell your village head to fully cooperate with planting." As for natural disasters, it's not someone that can be controlled by humans, so it will not be considered within the scope of the military writ. Zhu Junyang's decisions were quite humane, so Xiao Cao was very satisfied. Seeing that the little girl was full of confidence, Lu Fusheng stopped persuading her. He took his order and led several imperial bodyguards to retrieve the corn and potato seeds from the carriage nearby. Yu Xiaocao, on the other hand, followed the young prince to his temporary lodging nearby. She saw that there was a bowl of bean sauce noodles, which had already lumped together, on the table, as well as her family's braised food. She slightly hesitated and said, "Young royal prince, the noodles won't taste good if it's cold. Should this commoner bring you another bowl?" Zhu Junyang glanced at the noodles that he had just eaten a few bites of. It was quite tasty. As for the braised food, before he had the chance to taste it, he saw this little lass walking behind the dockworkers with her waist bent and bending down from time to pick up something from the ground. After eating some noodles, he no longer felt so uncomfortable in his heart. Prompted by his curiosity, he walked over to see what she was picking up. Unexpectedly, he had found a treasure due to his curiosity. Zhu Junyang ordered a little eunuch to buy the noodles at the noodle stall. He instructed someone to bring the 4 scholarly essentials, and then he wrote down the military writ with exquisite calligraphy. He was afraid that the little girl couldn't read, so he read the contents to her. Yu Xiaocao saw that there wasn't anything difficult to achieve within the military writ. Not to mention that she had grown corn and potatoes in her past life, but even if she had never planted them before, she still had the mystic stone water as cheat. She could even revive a dead plant, so what would she be afraid of? Without any hesitation, she picked up the brush and signed her name. After practicing her writing with her younger brother for a period of time, she could write her own name pretty well. Could daughters of peasant families also read and write now? Zhu Junyang didn't show the confusion in his heart and handed the dried military writ to head steward Lu, who just came back with the seeds. After that, he sat down uninhibitedly, picked up his chopsticks, and grabbed the bright red, pig ear strips in chili oil. The pig ear strip was crispy, slightly spicy, and very appetizing. By the time the piping hot bean sauce noodles was brought, he had already eaten half the plate of pig ear strips. Xiao Cao pointed at the sautéed pig intestines and said, "Young royal prince, this has gotten somewhat cold. You can put it in the noodles and heat it up before eating it, or you can take it back to our stall to heat it up." When Zhu Junyang heard her addressing him as young royal prince, he paused briefly. But he didn't say anything and just waved his hands at Yu Xiaocao. Head steward Lu quickly went forward and whispered, "Miss Yu, the prince asked you to leave. Come, I will send the seeds over for you." After sending away the necessary people, Zhu Junyang looked at the plate of sautéed pig intestines. He thought about it and placed 2 pieces into the piping hot noodles. After a while, he picked it out and placed it into his mouth. He savored the taste as he carefully chewed it. Sautéed pig intestines was Xiao Cao's best dish. When it just came out of the pot, it had a golden color, and it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. With a savory and fragrant taste, it was suitable for all ages and people would never get tired of eating it. Zhu Junyang, who was born in the imperial family, had never tried food like innards. If he hadn't experienced the hardships of ocean voyage, he probably wouldn't even touch the food in front of him. However, after eating a piece of intestine, Zhu Junyang thought that it tasted rather good, and put a few more pieces into the noodles. Commander Fang, who had been waiting on the side in silence, watched as Royal Prince Yang ate one piece after another of the sautéed intestines. He was extremely curious about this kind of food. When it was time to change shift, he had to go buy a portion to try. When Xiao Cao returned to her stall, she thanked head steward Lu and happily accepted the corn and potato seeds. She planned on eating the delicious roasted corn on the cob and stir-frying a plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes, which she really missed. In autumn, that would be such a happy feeling. When Imperial Envoy Fang came over, the stall was serving the small peak of dinner time. Seeing that his daughter was so busy that she didn't even have time to rest, Lord Fang couldn't just sit down anymore and took up the position of a waiter. All of the dockworkers knew who he was. The Imperial Envoy was straightforward and unassuming, so the dockworkers all liked him very much. So they joked, "It's really the blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to eat the noodles personally served by the Lord Imperial Envoy." Fang Zizhen guffawed and said, "Eat more. You will have more strength to work when you're full. In the future, when the harbor construction is completed, would you guys still have to worry about not getting any benefits?" Most of these workers were regular employees of the management office. The new port, which was not too far away from the old wharf, was starting to take shape and it was more than twice the size of the old docks. There was a commercial street not too far from the harbor. Although the shops weren't built yet, the layouts of the shops could already be seen. Lord Fang was right. With such a large harbor, would they still have to worry about not being able to find work? The salary of dockers had doubled compared to the past, and it would only be better in the future. Usually, before the setting sun disappeared behind the West Mountains, the Yu sisters would have already reached home. Today, the sky was already dark, but there was still no sign of them. Yu Hai couldn't sit still anymore and led a horse out of the stable. After putting the saddle on the horse, he rode it out of the village. Halfway on the road, he ran into the three coming back from the docks. Fang Zizhen, who rode on a high steed, held a torch and led the way in front, while the sisters sat on the donkey cart in the back. Seeing that the sisters were safe, Yu Hai was relieved and asked with concern, "Why did you guys come back so late today?" Shaolian excitedly chattered, "Father, Royal Prince Yang, who sailed to the west, has returned. He brought back a lot of things that we didn't have in the Great Ming Dynasty. He also gave younger sister some seeds and asked younger sister to help him grow them." The Yu family and the Fang family lived close by, so they usually ate dinner together. Lady Fang was close with Princess Consort Jing, so they naturally knew how much Princess Consort Jing hoped for her youngest son's safe return. When Yu Hai heard that, he nodded and said, "It's good that he returned safely. Princess Consort Jing don't have to worry anymore. What does the young prince returning have to do with you guys coming back late?" Also, the young prince gave Kaur seeds and asked her to help him plant them. "What kind of seeds? Will we be able to grow them?" Shaolian had glanced at Royal Prince Yang from the distance, and she was still immersed in the excitement of being able to see royalty in person. Hearing the questions, she replied, "Royal Prince Yang brought back too many goods from the west, so the dockworkers didn't finish unloading until very late. In order to save time, they rotated to eat dinner. How would they be able to work without eating? We waited until the last batch of workers finished eating before closing our stall." After taking a breath, Shaolian continued, "Royal Prince Yang gave younger sister seeds that we've never seen in the Great Ming Dynasty before. The one that is shiny like a golden bean is called corn. The round one is called potato, which is similar to sweet potatoes. Younger sister can grow green vegetables that were ready 2 months in advance, so what else can't she grow?" A new kind of crop that didn't exist in the Great Ming Dynasty was something that even the emperor attached great importance to. It wouldn't be a small matter if his daughter failed to grow them. Yu Hai was slightly worried and asked, "Kaur, what do you think? Do you think you can grow them?" Yu Xiaosao nonchalantly said, "Don't worry. As soon as I saw these seeds, their planting methods appeared in my mind. It's the same as the usual methods. There definitely won't be any problem. But, father, the young prince gave me around 10 mu of seeds. Our family doesn't have that much land. Not enough land. Then buy some. I heard that there are several families in the village who want to sell their farmland, however, the land around our village are sandy soil, which isn't very fertile. I don't know if they would be suitable for farming these precious seeds. If we buy them in town, then the far distance would make it inconvenient to take care of." As he spoke, Yu Hai frowned, feeling somewhat troubled. Xiaosao thought about it and said, "Let's first buy the land in the village and see how it is. It's best if the land is connected, or else it would be hard to take care of them. As for buying land in town, let's also ask someone to keep an eye out for it. If there's a suitable place, then let's buy it. Even if we don't farm on it ourselves, we can rent it out to others. Both of these crops are high-yielding crops, moreover, they are suitable to be grown on all sorts of land. After the autumn harvest, we can cultivate them in a large area next year." Hearing his younger daughter's firm tone, Yu Hai didn't hesitate anymore. She was able to do business and farm. It didn't seem like there was anything that his younger daughter couldn't do. His family had never grown watermelons before, but didn't they turn out pretty good? The next day, Yu Hai went to find 2 of the families, who were selling land. He asked the village chief to be his guarantor and spent 36 taels to buy the 2 families 12 mu of farmland. Dongshan village mostly had barren, sandy soil, so except for cheap crops like sweet potato, there was a low harvest of other grain. As a result, the price for land was very cheap. It was already very generous of Yu Hai to pay them 3 taels per mu. The 2 pieces of land was only separated by Wang Ergu's farmland. When Wang Ergu heard about Yu Hai buying land, he came over and grinned cheekily, "Brother Dahai, are you expanding the cultivation of watermelons? Your family doesn't have enough land. If you need more land, my family can lend ours to you for free. But, you have to give me priority for this year's watermelons. I need to earn more family property for my son." Wang Ergu's wife had given birth to a chubby son in January, which he was overjoyed about. In the past, he would go drinking and waste some money with several of his bad friends in the village. However, ever since he got a son, he had become an extremely dutiful father and stayed around his wife and child every day. He also came to the U residence many times to ask for advice on how to make meals to be eaten during the postnatal confinement period. He even personally served his wife during confinement period, nurturing her to become fair and plump. Since she had plenty of breast milk, the little guy ate until his tummy was bloated every day. Yu Xiaosao teased him, "Why don't you also sell your family's farmland to us?" "No, I can't sell it. I'm leaving this land to my son." Wang Ergo waved his hands and firmly refused. Yu Xiaosao continued, "Would your son care about that mere 2 mu of farmland? It's better to earn more money this year, and then buy some good, fertile land for your son in the surrounding villages. If you want to farm on it yourself, then do it. If you don't want to, then rent it out and collect rent." With an enlightened expression on his face, Wang Ergo slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? My wife's village has a lot of good farmland. I wonder if there's anyone selling them. I should ask my younger brother-in-law to help me ask around." Both of Wang Ergo's parents had died and he was the only one left in his family. His wife was the eldest child in the family and had 4 younger siblings, who were all brought up by her. Her younger sisters had all gotten married. One of her younger brothers worked at the docks, while the other one stayed at home to farm and take care of their elderly parents. Looking at Ergo's wife's strong character, one could tell that her family, though poor, were people with integrity. After Ergo changed for the better, his in-laws had changed their perspective on him and treated him like half of a son. Wang Ergo felt the warmth of family from his in-laws, so he would always think of his in-laws when there was something good. "Brother Dahai, I'll go back and discuss it with my wife. If she agrees, then we'll sell them to you. Brother Dahai, if you need help, then just let me know. Don't be courteous with me." After being taught by his wife, Wang Ergo was no longer the inconsiderate person he used to be. Yu Hai stopped being courteous with him and said, "All right. The land has been thawed these past 2 days, so I was planning on plowing the fields. If Brother Ergo is free, then come help hold the plow." There were livestock at home, so they naturally didn't have to plow by hand. Wang Ergo cheerfully answered, "Okay. I'll come over early tomorrow." Over the next few days, Yu Hai and Wang Ergo plowed the 17 mu of land, which included land that Wang Ergo sold to them. Yu Xiaosao also stopped helping out at the docks because she needed to plant watermelon, corn, and potatoes. Even if it got too busy at the docks, Madame Han and her younger daughter would help serve the food and wash the dishes every day. The days passed by, and it was soon the spring season. Standing on the hillside, one could see people busily working everywhere. The villagers of Dongshan village mostly grew sweet potatoes. The Yu family's over a dozen mu of land would attract curious gazes from time to time. The reason was very simple. The country magistrate personally met the village head of Dongshan village and solemnly informed him that the Yu family was helping Royal Prince Yang experiment with the cultivation of new crops. Thus, they must actively cooperate, assist them with guarding the crops, and firmly stop any hint of theft. When village head returned home, he solemnly held a village-wide meeting. He made the protection of the experimental field as the top priority of the whole village, which was firmly implemented. The village head was still worried, so he also threatened, if anything goes wrong with the crops in the Yu family's fields, and thus delayed the royal prince's affairs, then even the lives of the entire village wouldn't be enough as compensation. Got it. Since this was something that concerning the lives of the entire village, it was no wonder that villagers were so concerned. However, they only looked from afar for fear of affecting the cultivation of the Yu family's crops. In order to prevent the crops from being damaged, the villagers had formed a night patrol team. At night, they would guard the Yu family's fields so securely that even a mosquito might not be able to fly in. In this way, it made things much easier for the Yu family. This year, the Yu family had doubled their melon field. Besides the 11 mu of land used as an experimental field, watermelon was planted in all the other fields. It was quite easy to grow watermelon, which only required burying the seeds into the soil. In order to improve the emergence rate, Xiaosao soaked the seeds in mystic stone water before planting them. For 6 mu of watermelon, the Yu family and a free laborer, Wang Ergo, finally finished sowing after working busily for 2 days. The method of pre-soaking the seeds was also used for the cultivation of corn. When growing corn, it was important to pay attention to the distance between the crops. If planted too densely, it would be stuffy and lack sunlight, and the corn wouldn't be able to grow properly. If planted too loosely, the yield would decrease. Fortunately, Xiaosao had experience with growing corn in her previous life. The field had been plowed and fertilized. Xiao took a hoe and dug shallow pits in the soil, while Madame Lu followed behind her. She put a seed in each pit, and then used her feet to cover the pits with soil. Yu Hai carried a bucket of water and watered the pits. The 3 family members cooperated very well. Since the 3 family members were responsible for the 10 mu of land, then it would take them several days to finish sowing. It was their first time trying to grow corn, so the whole family did everything themselves. The job of digging the pits looked simple, but in fact, it was actually hard work. Her waist always had to be bent, and she had to clench the hoe in her hand tightly. After a day, Xiao was so tired that she couldn't even stand straight. She also got some blisters on her palms. The pain of popping the blisters made her scream incessantly. Madame Lu used a needle, which had been sterilized with fire, and carefully popped the blisters on her younger daughter's hands. On the side, Yu Hai's heart ached so much that he gasped unceasingly. Fang Zizhen got the best wound medicine and applied a thin layer for his goddaughter. He also wrapped Xiao's hand like a pig's hoof with gauze. When eating dinner in the evening, like a seriously injured person, she had to be fed by Junju. Madame Lu looked at her delicate younger daughter and could help but say, "Mother remembers the distance between the pits. Cower, you don't need to work in the fields tomorrow. Stay at home and rest." Yu Xiao shook her head repeatedly and said, "No. With just you and father, when would we be able to harvest all the corn? My hand is just not used to doing hard labor. It will be fine in a few days." Fang Zizhen disagreed and said, "The blisters on your hand has just been popped. If they get scraped again tomorrow, a layer of skin will surely be peeled off. I might as well just take 2 days off and help out in the fields." Exclamation mark. The port construction is at a crucial stage, so there can't be any problems. Godfather, you need to go and look over it. Moreover, you have never farmed before, so you will probably be a hindrance if you came. Yu Xiao rejected her godfather's suggestion, and then said, "Maybe, tomorrow, mother can dig the pits in front while I scatter the seeds. Is that okay?" Fang Zizhen continued to refuse. "Your hand is injured. What if it got dirty and caused an infection? At that time, you wouldn't be helping out, but causing more problems." Xiaolian and Yu Hang rushed to say, "Tomorrow, I won't go to the docks, I won't collect seafood, and will go help out in the fields instead." "All right, everyone stop talking. It's merely 10 or so mu of land, yet you're all fretting so much. In the future, if we buy 100 or so mu of good farmland, wouldn't you guys worry so much that you can't even sleep at night? It's decided. Tomorrow, your mother and I, along with Cower, will continue to work in the fields. Cower will watch on the side to ensure that nothing goes wrong and won't need to do anything at all. Everyone else should do what you need to do." At this time, Yu Hai brought forth his weight as the head of the household and made the final decision. Before sleeping, Xiao went to the west courtyard next door as usual, and took her godmother's pulse with her bandaged little hand. Although her godmother was pregnant, with a proper diet and the nourishment of the mystic stone water, her health was much better than when she first came to Tanggu town. Yu Xiao took off her hand, feeling relieved. Lady Fang gently grabbed her small hand, which was wrapped like a pig's hoof. Her heart slightly ached as she teased her, "Oh, our eldest young miss has just worked for a day, yet your little hand has already turned out like this, ah." Yu Xiao pouted and grumbled, "It's just godfather making a fuss over a small matter. I merely got a few blisters, but he wrapped my hand as if it was fractured." Fang Zizhen came in and touched his wife's belly. He looked at Xiao's hand and said to Lady Fang, "You didn't see it." On her fair and tender palm, there were several peanut-sized blisters. It bled quite a lot after being popped. It's just 10 or so mu of land. It's not like we can't afford to hire people. If worst comes to worst, we can pick out a few strong ones among the refugees and hire them. Why do you need to do everything yourself?" Yu Xiao laughed, "We're already attracting too much attention in the village. We just bought over 10 mu of farmland. If we also hire people to work in the fields, wouldn't people talk about us behind our backs? Just let them talk. If they have the ability, they can also buy land and hire workers." Fang Zizhen said angrily. Yu Xiao knew that her godfather was worried about her, so she smiled and changed the topic. "Godfather, godmother will probably go into labor next month at the latest. The conditions in the countryside aren't very good and the midwives aren't very professional. I reckon that she should go back to the town tomorrow and wait for delivery." Speaking of the unborn child, Fang Zizhen immediately revealed a silly smile and giggled, "I have already discussed this matter with your godmother. We'll go back to town when your family's corn and potatoes are planted." Fang Zizhen now firmly believed in his goddaughter's medical skills. His wife wasn't young anymore, and this was her first child, so they didn't have any experience whatsoever. Without his goddaughter around, he would feel uneasy. However, his daughter had signed a military writ with Royal Prince Yong for the cultivation of corn and potatoes. So it couldn't be delayed. Fortunately, there were still a couple of months before his wife's due date. He had learned the term, due date, from Xiao. Looked at her madam's big, round tummy, Linglong though that it was more safe to return to town earlier. She said in a low voice, "Madam, let Junju accompany you at home tomorrow. This servant will go help out in the field. With an extra worker, things will get done faster." Lady Fang looked up with smiling eyes and glanced at her most trusted handmaid. She smiled at Fang Zizhen and said, "These two maid servants, Linglong and Junju, have suffered a lot since we arrived in Tanggu town. Usually, handmaids like them are like daughters of a humble family, who won't need to do any chores. They all have several maid servants who work under them. However, since coming to Dongshan village, they have to make a fire for cooking, plant vegetables, and gather vegetables. It really has been hard on them all." Junju hurriedly said, "Madam, you're overpraising us. Madam is tolerant, magnanimous, kind, and benevolent. When this servant went back to the Shiaa household, my sisters all envied me for having such a good master." Linglong gently massaged Lady Fang's shoulders and said with a faint smile, "That's right. There are advantages to living in the capital, but there are also advantages in staying in Dongshan village. Our Dongshan village has a picturesque scenery that relaxes one's mood just by looking at it. We can eat delicacies from the land and the sea every day." This servant's face has gotten rounder. "In my opinion, although the capital is big, it's more comfortable living in Dongshan village." Lady Fang patted Linglong's hand and said with a smile, "You two are both clever and lovely. Your madam, knows this very clearly. Alright, tomorrow, Linglong will take Wangfu and his wife to see if there's anything you guys can help with in the fields." Early in the morning of the next day, the three members of the Yu family went to the fields with Linglong and two servants of the Fang household. After working for the entire day yesterday, they had already planted nearly 2 mu of land. Madame Lu had nearly mastered the technique of digging the pits. Under Xiao's guidance, she swiftly got the hang of it. Wangfu had come over from the estate in town. Before selling himself into the Fang estate, he was also an experienced farmer. When doing farm work, the Wangfu couple was even faster than the Yu Hai couple. As if it had a life, the hoe in his hands dug quickly and well. Wangfu's wife followed behind her husband and skillfully scattered the seeds and buried them with soil. The two worked very well together. As a child of servants of the Shiaa family, Linglong had grown up the estate of a wealthy family, so she had never done farm work before. Fortunately, dibbling wasn't hard. At the beginning, she was still relatively unfamiliar with how to do it, but she gradually learned how to do it. Yu Hai carried a bucket of water and followed behind them and sprinkled some water on the buried seed. There couldn't be too much water because the seed might go bad from being soaked in too much water. But there couldn't be too little water either because that might reduce the rate of germination. However, seeds that had been washed by mystic stone water didn't have these concerns. With 3 extra people, who were skilled workers, they worked much more efficiently today. By evening, there were only about 2 mu of land that needed to be worked on from the remaining 8 mu of land. On the way back, Madame Lu said with a smile, "We should be able to finish planting all the corn by tomorrow. Many thanks to Linglong, older brother Wangfu, and older brother Wangfu's wife, otherwise, we would have to work a few more days." Wangfu smiled in a good-natured manner, while his wife said quick-wittedly, "We don't deserve to be called in that way by Madame Yu. Madame Yu is a relative of our general, so you're considered half of a master for us servants. You're already giving us servants face by directly calling our names." Linglong saw that Madame Lu still wanted to say something, so she quickly changed the topic. "Tomorrow, we will be able to finish planting the corn in the morning. When are we going to plant the remaining 1 mu of potatoes?" Yu Xiao replied, "The potato seeds has already sprouted. It can be planted by the day after tomorrow. Older sister Linglong, you must be exhausted today, right? When you get back, take a hot bath and have a good rest. My hand should be better tomorrow, so it's fine with just me and my parents." Seeing that Linglong wanted to say something, she continued, "It has been a long time since anyone has lived in the estate in town. Several servants stayed back to guard the house, but if you guys are moving back, it's better to have people properly clean the place. Also, you guys should find a midwife in advance. Sister Linglong, you're someone who serves godmother. Now that godmother is pregnant, you must stay by her side." In a slightly flattering manner, Wangfu's wife said, "Miss Linglong don't have to come tomorrow. My husband and I will come over to help, so it should be fine." After thinking about it, Linglong felt that Miss Kaur was right. Tomorrow, she should go to town and make sure everything was going smoothly. Madam and her unborn child were the most important. In this way, they worked busily for another 2 days and finally finished planting on the Yu family's over 10 mu of land. Without a chance to rest, Xiao Sao was taken to town by Fang Zizhen and his wife. Ling Long was also a very capable person. In 2 days, she had straightened out everything in the Fang estate. She had also invited the 2 famous midwives in town to the estate, serving them with good food and drinks. These 2 midwives mostly helped wealthy families in town to deliver babies, so the highest-ranking official they had seen were low-ranked officials like the head bailiff of the county yamen and the magistrate's secretary. Their legs had gone limp as soon as they heard about the Lord Imperial Envoy's invitation. They didn't even dare to fart and obediently followed the servant of the Fang estate over. After staying in the estate for a day, they gradually recovered their strength and a burst of joy emerged in their hearts. It was their first time delivering the child of the Imperial Envoy's wife. If everything went smoothly, not only would they become famous, but they would also get rich. They had heard that the Imperial Envoy had gotten a child at an old age, so he would definitely give them a lot of money at that time. When Xiao Sao arrived in town, she didn't idle around. After some inquiry, she found a broker with a decent reputation in town, Li Da. Li Da felt slightly uneasy as he was taken to the Fang estate. With his social connections, how could he not know about the residence of the Imperial Envoy? Why was the Imperial Envoy looking for him? Could it be that he wanted to buy more servants? It was a little girl under the age of 10 who came to receive him. Although she was dressed plainly, she appeared comfortable and exquisite in all respects. Such a young girl probably wasn't a handmaid in the estate. Perhaps, she was the Imperial Envoy's goddaughter. Li Da didn't dare slight her and solemnly went forward to greet her. Yu Xiaosao smiled and said, "Broker Li doesn't need to be so courteous. Let's sit down and talk." Being influenced by Lady Fang, who had come from a noble family, Yu Xiaosao already had a somewhat imposing manner in the way she dealt with people. She waited for Li Da to sit down, and with a gentle smile, she said in a soft voice, "Broker Li, I heard that you have grasped most of Tenggu Town's middlemen businesses in your hands. Is there a large piece of farmland nearby for sale?" Li Da quickly straightened his body and thought for a moment before asking, in reply to young miss, "Do you want to buy a plantation or just farmland?" Plantation. Are there plantations for sale? Yu Xiaosao had learned that plantations were generally owned by rich people. Not only did they have a large piece of fertile farmland, but it was also sold together with the tenant farmers. If she could buy a plantation, it would save her a lot of work. Li Da quickly said, "In town, there is a wealthy family with the surname Ma who had failed in their business and are in an urgent need for money. Thus, the Ma family have decided to sell one of their plantations, which has 60 mu of superior farmland, 30 mu of average farmland, and 80 mu of inferior farmland. This plantation is located east of town, and it is less than 10 kilometers away from town. A total of 170 mu, and it was located in between Tenggu Town and Dongshan village." This was exactly what Xiao Sao wanted. If the price wasn't too outrageous, Xiao Sao was prepared to buy it. "May I ask the price?" Li Da naturally didn't dare to give false number to the Imperial Envoy's goddaughter. That family urgently needs the money, so the price isn't very high. If you buy them separately, the superior farmland cost 12 taels per mu, the average farmland cost 10 taels per mu, and the inferior farmland is 7 taels per mu. If you buy them together, it cost 1,500 taels. The price was quite reasonable, so Yu Xiaosao bought it on the spot. The next day, the head steward of the Fang estate and broker Li went to the yamen to go through the formalities. At this time, it was the time of spring plowing. Since the Ma family was in a hurry to sell the plantation, they didn't rent the fields to the tenant farmers. Thus, the tenant farmers at the plantation all felt very anxious. The tenant farmers generally didn't have any farmland and relied on farming on rented farmland to make a living. At the beginning of autumn, at least half of the grain produced in the fields should be handed to the master's family. If they had a harsher master, who charged them 60% or more for rent, and they had an average harvest, the tenant farmers might not even have enough to fill their stomachs. However, these tenant farmers, who had no other skills except farming, had no other choice but to rent land. If they didn't farm, was the whole family just going to wait to drink the northwest wind? In this plantation of the Ma family, the tenants were waiting for the arrival of the new owner with an uneasy mood. The Ma family were considered kind masters, who only took 50% rent. They were worried about what kind of person the new owner was. Would the rent increase? Would they not rent the land to them? There were more than a dozen families in the plantation who relied on these fields to make a living. Yu Hai wore a dark blue muslin robe with exquisite embroidery on the waist, collar, and cuffs. He had never worn such a formal attire before, so he felt very out of place. For the convenience of work, Yu Hai had always worn light work clothes, which was light and comfortable. Being wrapped in a robe, he felt as if he couldn't even walk properly. Yu Xiaosao looked at her father's uneasy expression and said with a smile, "Father, you look very handsome dressed like this. You look more dignified than those skinny and short lords. It's our first time inspecting our plantation, so we definitely have to show the imposing manner of owners lest we get bullied by the servants." After being praised by his daughter, Yu Hai straightened his chest. He was originally tall with good features and healthy tan skin. Thus, he really did have the charisma of a wealthy nobleman. The person who drove their horse carriage was the head steward of the Fang family. Since they were going to show their force as owners, how could they not have someone running errands for them? Thus, Lady Fang sent the head steward over to help them. The horse carriage soon arrived at the plantation. The tenant farmers, who had long received the news, had already been waiting for them. In the past, the Ma family usually came late in the morning. The tenant farmers weren't familiar with their new master's habits, so they wanted to leave a good impression on them by coming earlier. Originally, they had thought that they would have to wait for a long time, but they hadn't expected that the horse carriage had already arrived at the plantation at 7 in the morning. The tenant farmers looked at one another and were glad to have come early. The head steward stopped the horse carriage. Yu Hai nimbly jumped down from the carriage, and then turned around to carry his younger daughter down the carriage. When Yu Xiaosao saw the farmers waiting respectfully, she felt rather satisfied in her heart. Could the tenant farmers not be respectful? Since last autumn, there had been group after group of refugees coming to Tanggu town. Although a group of refugees had settled at the docks, there were still a lot of refugees looking for jobs. There would be refugees coming to slightly bigger plantations to recommend themselves as tenant farmers. The position of the original tenant farmers at the plantation were being threatened. If they didn't work hard, wouldn't they just be waiting for their masters to replace them? This wasn't something that hadn't happened before. Didn't several tenant farmers get changed at the Zhou family's ritual fields next door? Yu Hai stood in front of the tenant farmers. He had never spoken under the anticipating gazes of so many people, so his hands that were behind his back slightly trembled. Seeing this, Xiaosao quickly extended her hand and held her father's hand, giving him support. The future of the Yu family would certainly be even more than this, so as the head of the household, Yu Hai must be able to support it. Yu Hai secretly took a deep breath, swept over the dozen or so tenants with a dignified gaze, and said in a loud voice, "This year's spring plowing is just around the corner. In order to not delay farming, everything will stay the same. Who is the supervisor of the tenant farmers? Come and introduce the situation of the plantation." Hearing that everything would be the same as before, the tenant farmers were apparently relieved, and there was a glow of joy within everyone's eyes. A vigorous old man in his 50s stepped forward and said, in reply to Master, "This old man, Wang Maosai, is the supervisor of the plantation." Seeing that the old man was about the same age as his father, Yu Hai's face showed some kindness. He said, "What's the situation at this plantation? Tell me about it." Wang Maosai didn't change just because the master was kind to him. He respectfully answered, in reply to Master, "There are a total of 16 families in the plantation. Among them, there are 43 young, strong workers. In the previous years, the plantation's fields were distributed according to the number of laborers in the family, divided based on number of adult workers." Yu Xiaosao thought about it and asked, "This elder, does the so-called laborer refer to adult male labor force?" Wang Maosai didn't slight her due to her young age and quickly replied, in reply to young miss, "That's right." Then, what if the adult male in the family had an accident? Yu Xiaosao's worry wasn't without reason. If something happened to the man in the family, then a widowed mother and orphan children wouldn't even be able to get a portion of land, so how were they supposed to live? Wang Maosai was silent for a moment before saying, "I was just about to report this to Master. Lu Dazhuang, who works at the plantation, broke his leg after falling in the mountains. He's the only labor force in his family. Last year, 4 mu of land was distributed to him. What should we do this year?" Yu Hai seized his brows slightly. According to the old policy, the family should not be allocated land if the only labor force in the family was bedridden. However, if they lost their farmland when the pillar of the family had fallen, that would be making their bad situation even worse. How would the family support themselves? At this time, a 12 or 13-year-old boy rushed out from the crowd. With tears in his eyes, he clenched his fist, knelt down in front of Yu Hai and said in a loud voice, "I'm already 13 years old, so I can work like an adult. Master, Please don't take away our farmland. Shanzi, quickly come back. A haggard-looking woman squeezed out of the crowd and shouted anxiously at the young boy kneeling on the ground for fear that her son would get punished for offending the master. Yu-hai lowered his head to look at the youth, who was about the same age as his eldest son, with mixed feelings in his heart. He recalled the time when he had been bitten by a bear and was lying on the bed on the verge of death. The situation at that time was very similar to the situation of the family in front of him. At that time, he really hoped that someone would help his family. After pondering briefly, Yu Xiaosao made a decision and said, "My father has already said earlier that this year's land distribution will be the same as last year's until a new decision is made." The young boy, who was kneeling on the ground, lifted his head with hope and asked, "My family received 4 mu of farmland last year, so do we still get 4 mu of land this year?" Yu Xiaosao nodded and said, "That's right. You will receive the same amount of land as last year. In the future, not only will adult laborers will receive land, but boys over the age of 10 and females between the age of 16 to 40 can also get a distribution of farmland. As long as one has the ability to work, farmland will be divided to both male and female based on their circumstances." What? Women could be allocated land, too? A happy expression appeared on the faces of people with qualified women and many children in their families. On the other hand, there was a slight change in the expressions on the people who had more adult male labor force in the family. There were only so much land in the plantation, so if land were also divided to women and children, they would certainly receive less land. These people felt somewhat dissatisfied in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything. The new owner had new rules. If they showed their dissatisfaction and the master didn't distribute any land to them, they could only watch on the side. Yu-hai said a few more formal remarks, encouraged everyone to work hard on farming, and finally said, "The farming season won't wait for anyone, so everyone should take advantage of today's good weather and quickly go farming. Alright, everyone can go now." After coming out of the plantation, the father and daughter were going to buy some daily necessities in town. When the carriage arrived outside of the town gates, they noticed that there had been an increase in the number of refugees outside the town. It was currently the time when there was a food shortage between the two harvests. Many people in the northeast, who didn't want to leave their homeland, had ran out of food after surviving the harsh winter, so they had no choice but to flee to the south. Yu-hai, who was in a good mood after buying a plantation, sat outside the carriage to talk to the head steward. Suddenly, an emaciated figure among the refugees caught his attention. He stared fixedly at that person's back, clenching his hands tightly. Was it her? If it was her, why didn't she come find him at Dongshan village, and instead settled down in the refugee camp outside of town? As if she detected his gaze, that thin figure turned around and looked over. When Yu-hai saw that haggard but familiar face, he slightly choked up as he called out in a soft voice, "Older sister." Perhaps it was too far away, but that person didn't recognize him. Instead, she continued to walk forward and slowly squatted down in a simple shed made of dead branches. In actuality, even if they met face to face, Yu Kaifeng may not have recognized him. Since Yu-hai got married, his older sister had only returned once and more than a decade had passed. Although Yu-hai's face hadn't changed much, he had matured quite a lot. For more than a year, he ate well and was in a good mood. Thus, his originally thin and tall figure had become strong and powerful. Today, he was wearing a new set of clothing and riding on the Fang estate's horse carriage, like a rich master in town. Even when Yu Kaifeng saw him, she just felt that he seemed familiar, but didn't dare to acknowledge him. "Stop the carriage, quickly stop the carriage." Yu-hai snatched the reins from the head steward's hands and pulled hard. The horse, who was trotting forward steadily, made a long neigh, stopped, and trod uneasily on the ground. It was fortunate that the Fang estate's horses were well trained. Had it been another steed, it might have been startled. Yu Xiaosao, who was dozing off in the carriage, nearly flew out of the carriage. She poked her head out in confusion, only to see her father leaping off the moving carriage and darting toward the place known as the refugee camp. "Father, what are you doing? Wait for me." With the help of the head steward, Yu Xiaosao got down from the carriage. Holding her long skirt, she chased in the direction that her father ran off to. She was only accompanying her father to the plantation, but her godmother insisted on having her dress more formally. It was so inconvenient to run in. If she wasn't careful, she would accidentally step on the hem of the skirt. The refugees in the refugee camp saw a rich-looking man stride towards them in an agitated manner, while being chased by a pretty little girl. The refugees were afraid of offending the nobles, so they all moved away. After the father-daughter pair passed by, they whispered about what had happened. Hearing his younger daughter's voice, Yu Hai halted his steps with difficulty, turned around, and held the hand of his younger daughter, who was chasing after him. After that, he continued to walk towards that familiar figure. Father, who did you see? Is it my oldest aunt? Since the beginning of winter, her father had been worried about her oldest paternal aunt, who lived in the northeast disaster area. They didn't know her oldest aunt's situation. There had long been refugees coming to Tanggu town, yet they hadn't received any news from her oldest aunt. Holding onto his younger daughter's small hand, Yu Hai felt very anxious, but he still slowed down to match his daughter's pace. As they got closer to that thin figure, Xiaosao felt her father's hand slightly trembling. Husband, drink some congee. The congee at Tanggu town is much thicker than that of other places. There's quite a lot of rice inside. With a smile full of warmth, Yu Kaifeng gently lifted the man lying on the straws, who was so thin that he barely looked like a human. The man coughed violently, and his haggard face was completely flushed as if he would stop breathing at any time. The refugees around them were afraid that he was suffering from tuberculosis, so they all moved away. The man finally calmed down slightly. He worked hard to inhale a few times, and then weakly said, "I'm not hungry. You and the children should drink it." Yu Kaifeng shook her head resolutely and said in a soft voice, "The children are waiting in line to get congee. Since we have arrived in Tanggu town, we are considered home already. After you drink this congee and recover some strength in your body, we will go to Dongshan village tomorrow." The man moistened his dry lips, which were cracked and bleeding, with his tongue. He sighed and said, "I'm being a burden to you and the children. If it wasn't for my treatment, you wouldn't have to suffer with me. I reckon that I won't be able to survive this illness. It would be a waste for me to eat this congee, so it is better for you to eat it. The children are still young, so you can't fall sick. What are you saying? You just have a cold, and you haven't recovered due to the poor conditions on the road. When we get back to Dongshan village, I'll borrow some money from my father and get a doctor from Tongren Medicine Hall to treat your illness. Dr. Sun of Tongren Medicine Hall in town has excellent medical skills. Everyone says that if he's willing, he can certainly be an imperial physician with his skills. He will definitely be able to cure you. Hurry up and drink the congee." With tears brimming in her eyes, Yu Kaifeng pretended to be fierce. The man was several years older than her, and he was also a widower. When she first married him, she had a strong temperament and regarded him with contempt for a long time. However, the man had a good temper. He tolerated her little temper and pampered her as a young maiden. Although she wasn't satisfied with this marriage at first, she was moved by the man's sincerity and lived with him wholeheartedly. After depending on each other for 15 years, it had already become a habit for her to rely on him and trust in him. Now, she seriously couldn't imagine how she would continue living without him. Looking at his wife's helpless and indecisive eyes, the man felt a sharp pain in his heart that was even more unbearable than his illness. He forced out a smile and said, "Okay. I'll drink this congee. I have already persevered all the way to here, so no matter what, I must hold on. I'm really still very worried about you and our 3 children. Don't speak anymore. Drink the congee." After wiping her eyes, Yu Kaifeng scooped a spoonful of congee with a spoon, gently blew on it, and delivered it to the man's mouth. The man held the congee in his mouth and worked hard to swallow it. Yu Xiaosao and her father saw this scene from afar and had a mixture of feelings in their hearts. At this time, 3 children holding congee passed by them. The oldest boy spoke with a slightly brisk voice, "Father, Mother. The people handing out the congee here are pretty nice. Even young kids like us can get a full bowl of congee. These 3 bowls are enough for our whole family." Among them was a young girl, who was about the same age as Xiaosao. She watched as the man finished half of the bowl of congee and revealed a happy smile. "Father seems to be in good spirits today. Your appetite has gotten a lot better. Mother, is father's illness going to get better soon?" Yu Kaifeng fed congee to the man and said, "When we see your uncle tomorrow, your father will be able to treat his illness in town. The doctors in town are very skilled, so your father's illness can definitely be cured." The youngest of the 3 children asked naively, "Mother, when father gets better, we won't have to beg for food anymore, right?" Yu Kaifeng's nose was sour as she nodded heavily and said, "When your father's illness is cured, he can go find a job in town. Your father is very capable, so he definitely won't have a problem supporting our family of 5. Yay, other people won't call us little beggars anymore. Mother, Xiaoping don't want to be called a little beggar and beg for food. Eldest brother said that we are just going through a difficult time for now, and it will get better in the future." With a pair of big eyes that were similar to Yu Kaifeng's, the young boy exclaimed in an innocent and serious manner. Seeing this scene, Yu Hai choked up and hastened his steps. He shouted at Yu Kaifeng, older sister. The hand that Yu Kaifeng held the bowl of congee with abruptly shook, as if she couldn't believe it. She turned her head slowly, and when she saw Yu Hai, her lips trembled and she couldn't utter a word. Older sister. Yu Hai rushed forward and hugged Yu Kaifeng, who was so thin that she only had bones left. The tears that had been welled up in his eyes for a long time flowed down his face. Xiao Hai, is it Xiao Hai? Yu Kaifeng still couldn't believe it, for fear that she was in a dream. Her motivation to persist on the road, other than her children, was her younger brother, whom she hadn't seen for over a decade. Older sister, it's me. I'm your Xiao Hai. Older sister, you have suffered. Yu Hai hugged his older sister and cried like a child. His older sister was only 3 years older than him. When his mother passed away, his older sister held back her grief, and like how Yu Hai was embracing her now, she comforted him. When Madame Zhang skimped on the siblings' meals on the pretext of food shortage, his older sister often shared a portion of the little food that she had. In order to protect him, his older sister had often been beaten and scolded by Madame Zhang. Even though he was nearly 30 years old now, he was still Xiao Hai, who relied on his older sister. Yu Kaifeng held Yu Hai's face, carefully examined him, and smiled with relief. Xiao Hai, older sister is relieved to see that you're living a good life. Yu Hai saw his sister and the children were wearing rags that could barely cover their bodies. He frowned and asked, older sister. In autumn, I asked someone to send a message to tell you to come home. Why did you guys only arrive now? Didn't I send some traveling expenses? How did you guys turn out like this? Yu Kaifeng finally noticed the expensive, fine cotton robe on her younger brother's body. Although she was surprised that Madame Zhang was actually willing to let her younger brother wear such nice clothing, she didn't inquire about it. She just sighed and said, it's a long story. From Yu Kaifeng's words, Yu Hai had learned that due to his older sister and brother-in-law's hard work and frugality, their family had some surplus grain. There was a great drought in the northeast. The couple had received Yu Hai's letter and money, but they were reluctant to let go of their hard-earned property. As a result, they took out 20 taels from the money that Yu Hai sent over and secretly hoarded some grain to see if they could survive until spring plowing. They hadn't expected that, after surviving the winter, those famine victims had found out from an unknown source that their family had excess grain and rushed to their house. They destroyed their belongings, stole their grain, and also injured her husband. Fortunately, Yu Kaifeng had securely hidden the remaining 30 taels, so it wasn't discovered. Their food was robbed, and the valuable belongings at home were also taken by those famine victims. With no other choice, Yu Kaifeng and her husband packed their bags, took their children, and finally joined the refugees. On the way, the group of refugees were suddenly attacked by the cold spring, and many of the refugees had fallen sick. Thinking that he had a strong, healthy body, Yu Hai's older brother-in-law, Lu Hu, gave his clothes to his wife and children, and thus fell ill. At first, Lu Hu didn't take his illness to heart. Didn't he recover from his previous illnesses pretty quickly? He didn't want the trip to be delayed due to himself, so even when he had a high fever, he didn't say anything. He just endured it and continued on the journey. As a result, he had fallen ill right after they left a small town in the northeast. At this time, his originally small cold had turned into pneumonia. The small town had poor medical standards and only had one barefoot doctor. They spent the money and got medicine for him. However, Lu Hu's illness always came back and couldn't completely be cured. In this way, they need to stay at a lodging and treat his illness. More than a month later, the money that Yu Kaifeng brought along had been completely used up. Lu Hu felt that his illness couldn't be treated, so he refused to accept treatment and insisted on continuing on the journey. Yu Kaifeng failed to talk him out of this idea, so they had to pawn off their unnecessary belongings, rent an ox cart, and continue on the road to the south. On the road, Lu Hu's condition fluctuated. All their traveling expenses had been spent, so they didn't even have enough to eat, let alone rent a cart. The whole family supported each other and begged for food as they continued on their journey. Had it not been for the belief in his heart, Lu Hu would have collapsed a long time ago. Before he died, he must see his wife and children return to their hometown and reunite with their relatives. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. Once a person was supported by faith, they often could create miracles. Dragging his sick body, Lu Hu was actually able to see the main gates of Tenggu town. Seeing the moment that his wife and her younger brother embraced each other, a heavy sense of weariness fell upon him. Perhaps, this was the moment he could leave at ease. Father, mother, father fainted again. Yu Kaifeng's eldest son, Lu Junping gently shook his father, but didn't receive any response. So he shouted in slight panic. Yu Kaifeng turned around and saw her husband's ashen complexion. She felt alarmed in her heart and rushed to him. With a trembling finger, she reached under her husband's nose. After testing, her complexion instantly changed and she hollered, "Husband." After that, she fainted in front of Yu-hai. Yu-hai quickly lifted his older sister's body. He looked at Lu-hu, who was lying on the straw with his eyes tightly shut, and felt a sour feeling in his heart. "Father, father." The three children, who seemed to have realized something, shook Lu-hu's body as they cried. Those who heard them would feel heartbroken, and those who saw them would shed tears. "Master, that person hasn't died yet. The soul hasn't left the body, my bathwater can save that person." The little divine stone had sensed Xiaoxiao's sadness, so it quickly transformed into a golden kitten, reminding her in a childlike tone. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard that, she recalled that the little divine stone had once said that when it was at the peak of its power, it was able to bring a person back from the dead. The little divine stone recently recovered a lot of its spiritual power. Since he said that he can save her uncle, then there would be no problem. Xiaoxiao wiped away the tears on her cheeks and stepped forward, pulling the three crying children aside. She said, "Please move aside. I've studied medicine before, let me take a look." After she said that, she put her finger on Lu-hu's pulse, quietly feeling his pulse for a while. She realized that his pulse was indeed still beating weakly. He could still be saved. Xiaoxiao quickly took out a small and delicate jade bottle from her embroidered pouch. She lightly pinched open Lu-hu's mouth and carefully poured the mystic stone liquid into his mouth. "Father, bring the water bag." Lu-hu had lost the ability to swallow, she must use water for him to wash down the mystic stone liquid. At this time, Yu Kaifeng slowly woke up from Yu-hai's arms. As if she suddenly remembered something, she stood straight up and was about to rush toward her man. Yu-hai hurriedly pulled her back and comforted her, older brother-in-law might still be saved. Kaur is treating him right now. "Young lady, I beg you, you must save my husband. If he dies, then I won't live either. I beg you, please save him." A final ray of hope flashed in Yu Kaifeng's eyes. Could someone who stopped breathing come back to life? She didn't dare to think about it and only hoped that God will bless them with a miracle again. Yu Xiaoxiao asked her father to open Lu-hu's mouth. Her heart finally felt relieved after feeding him 2 mouthfuls of water. She recalled the method to do CPR in her previous life. About a third of the way below his sternum, she placed her left palm on his chest. Then she placed her right palm on top of her left palm. With her arms straight, she pressed down 30 times using her upper body strength. As she did that, she said to her father, "Father, follow my instructions, pinch uncle's nose and blow into his mouth, blow. Not like that, your mouth must block uncle's mouth while you blow forcefully into his mouth." Xiaoxiao saw that his father was far from the patient's mouth as he blew air into his mouth. Despite finding the scene to be quite funny, she quickly corrected him. Yu-hai awkwardly raised his head and looked at his brother-in-law's lips. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. "I'll do it." Yu Kaifeng had finally found a thread of hope from her desperation. She could throw away her reputation in her face as long as she could save her man's life. Under the watchful eyes of other people, she blocked the man's mouth with her mouth, giving him artificial respiration under Xiaoxiao's guidance. It wasn't known whether it was Xiaoxiao's CPR or the mystic stone water that had worked, but Lu-hu was finally able to breathe on his own after 2 minutes. Seeing her husband's chest moving up and down weakly, Yu Kaifeng covered her face and wept noiselessly. These were tears of joy of regaining something again after losing it. Lu-hu slowly opened his eyes and saw his tearful wife as well as his children crying in low voices. He lifted his withered hand and tightly pulled his wife's hand. He had sensed just now that he was about to approach the last moment of his life. The instant he closed his eyes, his heart was filled with reluctance and nostalgia. He didn't know if his wife would still be able to live so willfully like before without his care. How would his children grow up and how would the family survive in the future without him? However, he had, fortunately, overcome this hurdle again. His body was like an arrow that was reaching the end of its flight until he felt a small life force flowing in his body. Each of his exhausted organs seemed to glow with vitality. "Oldest aunt, give uncle some water. Patients need to replenish themselves with water." Xiaoxiao secretly dropped 2 drops of mystic stone liquid into the water. The patient's body was still very weak, so drinking some mystic stone water would be very helpful for future recovery. Yu Kaifeng took the water bag, her eyes were full of gratitude. Her husband had clearly stopped breathing just now. It was thanks to her young niece, who had given him some magical elixir and taught her how to give air to her man, that her husband was able to return from the gates of hell. She couldn't imagine and didn't want to imagine what would have happened if she didn't meet her little niece, or if her brother and little niece had arrived a step too late. She only knew that it was her brother and her little niece who had saved her man and her family. Good, what a good child. Aunt doesn't know how to thank you. Yu Kaifeng didn't know what to say. Words couldn't describe her gratitude towards her. In the future, even if she had to work like an ox or horse, she must repay her brother's family. Yu Hai felt very happy for his older sister, and he was extremely glad that his younger daughter had studied medicine under Dr. Yu. He sighed heavily and said, "Older sister, we're all family. There's no need for you to express your gratitude. Give older brother-in-law some water, then let's pack our stuff and go to town and have Dr. Sun take a look at older brother-in-law." "Father, do you not believe in my medical skills? Dr. Sun had praised me ceaselessly, saying I'm very talented when it comes to studying medicine." Yu Xiaosao pouted with her small mouth and had an "I'm very angry" appearance on. Yu Hai stroked his daughter's glossy black hair and said with a smile, "I believe you, I believe you. Our family's Xiaosao is so capable, how can I not believe you? Your uncle is very sick, so we're going to go to Tongren Medicine Hall to get some medicine to nourish his health. In passing, we can also have Dr. Sun feel his pulse." Yu Kaifeng's youngest son, Lu Fangping, had just turned 6 this year and he said in a childish voice, "Older sister, I believe you too. You cured my father, you are a godly doctor." Lu Fangping was 1 year younger than little Shish too, and one could tell that he had suffered a lot. He was very skinny, similar to how little Shish tu looked when Xiaosao had just transmigrated. Xiaosao stroked his little head gently and said with a smile, "You have to call me older cousin, do you understand? Older cousin isn't a godly doctor, I just know how to perform some first aid. Your father still needs the experienced Dr. Sun to prescribe him some medicine and to nurse him back to health. Don't worry, your father will be fine." From the beginning, Lu Fangping had snuggled up against Xiaosao's side with an extremely adorable smile on his face. On the road, he had often relied on his pure and adorable smile to trigger married women and young women's maternal love for kids, making them give him food. Xiaosao couldn't help but pinch the little guy's face gently. When Lu Yanner, who was a year older than Xiaosao, saw how her younger brother was selling his lovable appearance, she couldn't help but roast him. "Older brother, look at how our younger brother is pretending to be lovable again. When he's outside, he acts like an obedient little boy, but when he's at home, he's extremely naughty." The oldest child, Lu Junping, smiled maturely and brought his younger sister and brother to greet their uncle. When he was in the northeast, he had frequently heard his mother mention this capable uncle of his, who could catch fish and hunt. In their first meeting, his first impression of his uncle was that he was very tall and strong, his body was even sturdier than his father's before he fell ill. His mother had frequently talked about how his honest and considerate uncle would definitely be bullied relentlessly by their stepmother. However, based on the clothing his uncle and younger female cousin was dressed in, they appeared more well off than the lords in his village who owned over 100 mu of fields. No matter how one looked at them, they didn't appear to be treated harshly. Although Lu Junping had doubts in his heart, he never revealed his inner thoughts. Lu Hu drank a few more mouthfuls of water and felt some of his strength returning to him. Yu Hai patted the oldest of the siblings, Lu Junping's shoulder. He urged him to quickly pack up some necessities and move them to a nearby carriage. On their way here, in order to treat Lu Hu's illness, the Lu family had pawned most of their valuable belongings, so they didn't have much to pack. Yu Hai carried Lu Hu on his back as he walked toward the carriage. Yu Kaifeng brought her children along as they silently followed behind him. The surrounding refugees looked at the Lu family enviously. When this family had just arrived at this camp, very few people interacted with them because they were suspected of being infected by a contagious disease. However, they were quite fortunate to have met their wealthy relatives and were able to escape from the abyss of suffering. Many people were secretly regretting that they didn't help them out in their most difficult times. Even if they want to beg them now, they had no way of doing it. "Wow, older cousin, your family's horse carriage is so beautiful." When Lu Fangping saw the strong, steady, and beautifully decorated horse carriage, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yu Xiaosao propped the little guy up by his armpit and helped him onto the horse carriage. She smiled and explained, "This carriage was lent to us by my godfather. My family's horse carriage isn't this beautiful." In the carriage, Lu Fangping excitedly touched the items in the horse carriage, he was curious about everything. The little guy had only ever been in an ox cart since he was a child, so he never had the opportunity to come in contact with horse carriage that has a sedan chair. The horse carriage was very spacious. Lu Hu was half lying inside the horse carriage while Lu Kaifeng sat next to him to take care of him. The children curiously and excitedly sat in the horse carriage. When the horse carriage set off, Lu Fangping clapped his hands and said, "It's more comfortable to sit in a horse carriage, I can't feel the jolting as the carriage is moving. Whenever I'm in an ox cart, it feels like my bottom is about to turn into 3 segments because of the jolting of the cart." Yu Xiaosao could deeply relate to Lu Fangping's sentiment for ox and donkey carts. In the past, when the wheels of her donkey cart had yet been changed, the jolting of the cart as it rushed towards its destination would almost make her puke up her dinner. That was such an amazing feeling. The horse carriage was stopped at the city gates. With the increase of refugees outside of Tanggu town, there had been more soldiers guarding the city gates. She heard that those soldiers were transferred here from Jinwei Prefectural City. Lu Yanner, who had been looking outside the carriage window, hurriedly pulled down the curtain of the carriage window. She looked at Xiaosao timidly and asked, "Younger cousin, will the soldiers not let us enter the city?" When they had first arrived, several refugees were arrested for trying to enter the city without a permit and having a dispute with the soldiers. However, those weren't the most serious cases. On their way here, many places, especially big cities, had been unwelcoming and unfriendly towards the refugees. This had created a shadow in Lu Yanner's heart. Yu Xiaosao comforted her, "It's okay. For Tanggu town, as long as there are relatives that are willing guarantee for you, you can freely enter and exit Tanggu town." Sure enough, when the steward of the Fang estate showed the soldiers his identity medal, the soldiers allowed them into the city cordially with a smile on their face. As they passed through the city gates, Lu Fangping poked his little head out the window and was seen by the soldiers. However, none of them were detained like Lu Yanner had worried about. Lu Junping, who had been sitting quietly in the horse carriage while observing all of this, faintly thought in his heart that the status of his younger cousin's godfather must not be low. Otherwise, the soldiers with eyes growing on their forehead wouldn't have allowed them into the city that easily. Those soldiers were so cordial and enthusiastic even to someone who looked like a subordinate. Could it be that his younger cousin's godfather was an official? His environment had encouraged his growth. The journey had allowed Lu Junping, who didn't have a worry in the world before, to mature quickly. Horse carriage passed through the bustling streets and drove towards the house that the Yu family had bought in town. The streets of Tanggu town was simple but prosperous. At this time, the street vendors were like clouds, and there were streams of people weaving there through the streets. There were deep-fried fruits, chowder soup, steamed stuffed buns, and steamed buns, etc. The voices of vendors crying out their goods for sale could be heard by the ears from time to time. The majority of the people passing through the streets were ordinary people dressed in plain cotton clothing, and signs of the hardships they had faced could be seen on their face. There were also scholars dressed in long gowns with an aura of elegance and grace. Of course, there were also wealthy people dressed in splendid embroidered clothes. Occasionally, there was a young lady wearing a veil followed by senior servants and servant girls passing by their horse carriage while laughing softly. It seemed as if Lu Yanner and her younger brother's face were embedded in the carriage window as they looked at the bustling and stable street. Their wandering minds from their long journey here seemed to be comforted by this scene. This was the first time they were able to enjoy the exquisiteness of the streets in such a leisurely way. They didn't have to worry about being berated, driven out, or even think about how they should smile and what they should do to receive charity from others. The experience in the past few months could be said to be a nightmare for everyone in the Lu family. Yu Kaifeng looked down at the man who was sound asleep. As long as he was here, no matter how much hardship she had to face, she was not afraid. In the future, no matter how difficult their lives became, it wouldn't be more difficult than being a refugee and begging others for charity. "Older sister, we're here, let's get off." The horse carriage arrived in front of a courtyard. Yu Hai jumped out of the horse carriage, pulled the curtains to the side, and smiled brightly at the people inside. Lu Junping tactfully declined his uncle's goodwill to help him down. He jumped off the horse carriage by himself and stretched out his hand again to help his brother and sister down the carriage. However, he found that his uncle had already skillfully helped his siblings down the carriage. Lu Fangping was giggling and laughing happily. Their next-door neighbor had just returned from buying vegetables, and saw Yu Hai leading a group of refugees in ragged clothing emitting a strange odor. She couldn't help but frown and say, "Brother Yu, there was a kind family who had taken in a family of refugees before, but their money was stolen. You have to be careful." When Yu Hai bought this house, he had visited both his right and left neighbors. Therefore, even though he didn't often come here, his neighbors still knew that he was the owner of this house. Yu Hai nodded towards her and indifferently said, "Thank you for your kind reminder. This is my older sister. She was just affected by a disaster on her journey here, she's not a refugee." The married woman looked up and down at Yu Kaifeng and her family. She curled her lips and asked, "Are you going to let them live here for a while?" It seems like I need to change my family's door lock. When Yu Kaifeng heard those words, she stared at the woman in humiliation, and her fingernails sank deeply into the palm of her hand. Yu Xiaosao looked at the rotten vegetables in the woman's basket and snorted coldly, just based on your house. Would there be a difference whether you lock your door or not? The married woman's complexion immediately changed and shouted, what do you mean? What do I mean? Do you still need me to explain it? It means that, since your family is so poor, even if you leave your door wide open, thieves wouldn't even care to come in. Since the other party doesn't want to save face, then why should Yu Xiaosao give her face? The married woman wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by a drunk voice from inside her house. Damned woman, do you want to starve me to death by shopping for so long? Why are you still dawdling over there? Aren't you going to hurry it up and prepare a meal for me? All of the married woman's arrogance and rudeness disappeared in an instant. She trembled for a moment before she entered the courtyard compliantly. Soon, a painful scream could be heard followed by a man's screaming voice, where's the wine? Where's the wine that you went to buy for me? If you can't do such a simple thing, what do I need you as a wife for? Soon, the sound of disjointed punching and kicking could be heard. Yu Xiaosao grabbed her father who was about to go and persuade the man and whispered, Father, we're not familiar with them. It's best not to interfere with other people's business, otherwise people will say we're too nosy. Father, I will take aunt and uncle into the house first. You should go buy some ready-made clothes from the clothing store. Yu Kaifeng hurriedly stopped them. No, there's no need. Our clothes can still be worn after they are washed and re-sewn. There's no need to waste money. Yu Hai hurriedly nodded his head and said, it's not a waste, it's not a waste. Older sister, you should go in and rest for a while. When I return, let's go out to eat together. After he finished speaking, he hastily left, leaving no room for Yu Kaifeng to say anything. Xiaosao knocked on the door, and the person who opened the door was a gray-haired old man. The old man's surname was Tang, and his only son was swallowed up by the storm while fishing. The married couple didn't have anyone to rely on. Yu Hai found them pitiful, so he lent them the side room to reside in. The Yu family would occasionally stay in this house in town, or they would use the kitchen here to make a meal and send it to little Shish too. So it was similar to letting the couple watch over their house in exchange for free rent. The old man recognized Xiaosao because Xiaosao would come here when she was free to cook for her younger brother who was studying in town. The food the little girl cooked was so fragrant that he couldn't help but drool whenever he smelled it. Miss Yu, these people are. The old man looked at the 5 members of the Lu family without any contempt in his gaze. This is my oldest aunt's family. They had just arrived at Tanggu town. Yu Xiaosao explained lightly. She invited Yu Kaifeng and her family into the courtyard. The courtyard wasn't big and was divided into 2 courtyards, the front courtyard and the back courtyard. There were 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, a kitchen, and a junk room in the back courtyard. For the Lu family, who had been living in the northeast countryside, the view of the brick houses and the neat and orderly courtyard was beyond their imagination. Lu Kaifeng secretly wondered, when did her brother become so rich for him to afford a house in town? After restraining herself, she still couldn't help but ask, Xiaosao, does your grandmother know that you have bought this house in town? Why would I let her know? Xiaosao blinked her eyes puzzledly at first and then she asked suddenly, oldest aunt, you don't know yet. We have separated our households, so buying a house here was our idea. They separated households. No wonder. She was wondering how the stingy Madame Zhang would be willing to allow her younger brother and niece to dress so nicely and even allow them to buy a house in town. It turned out that they separated their households. The last worry Yu Kaifeng had in her heart vanished like smoke in thin air. Originally, she was worried that she would be shut out by the cruel and ruthless Madame Zhang when she returned to her maiden home, leaving her brother in a difficult position of being stuck in the middle of them. She thought that if Madame Zhang didn't let them in, she would first live in the old Yu residence and let her man go to the mountain to learn hunting with her brother. There were a lot of edible wild vegetables in the West Mountains. As long as one was diligent, it was impossible to starve to death. Since her younger brother had split households, there wouldn't be so many misgivings. It seemed like her younger brother's family was doing well. Her younger brother had always been capable. Without Madame Zhang, that blood-sucking leech, it wouldn't take long for her brother to live a better life. According to her younger brother's nature, he definitely won't turn a blind eye to her. However, as an older sister, she couldn't completely rely on her younger brother. She believed that this difficult time was only going to be temporary. Once her husband recovered from his illness, he could work some temporary jobs in town. In the spring of next year, they could rent a few acres of land to farm. There weren't many people remaining in her man's family, nor was it necessary to return to the bitter cold place in northeast countryside. Oldest aunt, you should take a break. I'll go to heat up a pot of water so you will be able to wash yourselves in a short while. Yu Xiaoxiao's crisp and melodious voice had interrupted her thoughts. Yu Kaifeng helped her husband to sit on a chair in the room. When she heard what Xiaoxiao had said, she quickly said, "Let me do it." Xiaoxiao laughed and said, "Oldest aunt, why are you being so modest with me? Uncle's body isn't well, and you should help him onto the Kong bed to rest for a bit. Mother, watch after father. I'll go help younger cousin boil water." Lu Yanner sensibly took Xiaoxiao's hand and headed towards the kitchen. When the water turned hot, Yu Hai was carrying a bundle as he entered the house. He moved to the side as he let Dr. Sun from Tongren Medicinal Hall in. Following behind them was a young apprentice who was holding a medicine box. When the two entered the room, they found Yu Kaifeng sitting at the edge of the Kong bed, and her husband was leaning against her shoulders with his eyes closed. Yu Hai said, "Sister, why didn't you let brother-in-law lie down?" Yu Kaifeng appeared somewhat embarrassed as she whispered, "Your brother-in-law said that his body was dirty, and he was afraid that he'll dirty your bed." Yu Hai revealed an unhappy expression as he said in displeasure, "If it becomes dirty, I can just wash it. Help him lie down and let Dr. Sun to look at him." After Dr. Sun took his pulse, he pondered for a moment before he said, "The patient developed a lung disease because his common cold wasn't treated in time. However, his illness isn't serious. Since the patient's body has a good foundation, he should fully recover after taking some medicine." What Dr. Sun had diagnosed was the patient's condition after Xiaoxiao had given him mystic stone water. Had it not been for the mystic stone water, Lu Hu would have been seriously ill and died. It would have been impossible for him to be able to wait for Dr. Sun to arrive. Dr. Sun mixed 2 batches from his medicine box and told them to let the patient take this medicine first before taking the prescription to the medicine hall to get more. After taking the medicine for 3 to 5 days, the patient should be able to recover without any accident. After Dr. Sun was sent away, with the help of his nephew Lu Junping, Yu Hai helped Lu Hu took a hot bath, changed him into clean clothes, and then let him lie on the Kong bed. Yu Kaifeng was brewing medicine for her husband in the courtyard. All the money Yu Hai had given her for the journey was nearly all used up for medicine. Yu Kaifeng had become skilled at brewing medicine from this. After Lu Hu drank the medicine and fell asleep, Yu Kaifeng and her children had taken a bath and changed into clean cotton clothing. The clothes were made of average material with average style and patterns because it was bought from a ready-made store, yet the 3 children were so delighted that it seemed like it was New Year's. Before the disaster, Lu Hu's family rarely had any surplus food around. They weren't considered to be well off, so they might not even get a set of new clothes a year. On their journey, their remaining clothes were used to exchange for medicine for their father. The clothes they had left would be sewn again and again with patches here and there. It was so shabby that they were unable to look at it. Now, they felt very satisfied being able to wear new clothes. "Father, there is nothing left at home besides rice. Let's go out to eat at noon." Because the house in town was rarely occupied, except for some rice and noodles, there were hardly any other ingredients. Xiaoxiao thought of going out to eat because there was a restaurant in town where the food tasted quite good. Yu Kaifeng hastily said, "We already drank a bowl of porridge when we were outside the city gates. We can make do with whatever we have at home. We'll have to spend money if we go out to eat." Yu Xiaoxiao said, "The rice at home is only enough to make a bowl of porridge for uncle. My father and I had left the house early this morning and by now, we're hungry. We will need to go out to buy ingredients and then come back to cook. I don't think I will be able to wait that long. Let's go out to eat, it won't cost a lot of money." After a great amount of effort, they were finally able to convince Yu Kaifeng. Lu Junping was very sensible and stayed at home to take care of his father. Although the doctor had already reassured them that Lu Hu's illness was no longer a big deal, he still needed someone at his side. Lu Junping volunteered himself to take on that task. Yu Hai took his older sister's entire family to a nearby little restaurant and ordered a few dishes. Most of the dishes were vegetarian. When Yu Kaifeng saw that most of the food had been cooked with a decent amount of oil, she felt bad at the thought of the amount of money that had to be spent on this meal. Yu Xiaoxiao gave both Lu Yanner and little Fangping half a bowl of thick rice congee and grinned, "Older cousin, Xiaoping, first drink some congee to prep the stomach. When we get back to Dongshan village, I'll make some more delicious food for you guys." Sips of the thick and fragrant rice congee warmed the belly. Little Fangping alternated between a mouthful of congee and a mouthful of eggs. He marveled that there couldn't be food that was more delicious than this. A content expression surfaced on his face as he said, "Older cousin, this food is already very good. Is the food you make even better than this? Yu Hai hadn't eaten much food as he was preoccupied with adding food to his sister's plate. When he heard the boy's question, he laughed. Xiaoping, did you not know? Your older sister Xiaoxiao's culinary skills are famous around here. Even the head chef of Junshou restaurant complimented her before. The woman who owned this little restaurant sneered when she heard Yu Hai's words. She silently thought, this family loves to boast. The head chef of Junshou restaurant has standards. How could he possibly value this little brat's cooking abilities? If you have to brag, why don't choose something more outrageous, like claiming that your family came up with Junshou restaurant's recipe for their roasted chicken and salt-brined duck, Lady, you actually hit upon the truth there. Yu Kaifeng looked at the table full of food and remarked in an embarrassed tone, Xiaohai, you really spend too much money. What's the point of ordering so much food for such a small group of people? If we can't finish it, it'll all be wasted. Yu Hai looked at his older sister, who had become so thin that her face looked like it was about to disappear. A wave of melancholy flooded him as he gave his older sister another serving of shredded meat stir-fried with tofu. Older sister, eat more. When we get back home, your niece will help you nourish your body. Xiaoxiao grasped this opportunity to explain, oldest aunt, right now it's not a good idea for you and my cousins to eat anything too greasy, so we only ordered some light dishes. Just eat this food for now. Once your stomachs are more healthy, I can make anything you guys want to eat. The owner of the restaurant sneered somewhat unhappily and muttered under her breath, this little kid really loves to boast. Her father doesn't even bother to correct her when she claims that she'll make anything they want to eat. Can she make roasted chicken? What about osmanthus duck? They can't afford to order meat dishes yet she still has to make it sound so nice. Although the woman's voice was very quiet, Yu Xiaoxiao had been nourished with the mystic stone water for over a year. Her 5 senses were naturally more sharp than a normal person's, so she was able to hear the manager's grumbles. Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and knowingly looked the older woman in the eye. The woman was startled by her actions and shrunk down a bit as she thought, this little girl could hear what I said even though I said it so quietly. However, does it matter that she could hear me? Everything I said was the truth. Yu Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't lower herself to argue with the woman. The whole group finished the meal and also bought some takeout wrapped in waxed paper to feed Lu Junping. In addition, they also bought some white rice, vegetables, meat, and a fat hen at the market before they finally returned back to the Yu family's town residence. After taking some medication, Lu Hu had quickly fallen asleep. Yu Xiaoxiao gave the food to Lu Junping to eat before she went into the kitchen to cook a thick and nourishing pot of chicken congee. The tantalizing smell of chicken congee wafted through the courtyard and tempted little Fangping, who had just eaten his fill. The little boy swallowed down the saliva pooling in his mouth as his eyes wandered back to the kitchen from time to time. When Lu Hu woke up from his nap, a bowl full of nourishing chicken congee was placed in front of him. The translucent grains of rice had already melted into a thick porridge. Shreds of chicken meat dotted the contents of the bowl and the whole thing was garnished with a handful of thinly chopped green onions. The whole bowl looked incredibly appetizing and, when combined with the delicious smell, roused the appetite of someone who wasn't even hungry. Yu Kaifeng silently swallowed down the saliva that had flooded her mouth and took the bowl of congee from her niece's hands. She scooped up a portion and carefully blew on the spoon to cool the contents down before she fed her husband. Little Fangping crawled onto the Kong bed and stared piteously at the congee bowl. Lu Yanner lowered her head out of desperation as she tried to ignore her desire to eat the food. Only Lu Junping, who had just eaten, was able to calmly watch his father eat congee with a smile on his face. After eating a few bites of the delectable, savory chicken congee, Lu Hu looked at his youngest son, who was staring at the bowl with pitiful eyes. He raised a hand to rub the little boy's head and said, I've eaten enough, you guys should finish the rest. Lu Fangping hurriedly shook his head like a rattle, Father, you should finish it so you can get better faster. I ate scrambled eggs and a large bowl of rice porridge for lunch, so I'm very full. Quickly eat more. Lu Hu had a tender heart. Ever since Yu Kaifeng had married over, he always saved the best food for his wife to eat. After they had children, he always gave the best food and items to his wife and kids while he gladly partook his own plain meals. This was also the reason why Yu Kaifeng later on ended up loving him to the high heavens. Naturally, with this delectable chicken congee in front of him, no matter what anyone else said, he refused to enjoy it alone. Yu Xiaoxiao finally ended this stalemate with a word, I made a whole pot of this congee, so there's more than enough for our whole family to eat. Xiaoping, older sister Yanner, let's go to the kitchen and grab a portion for everyone to enjoy. Lu Fangping cheerfully jumped off the Kong bed after hearing Xiaoxiao's suggestion. He sloppily put on his shoes and scampered behind Xiaosao as they exited the room, as if he was her little tail blindly following along. Lu, who only finished his bowl of food after 6 bowls of porridge, appeared in front of him. Xiaosao had added a few drops of mystic stone water to the congee, so after Lu Hu ate his bowl, his whole body felt comfortably warm. All of the heaviness left him and his body became light and energetic. While the Yu family was enjoying their happy family reunion together, the young royal prince, Zhu Junyang, was unable to spend time with his mother, who had been eagerly anticipating his arrival in Tanggu town. Instead, he had just gotten to the capital with a train of 100 carts all piled high with goods and was covered in dust from his travels. The emperor summoned him to the throne room. The 17-year-old young royal prince elaborated on his travels and what he had seen while he was in the throne room that was crowded with literary and military officials. The group of officials listened avidly to his stories that sounded fantastical. From time to time, some people let out a few soft cries of astonishment. When the emperor summoned the foreign artisans that the royal prince had brought back with him to the room, all of the officials stared at these people, who had blonde hair and blue eyes, as if they were monsters. All of their eyes were opened wide in shock and their mouths gaped open. Although Zhongwen Emperor had also traveled the seas and brought back sweet potato plants before he ascended the throne, he had never brought back any foreigners who had red hair and green eyes back. It was no wonder that all of these officials were shocked. Ah, Junyang, we told you to find some novel crops. How did that go? Drought had plagued the north this year and there were starving migrants roaming everywhere. Zhongwen Emperor had been very worried. If they were able to get their hands on corn and potatoes, 2 high-yielding crops, then everyone in the future would have enough staple food to eat. Future disasters would also not be as bad. In front of the emperor, Zhu Junyang still had his usual stony cold expression. He replied confidently, "Your Imperial Majesty, this official has succeeded." The emperor's eyes lit up, and he leaned slightly forward on the dragon throne. He somewhat impatiently said, "Ah, then bring it here, we need to see this." Before long, a small bag of corn and a few potatoes had been presented to the emperor. Zhongwen Emperor descended from the dragon throne and scooped up a handful of golden corn. He lightly felt the kernels and then picked up a potato to inspect. A nostalgic expression surfaced on his face. His favorite dish in college was sautéed spicy and sour shredded potatoes. He hadn't eaten any for a few decades and he really missed it. He used all of his willpower to suppress his desire to send these potatoes to the imperial kitchens. These potatoes were seeds. He must endure now so that in the future he would have more potatoes than he could devour. Very good, very good. The emperor was quite pleased as he lavished compliments. Quickly bring all of this to the Ministry of Revenue. They need to start planting corn and potatoes as soon as possible. The Minister of Revenue, who had been called over, stared at the 2 foreign plants in front of him. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "Your Majesty, do we have any methods on how to plant these correctly? How should corn and potato be planted?" Zhongwen Emperor was an engineering student who specialized in shipbuilding in his past life. He had grown up in a city. This question truly stumped him. Zhu Junfan, the emperor, looked at the person who had brought over the 2 plants, Zhu Junyang. Zhu Junyang's eyes twitched. The original agreement only stated that he had to find the 2 plants and didn't mention that he had to plant them. Okay. He pasted on an inscrutable expression, which wasn't consistent with his youthful age, and replied emotionlessly, "This official is also helpless." Zhu Junfan felt deflated by his younger cousin's answer. Why was this brat so self-confident? What was the point of going on this arduous journey to find the plants if you didn't find out how to cultivate them? Zhu Junfan glared at him and then pondered for a bit. A crafty smile crept onto his face that made Zhu Junyang have a bad premonition. "Junyang, since you were the one who traveled afar, you're the one who has the most experience with corn and potatoes. You probably know more than the officials in the Ministry of Revenue. We have decided that you will assist these officials in cultivating these 2 plants. Do you have any objections?" The emperor finally broke through Zhu Junyang's poker face. The prince faintly frowned, yet his voice remained calm when he replied, "Emperor, is this a decree or are you asking for my opinion?" Zhu Junfan naturally wouldn't give him any chance to evade this duty. The emperor solemnly decreed, "This is our order. Naturally, we also hope that you will gladly take on this burden. Just think of the day when all of the people will be able to eat to their fill. They will all be grateful for your benevolence and favor. The people's gratitude, whoever wants that can take it. You already told me this is a direct order, how can I possibly refuse?" Zhu Junyang looked at the emperor expressionlessly. Although he was truly unwilling in his heart, he still had to take on this duty. After he left the palace, Zhu Junyang had been invited over to the Ministry of Revenue. All of the officials stared at the youthful royal prince with anticipation in their eyes. The Minister of Revenue, whose beard and hair had long gone white, could apparently tell that the prince was displeased. He rubbed his hands together before he cautiously opened, "Royal Prince Yong, it's almost the perfect season for planting now. What do you think is the best way to plant corn and potato?" "You can ask me, but who can I ask?" Bah! Zhu Junyang had no idea what he could do at this point. He raised his head to look at the group of officials and coldly replied, "Planting seeds should all be the same. You all, do what you see fit." After he finished, the ruthless and handsome young royal prince turned around, under the eyes of all of the officials in the Ministry of Revenue, and left. He left. LL of the officials of the Ministry of Revenue looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions. "Royal Prince Yong, you had been given an imperial edict, you can't just stand aside and do nothing. If we can't cultivate corn and potatoes, then when the emperor became angry, everyone would be implicated together. The royal prince may be able to wash his hands of this affair, but they, the officials of the Ministry of Revenue, couldn't. They went to find some experienced old farmers and cleared out a field at the imperial farms for experimentation. Altogether they decided on a couple methods to try out with the corn. Some of the seeds were directly planted into the ground, while others were left for breeding purposes. As for the potatoes, the old farmers thought that it somewhat resembled sweet potato and decided to use the sweet potato method to plant a block. The officials also planted another block of land with potatoes directly buried into the ground. During this process, Royal Prince Yong only came by once to inspect the process and didn't come over a second time. When the Ministry of Revenue finished writing a report to the prince on the various methods they used to plant the new crops, they couldn't get in contact with him. The head steward of Imperial Prince Jing's estate had told them that the young royal prince was currently in the faraway Tanggu town and was unable to receive the report. After spending half a month in the capital doing work, the emperor had mercifully given him 10 days of vacation. Zhu Junyang immediately traveled to his mother's residence in Tanggu town. Construction on Prince Jing's residence on the West Mountain hadn't finished yet, so Princess Consort Jing was still living in the previous county magistrate's wife's manor. County Magistrate Wu had gone back to the capital last autumn after finishing his term, and the Wu family had arranged a 5th-rank official's teaching position for him. In the future, after the Imperial Academy offered him a retirement package, he had pretty much reached the highest rank he could go. In order to give his mother a nice surprise, Zhu Junyang didn't send any servants over to inform her that he was coming over. He brought along his personal imperial bodyguards and galloped his horse at top speed throughout the whole journey until he reached the manor. When he arrived, he casually asked the gatekeeper, "Has my lady mother left the residence in the past few days?" The gatekeeper carefully bowed and replied, "Prince, the princess consort hasn't left in the past few days. However, she did invite Lady Fang and her goddaughter, Miss Yu, over for some conversation today." Miss Yu. A ripple of movement went through Zhu Junyang's normally chilly eyes. It's that girl who had solemnly vowed that she would be able to cultivate corn and potato. At that time, the little girl was so confident that he had almost wanted to believe her. Perhaps this little girl would be able to give him a nice surprise, Zhu Junyang actually felt a bit of anticipation when he thought of seeing that lively little girl with the large eyes. In fact, he didn't even notice that his steps into the courtyard were a bit more hurried compared to previously. It was a beautiful spring day and the whole courtyard was filled with lush flowers that dotted the landscape with red and purple. Inside the garden, Princess Consort Jing leaned back on a long couch as she quietly discussed Lady Fang's situation. "Are you going to give birth soon, Lady Fang?" Yu Xiaosao gleefully replied, "Yes. Her due date is within the next couple of days. For the sake of my little brother, godmother always walks around the garden a few times every day even though her body is quite heavy now. Dr. Sun felt her pulse earlier today and said that her body is in good condition. However, godmother's legs are quite swollen, so she can't wear her old shoes anymore." Princess Consort Jing lightly sighed, "Children embody the debt from our past lives. As parents, who wouldn't willingly be devoted and worried about their own children? Yet children never empathize with their parents' feelings. For example, my third son didn't even discuss with me and his father before he silently left to go out to sea. After waiting for months, he finally came back, right? He obviously knows that I, his mother, am waiting for him here, yet he decides to emulate you the Great One and not visit me. Tell me, do you think he even has me, his mother, in his heart anymore?" Zhu Junyang, who had been eavesdropping on them behind some trees, felt his mouth twitch. Now he wasn't sure whether he should come out and greet his mother. From his past experiences, he had a feeling his mother would only cry and complain if he came out now. He didn't fear anything on the earth or the heavens, but he did fear his mother's tears. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Yu Xiaoxiao's suave and gentle voice comforting his mother, "Your Highness, all men strive for self-improvement and all mothers hope that their sons will be successful, right? However, since the past, it is hard to be both successful and filial at the same time. If the young royal prince first came to see you, in other people's eyes, wouldn't that be something to criticize him for? Your Highness, you also don't want him to be accused of being inattentive to his duties right after he got home from such a long journey, right? I believe that the young royal prince has been thinking about you this entire time. Once he organizes all of his affairs in the capital, he absolutely will rush over here to see you." The sound of Xiao Xiao's voice seemed to have a soothing quality. Princess consort Jing wasn't the only one affected by her. Even Zhu Junyang, who was standing behind a tree, was shocked by her understanding of a person's heart. He raised his icy cold eyes and looked at that smile that seemed to be as gentle as spring. The warmth melted his normally icy heart as he listened idly to her quiet chatter. It felt as if a spring wind had blown into his heart. He looked down again and calmed down again. Once his mood had stabilized, Zhu Junyang softly pushed aside the willow branches and quickly stepped forward as he quietly said, "Lady Mother." Princess consort Jing had been pulling on Xiao Xiao's tiny little hands when she jerked to a stop. A self-mocking smile appeared on her face. "Ah. Look at me, I must have been thinking about my third son so much that I'm having a hallucination now." Yu Xiaoxiao gently moved her body to the side as she looked at that handsome and straight figure in the garden. The smile on her face became even more bright. "Your Highness, you're not crazy. The young royal prince is here to see you." A thread of helplessness could be heard in Zhu Junyang's voice as he raised his volume. "Lady Mother, I am an unfilial son. I made you worry too much." Princess consort Jing swiftly stood up. Because she got up too quickly, her vision suddenly darkened and her body swayed lightly. She almost fell down onto the couch. Zhu Junyang's expression rapidly changed as he strode forward to grasp his mother's hand while Xiao Xiao held the princess consort's other hand to keep her standing. "Lady Mother, what part of you doesn't feel well? Someone find the doctor, now." Zhu Junyang only lost his usual calm when he was interacting with his mother. During the darkest time of his youth, his mother was the only ray of light illuminating the deepest corners of his heart, giving him warmth in an otherwise frosty environment. Although his mother liked to tease and make fun of him sometimes, she still took care of him with all her might. He felt like he could only lean on her. Yu Xiaoxiao felt Princess consort Jing's pulse and relaxed. She said, "Don't worry, young royal prince." Her highness had only stood up too quickly, which caused her to not have enough blood flow to her head. This is why she got dizzy and faint. After resting a bit, she will be fine. Zhu Junyang's icy cold eyes sent out a sharp glare at her. The look in those cold eyes made Xiao Xiao shiver unconsciously. This young royal prince's eyes were truly too scary. "What are you all waiting for? Why hasn't anyone called the imperial doctor over?" It was obvious that Zhu Junyang didn't have any faith in the words of a 10-year-old kid. He sternly scolded the princess consort's handmaiden, Mei Xiang, "If this delay causes a problem for her health, then be prepared to lose your life." All of the blood immediately left Mei Xiang's face. Under Zhu Junyang's furious glare, the maid shivered and felt her legs go soft. The young royal prince's anger wasn't something to be taken lightly. When she was still an ordinary servant at the residence, she had heard that the young royal prince, at the age of 9, had chopped off the hands of Chuntao, who was Princess consort Jing's favorite personal maidservant. Afterwards, an investigation discovered that Chuntao had been bribed by the prince's concubine's maiden family. She had been adding a slow-acting poison to Princess consort Jing's pastries. However, who would have expected that the young royal prince, who was still a child at the time, would find out? Luckily, it was discovered early, so the princess consort wasn't completely harmed. Despite that, her body was still damaged from this event. Princess consort Jing comforted her son by patting his hand and she smiled, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Xiao Xiao is very good at making medicinal cuisine. After partaking of it, my body's condition has become a lot better. You've been gone for more than a year and I haven't gotten sick this entire time. This is all thanks to Xiao Xiao's hard work. Since she says I'm fine, then I should be okay. Don't make a big fuss about nothing. Third son, let mother take a closer look at you. You've become tanner and thinner. You probably had a lot of hardships this past year, right?" As she chattered, the princess consort's eyes filled with tears at the thought of her son enduring difficulties. Zhu Junyang noticed that his mother was feeling down and felt panic bubble up. He hastily said, "Lady Mother, I only got tanner because I was on the deck a lot and had the sun shining on me and the wind blowing. Tanner people look thinner. Feel my arm, I've gained a lot of muscle. Didn't I tell you before? The ships have more than enough food to feed me, and I also caught a lot of seafood delicacies to add to my meals. I also had a lot of servants helping out, so how could I possibly have had a hard time? Mother, I feel like you've become thinner. It must be because you were so worried about me. I am truly unfilial. In front of Princess Consort Jing, Zhu Junyang, who was usually as cold and taciturn as an ice sculpture, finally acted like a normal person. He readily showed his emotions and spoke to her. Princess Consort Jing wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her son always had an emotionless and cold expression on his face, but right now he looked quite worried for her. A faint smile appeared on her lips. I've gotten thinner, you say? That can't be true. I feel like I've gotten plumper instead. All of the clothes I brought along feel much tighter. This is all due to Kaur's help. From time to time she comes to visit me and cooks me medicinal cuisine and other tasty foods. My appetite has gotten a lot better with her around. Zhu Junyang inspected his mother's face and discovered that her complexion had improved a lot. Previously her cheeks had been somewhat sunken in, but now they were healthy and plump. Her usual sickly pallor had also disappeared and there was a hint of a rosy blush now. All of this made her look more youthful. The look in his eyes as he glanced at Xiao Cao had unconsciously gentled. He slightly nodded his head and said, "Many thanks, Miss Yu, for taking such good care of my lady mother." Yu Xiao hurriedly waved her hands. "You're being too polite, young royal prince. Her Highness is a good friend of my godmother and treats me like her own niece. I'm more than happy to help her nourish and heal her body." Princess Consort Jing pulled Xiao Cao's pale and soft little hand into her own. Her smile was full of sincere love as she remarked, "Xiao Cao is truly a little girl who warms people's hearts. Everyone always says that a daughter is a mother's cotton-padded jacket. I have 3 sons and my only little cotton-padded jacket is also like a boy too. She's not sweet at all and was even stolen away by someone. Xiao Cao, how about you become my daughter?" Zhu Junyang's eyes twitched as if he wanted to interject. However, he didn't quite know what was appropriate to say. For some reason, he was a bit repelled by the idea of Yu Xiao becoming his younger sister. Was it because he was afraid that the little girl would steal away his mother's affection? That couldn't be right. He was almost 17 and was past the age when he would fight for his mother's favor. Yu Xiao revealed a somewhat helpless expression. Why did everyone want to become her godparents? Not to mention her current set of godparents, but it seemed like even the Emperor Emeritus also wanted to recognize her as an adopted granddaughter. Furthermore, even the headmaster of Rongshuan Academy had once hinted that she should become his granddaughter. Now Princess Consort Jing was joining in on the fun. Was it because she was too adorable and other people couldn't resist her charms? Your Highness, if this was heard by my godmother, then she would definitely not agree and accuse you of trying to steal her daughter. Yu Xiao's joke also hinted at her own personal thoughts on this matter. Princess Consort Jing was about to reply when her son butted in. Zhu Junyang deftly changed the subject to what he had seen and experienced on his journey. He babbled story after story to let his mother hear. Only after he saw that his mother didn't propose the idea of adopting a daughter again did he finally relax. Zhu Junyang currently had a position at court that didn't have much required of him. Thus, on most days, when there wasn't anything special going on, he didn't have to go to court. In order to compensate his mother for making her worry for more than a year, he decided to stay in Tenggu Town for now. Other than practicing his martial arts, he mostly spent his days playing chess with his mother and amusing her in the garden with flowers. In the garden, there were a few rare and famous camellia plants currently blooming. The brilliant red camellia had just opened a few buds, and the flowers resembled tiny little bells at court. The dark red flowers had sparkling drops of dew clinging to the edges of the petals, and, under the sun, the buds seemed much more lovely and charming. The one that amazed people the most was the scarlet red camellia that was especially bred and called Auspicious Crowned Phoenix. Its flowers were beautiful and plump, dignified and elegant, soft and flexible, and had layers of blush red petals surrounding the center. This flower resembled the red halo of clouds around the sun as it set in the horizon. Although it wasn't very showy, it looked very noble and gorgeous. When Princess Consort Jing saw that her son's attention had been taken up by her favorite camellias, she revealed a joyful expression, "Aren't my camellias beautiful?" HMPH. Lady Fang only recently got a brilliant red camellia recently, but she had to invite people over to a flower fair to flaunt it. Any one of my camellias would be able to outshow her camellias on any day. Zhu Junyang could clearly perceive that his mother was feeling proud and arrogant. He felt a bit helpless at his mother's childish actions. Lady Feng was the wife of the current imperial tutor at court, and was also someone obsessed with flowers. Lady Feng and Princess Consort Jing both loved camellias since they were young. Occasionally they would even have a falling out over a famous and valuable variety of camellia. When Princess Consort Jing found out that Lady Feng had incidentally obtained a brilliant red variety, she bothered the other lady to give it to her several times. However, how could Lady Feng, a camellia addict, bear to give it to her? Thus, Princess Consort Jing could only return to the residence downcast and feeling somewhat depressed. From time to time, she would bring up this topic again to complain. This time, she had recently gotten a few rare and valuable varieties into her hands. How could she not take them out and brag a bit? Although Princess Consort Jing would occasionally squabble with Lady Feng over these flowers, they had never become true enemies. Every time one of them had a banquet or flower fair at her residence, she would never forget to send an invitation to the over. Even though they both compared and bragged about their camellias, they never had a true falling out. Zhu Junyang could tell that his mother had a rather complicated feeling towards Lady Feng, so he resisted the urge to give her advice. Perhaps these two noblewomen had finally found something that gave them both pleasure in their normally dull and boring lives. Yanger, has your ability reached a more stable state? After Princess Consort Jing watered her beloved camellias, she suddenly asked her son this question. Zhu Junyang's eyes dimmed and he lightly shook his head. Sometimes I still get influenced by another person's emotions. However, I have gotten better at controlling my feelings to avoid being influenced too much. The princess consort looked at her son with a gaze full of pity. When her son hadn't reached the age of 5, he was so cute and adorable that people couldn't help but draw him into their arms and hug him. Ever since he fell into the water at 5 and was in a coma for 10 days, he had the ability to perceive other people's thoughts and feelings. At the time, Prince Jing had just been given the title of Imperial Prince and the Emperor had given him weighty responsibilities. She, on the other hand, didn't have good health either, so she had relaxed her hold on the residence a bit. Many spies had entered their residence and she suspected that her son's accidental fall into the water wasn't an actual accident. Her 5-year-old son felt bewildered and afraid by his new ability. Over time, he became more and more taciturn and antisocial. At the time, Prince Jing had just taken office and was busy with court issues. Sometimes, the family wasn't able to see him for many days in a row. As for herself, she was bedridden from illness and wasn't able to sense the changes in Zhu Junyang. By the time she recovered, her youngest son had thrown himself into his martial arts training and he had acquired a high-strung and temperamental personality. It was as if he was a balloon that was inflated to its maximum state. At any time, he could explode. She had once thought that her son became warped because she had fallen ill and was unable to take care of him. After she recovered, she spent all of her time and energy on her youngest son. However, all her efforts were for naught. He didn't change much. Instead, her second son started to believe that she was impartial. Jealousy invaded his heart and he drifted away from his youngest brother. Consequently, her youngest son's temperament became even more unstable and volatile. On the year that her youngest son turned 9, one of the higher-ranking concubines in the residence decided to meddle with her. Princess Consort Jing's personal maidservant was bribed and started to poison her with a slow-acting substance. Her body's condition slipped with every passing day. Her youngest son, who was already living in his own courtyard, visited her when she was ill one day. As he passed her personal maidservant with a medicine bowl in her hands, he suddenly pulled out the dagger from his waist and chopped off her hands in a rage. He continuously interrogated the hapless servant, demanding to know who sent her. The handmaiden passed out from extreme pain yet continuously held her innocence. All of the people around her misunderstood her youngest son. None of them sensed that something was wrong and they accused him of being brutal, vicious and merciless. From then on, her Yanger transformed into his current temperament, an icy cold personality that emitted apathy at all times. It was as if he had sealed himself within a giant frozen glacier. Finally, Prince Jing investigated this situation after he heard about what happened. Only then did they find out what good deeds that personal maidservant had done. By following the trail of clues, they finally found and caught the villain behind the scenes. The concubine had been punished with death by poison while the rest of the world only knew that she had passed away suddenly from a fast-acting illness. At this time, Princess Consort Jing realized she had misunderstood her son this entire time. However, it was too late to try to fix her mistakes. She used an entire year's worth of time to carefully attend to her youngest son. Only then was she able to slowly crack open his outer shell and sneak through a tiny little hole to his inner thoughts and heart. That was when she finally had a hint of the secret that he had concealed for 5 years. She was truly quite frightened when she first found out his secret. However, when she saw the hurt and pain within her youngest son's eyes, she knew right then that if she pushed him away again, she would lose her son forever. Because she was afraid that people would regard him as a monster, she didn't even mention this to her husband, Prince Jing. Despite her weak and frail body, she gave all of her maternal love and selflessness to her youngest son. She did her best to convince her son that this ability of his wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but it took years to let the idea settle into his head. Everyone always said that a person's heart was inscrutable. With this ability, a person's inner thoughts and feelings were on the table for Zhu Junyang. Those who treated him well, he could remember for a lifetime and allow them to become his most faithful and loyal companions. As for those who didn't have good intentions, he would be able to understand their every movement and be able to prepare against them or strike when necessary. When Zhu Junyang was younger, it was easy for him to be influenced by the strong feelings of other people. As his ability got stronger, his personality became more and more odd, and he reacted by becoming even colder than before. As he slowly grew up, he became more adept at handling and controlling his own feelings to weaken other people's influence on himself as much as possible. However, his frosty nature had already been ingrained in him, and this type of personality made him lose many friends. Therefore, he became even more antisocial and icy. Regardless, she was glad that her son was well and in front of her. Even though he was less talkative, his eyes now carried a bit of warmth. Mother, the garden in the West Mountain residence, E.H. Younger brother, you're here. Princess Consort Jing's second son, Zhu Jungxi, walked through the flowering garden and billowing willows in the direction of the pavilion. When he saw the unfamiliar figure, he hesitated a moment before he called out a greeting. Deeply hidden within Zhu Junyang's dark eyes was a hint of loss. It seemed like his second older brother would never treat him as he did when he was 5 years old. Zhu Jungxi arrived at the pavilion and stayed quiet for a bit before he finally smiled. Younger brother, when did you arrive? How come you didn't let us know beforehand? I got here yesterday morning. I wanted to give mother a nice surprise. Zhu Junyang had always been taciturn. The conversation between the two brothers revealed an unfamiliar feeling of awkwardness. Princess Consort Jing felt a bit helpless inside. She gently smiled. Yanger, your second brother has done a lot of work in making sure the West Mountain residence gets completed. He almost spends all of his time there and he's working quite hard. Zaire, your younger brother brought over some presents from you that he got from the Western Hemisphere. They are all things that we've never seen before. Yanger, why don't you take them out now? Zhu Junyang took out a carved pocket watch that was painted a bright copper color from his chest pocket and placed it into his older brother's hands. He dryly explained how the pocket watch worked and how it could tell the time. Zhu Jungxi saw that the pocket watch was small and exquisite, yet had the ability to keep the time accurately. He immediately liked the item. Previously, he had a heart-to-heart conversation with his lady mother and he had decided on leaving once the construction on the new residence was finished. He was planning on enlisting in the army and using his own strength and abilities to see how far he could go. With the world in front of him, he naturally wouldn't brood on past injustices anymore. Thus, all of his jealousy and petty thoughts had evaporated into smoke. Zhu Junyang could distinctly tell that his second brother's mood had changed for the better. A current of warmth traveled through his ice-cold heart. He had many memories with his older brother that were tinged with many different feelings. In his youth, his father had been busy with court and his mother's body was weak. His eldest brother, as the heir, had been busy at his own lessons, so Zhu Junyang only had his second brother, who was 5 years older than him, to accompany and love him. At that time, he had wholeheartedly relied on second brother, but for some reason, and he didn't know when, his second brother changed. He drifted apart, became hostile, and avoided him. Later on, he gained his ability to spy on other people's thoughts and understood why his second brother had changed. However, it was something he had no control over. His mother, at that time, was his only grasp on life. Without her, he would always be stuck in a deep abyss. Thus, he selfishly plundered his mother's attention that should have been on his second brother. Although guilt plagued his heart, he couldn't bear to let go. Although he didn't know the reason, he could tell that second brother had finally let things go. As for him, he was no longer that vulnerable little boy that thirsted for affection. Perhaps, and he knew it was an extravagant hope, his relationship with his second brother could return to normal. Zhu Jungxi revealed a smile that was as warm as the spring sun and gently patted his younger brother's shoulder. He sincerely said, "Thank you for this gift, I really like it." The corners of Zhu Junyang's mouth curved up and exposed a tiny smile that could barely be seen. Princess Jing witnessed this entire scene and felt gratified as well as a bit disconsolate at the same time. Her youngest son had smiled, After not smiling for 11 years, she could finally see Yanger's smile again. The three family members warmly chatted amongst themselves under the luminous and bright spring sun. Naturally, Princess Consort Jing and Zhu Jungxi did most of the talking while Zhu Junyang quietly listened to them. However, the icy cold atmosphere around Zhu Junyang seemed to be slowly melting under this type of environment. In the Fang estate, on the other hand, chaos was reigning. Lady Fang had been strolling around the garden when she suddenly felt a sharp pain throb in her belly. Her face immediately became white, and she covered her belly and let out a cry. Linglong, who was supporting her, panicked upon seeing this. She supported her mistress on one hand while she screamed, "Someone come! Our mistress is about to give birth." Immediately, the entire courtyard full of maids bustled into frenetic activity. Some went to call the midwife, while others ran to find a doctor. There were even some who ran around like headless flies. The maids scrambled around in a panic and a few even crashed into each other. What is going on? Yu Xiaosao, who was currently in the kitchen cooking up some medicinal cuisine, heard all of the ruckus and came out. She frowned fiercely and scolded all of the servants. The sound of her voice seemed to calm everyone down, and the whole courtyard quieted down almost instantaneously. Yu Xiaosao had come out in a hurry, so there was still a soup ladle in her hands. All of the servants silently lined up as she instructed them individually. "You, go to the front courtyard and bring over some trustworthy elder servants in. You need to go to the kitchen and boil some water. You, go to the outer courtyard and send people bring godfather home. Older sister Linglong, escort my godmother to the birthing chamber. This is my godmother's first child, so it should take some time from when the pangs first started to when she's ready to push him out." All of the maids seemed to know what they needed to do now, so they immediately went off to do their duties. Linglong gratefully smiled at Yu Xiaosao. They were fortunate that Miss Xiaosao was here today. "Godmother, younger brother must be impatient to see all of us. Come here, I'll support you as you slowly walk. No need to rush." Xiaosao's sweet and dulcet voice seemed to have the ability to calm a person's heart. Lady Fang's panicky heart slowly became calm and the sharp pangs in her belly gradually subsided. The color of her complexion became normal again, and she smiled at her maids who acted as if they were facing their worst enemy. "It's okay. I don't feel pain right now, so don't be worried." Xiaosao continued to support her godmother towards the already prepared birthing chamber. After helping her godmother sit down on the bed, she softly said, "All women will experience labor pain before the birth is done. Godmother, this is your first child, so the labor pains will likely be longer than usual. This is all considered normal, so there is no need to panic. I'm going to the kitchen to check on something since the medicinal cuisine should be almost done. You should eat something now and save your strength for later." Lady Fang cradled her belly and leaned on a hard pillow at the head of the bed. She smiled and nodded. "Ah, you. My little sweetie is such a young child, yet you explain the birthing process so well. You truly do have the air of a little doctor." Ah. Yu Xiaosao pursed her lips and remarked, "Godmother, I already asked around. How can I not take this matter seriously when you're going to give birth to my little brother? I'm going to go grab the medicinal cuisine, you should rest first." After plating the medicinal cuisine, Xiaosao came out of the kitchen and saw her godfather, Fang Zizhen, rushing through the gate. Sweat beaded his brow as he strode quickly towards the inner rooms. This child of theirs did not come easy. After begging the heavens for years, they had finally obtained this blessing. Fang Zizhen had been nervous ever since he found out his wife was pregnant. Today, when he had left the house, he had felt unsettled. The uneasiness did not abate, and he had a feeling that something important was going to happen today. He had been an orphan since childhood, and his wife's wet nurse had been left in the capital to manage their residence's affairs. Without anyone experienced at home to watch over, it really made him a bit anxious. It was probably best for him to stay home for the next couple of days. When he got to the docks, he carelessly patrolled around. Throughout the whole process, his eyelids twitched constantly as his heart fretted about his wife, who was on the verge of childbirth, at home. Afterwards, Fang Zizhen hurriedly spurred his horse back into town. He came across the house's steward the moment he entered through the town gates, who informed him that the lady of the house was about to give birth. Fang Zizhen felt his heart squeeze and whipped his horse forward into its top speed. On the whole journey there, he had almost run over several pedestrians. The steward behind him had to constantly apologize to those unfortunate people as he also headed back. While he was rushing back, Fang Zizhen wished he could suddenly grow a pair of wings and fly back to his wife's side. The doctor had told him that his wife was on the older side, so she would likely have an element of danger when giving birth. At this time, he wasn't by her side, so she must be scared, right? Although they had their adopted daughter, who normally acted like a small adult, she was still a kid who hadn't reached the age of 10. Who knew how panicked she would get at this time? As his thoughts circled around his head, his feet stamped impatiently forward and he almost started running. Because he was in such a rush, he almost bumped into Yu Xiaosao, who was currently holding a tray full of medicinal cuisine. Godfather, Yu Xiaosao narrowly avoided the large man and managed to save the food within her hands. She rolled her eyes at her godfather and commented, "Don't worry, the midwives are already here. These two are well-known experts in town, and godmother's body is quite healthy. This birth will definitely go very smoothly." Fang Zizhen came to a stop and took the food from his adopted daughter's hands. He rubbed her head and linked hands with her as he softly said, "Daughter, you're probably scared out of your wits, right? Don't be afraid, giving birth to a child is." Yu Xiaosao slanted her eyes at him and made fun of him, "Godfather, how many times have you seen children being birthed? How do you know what giving birth is like?" I was only worried that you were scared, so I was trying to comfort you." When Fang Zizhen noticed that she had seen through his actions, he relaxed a bit and felt the panic within his heart settle down a lot. The two of them very soon arrived at the birthing chamber. Lady Fang was in the throes of another contraction, so she supported her belly as she let out a cry. The expression on Fang Zizhen's face immediately changed when he saw this, and he rushed into the room despite the midwives and maids trying to stop him. He held onto his wife's hand as he asked in concern, "Wife, does it hurt? Let me help you rub a bit. Lord, please don't add to the chaos." The midwife steeled herself and pushed away Fang Zizhen's hand as she continued, "The lady's child hasn't reached the birth canal yet. If you start rubbing, you might move the child into the wrong position. Men are not allowed inside the birthing room, so please leave now." "Why can't men enter the birthing room? My wife is giving birth to our child, so what's wrong with me staying by her side?" Fang Zizhen softly growled as he stared fiercely at the midwife with his large eyes that could cause his enemies to tremble in fear. After hearing his rebuke, the first midwife trembled. The other woman hurriedly interjected, "Lord, it is said that the scent of blood from the birthing room is ominous. You can't help with anything here and will only cause trouble for your wife. Therefore, can you please wait outside?" Fang Zizhen's innate stubbornness reared its head and he loftily lifted his head and proclaimed, "Not okay. My wife has a cowardly nature and this is the first time she's giving birth. She must be very scared right now, so I need to stay here and give her some courage." Fang Zizhen was a general and would likely have to go back onto the battlefield in the future. When Lady Fang heard that it was not auspicious for him to be here, she hurriedly shooed him away. "What can you do here anyway? Can you carry the pain or birth the child for me? If you continue to stand here, you will only influence my mood. Wife, don't be afraid. I'm here for you." Fang Zizhen pretended that he didn't hear a word. He gripped his wife's somewhat cold hand and boasted, "If I could help you birth the child instead, then I naturally wouldn't have you do this task." "Wife, does it hurt? If it hurts, you can bite on my hand. My skin is thick and I have plenty of flesh, so I'm not afraid of pain." With her loving husband by her side, Lady Fang completely calmed down at this time. She glared moodily at her shameless man and said, "Do you think that me biting you will get rid of my pain?" Another contraction attacked her, and she gritted her teeth. In between the contractions, Fang Zizhen personally fed his wife a bowl of medicinal cuisine and a few eggs stewed in brown sugar. Yu Xiaosao also had her godfather support her godmother to walk a few rounds around the room. She told them that it would help the child move into the right position. Fang until the evening, when her water finally broke. Fang Zizhen wiped off the dense sweat that dotted his wife's forehead and tenderly remarked, "How come this stinky youngster hasn't come out yet? He's causing so much trouble for my wife. In the future, just watch me slap his bottoms." Lady Fang, who was in the midst of gritting her teeth to endure the pain of another contraction, firmly glared at him and snarled, "If you dare to hit him, then I will hit you. Okay, quickly birth this stinky boy and then you can hit me all you want." Fang Zizhen could feel his wife clamping down on his hand. It was obvious that his wife was in a lot of pain to grip his hand so tightly. Thinking about this made his heart hurt. "The cervix is opening. Lady, when I tell you to push, that's when you push off." Both of the midwives joyfully instructed her. When Yu Xiaosao saw that the birth was about to happen, she hastily told Fang Zizhen, "Godfather, you should go out first. If you're here, godmother will only act spoiled when it hurts and won't push as hard. It will only cause her to suffer longer." When Lady Fang heard this, she remarked sourly, "Act spoiled? Who are you talking about? Who will act spoiled towards him? However, daughter is right. If you continue to stay here, it'll be too annoying and affect my concentration." Laboring was a cruel process. It was obvious that pushing a child out would only cause her to look quite fierce. She didn't want her husband to see her in such a state, so Lady Fang had long wanted to shoo him out before that happened. Although he felt quite reluctant to leave, when he heard that he might poorly influence his wife, Fang Zizhen slowly left the birthing chamber. In front of her master, Linglong carefully closed the doors shut. Ah! As soon as Fang Zizhen left the birthing chamber, he suddenly heard a scream from inside. He almost kicked the door open and rushed back in again. Wife, are you okay? Just tolerate it a bit more. Once you finish giving birth to this child, let's not have any more children again. Fang Zizhen pressed himself against the crack in the door as he yelled towards the inside. The veins on his neck bulged and the expression on his face looked even more suffering than the one on his wife's face. Fang Mingzi, you shut up. Lady Fang suddenly lost her usual elegance and grace due to the pain ripping through her. She screamed out her rage, if you don't want more, this lady insists on more. I want to give birth to a dozen more just to piss you off. Everyone inside the room lowered their heads and muffled their laughter. This couple was truly too funny. However, the light atmosphere within the room was quickly replaced by a more solemn one. After the cervix slowly widened, the child within the uterus still didn't drop down into the opening. Lady Fang felt like she was slowly being crushed by a horse carriage and she could only feel one thing now, pain. Yu Xiaosao could also tell that something wasn't right and sternly asked the midwives, what's going on? Neither of the midwives had any color in their faces. One of them replied with a voice that trembled, the lady's child doesn't seem to be in the right position. Doesn't seem? I don't need such a wishy-washy answer. You need to tell me exactly what is going on. If something happens because of your delay, do you think you will be able to take on the consequences? Although Yu Xiaosao didn't have an imposing height and had a somewhat childish-looking face, she truly seemed very intimidating at this moment. The other midwife inhaled deeply and stated, the lady's child's foot, it's a breech birth. Is there a way to fix this? Yu Xiaosao felt panic bubble up in her heart yet managed to force herself to stay cool-headed as she solemnly asked. That midwife thought quickly and then replied, the only thing that can be done is to push the child back into the uterus and then slowly rotate the child. However, this method might injure the lady. Yu Xiaosao glanced at the midwife's thick and crude-looking hands. If that woman used her hands to turn the child, then her godmother would definitely suffer an injury. She gritted her teeth and made a split-second decision, tell me how to do it. I will go ahead. The two midwives looked at Miss Cower's small and delicate little hands and their eyes lit up. The midwife who stated that it was a breech birth squeezed out a smile and said, Miss, if you're the one doing it, then it's likely the lady will survive. Don't be scared, just do what we say and everything will be fine. Lady Fang had been tormented by the relentless pain and was semi-conscious at this point. Yu Xiaosao carefully fed her a few drops of the mystic stone water and managed to squash down the nervousness in her body. She diligently washed her hands over and even rinsed them with some mystic stone water as she firmly enforced the belief that her godmother would survive this with no injuries. The cervix had already dilated to the width of 7 fingers and Xiaosao's hands were small and soft. She gently inserted her hand and touched a tiny little foot not far up. The foot seemed like it could tell that something was touching it and it even pushed down a bit. Xiaosao grabbed onto this foot and carefully pushed at it. As she pushed, she described what was happening to the midwives. Perhaps it was because she was steady and calm, but the two midwives also managed to calm down after wiping their faces full of sweat. They slowly and surely guided Xiaosao on what to do. With the help of the two midwives, before long, the infant had been pushed into the right position. Xiaosao touched the little guy's shaggy head and finally felt her heart settle down again. The little fellow apparently was impatient to get out. Right after his position was adjusted, the little fellow's head managed to get squeezed out of the birth canal despite Lady Fang having minimal energy from exhaustion. He chirped noisily as he fell into Xiaosao's palms. The midwives finally relaxed. The two of them helped to cut the umbilical cord and then used a soft cloth to wipe his body clean of the dirty blood. The midwives grinned in delight as they held the tiny infant up towards Xiaosao, pat him a bit, let him cry. Xiaosao gingerly held the little fellow in her arms. He had tiny and incredibly soft body. The infant, who was just born, had an entirely red body and his skin was so tender that it almost looked transparent. The little boy had his eyes shut and his face was wrinkled. It was hard to tell who he resembled. As he lay in Xiaosao's hands, he apparently felt a bit uncomfortable, so scrunched up his face and kicked his tiny legs. Such a tiny adorable baby, how could Xiaosao bear to pat him hard? When the midwife saw this, she laughed and took the baby and flipped him over in a practiced movement. Perhaps being moved from a soft embrace to a more rough one made him feel uncomfortable as the little fellow started to cry raucously before the midwife could even pat his butt. Fang Zizhen was waiting anxiously inside the courtyard. When heard the loud and powerful cry of the baby, he finally relaxed. A smile blossomed on his face as he muttered, "Stinky brat, you have quite a pair of lungs to cry so loud. You must be an energetic little fellow, just like me, your father." With the help of one of the midwives, Xiao managed to put a diaper on the baby. She looked at the little fellow's tiny and delicate p*** and wickedly thought, if this little guy grows up and finds out that he was once buck naked in front of me, I don't know what kind of expression he would have on his face. A smile fluttered at the edges of her lips as she swaddled the little fellow up into a neat little package. She held him in front of her godmother and whispered, "Godmother, this is little brother. Look at him, he's quite adorable and lively." Lady Fang pried her exhausted eyes open and looked at the little fellow's red face as he cried. A loving smile slowly unfolded on her face. This was the little fellow who had the same blood as her. For this sake of this child, she had waited for a very, very long time. She almost gave up this dream. With him, she could finally consider herself satisfied. After being tormented by this child for an entire day, Lady Fang sweetly fell asleep after seeing her baby. As she dreamt, her loving smile still lingered on her lips. "Wife, is my wife okay?" Fang Zizhen, who had finally been allowed inside the room, asked about his wife first and wasn't concerned about the baby at all. Linglong was holding a basin full of dirty water and whispered quietly towards him, "Shish, madam is very tired, so she just fell asleep. Be a little more quiet to avoid waking her up." After hearing that, Fang Zizhen immediately lowered his volume. He hoarsely whispered, "Is your mistress okay?" "No problem, no problem. Mother and child are both doing well." The two midwives' faces were wreathed with smiles, as if they could see the shiny glitter of money right in front of them. Fang Zizhen sat down next to the bed and didn't even glance at his son. His entire attention was on his wife's somewhat pale face. He gently used his hand to brush away a piece of unruly hair from her face. Because he was afraid of rousing her, he quietly said, "Wife, you have worked hard." Yu Xiao's eyes were full of admiration and envy as she held the forgotten little fellow in her arms. In this society, where men were considered more important than women, and where wives coexisted with concubines, a man who wholeheartedly loved one woman was hard to find. She didn't need someone who knew how to say beautiful things or do romantic things, all she wanted was a man who would only love her and her alone. From her perspective, if she had the choice in her hands, she would rather be single for the rest of her life if she couldn't find that one person who wholeheartedly loved her. The little fellow, who had long been given the name of Fang Haolan, seemed to not get along with his father from the start. As soon as Fang Zizhen held him, he would wail inconsolably without stopping. Fang Zizhen didn't want his wife to suffer any hardships, so he regarded this little fellow, who he had waited until he was over 40 to receive, with an unimpressed eye. Lady Fang laughed and stated that these two must have been sworn enemies in their past lives. Although little baby Fang Haolan had a little temper, he was really quite sweet normally. Other than occasionally crying when his diaper got soiled or when he was hungry, he spent most of his time sleeping peacefully. Lady Fang had heard from Xiao that breastfeeding was good for both mother and child. Although they had already hired a wet nurse, Lady Fang still personally breastfed little Linlin. This made Fang Zizhen feel even more resentful of the little brat who stole his wife's attention away from him. After his son was born, his status within his wife's heart had sharply plummeted. "Come on, HMPH, you little brat, just watch how I torment you in the future." A treacherous smile hovered at the corners of Fang Zizhen's lips. The little fellow, who had just finished drinking his milk, was happily blowing bubbles from his mouth in the arms of his godsister when he suddenly sneezed and he frowned unhappily. Lady Fang somewhat nervously looked over and asked, "What's wrong? Do you think he might have gotten cold from his midday bath?" Right after the little fellow was born, Yu Xiao had fed him a few drops of diluted mystic stone water, so she naturally knew that his body was stronger than a young calf. She smiled, "Sneezing can be caused by a lot of things, so it's not necessarily because he's getting sick. Godmother, my younger brother's body is very healthy, don't be too worried." Lady Fang let out a somewhat sheepish laugh and replied, "After hoping and praying for almost 20 years, I finally got such a tiny little thing. I'm a little nervous. Cower, in the future, you must remind me that I absolutely cannot spoil this guy until he gets rotten." Yu Xiao placed little Linlin, who was sleeping peacefully, on the bed next to her godmother and whispered, "There's a well-known saying, a strict father and loving mother. Don't you still have godfather?" Lady Fang thought for a bit and then chuckled, if you're talking about your godfather's personality, even though he looks very fierce, he's still like a kid inside. He actually wants to fight for favor with his own child, he's really too much. Yu Xiaoxiao joked, doesn't that show that godfather loves and cares about you? You can't just pour all of your attention on little brother and end up neglecting godfather, right? That's right, that's right. Our daughter is right. Fang Zizhen pushed open the door with a face wreathed with smiles. He ruffled Xiaoxiao's hair and complimented her, good daughter, looks like I didn't dote on you for nothing. Lady Fang felt a bit bashful inside, yet she obviously rolled her eyes to cover up her inner happiness and shyness. After the baby was born, the most important ritual after the full moon celebration was the washing ceremony. On the third day after an infant was born, they needed to hold a washing ceremony. Friends and relatives were all invited over to participate. The purpose of this washing ceremony was to wash away all of the bad and dirty things and also pray for fortune and good luck for the newborn. Because most of their friends and family were in the capital, Fang Haolan's washing ceremony was simultaneously simple and grand. It was simple because a lot of people didn't come over. Although many of their friends and relatives got the notice in the capital, they weren't able to make it. As for grand, it was because her godparents and the people around them all attached great importance to this and didn't let a single detail go. On the third day after Fang Haolan was birthed, Yu Xiaoxiao's whole family came over in the early afternoon. Madame Lu and Xiaoxiao's oldest paternal aunt both helped with a lot of matters regarding this ritual. The two midwives grinned until their faces almost split open. With the help of the servants, an incense burner table was set up in the reception area outside of the birthing chamber. The table was set with the images of the childbirth goddess, the sending children goddess, the measles and plague goddess, and another 13 gods. Rice was set on the censer and held the powdered incense. Lady Fang's bedhead also had the images of the god and goddess of Kong beds, and the images had 5 bowls of osmanthus flower pastries in front of them as offerings. The maids all placed copper basins full of locust tree and mugwort juice in front and also set the table with the required articles for the ceremony. At this time, all of the officials in Tanggu town and the docks, including Fang Zizhen's personal assistants, came in with gifts. Even Princess Consort Jing came over with her 2 sons to send her congratulations. The 2 midwives held little Linlin and the washing ceremony began. Fang Zizhen had been an orphan since he was a child and his martial teacher was stationed far away at the borders. Thus, the Yu family represented his side of the family. Yu Hai added a ladle of clear water to the copper basin and also put his presence in there. This represented filling the baan. Yu Hai and his wife had added a pair of carved, auspicious fortune, and longevity, silver bracelets. Yu Hang also used his personal cash reserve to add a beautiful and exquisite silver necklace for little Linlin. Xiaolian added a pair of anklets that had tiny little bells on them. Even little Shish too, who hadn't reached the age of 7, added a silver 9-link chain. As for Linlin's older sister, Xiaoxiao, she had prepared her gift a long time ago. It was a set of auspicious jewelry for children that was made with pure gold and inlaid with jade. The jewelry was finely made, unique, and full of auspicious meanings. Princess Consort Jing's gift was a pair of jade scepters made of the finest mutton fat jade. Her 2 sons also gave them gifts of immense value, especially Royal Prince Yang. His gift was not only expensive but also extremely rare as it was from his travels in the West Hemisphere. It was a small belt accessory that was carved out of ivory. The officials of Tanggu town and Fang Zizhen's personal assistants also added gifts to the copper basin one after another. The maids and older servants also added some longan, jujube, chestnuts and other fruits with auspicious meanings. The 2 midwives continuously spouted out words of good fortune. For example, when a person added water, they would say, flowing water lead to a mind that is clever and quick-witted. When someone was adding jujube, chestnuts, and longan fruits, they would say, jujube seeds will lead to unending descendants, longan, one shall place first on all 3 examinations. After the ritual of adding gifts to the basin was over, the midwives picked up wooden clubs and stirred the contents as they chanted, 1 stir, 2 stirs, 3 stirs, an older brother will take his younger brother for a run. 70 sons, 80 sons, silly sons, naughty sons, all of them will quickly come. Xiaoxiao listened to the proceedings as her excitement shot through the roof. She thought all of this was very interesting. After saying that, the midwife began to bathe the baby. After going through the procedures, the water in the basin had already cooled down. Poor little Linlin was stripped naked, and then put into the water. These days, Xiaoxiao bathed the little fellow nearly every day. The little fellow had gotten used to bathing once a day, so when his swaddling clothes were opened up, he still remained obedient and quiet. However, when the little guy was stripped naked and placed in the slightly cold water, he was suddenly startled and began displaying his amazingly loud voice, crying loudly. The midwife smiled and said, "The young master is certainly someone who is blessed. With a ringing basin, one shall be blessed with good fortune and happiness." Then she started bathing the little guy. As she washed him, she recited the congratulatory speech. First, wash your hair first and be a nobility. Next, wash your waist and each generation will have a higher rank. Clean your lower body, and you will become a county magistrate. Clean your armpits, and you will become a senior official of a prefecture. The other midwife placed a ball of mugwort leaves with a slice of ginger as the base on the baby's forehead and burned it in a token manner. After that, she combed the baby's hair and tidied his appearance, while saying, "Comb 3 times with a comb and 2 times with a fine-toothed comb, you will grow up to be a high-ranking official. Draw your left eyebrow and strike your right sideburn, find a virtuous wife. Brush your teeth and rinse your mouth, you will be an eloquent speaker." After that, she rolled an egg on the baby's face and chanted, "Roll an egg on the face and your face will be like an egg's skin. With fair skin and a healthy blush, you will be a lovely person." Then, she gently patted the little fellow's forehead 3 times with a leek and said, "1 strike for intelligence. 2nd strike for wit. Fang Howlin wasn't someone who would let others control him, so he was extremely uncooperative during the entire process. He kept kicking the water and crying desperately with his eyes closed. Lady Fang's heart ached dearly upon hearing his cries. However, this was a tradition passed down by the older generation to pray for the child. Thus, she could only suppress herself from going up to stop it. When they finally completed the 3 stages of washing ceremony, Yu Xiaosao quickly picked up little Linlin and stuffed him into the embrace of Lady Fang, who was lying on the bed. The little fellow, who was terribly exhausted from being tossed about, stopped crying and fell asleep as soon as he returned to the familiar and warm embrace. Yu Xiaosao expressed deep disapproval for tormenting a 3-day-old baby like this. It was no wonder that the survival rate of babies was so low in ancient times. It wouldn't be weird for a baby with a weaker body to fall ill after being tormented in this way. Last night, Xiaosao bathed the little fellow, who had a stuffy nose, with mystic stone water, and added a few drops of the mystic stone water in the water he drank. Hence, little Linlin was able to avoid the danger of becoming sick. This spring, Yu Xiaosao lived a full and busy life. During her godmother's postnatal confinement period, she attended to her and thought of ways to make meals to nourish her body. She helped her godmother take care of the little guy, Fang Howlin. Besides his mother, little Linlin was the closest to his godsister. She also had to go back every few days to water and fertilize the watermelon, corn, and potatoes. Of course, she didn't need to do the work herself. For her family's a dozen or so mu of farmland, her parents and her aunt's family, whose health had already recovered, would help take care of the fields. She just needed to be responsible for making the so-called fertilizer. When they grew melons and vegetables last year, Yu Hai still didn't really believe that her so-called fertilizer could accelerate the growth of crops. Well, it didn't look any different than clear water. It was colorless and tasteless, so he thought that his younger daughter said it casually like she was playing house. But later, the family's vegetable garden and melon patch grew extremely well. There was no comparison for the watermelon, so it didn't need to be mentioned any further. With a rough estimate, the family's 2 or 3 plots of vegetable fields actually had a bigger harvest than other families' 7 or 8 mu of land. Not to mention, the harvest of the sweet potatoes in autumn was 3 times higher than Erguzi's family's harvest. 3 times higher. Yu Hai once watched the entire process of his younger daughter preparing the fertilizer. She had only added a few drops of water from a small bottle into the bucket. He had even secretly tried it with his tongue, and it was no different from the water that they usually drank. However, it was this extremely ordinary water that displayed such a great effect. Could people not be surprised? He remembered that his younger daughter had once said that her soul had visited the underworld and she had encountered immortals. Could it be that she had really been enlightened by the immortals? Thus, she had the magical ability to turn normal water into a fertilizer that could accelerate growth of crops. Yu Hai thought about this in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything about it, for fear that someone with ulterior motives would hear it and treat his precious daughter like a monster. Since then, in order to cover for his younger daughter, he dug a large manure pit at the foot of the back mountain. The manure of livestock, human waste, and fertilizer made of dead leaves from the mountains were all collected there. When it was time to fertilize the fields, he would come take some as a way to cover for his daughter. When the villagers saw the Yu family's crops growing so well, They all praised Yu Hai for being so hardworking and capable, and that he had used the right amount of fertilizer. No one suspected Xiao Sao at all. Xiao Sao's oldest aunt's family lived in town for several days. Lu Hu's health had just gotten slightly better, and the family hurriedly packed up and went back to Dongshan village with Yu Hai. In their opinion, although it was convenient to live in town, they needed to spend money for everything. The wild vegetables that could be found everywhere in the countryside needed to be bought with money in town. At present, her younger brother was responsible for all their food and accommodation. As his older sister, not only could she not take care of her younger brother, but she also needed him to subsidize her. With that said, would she be able to stay in town with ease? Fortunately, Lu Hu's health recovered rather quickly. In addition, he was able to eat rice and wheat flour for every meal, and from time to time, there would also be chicken, fish, and meat. Every meal that the family ate was like a meal for the new year. The three children had apparently gotten chubbier, and there was also a rosy glow on their faces. Even their personalities seemed to have become livelier. Yu Kaifeng felt that her body was even healthier than before she became a refugee. As soon as her husband was able to walk, Yu Kaifeng packed the little luggage that they had and returned to Dongshan village on her younger brother's carriage. After Yu Kaifeng got married, she had only returned once. It had already been over a decade since she left Dongshan village. When she saw the old elm tree at the entrance of the village again, she really did feel somewhat anxious when approaching her hometown after being away for so many years away. She smoothed out the cotton clothing that her younger brother bought for her, and then squeezed out a smile for those familiar, or unfamiliar, faces from her memory. Oh, isn't this old Yu family's Kaifeng? I haven't seen you for over a decade. Your children are so big already. Under the old elm tree, there were several old people playing chess and chatting. The village head looked up and saw Yu Kaifeng's family coming down from the horse carriage. He was stunned, but he recognized her. Yu Hai's eldest uncle, Yu Lichun, heard this and quickly got up. He walked closer to them and looked carefully at Yu Kaifeng. With slightly moist eyes, he choked up and said, "It's Kaifeng. It's really that child Kaifeng. You have gotten a lot thinner. It must have been difficult over the years, right?" Village chief, eldest uncle, Yu Kaifeng's eyes brimmed with tears, but it was unknown whether she had recalled how she couldn't control her fate in the past, or if it was the joy of reunion. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Yu Lichun wiped the corner of his eyes and said with a big smile, "Your father has been worried about you, since you lived far away in the northeast, since he heard about the drought in the northeast last year. You, this child, are so stubborn. Why didn't you come back earlier? You must have suffered a lot, right?" Yu Hai hastily interjected, "Village chief, eldest uncle, my older sister just came back, so let's get her settled down first." Go, go, the village head waved his hands at them. Yu Lichun, on the other hand, followed them to the Yu family's old residence. Following the path in her memory, they went straight to the old residence. Although she had already prepared her heart, when she saw the black brick, tiled roof house and a tall, imposing stone-enclosed courtyard, Yu Kaifeng still felt astonished inwardly. Younger brother had really made a fortune. Besides the village head's house, it was impossible to find such a dignified house in the entire village. As soon as they entered the gates, their eyes were filled with the vigorous green vegetables that were growing under the sun. Some of the matrons who helped to pick vegetables were close childhood friends of Yu Kaifeng, so there was naturally another series of chatting. In a daze, Yu Kaifeng settled in the two-room compound on the side. After a long time, she finally realized that it wasn't a dream. The three siblings of the Lu family had originally thought that the houses in the countryside would be about the same as their house in the northeast, so they hadn't expected that it would be even more dignified than the houses in town. Although there were only two main rooms, there was a large courtyard and side rooms on both sides of the building. It was more than enough room for a family of 5. The three siblings all got their own rooms, and they were so happy that they didn't even know what they should do. Before they could be happy for too long, Lu Hu called the children together later that evening and solemnly told them, "Children, you guys must remember that we're only temporarily staying at your maternal uncle's house. When father's health is better, I'll find the village head to see if he can give us an approval for a piece of land. We'll build a 2-room straw cottage and move over. It's improper to live in your uncle's house for too long." Lu Junping nodded his head sensibly and said, "I heard that it's easier to find a job at the docks now and there's also a high wage. I'll go to the docks tomorrow to take a look." Lu Yanner bit her lips and said in a soft voice, "I can also earn money by sewing pouches." Lu Fangping, who was only 6 years old, opened his mouth, but lowered his head and muttered, I can't make money. What should I do?" Lu Yanner comforted him considerately, "You can help with the chores at home, such as collecting firewood, making a fire, and so on. In the future, our family will definitely raise chickens and pigs, so you can help feed the little chicks and pigs. Ah. Little Fang Ping immediately cheered up, nodded repeatedly, and said, Xiaoping can help catch bugs to feed the chickens. When the chicks grow up and lay eggs, I can sell them for money. Looking at her sensible and obedient children, Yu Kaifeng held them in her arms, feeling sour and proud in her heart. Hearing that Lu Junping wanted to work at the docks, Yu Hai looked at the little fellow's still growing body, and weak and thin arms. He thought about it and said, our watermelons will ripen soon, so we will surely need help at that time. Why don't Junping stay and help uncle? Now, the 5 members of the Lu family relied on the Yu family for food and accommodation, so they naturally wouldn't refuse to help. The recently recovered Lu Hu, Yu Kaifeng, who couldn't stay idle, and Lu Junping, who considered himself as an adult, followed Yu Hai to work in the fields every morning. They were all capable workers, so they swiftly finished watering, fertilizing, and weeding the dozen or so mu of farmland. It was worth mentioning that Wang Ergo had become much more diligent since the birth of his son. He rented his land to Yu Hai to grow watermelon, and he was even more attentive to the melon field than when he grew sweet potatoes in the past. He had to come over and check the fields several times a day. He searched for weeds in the fields several times a day, so he had already pulled up all the weeds. Looking at the tiny watermelons growing bigger day by day, he seemed to be able to see silver ingots flying at him in succession. It was as if he could see his own house covered with black bricks and tiles, and his son grown up and going to school. Since the seeds had been planted, nearby villagers would come to the Yu family's cornfields to see the rare crop. Due to being specially notified by the royal prince from the capital, the county magistrate attached great importance on this matter and sent bailiffs to patrol the fields every now and then. The village head of Dongshan village took this as a great honor and established a patrol team. Every day from morning to night, there would be people guarding the fields, so it made things a lot easier for the Yu family. Most of the villagers looked up to Yu Hai with great respect. The village head also didn't dare to put on the airs of a village head in front of him. When the village head's successful sons returned to the village, they also took the initiative to be on friendly terms with Yu Hai. This was no joking matter because Yu Hai's family was definitely different from before. First, they became friends with the young boss of Junshou restaurant and caused the future master of the Zhou family to regard them with special respect. After that, they became adoptive relatives of a general. But that wasn't the end of it. Now, they had also became acquainted with a royal prince from the capital. He was a real member of the imperial family. To be able to work for the royal prince, it wasn't only the pride of the Yu family but also the entire Dongshan village. In the future, if someone wanted to cause trouble at Dongshan village, he would have to first consider whether he had the ability to do it. One had to know who the master was before striking a dog. Imperial Prince Jing had built a mountain manor in Dongshan village, so he would certainly provide some protection to Dongshan village. The village head felt his back becoming ramrod straight, and in front of other village heads, he felt a slight sense of pride in being superior to them. There wasn't anyone in the surrounding villages who didn't know that Yu Hai was protected by the royal prince. Therefore, although a lot of people came to see the rare crop, none of them dared to have any malicious intentions. Tisk tisk, is this the corn that was brought back from the west? Why does it look like sorghum seedlings? They didn't plant the wrong seeds, did they? Someone gloated. The Yu family's corn, which had been planted for less than half of a month, had already grown upwards. With a green stalk and wide leaves, it looked like a green flag fluttering in the wind. Compared with the corn in her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao relied on her cheat, the mystic stone water, and sowed ahead of time. As expected, corn watered by the mystic stone water grew very fast. Corn usually took around a month to mature, but the growth period had actually been shortened by half. Moreover, it had grown very luxuriantly. As if it was in a competition, the watermelon fields next to it grew rapidly. Normally, watermelon planted in March or April would be ready for harvest in July or August. For the Yu family, this regular pattern of growth had already been broken. At the beginning of March, when the land in the north had just thawed, the Yu family's melon seedlings had already sprouted and were buried in the fields. In order to prevent freezing, straw thatches were moved to the melon fields. When the temperature was low at night, they would be used as blankets for the seedlings. At noon, when it was warmer, the watermelon seedlings would bask in the sunlight. Even in the early spring when the temperature was low, the watermelon seedlings still grew tenaciously. It was currently still late April, but the watermelons in the fields were already about the size of a rubber ball. The dark green watermelon in the green foliage resembled a mischievous child poking his head out to look about curiously. Yu Hai walked around the melon fields and picked out several watermelons that had ripened early for his daughter in town. He planned to go to town tomorrow and bring 2 watermelons for her to taste. Wang Ergo trotted over with a grin and looked at the plucked watermelons. His eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Brother Dahai, there's already ripe watermelons. That's great. It won't be long before we harvest the watermelons on a large scale, right?" Yu Hai picked up the largest watermelon, stuffed it into Ergozi's hands, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Ergo, you have worked hard during these past 2 months. Take this watermelon back and taste it. Rest assured, we will definitely give you priority for this year's watermelon." This year, they planted 6 mu of watermelon. According to last year's output, they should probably yield about 100,000 caddies of watermelon. Seeing that the Yu family and Wang Ergo made a lot of money from selling watermelons last year, ideas emerged in the minds of the villagers of Dongshan village. They had already quietly approached Yu Hai, hoping to get a wholesale quota. There was a limit to the amount of ripe watermelons produced every day, so he couldn't promise everyone. After a period of distress, Yu Hai chose to work with several families that he had a closer relation with, and politely declined the others. Those who had been rejected would certainly feel unhappy in their hearts, but now Yu Hai was rich and had backing from influential people, so what could they do even if they felt unhappy? Yu Xiaosao, who was taking care of her godmother and younger brother in town, couldn't return to Dongshan village every day, but she was always concerned about the watermelon fields. She counted her fingers every day. Soon, the watermelons would be available on the market. In her heart, she pondered whether she should rent a shop in town to sell the watermelons this year. Although the 2 shops near Junsho restaurant were located in a good area, they had been rented out after all, and signed a 3-year lease. If they rented a shop randomly, it would probably be hard for their business to achieve the same popularity as last year. Just as she was troubled over this matter, her father, Yu Hai, had come to visit his precious daughter with several ripe watermelons. Fang Zizhen had gone to the harbor, so the head steward invited Yu Hai to the study in the front court and sent someone to the inner court to notify the eldest young miss. The head steward didn't dare to slight the master's adoptive relative, who had come from peasant origins. Not to mention the master's attitude towards this adoptive relative of his, but just based on the fact that his daughter was even more important than the master's own daughter, no one would dare to look down on him. The head steward had worked for Fang Zizhen since he had been conferred the title of a general. Due to his loyalty and competence, he had been bestowed the same surname as his master. For servants, it was a great honor to be given the same surname as their master. Whether it was in the general's estate in the capital or the residence in Tanggu town, head steward Fang was second only to the masters. Yu Hai was honest and sincere, but he wasn't dull. He knew that, in order for his daughter to live comfortably in the Fang household, he couldn't offend head steward Fang. He picked one of the watermelons that he brought over and handed it to the head steward. Yu Hai said with a smile, "It's a homegrown watermelon, which isn't worth much money. Head steward Fang, take it and have a taste." Were there watermelons at this time of the year? As the chief steward of the general's estate, head steward Fang naturally wasn't someone who lacked knowledge and experience. His master was favored and trusted by the emperor, so he would be rewarded with some of the watermelons that were given as tribute every year. His master was very generous to the servants, so he had also tried them from time to time. However, weren't watermelons used to relieve the heat in midsummer? Why were the watermelons already matured when it wasn't even summer yet? Although there was doubt in his heart, head steward Fang happily accepted the present and sincerely thanked him. Seeing eldest young miss coming from the inner court, he excused himself and left. Head steward Fang had come to Tanggu town with his whole family. When he brought the watermelon to his own housing compound, his 2 young sons welcomed him with a cheer. "Watermelon. Father, you're actually willing to buy such an expensive thing for us to eat?" The corner of head steward Fang's mouth twitched. He patted his youngest son's bottom and said with a smile, "When was your father ever unwilling to buy things for you guys?" This watermelon was rewarded by the general's adoptive relative. At this time of the year, it can't even be bought with money. They probably grew it themselves, right? Last year, I heard the servants of the Zhang estate next door say that the Yu family's watermelons are big and sweet, moreover, the price is much cheaper than in the capital. At that time, the lord often lived in Dongshan village, so he must have eaten a lot of watermelons. Head steward Fang's oldest son, who was 15 years old, took the watermelon with a smile and spoke as he eagerly went to find a knife. The head steward's wife, who was in charge of the inner court's kitchen, wasn't in the room at the moment. His oldest son took his 2 younger brothers and skillfully cut open the watermelon. The red melon meat was dripping with alluring juice as the knife sliced through it, and a sweet smell hit their noses. His youngest son, who was only 6, couldn't resist swallowing his saliva, and he stared at the watermelon as if his eyes were glued on it. The head steward couldn't help from laughing and patting the little guy's bottom again. In his heart, he thought about his youngest son's age and the possibility of his youngest son becoming the young master's personal manservant in the future. Their age gap wouldn't be considered too big, would it? Everything in the general's household would definitely belong to the young master in the future. It seemed like he needed to personally teach his youngest son. Steward, head steward, a slightly flustered voice sounded in head steward Fang's ears. It was the gatekeeper, old Joe. Could it be that something happened at the entrance? Head steward Fang didn't have time to enjoy the delicious watermelon with his sons and hurriedly rushed out of the room. He saw the gatekeeper, old Joe, trotting in, but he couldn't tell whether the expression on his face was due to excitement or panic. Head steward, Young, Royal Prince Young, Royal Prince Young. Since he had rushed over, old Joe was out of breath and stuttering, which made head steward Fang very anxious. Royal Prince Young came. Our madam has a good relationship with Princess Consort Jing. Did the Princess Consort send Royal Prince Young to visit our mistress? His master didn't have any relations with Prince Jing's estate, let alone Royal Prince Young, who was aloof and proud. Except for this reason, head steward Fang really couldn't think of another possibility. Old Joe first nodded his head, and then shook his head incessantly. He patted his own chest several times and finally stopped gasping for breath. After that, he loudly said, Royal Prince Young came to see our eldest young miss. After the birth of the young master, the Fang Zizhen couple had ordered the servants to call their goddaughter, eldest young miss. This was to show that Yu Xiaosao still had a very high position in the couple's hearts, and was comparable to their own child. Royal Prince Young wanted to see eldest young miss. When did eldest young miss know this cold-faced royal prince? Although head steward Fang had doubts in his mind, he still rushed over to personally greet the royal prince, and respectfully invited him into the estate. Royal Prince, our eldest young miss is currently in the reception hall of the outer court. This way please. Head steward Fang was polite and respectful, but not cowardly. That lass is in the reception hall. Since when was a little girl allowed to entertain the guests in the Fang household? It seems like the lass has quite a high position in the hearts of General Fang and his wife Ah. Zhu Junyang's pair of deep eyes were filled with the glow of interest. Yu Xiaosao, who had received the news from the reception hall, saw the youth, who appeared to be isolated from all heat despite being bathed in the sunlight. Beside the tall, green bamboo, a young man who exuded a faint and indifferent aura, walked over with the light against his back. Under the warm spring sun, circles of dazzling light shone on the youth's hair, which was scattered on his shoulders. He had a cold and haughty gaze and a pair of beautiful and slender eyes. Under his tall, sculpture-like nose, his thin lips were pursed into a line. The sharp gaze and cold expression of the youth showed an unruly incisiveness and sharpness. However, for some unknown reason, Yu Xiaosao could clearly feel that his coldness and aloofness was just a solid shell to protect his soft heart. To be armed with indifference at all times, he must be very tired, right? For no reason at all, she actually felt a slight sense of heartache. The faint fragrance of tea lingered in the air of the reception hall. Zhu Junyang sat uninhibitedly at the main guest seat, slowly picked up the cup of tea, pushed away the green buds floating on the surface of the tea with the cup lid, and took a sip with his ruby lips, Westlake Longjing tea. It wasn't a very valuable variety of tea, but it emitted a clear fragrance and had a mellow sweet taste that he had never tried before. Zhu Junyang looked down at the tea leaves in the cup. His thick and curled eyelashes were like a pair of butterfly wings, fluttering. He lowered his head and took another sip of the fragrant tea. Yu Hai sat in a slightly restrained manner on the seat on the right of Royal Prince Yang. He had only seen and heard of such characters like princes and princess consorts in operas and storybooks. It was really a brand new experience for him to be in the same space as a royal prince. Yu Hai glanced at his younger daughter, who handled the situation with ease, and felt that, as her father, he must not disgrace her even if he couldn't help her. With this thought, he straightened his back and put on a slightly more serious expression. After the young royal prince came in by himself, he hadn't said a word and just drank tea. Yu Xiaosao felt that she had several imaginary black lines on her forehead. This guy, he didn't specially come to the Fang estate to drink tea, did he? Seeing that the royal prince didn't have any intention to speak, Yu Xiaosao was getting somewhat impatient. She personally poured more tea for the young royal prince and said with a slight smile, "May I ask for the reason of young royal prince's visit?" Such an awkward-sounding dialogue nearly caused her to bite on her own tongue. Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes in her heart. It's so tiring to talk to these royalties. Zhu Junyang clearly felt Yu Hai's slightly uneasy mood. He knew that this man, who looked very simple and honest, was the little lass's father. He looked at the fresh watermelon on the table in the reception hall. It seemed like there were dewdrops on the leaves, so he must have brought it over for his daughter as soon as he plucked it this morning. He was a father who dearly loved his daughter. He knew that the Yu family's watermelons sold very well last year. But he didn't expect the watermelons to mature so early in the year. If he remembered correctly, even in the warm south, it wouldn't be possible for watermelons to ripen so early. This watermelon, after pondering for a moment, the reticent Zhu Junyang said 2 words and then turned silent again. What the heck, not only did he come to drink tea, but now he also wants to eat watermelon. I didn't encounter a fake royal prince, did I? Yu Xiaosao couldn't help but roll her eyes. With the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of the little girl's expression. Zhu Junyang suddenly felt that there was something wrong. Why couldn't he feel that lass's mood and thoughts? Zhu Junyang's ability to pry into other people's thoughts wasn't the ability to read minds. Instead, he was able to clearly perceive the other person's emotions such as joy, sadness, cruelty, and dislike. For example, Yu Hai's uneasiness at the moment. The stronger the emotion, the more it affected him. At times, when all kinds of negative emotions came at him, it would be so overwhelming that he would want to find a method to vent. For a period of time, he had used violence to vent, but that only enhanced his notorious reputation. For more than a decade, there was barely any emotion that he couldn't sense. However, today, he actually couldn't detect the slightest mood change in the little girl in front of him. This both surprised and disturbed him. While he was feeling puzzled, Yu Xiaosao had already asked someone to bring a knife, quickly cut open the watermelon, put it on a tray, and carried it over to the royal prince. Her big eyes were curled into a pair of crescent moons and the dimples on the corner of her smiling lips appeared from time to time. She said with a crisp voice, "Young royal prince, this watermelon is one of the earliest to mature in our fields. Try a slice." Zhu Junyang looked at her brightly smiling face, which was like a spring flower, and inwardly wondered the true meaning behind her smile. Was the smile genuine? Could she be plotting something that he didn't know? He suddenly realized that without the perceptive ability that he detested, there was no sense of security within his heart. He looked at the bright red watermelon, and then looked up and stared fixedly at the little person holding the tray, as if he wanted to look into the depth of her heart. Didn't the young royal prince want to eat watermelon? Why isn't he eating it after I cut it for him? Why is he looking at me? Is there something dirty on my face? Yu Xiaosao couldn't help but free a hand and touched her clean, little face. The watermelon juice on her hand accidentally left a red mark her face. The big pair of bright, limpid eyes in front of him blinked. It was often said that a person's eyes were the window to their souls. This pair of eyes didn't dodge his cold gaze. Her clear, pure eyes gradually eased his guarded heart. She was only a rural girl, who wasn't even 10, so how many ulterior motives could she have? Was he being a little too nervous and treating everyone like an enemy? Under the gaze of those slightly doubtful eyes, he raised his hand, picked up a slice of watermelon in his hands, and slowly put it in his mouth. A slightly cool sweetness dispersed within his mouth. The taste of this watermelon was sweeter and more delicious than all the watermelons that he had eaten before. As if all the negative emotions had been taken away by indescribable sweetness, there was only one word in his heart: enjoyment. How's the taste? The little face that was filled with anticipation for praises and compliments appeared vividly in front of him. It seemed as if he would be condemned as a sinner if he didn't say a word of compliment. After finishing the slice of watermelon in his hand, Zhu Junyang took another piece and gave a rare compliment: "It's pretty good." "Right, isn't it?" Yu Xiaosao's big eyes narrowed into a line like a cat that was satisfied with its owner's caressing. "I told you. Ordinary watermelons can't compare to the taste of the watermelons grown by our family. With just the size alone, it's already more superior than all the other watermelons in the Great Ming Dynasty." Hearing this, Yu Hai knew that his daughter's little love for boasting was acting up again. However, they were in front of the royal prince, so they needed to be cautious and not offend the lord. He quickly said, "Daughter, shouldn't we be a little more humble?" The strong father-daughter affection came directly at Zhu Junyang. He looked at the slightly dull rural man. His heart was obviously full of timidity, but he was willing to take the risk of offending him to help his daughter. Compared to those officials who sold their daughters to seek honor, this was such a pure fatherly love. The shackles in Zhu Junyang's heart seemed to have loosened a bit. There were positive aspects of the people in the countryside. Their simplicity, pureness, and kindness were things that had long been forgotten by those so-called nobles who had experienced officialdom for a long time. Due to this, his body and mind gradually relaxed at this time. Your daughter is right. Your family's watermelon is grown very well. I'll be returning to the capital in a few days, so load a cart for me to bring back as gifts. Zhu Junyang said in a very matter-of-course manner. Load a cart? Is he paying? Even without using his perceptive ability, Zhu Junyang could easily read the little girl's thoughts based on her obvious expression. Who is this prince? Would I not be able to afford a cart of watermelons? Even if I just randomly took out one of the small items brought back from the west, it will be worth more than a cart of watermelons. What does she take this prince as? Those tyrants who doesn't pay after taking something. Zhu Junyang was so angry that he became amused. Royal Prince, may I dare ask, around many days will it be before you return to the capital? Using their watermelons as gifts. It was such an honor to be valued by the royal prince. Yu Hai felt excited with just the thought of those nobles in the capital eating his family's watermelons and knowing that the Yu family of Tenggu town produced delicious watermelons. However, they wouldn't be able to harvest a lot of watermelons in the next 2 days. If the royal prince wanted them tomorrow, where would he find a cart of watermelon for him? Zhu Junyang didn't want to think too deeply about Yu Hai's contradictory moods of excitement and distress, and said, we will set out 5 days later. Is there something that you're troubled about? No, there isn't. Yu Hai finally felt relieved. 5 days later, the watermelons in the fields should be mostly ripened. There shouldn't be any problem with loading a cart. Money, what about the money? Shouldn't you leave a deposit? Yu Xiaosao blinked her big, bright eyes and looked expectantly at the young royal prince. The corner of Zhu Junyang's mouth twitched a few times. Was money all this little lass thought about? She just hadn't stretched out her hands and directly asked for money. He took off the embroidered pouch tied around his waist and threw it directly onto the tray in Xiaosao's hands. Yu Xiaosao stared at the exquisite embroidered pouch. It was shriveled up and didn't seem like there was a lot of money inside. As a royal prince, this guy shouldn't be too poor, right? Inside, could it be golden ingots? Wasn't that how it usually was in all the novels? Those high-ranking officials and noble lords all used golden ingots. A piece of gold was worth 10 pieces of silver. It should be enough for the deposit, right? What was with this little lass's gaze? Did she think that he gave too little money? How expensive would a cart of watermelons be? At most, 1,000 taels of silver. Inside his embroidered pouch was a high-quality mutton fat jade pendant, which was worth at least 5,000 taels of silver. Such ignorance. Aiya, this young prince is so poor. But it doesn't matter. When I visit the princess consort in a few days, I can conveniently mention this matter and ask her to increase her youngest son's allowance. Aiya, I'm so kind and righteous. Doing good deeds without leaving a name. Thinking about the young royal prince's rich mother, Yu Xiaosao stopped worrying about whether there was enough money for the deposit. Seeing that the young prince had stopped after eating a few more slices of watermelon, she instructed a maidservant, who worked in the outer courtyard, to bring the watermelons to the bodyguards so that they could have a taste. Since the watermelon had already been cut open, it would be a waste to just let them sit on the table. The imperial guards had been working very hard too. The young girl was quite good at conducting herself. It should be noted that people also treated the imperial guards of the Prince Jing's estate in a courteous manner and flattered them. Their status was even higher than those low-ranking officials in the capital. The corn kernels, have you planted them yet? Zhu Junyang finally remembered the reason for his visit and asked. Corn kernels. It wouldn't be that he regretted giving her the seeds and wanted them back, right? Yu Xiaosao looked at the young royal prince with a stunned expression. Zhu Junyang sullenly said, what's with your expression? There's no way that this prince, will take back something that I have given away. The ministers of the Ministry of Revenue don't know how to grow corn. I'm here to ask if you have planted them already, and the method of sowing. Does he know how to read minds? How does he know what I was thinking when I didn't even say it yet? Yu Xiaosao had inadvertently revealed the truth. Zhu Junyang, you just don't have the words written on your face, but anyone can see what you're thinking, okay? You have been living in town these days. If it delays the farming, you will be punished. Don't forget that you have already signed a military writ. Zhu Junyang couldn't help reminding her. Why am I talking so much today? What's going on? Yu Xiaosao raised her eyebrows and said with a smile full of confidence, rest assured. The corn has been planted for more than half a month. Isn't it almost up to the calves, father? Yu Hai had to walk around the fields every day, so he naturally knew the progress of the corn like the back of his hands. Hearing her question, he quickly nodded and said, The leaves of the corns are already 2 fingers wide, and each stalk of corn has at least 6 or 7 leaves. It should have already entered the jointing stage. Daughter, don't worry, with father looking after it for you, there won't be any problems. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled brightly at her father, and then turned to Zhu Junyang and said, "Did you hear? Without being modest, I'll say that there's nothing that my family can't grow. By the way, father, I asked you to help me transplant the apple and persimmon trees. Have you moved them yet?" "Yes, yes, apples, persimmons, and grapes have all been moved. I also found a hickory nut tree in the mountains and moved it next to our yard." Yu Hai had never refused his youngest daughter's requests. "That's great. In the future, when we're staying indoors during the winter, we can sit on the Kong bed and eat delicious roasted hickory nuts." "Father, you're the best." Yu Xiaoxiao pulled on her father's hand and shook it in a spoiled manner. Yu Hai gently caressed his younger daughter's little head and smiled until his crow's feet appeared. Well, this pair of father and daughter has started chatting with each other now. It is really okay for them to leave me, this esteemed guest, hanging. Feeling the deep affection between the father and daughter and seeing their interesting interaction, Zhu Junyang was reluctant to interrupt the warm scene. "Miss Yu likes to eat hickory nuts. Then you must also like sunflower seeds." Zhu Junyang didn't want to just be a spectator and couldn't help interjecting. "Sunflower seeds. There are already sunflower seeds in this era. That's great. Eating sunflower seeds is my favorite thing to do in my spare time." "Sunflower seeds? You have the seeds?" Yu Xiaoxiao eagerly asked. Sure enough, she knows about sunflowers. This little girl from the Yu family must have some kind of secret, just like the emperor also has a secret. Zhu Junyang's voice was cold but not callous. He slowly nodded and said, "That's right. Among the seeds that I brought back from the west, there's sunflower seeds. I heard that cooked sunflower seeds are edible. You can try it." Okay, give me the seeds and I will try planting it." Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help cheering in her heart. Haha. Fortunately, she had transmigrated to the Great Ming Dynasty and had a senior transmigrator who liked to travel across the sea and look for treasures in the west. In the future, she could eat sunflower seeds. So happy. Looking at the young girl's expression, which resembled a kitten who secretly ate a little fish, Zhu Junyang's mood had inexplicably improved. The most genuine things were the most touching. Perhaps, in Tanggu town, he could relax wholeheartedly without having to stay away from the crowd. He didn't need to be on guard at all times, and he didn't have to doubt everything. This kind of lifestyle might be more suitable for him. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth curled up into a charming smile. After so many years, he had finally found the expression of smile again. "When I go back to the capital, I'll have someone send the seeds over. It won't be too late, right?" If Princess Consort Jing saw him speaking so much on his own initiative, would she be happy or jealous? No, it won't be too late. With the mystic stone water as her cheat, she could still grow the sunflowers even if she got them later. How many seeds would the young royal prince give her? Would it be enough to eat? Holding her small face, Yu Xiaoxiao smiled so much that only her 2 rows of curly whites could be seen, and her eyes had disappeared. "I want to see the growth of the corn and make a simple record." Zhu Junyang thought about how he left the troubled Ministry of Revenue behind in the capital and came to Tanggu town to relax. If the emperor asked about it, he would have an excuse. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was in a good mood, nodded incessantly and said, "All right. Tomorrow I will accompany young royal prince to the fields. Rest assured, there definitely won't be any problems with letting us grow the corn." After setting a time to meet and go back to Dongshan village tomorrow, Zhu Junyang stood up and said goodbye. "If you guys can finalize a set of methods to cultivate corn and potatoes, this prince will report your meritorious deed. At that time, you will naturally be rewarded." Although she was afraid that her identity as a transmigrator would be revealed by her fellow transmigrator, the emperor, the rewards granted by the emperor must be extraordinary. Yu Xiaoxiao felt distressed in her heart. Should she take credit for this contribution or not? The next day, the news that the royal prince would visit Dongshan village had already spread throughout the village at rocket speed. After the village chief received this news from Yu Hai last night, he was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep for the entire night. With 2 large dark circles under his eyes, he started making preparations. He gathered the whole village early in the morning and held a meeting. The main point of the meeting was to remind the villagers to be more cautious and keep an eye on their own children, lest they offend the Lord. Moreover, they also butchered pigs and sheep and gathered all the well-known cooks in the village to brainstorm and prepare a meal for the noble guest. When Zhu Junyang arrived in Dongshan village with the county magistrate, he could see from afar the villagers of Dongshan village, who enthusiastically lined up to welcome the guests. Yu Xiaoxiao rode on the little red horse that her godfather gave her and followed behind the young royal prince and the officials, looking carefree. As soon as they reached the entrance of the village, she saw village head grandpa and the villagers kneel down immediately. She was so startled that she hastily urged the little red horse to move far away from them. Many of the villagers were her elders, so if she didn't avoid them, her life would be shortened. Seeing his master's gaze, Zhu Junyang's personal imperial bodyguard, Wu Deshan, hurriedly dismounted and helped the white-haired village head up and said, "The royal prince is traveling incognito, so there's no need to be so ceremonious. Villagers, please get up quickly." The village head, who had been helped up, was so excited that he burst into tears and said with trembling lips, "Your Highness has condescended to visit, this commoner doesn't dare to slight ah. This is something we should do." Someone who had studied for a few years was truly different. He sounded so reasonable. Yu Xiaosao got off her horse and went to find her family in the crowd. However, besides her eldest granduncle, Madame Zhang, and the Yu Dashan couple, she didn't see her own parents. She crept into the crowd, came to her eldest granduncle's side, and asked in a low voice, "Eldest granduncle, did you see my father?" Yu Lichun glanced in the direction of Royal Prince Yang and saw that no one was paying attention, so he whispered, "Your parents are waiting at home, you must be careful and don't offend the noble lord." From the corner of his eyes, Zhu Junyang saw the little lass going into the crowd like a nimble little squirrel and whispering, as if she was a kitten who was going to steal a fish. How could a person's expression be so lively and changeable? What an interesting fellow. He didn't realize that as long as Xiaosao was around, his eyes couldn't help but follow her. Yu Xiaosao squeezed out of the crowd and arrived next to village head grandpa, who was acting in a very respectful manner. With a grin, she looked at Zhu Junyang and said in a slightly chirpy tone, "Young royal prince, do you want to go directly to the fields, or rest at my house first?" Wu Deshan looked at the son. Like usual, he didn't bother the master with such trivial matter and replied on his behalf, "Since the weather is pretty good right now, let's go to the fields first." This prince is tired after riding on the horse for so long. Zhu Junyang suddenly wanted to see what kind of family raised such an eccentric little girl. Wu Deshan quickly corrected himself and said, "Miss Yu, please lead the way." Yu Xiaosao obediently walked in the front, and behind her, a red filly, which hadn't fully grown yet, followed her step by step. Zhu Junyang noticed that the reins of the filly wasn't in the hands of the young girl, yet it followed her obediently. It was quite a tame and clever steed, which was perfect for a young girl like her. Yu Xiaosao walked in the front, while Royal Prince Yang and his entourage followed behind. Behind him was the new county magistrate of Tanggu town and the officials of the county yamen, and finally the village chief and several respected elders in the village. The large group quickly reached the old residence of the Yu family. Zhu Junyang looked at the brand new brick and tiled house, which was extremely simple compared with the tall gated estates in the capital. It was a simple compound with a large open yard. There were green vegetables on both sides of the small brick pathway in the yard. There weren't any complicated constructions, cascading pavilions and terraces, and precious flowers and plants. However, there was a sense of tranquility and warmth within its simplicity, which made it easier for people to open their hearts, put down all their complex thoughts, and return to the countryside and nature. In front of the main room in the courtyard, under a blossoming peach tree, there were several different shaped stone stools beside a stone table, which was carved in accordance to the shape of the stone. There were cotton cushions of various colors on the stools, which showed a sense of warmth in the cold. Yu Xiaosao looked at the large group of people coming over, and moved all the chairs and stools in the house. But there still wasn't enough seats. She scratched her head and said awkwardly, "Why don't I go borrow some chairs from Auntie Zhou's house?" "No need, no need. We can just stand," Zhao Zixuan, the new county magistrate of Tanggu town, hastily said. What a joke. Was there anyone here who could sit as equals with the royal prince? In the end, other than Royal Prince Yang, everyone just stood around him like they were being punished. Yu Xiaosao thought it looked somewhat awkward, but the ancient concept of social ranking wasn't something that a little girl like her could change. She picked a plate of ripe tomatoes and several crispy and tender cucumbers from the garden in the backyard, and then cut a big watermelon that they had at home. She placed them all on the stone table and raised her eyebrows with satisfaction. This was the right way to entertain guests. County Magistrate Zhao looked at the cucumbers and almost choked on his saliva. She actually served cucumbers to the royal prince. Wasn't that too weird? After walking so far, do you want to eat some watermelon to quench your thirst? Yu Xiaosao picked up a slice of watermelon and warmly handed it to the young prince. Yesterday, at her godfather's house, this fellow ate a lot of watermelons and also ordered a cart, so he must like to eat it, right? However, she had misunderstood the young royal prince yesterday. Although the jade pendant in the embroidered pouch wasn't gold or silver, even she, who didn't know much about jade, could tell that it wasn't ordinary from its texture. She quietly showed it to her godmother in the evening. It was worth at least several thousand taels of silver. To buy a cart of watermelons with several thousand taels, he was indeed a member of the imperial family. So rich. The watermelon that she cut today was relatively large, a total of 20-something catties. The young prince definitely wouldn't be able to finish it himself. Yu Xiaosao, like the child of wealth, picked up a piece of watermelon and started distributing it. Looking at the sweet-smelling watermelon in front of him, County Magistrate Zhao glanced hesitantly at Royal Prince Yang, and didn't dare to pick up the watermelon until he permitted. Zhao Zixuan was born in a poor family and didn't have anyone of high status supporting him, so he had only gotten the position of a county magistrate at the age of 40. He finally got this rare opportunity to interact with a noble from the capital, so he naturally didn't dare to make any mistakes. Seeing the county magistrate take the watermelon, the other officials of the yamen, who came to familiarize themselves with the noble guest, also took the watermelon and thanked the young girl. Not only the officials of Tenggu town, but Royal Prince Yang's servants and imperial bodyguards also got watermelons. Of course, the elders in the village also received a piece. Due to the joyous scene in the yard, Zhu Junyang felt that today's watermelon was even sweeter than yesterday's. The sweetness went all the way to his heart. In a good mood, he picked up a cucumber, looked at it curiously, and began to chew on it. The taste is pretty good, and it's crispy and juicy. Although it isn't as sweet as a watermelon, it has a distinctive taste. Poor child had never seen a freshly plucked whole cucumber. When he ate it in the past, it had been carved meticulously by the chef. Thus, he didn't know that this glossy green-colored and delicious-tasting thing was what a cucumber originally looked like. Seeing that the young royal prince was enjoying the cucumber, County Magistrate Zhao also picked up a cucumber and chewed on it like the royal prince. He couldn't help praising, the cucumbers grown by Miss Yu's family are even tastier than the ones sold in the market. They all say that your family has a secret method of cultivation. Is it true? Yu Xiaosao got a tomato, took a small bite, and sucked the juice with relish. Hearing that, she said with a smile, what secret method can there be? We're just tending the crops more carefully. It may be that our vegetables matured earlier and everyone is tired of eating cabbages and radishes in the winter, so they think that it's a fresh experience. After Zhu Junyang finished the cucumber, Zhu Junyang saw Xiaosao enjoying a tomato. He picked up a big red tomato and copied her by taking a small bite and gently slurping the sweet and sour juice inside. What is this? Zhu Junyang couldn't help but ask curiously. Yu Xiaosao excitedly introduced, this is called tomato, and is also known as wolf peach. It seems to be imported from a foreign land, and is used as a decorative plant. In actuality, it is a kind of vegetable with high nutritional values. Unlike the rumors, it's not poisonous. Oh, right. The unripe green tomatoes do contain some toxins. What? It's poisonous? The entourage was shocked. Wu Deshan grabbed the tomato in Royal Prince Yang's hands and had a terrible expression on his face. County Magistrate Zhao's face turned pale, and he hollered, how dare you? You actually dared to poison the royal prince, do you know what crime that is? Quickly arrest her. Yu Xiaosao, who was nibbling on the inner flesh of the tomato, was immediately held down by Royal Prince Yang's imperial bodyguards. The tomato in her hands fell onto the ground and rolled to Zhu Junyang's feet. Zhu Junyang frowned slightly as he looked down at the small tooth marks on the half-eaten tomato. Seeing the apparently painful expression on Xiaosao's face, his gaze turned deep and his thin lips were pursed. Wu Deshan, who had worked under him for many years, knew that his master was really angry, so he hastily admitted his mistake. This subordinate noticed too late, please forgive me. Why are you guys arresting me for? Let go. Yu Xiaosao's arms were twisted behind her back, and their strength made her very uncomfortable. She struggled slightly and shrieked with a wrinkled face. Yu Lichun, who had followed over, quickly knelt down in front of the cold-faced royal Prince Yang and pleaded in a trembling voice, Your Highness, this commoner has eaten tomatoes numerous times. It's definitely not poisonous. Royal Prince, please make a wise judgment. The village head had also eaten the tomatoes grown by the Yu family, so he also kneeled and pleaded on behalf of Yu Xiaosao, it's true that tomatoes aren't poisonous. This commoner ate two this morning. There must be some misunderstanding. Yu Xiaosao finally understood why she was being held down. She didn't know whether she should cry or laugh as she said, if tomatoes are poisonous and I just ate it myself, wouldn't I be committing suicide because I'm tired of living? I have no enmities with the royal prince, so how would poisoning him benefit me? I reckon you guys are too anxious. You guys don't have persecutory delusion, right? Persecutory delusion? What's that? Hearing the new term, Zhu Junyang made a gesture to tell his subordinates to let go. It seemed like he had often heard these weird and novel terms from the emperor before. This little lass wouldn't be a long-lost illegitimate child of the emperor, would she? Young royal prince, wasn't that thought too absurd? Yu Xiaosao plopped down on the stone chair in front of him and angrily picked up another tomato. She waved it at the boorish guards, like she was demonstrating to them, and then fiercely took a large bite, as if the tomato was the bodyguard's flesh. With her mouth stuffed with the tomato, she said in a muffled voice, poisonous. A ripe tomato is not poisonous. How ignorant and unworldly. Persecutory delusion is an illness here, always thinking that someone wants to harm yourself. As she said that, she pointed at her own head with her index finger. Zhu Junyang also picked up a bright red tomato and placed it in his mouth, but he was stopped by his loyal guards, royal prince. Don't make a fuss. No one here will hurt this prince. Relax, otherwise, you'll really be a patient suffering from persecutory delusion. With his eyebrows raised, Zhu Junyang was apparently in a good mood, and the tomato in his mouth seemed even more delicious. After eating a stomach full of fruits, it seemed like it was time to get up and move. Zhu Junyang stood up, grabbed a tomato in his hands, and slowly walked out the yard as he said, "Come, it's time to look at the cornfields." When the group reached the cornfields, the Yu Hai couple and Lu Hu's family had just finished watering the over 10 mu of land. There wasn't a lot of rain this spring. Fortunately, the Yu family's farmland was close to a mountain stream, so it was convenient to water the crops. Waving his hands to stop Yu Hai and the others from kneeling down to greet him, Zhu Junyang personally went to the edge of the field and bent down to look at the corn seedlings, which were nearly up to his knee. It hadn't been 20 days since his return, but the corn had already grown so tall. It seemed like this crop, corn, grew pretty fast. He straightened his back and looked around. 10 or so mu of cornfields were stretching their leaves under the sun. Under the bright spring sun, there seemed to be a lively sprite jumping on each leaf. Not bad. You guys have grown the corn very well. Zhu Junyang didn't stint on compliments and praised them sincerely. Yu Hai was about to reply humbly, but his dear daughter, who was silly and bold, proudly said, "Of course. We don't fight uncertain battles. If we can't grow them well, then why would we be so bold as to sign the military writ?" Looking at the little lass's complacent expression, Zhu Junyang felt that today's sun was great, warm and brilliant. The scenery of the West Mountain nearby was pretty good. It was verdant and lush. Even the fields with the fragrance of soil seemed to have become more lovely. His good mood lasted until he returned to the residence that Princess Consort Jing temporarily stayed. Princess Consort Jing looked at her son, who was walking over. Although he still maintained an expressionless face with his lips still pursed and eyes exuding coldness, she clearly felt that her son seemed to be in a good mood. Her little Junyang went out early in the morning and didn't come back until the evening. Did something good happen that caused him to change from his state of a walking air conditioner? She accidentally used the emperor's evaluation of her son. But it was quite a vivid description. Based on her understanding of her son, if she directly asked, she wouldn't be able to get any answers. She could only do it in a roundabout way by asking his subordinates. She glanced at her son, who was currently drinking tea, and then asked Wu Deshan, who was standing ramrod straight beside her, "Where did you go with the young royal prince today?" Wu Deshan looked at his master and saw that the other party didn't seem to mind him answering, so he quickly replied, "In reply to your highness, today I went to Dongshan village with master and checked the Yu family's growth of corn and potatoes." "Oh, to Dongshan village I heard from Lady Fang that it's a good environment, surrounded by mountains and sea." "Yanger, what do you think?" Princess Consort Jing had heard Lady Fang praise Dongshan village many times, so she yearned to visit the place. However, right now she was more curious about what good thing her son had encountered at Dongshan village. It's not bad. She shouldn't have asked this son of hers, who cherished words like gold. Look, he only said 4 words like he was already doing a big favor to others. However, that didn't affect the communication between the mother and son. Princess Consort Jing had become accustomed to the conversation mode of her speaking to herself. "I heard that last cower say that the weather has gotten warmer now, so it's suitable to go up the mountains to dig for wild herbs, as well as set some traps to catch some pheasants and wild hares for a special meal. Also, when the tide is low, one can also gather seafood at the beach. Clams, scallops, oysters, if one's lucky, one can find sea cucumbers washed up on shore. Last time, that lass brought over some marine goods and made spicy stir-fried clams, steamed scallops with garlic, grilled oysters. I'm drooling just by thinking about it. You say, why didn't I meet Xiaosao first? In that case, the position of her godmother would have nothing to do with Lady Fang." Princess Consort Jing babbled, but didn't notice that her youngest son was listening attentively. Zhu Junyang touched his chin. Spicy stir-fried clams. Steamed scallops with garlic. They sounded pretty appetizing. The meal he had at the Yu family's old residence this afternoon was made by the little lass, under his order. The taste was extraordinary. Although they were all common homemade dishes, the taste was different and suited his taste even more than the dishes in the famous restaurants in the capital. He quietly pondered how to find a reason to try the seafood cooked by the little girl. Ah Chu, Yu Xiaosao, who was lying with her limbs spread out on the Kong bed after sending off the great lord, Royal Prince Yang, suddenly felt an itch on her nose and sneezed. Who is it? Who's scheming behind my back? Yu Xiaosao rubbed her nose and murmured. Madame Lu set dinner on the Kong table. One poked her little head, and said with a smile, what do you have that's worth scheming for? Could it be you got a cold from the cold winds on the field? Tomorrow, when you go into town, remember to go get some medicine from Tongren Medicine Hall. Madame Lu was always worried about her youngest daughter's health. When she was born, the doctors all said that she wouldn't be able to survive. Although there weren't any problems in the past 2 years, how could one accurately predict an illness that was present since she was a fetus? Several times, when her youngest daughter was close to dying from her illness, Madame Lu would always blame herself. She thought that her body was a letdown for causing Xiaosao to take medicine every day as a meal when she was young, letting her suffer for so many years. So Madame Lu preferred to indulge this daughter of hers. It turned out that their indulgence didn't make their youngest daughter spoiled but even brought more and more benefits to their family. Madame Lu was convinced that her youngest daughter must be a treasure bestowed onto them by the heavens. Yu Xiaosao turned over and sat up from the Kong table, and then she cleverly went to help her mother set the dishes and chopsticks. Ever since her godmother moved back to town because her due date was nearing, Xiaosao had stayed by her godmother's side. Although she had gone back to Dongshan village from time to time over the month, the time she stayed at home was very short. Every time she left, she would feel bad when she saw her parents' reluctant eyes. After transmigrating into this strange world, it was her parents that gave her the most selfless love and tolerance. This moved her and gave her a sense of belonging in the family. Her acceptance of Fang Zizhen as her godfather, on the one hand, was because Fang Zizhen treated her well, on the other hand, it wasn't without uses. After all, this world was a vicious class society. If she wanted to openly do something and had no strong backing, she would more than likely become the target of some powerful people and eventually become their slave. Fang Zizhen, who was a third-rank general, had appeared at just the right time. After recognizing him as her godfather, Fang Zizhen wanted to give her the best of the world and treated her well from the bottom of his heart. Her godmother also treated her as if she were her blood-related daughter. Humans are emotional creatures. Yu Xiaosao naturally returned their treatment with sincerity. With the effects of the mystic stone water, she healed her godfather's difficult problem and successfully got herself a new little brother. Her godparent both said that she was a fairy bestowed by the heavens to help them, but it was more accurate to say it was love traded for sincerity. She treated them sincerely because of their love for her. The couple had entered her heart and became recognized as her family. Now that they had their own child, maybe she could quietly retire. After godmother finished her month of confinement after childbirth, she could go back to Dongshan village and accompany her parents, never leaving again. The next day, Yu Xiaosao rode her little red pony. On both sides of the pony's back, she had tied several big watermelons with straw ropes. She was also carrying several muskmelons that had matured early in her hands. This year, Xiaosao had gotten several melon seeds and planted them in the melon field, which had gradually begun to mature. Upon remembering the several fruit trees in the corner of the backyard, Yu Xiaosao's mood suddenly became better. She wouldn't have a lack of fruit to eat in the future. There originally weren't many fruits in this era, and even fewer are suitable to plant in the north. Fruits were a luxury that only the rich could eat. Although with her family's current financial conditions, they could also afford fruit, Xiaosao felt that it was a waste of money to buy those fruits, which weren't very tasty and was extremely expensive. Since they had their own land, as long as they could find the seeds or seedlings of the fruits, and with the little divine stone present, there wasn't anything they couldn't grow. She had found that the taste of fruits and vegetables watered by the mystic stone water had improved by more than a bit. So why not just do it? Dongshan village's villagers, who went to town in the early mornings for the early market, would see a little girl in elegant riding clothes, riding a little red pony that was trotting on the flat official road. Tied onto the pony's back, there would be heavy watermelons. This was Yu Xiaosao who had decided to go to town early in the morning. Upon meeting the familiar villagers, Xiaosao would show a sweet smile and greet them. The villagers of Dongshan village, thinking about yesterday's scene of welcoming the royal prince and the fact that her family was acquainted with a princess consort, naturally didn't dare to slight her. So they all answered with a sincere or fawning smile. Madame Zhang, who was going to town to see her son, walked by. The corners of her mouth turned down as she glanced at the person and the horse. She looked steadily ahead and continued walking forward. After the lawsuit, Yu Bo's reputation in town had gone down the drain. In this lifetime, he would never be able to enter Rongshuan Academy. With his moral conduct, even his original academy kicked him out, let alone Rongshuan Academy, where people were accepted based on their talent and moral integrity. He was instilled with the idea that in the future he would obtain fame and become a high-ranking official since childhood. Naturally, he wouldn't give up the idea of studying, but in Tanggu town, there wasn't any academy that didn't know his reputation. Who would accept him? Presently, Yu Bo could only follow his father-in-law, who was a county official, and review the knowledge he had learned before. Madame Zhang didn't learn from her previous actions. She believed that her son was delayed from his prospects by Yu Hai's family. If it wasn't for that girl, Xiao Sao, then they would have just lost some money. They could earn the money back, but once a scholar's reputation was destroyed, he would lose everything. No, she couldn't allow her 10 years of hard work to be thrown to the winds. With the current reputation and status of Yu Hai's family in Dongshan village, they weren't people who she could bully and control anymore. Besides, they still had something on her. Madame Zhang couldn't be rash. This time, she was going into town for her son's future. Since the schools in town couldn't accommodate her son, then they would go to the prefectural city. The prefectural city was nearly a 2 days traveling distance from Tanggu town. It was impossible for her son's reputation to have reached every academy in the prefectural city, right? For the sake of her son's education, Madame Zhang didn't care about money. As long as her son could pass the examination and become an official, even if she had to live in harsh conditions, it would still be worth it. Yu Xiaosao was very clear on the ancient people's respect for filial piety. Although her family and her oldest paternal aunt's family all know about Madame Zhang's vicious side, when all was said and done, the villagers of Dongshan village didn't know. What appearances had to be kept were still kept. Grandmother, are you going to town to see my younger uncle? The road is quite long, why didn't you tell us so that my father could take you there with the carriage? Yu Xiaosao came down from the horse's back and appeared like a very polite girl. Madame Zhang was eager to tear the smile off her face and replied ambiguously, your family has climbed up a high branch. Why would you still care about this old lady's life or death? Let you guys take me in the carriage. I don't have that good fortune. Several villagers, who were going to town with Madame Zhang, had an expression of disapproval on their faces. In their minds, they thought, Madame Zhang really doesn't know how fortunate she is. She has such a good son, even if he's not by blood, she should still try to win him over. What is she doing? Yu Xiaosao clearly saw the expressions on the villagers' faces out of the corner of her eye and smiled even more brightly. Grandmother, what are you saying? Those who know will say that you understand our family is busy and doesn't have any time. Those who don't know will think that you have a problem with us. How about this, you can ride my pony and I can walk over, what do you say? Yu Xiaosao, you clearly know I don't know how to ride a horse, but you still want me to get on the horse. Are you thinking this old lady has lived too long and want me to fall to my death? Madame Zhang craftily smiled and snorted. Yu Xiaosao's face fell, and with a face full of grievances, she said, Grandma, how can you say that? I suggested it with good intentions. Madame Mao, who came with Madame Zhang, couldn't bear to see the old lady using her age as an advantage anymore. She came up and shielded Xiaosao behind her and said, I've heard that Xiaosao wasn't treated well by you when the family had yet to separate. Today, I've finally seen it. Xiaosao is just afraid that you are tired and offered to let you ride the horse. It's enough that you don't appreciate it, yet you also distort her good intentions. How can you be a grandmother? Fortunately, brother Yu Hai's family separated early. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what Xiaosao would have become with your treatment. It's said that Xiaosao was weak and sickly since birth, could it be caused by you, this harsh grandmother? Madame Mao's mouth was said to be invincible in the entire village. However, Xiaosao knew that she was the model of a sharp tongue with a soft heart, so the relationship between the two families was pretty good. Madame Zhang's entire face turned red with Madame Mao's words, but she couldn't come up with any words to refute her claims. After all, the severe winter before last year, Yu Xiaosao was ill and she, the grandmother, was reluctant to give money for her to go see the doctor. When Xiaosao's father went to his eldest uncle's family to borrow money, everyone in the village knew about it. No matter how she argued, no one would believe her. Madame Zhang wasn't a merciful person. She pointed at Madame Mao's nose and angrily said, I'm talking to my granddaughter. What does it have to do with you, Madame Mao? You really are meddlesome, sticking your nose into other people's business. Oh, I know, your Qian family used Dahai's glory to get the help of Junsho Restaurant and gained many benefits. You've gotten their help, so you have to speak up for them. That's why you've come up to take the scolding, right? In terms of quarreling, Madame Mao had never been afraid of anyone. She had been unhappy with Madame Zhang, who kept asking for trouble all the time, for a long time. So today, she definitely wouldn't spare her. Oh, how come I can hear the jealousy in this? Brother Dahai is kind-hearted, so he has never refused to help anyone in the village when they go to him. Speaking of him, how can anyone in the village not praise him? Some people are so blessed that they don't know it. During his most difficult times, they separated from him and even hid the money that he used his life to get. Tisk, to be brothers, yet using his older brother's money, that he used his life to get relations. He deserved to be cheated. The heavens do have eyes, they are looking at us. People can't do the wrong thing, sooner or later they will be punished. Everyone in the village knew that Yu Hai was bitten by a bear while saving General Zhao. General Zhao gave the money that he got for the bear to Madame Zhang and asked her to use it to treat Yu Hai's injuries. The result, if old Yu wasn't around, Yu Hai would have been left on the bed for the injuries to run its course. This Madame Zhang really is cruel. When Yu Hai's family was injured, sick, and weak, she wanted to divide the family. After receiving the 300 taels, which should have been used to save someone's life, she practically let them leave without anything. She even said Yu Hai had personally asked to separate their families. Yu Hai was just too benevolent to expose her lies. Who didn't know the truth? In that situation, even if it was for his wife and children, he wouldn't have separated their families voluntarily. Villagers nearby automatically imagined what happened afterward. The gazes directed at Madame Zhang all regarded her as shameless. How could Madame Zhang listen to others talk about her youngest son? She rushed at Madame Mao. Madame Mao was much younger than Madame Zhang. She was quite agile, so how could she be caught by Madame Zhang? Madame Mao flexibly dodged Madame Zhang's claws while still brutally talking. What? Did I get it right and you're angry with embarrassment? All of our deeds are seen by the heavens. In the future, you should quit doing those despicable acts. Whoops, you're old and should take it easy. Don't strain your back and blame me for pushing you. Everyone is watching, right? I didn't touch a single hair on her. If she falls or bumps into something, it has nothing to do with me. Since I can't afford to provoke her anymore, can't I hide? I'm leaving. Madame Mao took great strides and left like a gust of wind. After all, Madame Zhang was old. Although she had tried to scratch the other woman, she didn't even manage to touch Madame Mao's clothes and even tired herself out. How could the panting Madame Zhang catch up with the young Madame Mao? She could only stare at her departing back. Madame Zhang saw Yu Xiaosao, who was standing at one side, and felt that the longer she looked at her, the more Yu Xiaosao looked like an eyesore. Madame Zhang angrily said, "Hurry up and go. Are you standing here to see a joke?" Yu Xiaosao's goal had been achieved. "Grandmother, since you don't like me, I won't stay here and obstruct your view. Uncles and aunties, is there anything heavy that I can take with me?" she said with a smile. Upon hearing her words, they all shook their heads and said, "No, there's no need. Lady Fang is waiting for you to take care of her, how about you go first?" The villagers all saw such an obedient and clever child. How could Madame Zhang dislike her so much? Yes, we didn't bring much stuff with us, we can carry it. Your pony is already carrying so many things. If it doesn't grow under the pressure, won't you feel sorry? This was someone that had a closer relationship with Xiaosao, so the person cracked a joke. Xiaosao bid the villagers farewell with a smile and mounted the little red pony that was standing still. The little red pony seemed to be impatient. As soon as Xiaosao sat down, the animal trotted forward without any urging. "This pony is strong," was what it seemed to be telling the villagers. When she caught up with Madame Mao, Xiaosao said a few words with her before heading toward the town without stopping. When she was about 1 kilometer from Tenggu town, she came across third young Master Zhou, who was galloping at full speed. In the past year, third young Master Zhou's position in the Zhou family had risen. The old patriarch of the Zhou family had been training him to become the next head of the household. Third young Master Zhou had become even busier. Not only did he have to check on the businesses of his subordinates, but he also had to learn how to manage the family's business. The Zhou family were imperial merchants, who were in charge of buying materials for the royal court. Naturally, he couldn't be given the cold shoulder. Yu Xiaosao hadn't seen third young Master Zhou for many days already. "Third young master, where are you going in such a hurry?" After the road from Tanggu town to Dongshan village was completed, other than the second young master and the steward of Prince Jing's estate, there weren't many people who could ride a horse or carriage. Yu Xiaosao and the third young master Zhou had recognized each other from a distance. Third young master Zhou fixed his hair that had been blown by the wind and sulkily replied, "This road leads straight to Dongshan village, where else do you think I can go?" "Oh, the busy third young master is gracing our Dongshan village with his presence." Yu Xiaosao continued to tease. Zhou Zixu rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you say something nice? I haven't seen you in so long, yet you still like to exchange barbed words with me." Yu Xiaosao smiled and said, "Okay, let's speak seriously. What do you need me for? Let's talk as we go." Zhou Zixu looked at her with a smile and said, "Why are you so confident that I'm looking for you? Can't I be looking for Uncle Yu?" After saying those words, he turned his horse so he was beside Xiaosao's maroon red pony. The little red pony under Xiaosao was upset that Zhou Zixi's big black horse was so much taller than itself. Unlike its usual temperament, it turned its head to bite the big black horse. Zhou Zixu, upon seeing this, hurriedly pulled on the reins of his beloved horse to take him over a few steps, not letting the little one succeed. "Yo, it's true, what kind of owner will raise what kind of horse? This little guy actually dared to provoke my black cloud. It's got some nerves." Yu Xiaosao gently stroked the little red pony's mane, pacifying the animal. "Who told your black giant to show off its big head in front of little red? Only a fool would not resist after being bullied." Zhou Zixu laughed and pointed at her with his index finger. "You, always with the misdirection. There's nothing wrong with Black Cloud being tall. It's tiny that's green with envy. For being so small, it sure has a big temper. It must be the result of your teachings." Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes at him and said, "Tiny is at home. Last time I don't know who it was that had ideas for our little roe deer. HMPH. After Zhou Zixu became busy, he was afraid that his mother would be lonely. Thus, he made plans for the little roe deer in Xiaosao's home. He wanted the silly interesting little fellow to accompany his mother so she wouldn't be lonely. Who knew that before Xiaosao could even open her mouth to refuse, the little roe deer ran off into the forests of the West Mountains until Zhou Zixu left. Afterward, every time he went to the Yu family home, the little roe deer would either pee on his feet, rub dyed grass into his new clothes, or stay away so far that he couldn't even get a glimpse of him. Zhou Zixu joked that Tiny was someone that remembered grudges. He can't be provoked just like his master. When she mentioned the embarrassments of the past, Zhou Zixu rubbed his nose somewhat unnaturally. Remembering what he came for, he hurriedly said, "A while ago, grandfather and I were busy with the selection of the new imperial merchants. With the trust of the emperor, we managed to keep our previous timber supply business despite strong competition. However, the emperor emeritus has ordered our Junsho restaurant to be responsible for the purchase of braised flavoring and dried seafood for the imperial kitchen. That's a good thing. Congratulations on your success, third young master Zhou. You got the rights to purchase 2 materials with just 1 try. The Zhou family imperial merchants' position will be very firm." Yu Xiaosao knew that the profit of the imperial merchants was very sizable and that competition was very fierce. The current head of the household, which was the first branch of the Zhou family, was the nominal uncle of third young master Zhou. However, he was actually his biological father and only had average abilities in business. The Zhou family currently had the old patriarch managing everything, so they were still able to keep their standing. But the old patriarch was getting older with every passing year, so how long could he hang on for? This was also the reason why the old patriarch was rushing to teach third young master Zhou everything. Fortunately, Zhou Zixu showed extraordinary business abilities while he was still young. This time, he was able to get the internal supply of braised flavoring and dried seafood. All of this occurred because Junsho restaurant had made its place in the capital. Everyone knew about the osmanthus duck and roasted chicken from Junsho restaurant. Even the emperor emeritus often left the palace to have a meal, and he would also pack some to take back. It was said that he was taking it back to give some to his precious grandson, the current emperor, as a reward. Last summer, Yu Xiaosao also occasionally went into the ocean to get some top-grade abalone, sea cucumber, etc. All of this seafood was sold to third young master Zhou. Third young master Zhou got the best value out of the gourmet seafood by putting them on a seafood feast auction at the Junsho restaurant in the capital. Alright, even the emperor was notified, who then privately visited Junsho restaurant. He then met the gluttonous emperor emeritus and the two of them dominated the seafood feast auction. Actually, it was the emperor emeritus who revealed his identity, and thus, the competitors naturally gave up without taking any actions. Although the seafood feast auction didn't get to the price that Zhou Zixu wanted, the goal had been achieved. All the officials, rich businessmen, and the children of the aristocratic families present crowded Junsho restaurant. The Emperor Emeritus didn't enjoy the seafood feast alone, he invited the officials above the third rank present to share the feast. Most of the seafood in Junsho restaurant was delivered on ice. However, the best grade of seafood was freshly caught seafood that was still alive. Everyone knew that transporting live seafood was extremely difficult. During transportation, normally seafood will die or turn smelly. However, these abalone and sea cucumbers were given mystic stone water and, as such, they had a strong vitality. When they arrived in the capital, they were still alive and jumping around. Naturally, their taste would also be better than those transported by ice or dried. As soon as that glutton, the Emperor Emeritus, ate some, he noticed the difference. Therefore, the Zhou family easily became an imperial merchant family who were given a second good to monopolize. It was very simple to supply the braised flavoring. Head chef Wang, who was transferred to the capital's Junsho restaurant, was personally able to make some and send it to the palace. However, seafood was not easy to supply. Although the Emperor Emeritus was gracious and only asked them to supply dried seafood, most of the high-grade abalones and sea cucumbers lived in the deep sea. Even the most experienced fishermen could only get it by chance. Would ordinary abalones and cucumbers be able to enter the eyes of the Emperor Emeritus? If they gave lower quality products, would the Zhou family still have a way to live? Without any other options, third young Master Zhou could only go to Dongshan village to get reinforcements. After hearing third young Master Zhou's reason for visiting, Yu Xiaoxiao frowned for a moment. The high-grade abalone and sea cucumber, as you have said, can only be found by chance. Is there a fixed supply amount that the palace has requested? The Emperor Emeritus also knows that high-grade seafood is hard to get and requested only half a catty a month. Ordinary seafood requires 5 catties, third young Master Zhou said with a gloomy face. The 4 seafood treasures were all separate categories of seafood. Due to the difficulty in hunting them, they were all very expensive. The price given by the palace was fair. With the Zhou family's connections, it wasn't hard to get ordinary seafood. However, obtaining high-grade seafood, especially abalone and sea cucumber, was causing the Zhou family a bit of trouble. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly calculated in her head. It took 2 to 3 catties of fresh seafood to make 1 catty of dried seafood. Since the palace requested half a catty a month, then, in 1 year, they would need to give 6 catties of dried seafood. Converting it back to live abalones and sea cucumbers, that would be 18 catties at most. 18 catties of high-grade abalone and sea cucumber, to other people, would be as hard to get as ascending to the heavens. For Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, who had a cheat, it could be easily done in a few days. The Emperor Emeritus also said that live abalones and sea cucumbers should be provided at least once a month in the summer. They have to be high-grade. Third young Master Zhou cried without tears. The Emperor Emeritus must wanted to force the Zhou family to die. It was no wonder that those other imperial merchants, who used to supply seafood to the court, looked at the Zhou family as if they were waiting to see a joke. Third young Master Zhou only knew how hard it was to get high-grade seafood when his grandfather told him when he got back. In the past, the Yu family had sent top-notch seafood to him every few days or so. He had thought abalones and sea cucumbers were easy to get. Sob sob sob, he was so wrong. What should I do? Save me, Uncle Yu, Xiaoxiao, all right. Stop trying to look so pitiful, you look like such a wuss. Yu Xiaoxiao slanted her eyes at third young Master Zhou, who was biting on his handkerchief and sobbing pitifully. She couldn't help but make fun of him again. Third young Master Zhou placed his hands on his heart as tears cooled in his eyes. The expression on his face was mournful and it looked as if he was accusing Xiaoxiao of having a heart of stone. Yu Xiaoxiao swiftly calculated what was needed and then carelessly waved her hand at him. Stop pretending. Isn't it just half a catty's worth of dried seafood every month? I'll talk to father when I get back home. You also know that my father is a good hand at gathering and catching seafood. There's nothing too difficult for him. The tears in third young Master Zhou's eyes momentarily evaporated and the wretched-looked expression on his face also disappeared. He looked at her with trust in his eyes and nodded his head. After hearing your words, my heart is at ease and I now have a plan. Xiaoxiao, your family is truly my savior, my lucky star. Enough, enough, I'm back home, so you should go do what you need to do. Oh right, when do we need to start supplying the dried seafood? Yu Xiaoxiao reliably asked for the crucial detail. Worry crawled up third young Master Zhou's face again as he said, it's been almost a month since the Emperor has bestowed us with this position, so then the dried seafood requirements start next month. Now the seawater is a bit cold and it's not a good time for people to go out to sea. What do you Yu Xiaoxiao verified with the little divine stone silently first and then waved her hand in dismissal at the youth. All right, I know. At the beginning of next month, come to my family's residence to receive the dried seafood. Third young Master Zhou asked somewhat hesitantly, at this time of year, can Uncle Yu really handle it? Xiaoxiao, I don't want Uncle Yu and your family to have something happen because of my family's situation. Yu Xiaoxiao felt very grateful inside yet kept a tranquil expression on her face as she mildly replied, my family still has some dried seafood at home. Originally the plan was to eat that seafood ourselves, but my parents thought that it would be too wasteful for us to eat something so expensive. We only ate some once during the New Year's celebration, but since then they couldn't bear to eat any more. I estimate we probably still have around 1 catty's worth. Xiaoxiao, you guys are truly my saviors. If third young Master Zhou wasn't currently riding his horse, he likely would have ran over and held her hand out of supreme gratitude. Ahem, men and women should not touch when they give or receive things. Since they were both on their respective steeds, he could only use the windows to his soul, his eyes, to express his gratitude and respect. Yu Xiaoxiao gave him a look full of dislike and said, wipe that disgusting expression off your face. Just looking at it gives me the chills. After settling the problem of next month, third young Master Zhou was in an incredibly good mood. He noticed that they were both about to enter through Tanggu town's gates, so he enthusiastically invited Xiaoxiao over for a meal. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. This morning, she had left very early from Dongshan village. Although Little Red was a young and small animal, it had been raised on mystic stone water, so it wasn't any slower than an adult horse. At this time, wasn't it still around 8 in the morning? What kind of meal did he want to treat her to? She had already eaten breakfast and it wasn't time for lunch either. It was obvious that he wasn't being sincere since he wanted to treat her to a meal now. I need to head back after getting my supplies so I can make some medicinal cuisine to nourish my godmother's body. I'll take a rain check on this meal. That being said, when can't I get a table at Junsho restaurant? Anyway, you've already set aside a private table for me, so I can use it whenever I want. Therefore, you treating me to a meal doesn't have much meaning. Yu Xiaoxiao had a slightly smug yet sweet expression on her face. On one of the side streets was Zhu Junyang, who had gone out early to help his mother buy some side dishes. He coincidentally came across this scene. He looked at the small, porcelain-skinned face that still had traces of baby fat on it. Under the warm light of the beautiful morning that had clouds drifting by, her face looked extremely full of life, especially her pair of vivid and limpid doe-like eyes. Her eyes seemed like they could speak volumes and were full of a mystical spiritual energy. He had never seen a little girl before who was more real or adorable than her. She seemed to have some sort of magnetic attraction coming off of her. No matter how far away she was, she could always draw his attention. As if she could feel his gaze on her, Yu Xiaoxiao moved her pair of lively eyes in his direction. The two of them made eye contact in the sea of bustling people. People walked to and fro on the bustling street, and there was no lack of rich people dressed to the nines in fine brocade. However, Royal Prince Yang seemed to be the only one that mattered. Everyone else in the area melded into the background, while he seemed to be glowing. His mere presence attracted multiple looks from all of the young maidens and matrons in the area. Yu Xiaoxiao calmly stared at Zhu Junyang, who wasn't standing far away. In her previous life, even the most attractive and handsome teen idol celebrities couldn't hold a candle to Royal Prince Yang's looks. He had a fine nose, as if it was sculpted by the best plastic surgeons, and extremely attractive, lightly pink lips that were on the thinner side. His sword-like eyebrows were full and arched perfectly on his face. There wasn't a part of his body that wasn't perfect. The more attractive part of him was that air of slight apathy that came off of him. He was a solitary man in a vast world, as stately and independent as a mountain. Occasionally, in his cold eyes, there would be a flash of loneliness that could draw a person to drown in that pair of deep eyes. In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao was the epitome of a person who was drawn to looks. Her favorite celebrities were the teen idols who had beautiful and handsome faces. Consequently, she couldn't help but appreciate people who were extremely good-looking. Ever since Zhu Junyang had reached the age of 12 to 13, he always had the admiring gazes from young, well-bred maidens following him. About 4 to 5 years ago, he had found it harder and harder to endure those adoring yet calculating stares. His special ability made him be able to feel every little bit of attention that was on him. All of the well-off young ladies pretended to be shy and timid on the outside. However, all of them were acting. Despite their virtuous and gentle exteriors, they all hid calculating and scheming hearts. Some of them liked him because of his looks, others liked him because of his status as the third young master of Prince Jing's estate. And then, there were even some who wanted to get close to him because of his lord father's power and prestige. He had never encountered a person like this little girl in front of him, who purely appreciated him as his own person. It made him feel like he was the most flawless jade, the most moving landscape. Her appreciation didn't have a hint of an ulterior motive. Within his dark and icy heart, a ray of blazing light seemed to have appeared, cutting through the dense murkiness and warming his entire body. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that the young royal prince had a jar full of pickled vegetables. She dismounted from her horse and walked towards him with a genial smile on her face. She greeted him, "Young royal prince, you're out so early to help the princess consort to buy side dishes." The princess consort really enjoyed the appetizers from the pickled vegetable stand that Xiaoxiao had invested into, especially the sweet and sour crispy radishes. Every day, when she ate her congee, she needed to eat some to help her finish the meal. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to eat much. Xiaoxiao calculated the number of days that had passed since the last time she had brought some radishes, that she had personally pickled herself, over. It was around the right time to get more. She had been busy these past few days with helping her godmother and younger brother settle down, so she didn't have the time to send some more to the princess consort. Zhu Junyang silently looked at her without even nodding or shaking his head. It looked like he had no intention in replying to her. Yu Xiaoxiao knew from the princess consort's stories that her youngest son had an eccentric personality and didn't like to talk. So, she didn't hold the expectation that he might talk to her. Just as she was about to find some words to say farewell, the young royal prince unexpectedly opened his mouth. This stand's products are even more delicious than the ones in the capital." "Well, that was obvious, just look at who they got their recipes from." Xiaoxiao silently joked inside and a somewhat arrogant expression showed up on her face. Little Yang's family's pickled vegetable stand was no longer located in that desolate and remote food market anymore. They had not only moved into main food market but also rented a larger area to sell their goods. A while back, Xiaoxiao had written a few more pickled vegetable recipes for them. Little Zhang was very talented at making pickled vegetables. The pickled vegetables he made after following her recipes were almost at her level. Thus, the Zhang family's pickled vegetable stand's reputation had long spread throughout Tanggu town. In addition, their pickled vegetables were tasty and priced affordably. No matter how rich or how poor someone was, everyone was able to afford their products and enjoyed eating them. Every day the line of people waiting to buy pickled vegetables at the stand almost rivaled the line of people at Junsho restaurant waiting to buy osmanthus duck and roasted chicken. Xiaoxiao's dividends naturally increased with every passing month. The little girl's personal savings had multiplied again. Zhu Junyang was somewhat puzzled when he noticed the slightly proud expression on Xiaoxiao's face. Suddenly, he remembered that his lady mother had told him that the pickled vegetables they had been eating for the past couple of days had been personally made by this little girl. Perhaps. Does your family own the Zhang family's pickled vegetable stand? That couldn't be right. If it was owned by her family, why wouldn't it be called the Yu family's pickled vegetable stand instead? Zhu Junyang became even more confused. When she saw the puzzled look on the young royal prince's face, Yu Xiaoxiao became even more proud. The corners of her mouth lifted up and she raised her tiny nose towards the sky. She snorted and then stated, "Although the pickled vegetable stand isn't owned by my family, it's still related to me. Many of the pickled vegetables they sell were all thought up by me. The sweet and sour crispy radishes and wine-pickled soybeans in your hands are examples of my handiwork." The wine-pickled soybeans were savory, spicy, and had an aroma of wine. Zhu Junyang immediately liked these pickled soybeans from the first time he ate some. The sweet and sour crispy radishes were tasty and crisp, so they were his lady mother's favorites. Both of these, however, had been crafted by the little girl in front of him who hadn't even reached the age of 10. It was hard to say whether people should praise her for being talented or admonish her for being too dazzling. "I really want to open up that little skull of yours and find out how many weird and eccentric ideas you have in there. Young royal prince, was it really okay for you to say such scary things with such an admiring tone?" Yu Xiaoxiao immediately covered her head with one of her hands and pretended to panic. "You're not allowed to open it up. If you don't open up my head, you still have the opportunity to find out what else I know. However, if you open it, then the only thing you'll see is the whitish-gray color of my brains." Zhu Junyang wasn't unfamiliar with bloodshed. In the time period before he was able to control himself, he had an explosive temper and had ended up hurting a lot of people. However, those people all deserved the pain. Regardless, he had seen the aftermath of his violence before. Whenever he thought of that happening to this odd yet lively little girl in front of him, Zhu Junyang felt his heart ache in rejection. With this prince around, who would dare to harm you? Exclamation mark quote. A wave of brutality surfaced within Zhu Junyang's body and rushed out. His pair of icy eyes suddenly seemed to be overwhelmed by a sea of red. Next to him was his bodyguard of many years, Wu Deshan, and the other man's heart fell to the ground as he thought in despair, we're screwed. Master has lost control of his temper again. There are so many people on the street, who knows how many will be injured. Master only took me along today when he went out, but I'm not able to hold him back. Weren't you the one who said that you wanted to open up my skull? How come you suddenly forgot this? Xiao Xiao's voice was as clear as a raindrop, and it managed to pour into Zhu Junyang's consciousness. In an instant, the rage building inside of him was washed away into smoke. Her heavenly voice caressed him and pulled Zhu Junyang's reason back into the forefront. Reason gradually returned into his eyes and the smell of brutality emanating from his body gradually dissipated into mist. Wu Deshan was astonished and his mouth fell open until it could hold 2 chicken eggs, oh my god. Master was somehow able to control himself. I have never seen something like this before, where he was able to pull himself back from the abyss. Could this be related to the little girl in front of me? Wu Deshan knew who Miss Yu was. She was an ordinary little girl from a farming family and had a good hand at cooking. She was a bit more bold than other little girls and also more clever. Nothing more than that, and that was his previous impression of her. Now, he saw her in a completely different light. With one sentence, the little girl had the ability to bring his master back from the depths of brutality back into reason. This was something that only Her Royal Highness, the princess consort, was capable of. Perhaps, that little girl had a special place in his master's heart. A place that almost came up to the princess consort's. As soon as that thought popped up, Wu Deshan felt horrified. His master had only seen this little girl a couple of times before, right? Could it be the legendary, love at first sight? That couldn't be true. The little girl only looked around 10 years of age. Could his master possibly have tastes that ran towards the youthful? As for Yu Xiaoxiao, she was actually not as serene and ignorant as she seemed on the outside. Her heart was thumping in her chest as if it was about to jump out. She had truly thought she was one step from losing her life in that earlier scenario. The murderous aura that came out of the young royal prince seemed like an implacable wave, one that she could instantly drown in. His bloodshot eyes didn't look like eyes that belonged to a human. They more closely resembled the eyes of a savage beast. Regardless, she wasn't a true 10-year-old girl. Her previous life had been hard and she was well versed at dealing with difficult situations. Thus, she knew that it was important to stay calm and cool. During that instant when everything was about to suffocate her, she battled fiercely to keep her voice as natural as possible. She did so because she had a hazy feeling that the sound of her voice had the ability to placate a person's heart. Luckily, she had gambled correctly and managed to save not only her own life but also all of the lives of the people around them. That pair of fierce eyes, which still faintly emitted a crazed aura, fixedly stared at Xiao Xiao's slightly wan little face. Drops of sweat bloomed onto his forehead. Had he almost lost control of himself in front of her? He truly didn't want to hurt her, yet the opposite effect had occurred. He did his best to recall what had happened in those moments when was about to lose control. He had always thought that ability of his, the one that he detested bitterly yet had no choice but to accept, shouldn't be allowed in this world. Perhaps he was wrong, perhaps the thing that shouldn't exist in this world was himself. The more he tried to become closer to a person, the easier it would be for him to hurt that person. That little girl had given him moments of light and freedom, and he didn't want to destroy her in a peak of insanity. Perhaps the right choice would be to stay far away from her. Zhu Junyang hadn't yet realized that he had finally found another person that he wanted to protect, other than his parents and his siblings. Perhaps his heart, which didn't know what love was, only wanted to protect that girl who was so precious and sincere. Wu Deshan noticed that his master wasn't speaking, so he secretly wiped his forehead that was crowded with sweat. He whispered, "Miss Yu, my master was only joking with you earlier." Such a grim and unfeeling master could actually crack a joke. That seemed not right. You should quickly leave. Zhu Junyang reinstated his usual cold and apathetic demeanor. His icy eyes didn't dare to look towards that other pair of clear, limpid eyes that seemed to see right through a person's soul. Yu Xiaoxiao lightly curled her lips as she thought, even if you didn't try to shoo me away, I would still gladly leave now. With that unpredictable temper of yours, the more time I spend with you, the more likely I'll get hurt. This little baby was truly scared to death earlier. Alright, I still need to cook some medicinal cuisine for my godmother, so I'll take my leave now. Feel free to shop around. Yu Xiaoxiao did her best to keep a natural-looking smile on her face as she lightly conversed with the young royal prince before she left. Although her movements looked unhurried, she was actually thinking, I need to get away from this crazy dinosaur. Zhu Junyang watched as that slight figure on a tiny horse slowly disappeared into the distance. His heart felt as if it had a hole in it, and he wasn't quite sure why he was feeling so irritable. Once his uneasy emotions surfaced again, Zhu Junyang didn't dare to spend any more time on the streets and went directly back to the residence. That night, Princess Consort Jing found out what had happened from Wu Deshan. Her youngest son had almost lost control of himself on the streets. She felt both anxious and joyful at the same time. When she found out that Yu Xiaosao was able to calm her son down from the brink of snapping with a single sentence, her hands suddenly froze. In these past 10 years, she was well aware of what her youngest son was like when he lost control of himself and fell into the influence of negative emotions. Other than herself, no one else had the ability to bring him back into reason. Ever since her youngest son started studying martial arts with the estate's private tutor, he progressed quickly. Zhu Junyang had a natural talent for this and also had Steward Lu privately instructing him as well. By the time he was 12 to 13 years old, he was able to fight a match with his martial arts teacher, who was going all out, and let it go to a draw. Since he was such an expert, whenever he lost control, he would naturally cause rivers of blood to flow. Although all of the people Zhu Junyang harmed deserved it in his eyes as they all harbored bad intentions, no one else knew that. If it wasn't for the people in Prince Jing's estate doing everything they could to suppress the rumors, his bad reputation for being indiscriminately violent would have long spread throughout the capital. However, there weren't any walls in this world that didn't let in wind. She really didn't know what sort of consequences her son would face once one of these situations became known to the public. Her youngest son was almost 17 years old, so he was already at the age to talk about engagement and marriage. She had her eyes on a couple of well-bred maidens in the capital, but she truly didn't dare to suggest a marriage with any of their families. It was because her youngest son's temper was like a bomb that was about to explode at any time. As his mother, she also couldn't stay by his side all the time. What if she didn't even want to contemplate what might happen? In addition, her youngest son didn't seem to be very interested in any of the eligible young women in the capital. Some of the bolder maidens have tried to get closer to him, but he never seemed to have a stable mood at those times. If this continued, what could be done? Zhu Junyang's future marriage prospects was a problem that truly worried Princess Consort Jing a lot. However, today she had heard from one of her son's personal bodyguards that the Yu family's young girl was able to bring her youngest son back to reason with one sentence. Princess Consort Jing's eyes lit up. It was as if she was someone who had previously lost her way in a maze but now knew which direction to go. The Yu family's daughter Aha, that little girl was quite likable. Although she was born in a farmer's family, she didn't have the airs and pettiness of someone from a lowly birth. When she was interacting with her, the little girl was neither servile nor overbearing. Her manner was naturally cordial and made people feel comfortable. She was also talented at cooking medicinal cuisine. The most important part was that she was able to calm her youngest son down. The more Princess Consort Jing thought, the more she thought that the little girl was the perfect person to become her son's future wife. What about her status? That absolutely wasn't a problem. Prince Jing's estate wasn't a family that was mired in tradition and insisted on a bride with a high position. That being said, wasn't the little girl the adopted daughter of General Fang? The emperor himself highly trusted and valued General Fang. Once construction on the Tanggu harbor was finished, General Fang was naturally going to get a promotion. Then that little girl would also have her status rise. She would become the daughter of a third-ranked official. In the eyes of outsiders, that was more than enough to match with her son, and it would actually be a very good match. What about age? A man being 5 to 6 years older than his wife wasn't considered outrageous, right? There were couples in the capital that had a 20 to 30-year gap between the man and woman. Furthermore, wasn't General Fang almost 10 years older than his wife Ah? The two of them had a great relationship and were a loving couple envied by many people. That being said, having the man being older was a good thing. He would know how to take care of his wife then. However, the little girl was only 10 years old right now. If her son wanted to bring this bride back, he would have to wait a few more years. Waiting was fine. As long as he had a goal, it was still much better than waiting around with no goal and despairing. Now that she had a solution to her youngest son's marriage problems, Princess Consort Jing felt as if a weight had fallen off her shoulders. She felt giddy and light inside. She didn't worry about whether these two had any feelings for each other. She knew her son's personality. If he really didn't care about that little girl, why would he snap back into reason after hearing one sentence from her? As for whether Yu Xiaosao wanted to marry her son, Princess Consort Jing also didn't think this was a big problem. Familiarity bred fondness. In the future, she was going to create more opportunities for them to meet more frequently. Her son's looks were similar to hers, so he was quite handsome. She was quite convinced that there wasn't anyone in this world who could resist such a stunningly handsome face. Your Highness, was this called self-confidence or narcissism? Before Princess Consort Jing could make an opportunity for her youngest son to meet the little girl again, Zhu Junyang sped back to the capital with a few of his bodyguards. He had neglected his duties back at the capital in order to take a break to visit his lady mother. If a resolute person wanted to take a hold of this, then he would be in a lot of trouble. Even being a relative to the emperor might not save him from something like that. Luckily, his trip to Tanggu town wasn't without any progress. The Yu family's astonishing ability to grow the new plants was more than enough to get him out of this problem. Zhu Junyang lowered his head to look at the corn seedling that was wrapped with some cloth at the bottom of its roots. He had taken this from the Yu family's fields. When that little girl found out that he was bringing it back to the capital, she especially gave him a bottle of water and reminded him repeatedly to water the roots with a few drops from time to time. This was to avoid the corn seedling from dying of thirst. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but smile whenever he remembered that little girl reminding him. She had such an adult expression on her tiny little face. Why was he thinking about that little girl again? Didn't he already make a decision to stay far away from her and that the best thing to do was to stop thinking about her too? Zhu Junyang frowned fiercely. What was going on with his emotions? Since he was afraid that the corn seedling wouldn't survive the journey, Zhu Junyang spent all of his time traveling, eating and resting on the road. The route that usually took 3 days to complete ended up only taking them less than 2 days. He had just gotten back home, washed up, and changed when the emperor summoned him to the palace. Inside the imperial study, Zhongwen Emperor pointed at the table full of notebooks accusing the royal prince for misconduct. A faint smile was on the emperor's face as he remarked, Junyang, look at this. It hasn't been half a month and you've already caused this much trouble for me. Some of these are accusing you of taking advantage of my favor while others are accusing you of neglecting your duty. A few even accuse you of not regarding me, the emperor, with respect. Do you have an explanation for me? Zhu Junyang didn't feel any displeasure coming off of the emperor. He calmly looked around the imperial study. Among the few trusted aides and officials was the Minister of Revenue, who looked quite worried. Zhu Junyang stayed expressionless within this atmosphere that smelled faintly of malice. He placed the flower pot within his hands lightly on the table in front of the emperor. The emperor looked at the vigorous plant within the pot and then cracked a joke. What is this? Are you giving me a present in front of all of these officials? And in such a grandiose and confident manner? I don't think there's another person as bold as you, Zhu Junyang. If you want to bribe us, then you need to tell us just what this precious plant is, right? Corn. Zhu Junyang cherished each word that came out of his mouth like it was worth gold. His love of silence really made the emperor want to smack him a few times. Do you dare to say this even more abruptly? The Minister of Revenue's eyes lit up and he scurried closer to look at the plant carefully. Royal Prince Yang, are you saying that this stock is a corn seedling? Prince Yang, you were able to plant and grow corn. The few plots of land that were set aside on the imperial farms did not have their experiments go well. In some of the plots, the corn seedlings grew sparsely and were quite fragmented. Those fields had a very low yield. The other plots of land produced plenty of corn seedlings, but they weren't vibrant and lively. All of them were yellowing as if they didn't get enough nutrition. Some of the more experienced farmers sighed when they saw this and then said that it looked as if they might not even produce enough corn to get the seeds they used back. The emperor himself had said that corn was a high-yielding crop that wasn't picky about the type of land it was planted in. But how come when it was put into the Ministry of Revenue hands, they couldn't even grow enough to return the seeds they spent? All of the officials had fretted non-stop throughout this past half a month. The minister himself felt like more than half of his hair had gone white from worry. The emperor cared about the country and its people. He especially cared about the people's livelihoods. If the high-yielding crop, corn, was ruined in their hands, then they didn't know if they could still keep the officials' hats on their heads. Today, the Minister of Revenue had finally seen hope in the form of one stalk of corn. Although it was only a single stalk, it had a healthy vibrant green color and was growing very vigorously in the pot. Apparently it wasn't because corn couldn't be grown in their country, it was because they were using the wrong methods. Royal Prince Yang, may I ask you how you planted this stalk of corn? All of the resentment the Minister of Revenue had towards Prince Yang momentarily disappeared into thin air. An old man in his 50s, who had wrinkles all over his face, was staring avidly and adoringly at Royal Prince Yang. If the youth didn't have a strong heart, then he would probably have nightmares later on that night. He shifted slightly to the side and glanced at an official who emitted waves of malice. This was Imperial Censor Yang. Zhu Junyang wondered idly when he had offended this censor with an iron face. He didn't think he had beaten up this man's son before, right? Royal Prince Yang, this corn seedling looks quite healthy. Looks like a lot of effort has been put in, right? The person who had just spoken was the Left Commander-in-Chief Du. He had a decent relationship with Prince Jing. Zhu Junyang looked at his older cousin, the Emperor, who was sitting behind the notebooks criticizing him and was avidly watching this entire scene. The youth replied with an expressionless face, "In reply to your Imperial Majesty, this stalk of corn wasn't actually planted by me. As for the methods used, this official only knows a little." It wasn't planted by you. Then where did this stalk come from? Don't tell us that this stalk came from a kernel that had inadvertently fallen to the ground, germinated, and grown. The Zhongwen Emperor, Zhu Junfan, raised an eyebrow and switched out the hand that was cradling his chin as he looked at his cousin with eyes sparkling with excitement. His little younger male cousin had always seemed like a tiny adult since he was a child. His face was always serious and unexpectedly always had a distant expression on it. Who knew that his youthful good looks combined with his constipated expression would give off a slightly adorable impression? Zhu Junfan was older than his cousin by almost 10 years, so he had loved teasing him since he was young. Being able to see his cousins angry and also, "I'm not lowering myself to your level," facial expressions was truly too funny and interesting. Zhu Junyang had long gotten accustomed to the Emperor's odd idea of fun, so he knew how to handle him. He replied in an icy tone, "At the docks, I met a little girl from a farming family and gave her family some seeds to let them experiment. This corn was planted by that girl's farming family." A girl from a farming family? How old is she? Is she beautiful? Zhu Junfan's eyes abruptly lit up. His little cousin had plenty of admirers in the capital due to his remarkable looks. However, he was as slow as a block of wood and didn't understand the fairer sex. No matter who he was interacting with, he would always regard them with that cold and detached expression. Who knew how many fair maidens had gotten their hearts broken by him? This guy had unexpectedly paid attention to a girl from a farming family and even gave her a gift. Did springtime finally come for his cousin? "Emperor, we're discussing official business right now. Why does it look like you're more interested in gossiping? Just what are your intentions?" Zhu Junyang's eyebrows slowly went up his face as he stiffly said, "In reply to your Imperial Majesty, that girl from a farming family has not yet reached the age of 10. As for whether she's beautiful or not, this official doesn't know what standards you are using to determine beauty. She's not yet 10, who would have thought that his younger cousin had pedo urges? The Emperor rubbed his chin somewhat wretchedly and continued, "My standard of beauty. As long as you don't think she's ugly or irksome, that's considered beautiful." The image of that tender little face, dark and lively huge eyes, a petal of a mouth that liked to smile, and her bevy expressions that drew a person's eyes suddenly came to his mind. Zhu Junyang's icy cold look became gentle as he nodded his head, neither ugly nor irksome. The Minister of Revenue became anxious the more the Emperor went off topic. He rubbed his hands incessantly and he finally couldn't help but interrupt the conversation. "Royal Prince Yang, this corn was planted by that girl's farming family." Zhu Junyang didn't have any ill will towards Minister Liu, who was only trying with all his heart to complete their task. He looked at the other man in the eye and nodded. "This girl's farming family is famous in the area for being experts at growing plants. The family's vegetables are all ripe out of season, so they sell it ahead of the other farmers. At this time, their family's watermelons are also ripe and they even taste better than the ones found in the capital. This time when this official went to Tanggu town, I also wanted to find out if this family was able to grow the corn that we've had so much trouble with. Sure enough, they didn't disappoint this official. There must be something going on." His younger cousin, who usually regarded his words as if they were gold, unexpectedly was quite talkative when he was describing the little farmer's girl. Zhu Junyang's thoughts. "Emperor, how come you only selectively hear me talking about that little girl? This official is obviously describing how her family knows how to raise crops. That can't be right." Springtime in the northern parts of the country was on the colder side. At the beginning of spring, there was still frost early in the morning and late at night. How could they possibly be able to grow green vegetables? As for watermelons, weren't they a summer crop? It was barely the middle of spring, yet their watermelons were already ripe. Perhaps, the little farmer girl's family had someone who had transmigrated over and knew how to craft greenhouse-like canopies. That can't be right either. This era currently didn't have any plastics technology. How could they make a canopy? Perhaps, the little farmer girl's family had someone who had a special magical space where they could plant crops. Didn't the novels frequently write that transmigrators often had these magical spaces when they crossed over? Zhu Junfan firmly believed that there were definitely other people besides himself and his imperial grandfather who transmigrated over to this world. He had always kept an eye out and looked for other transmigrators like him. Did he finally find one? Junyang, who in that little girl's family is better at planting things? How could they possibly make plants grow and ripen out of season? Zhu Junfan was in good spirits, so he asked for more details. Zhu Junyang thought for a bit. Yu Xiaosao was able to recognize corn in a glance and even knew the method to plant it. There were two possibilities. The first was that she had already seen corn before. The second was that she was somehow similar to his older cousin, the emperor, and knew of the existence of corn despite no one else in the country knowing about it. Xiaosao also apparently didn't want the emperor to find out that there was something different about her. Although he wasn't sure why, he also didn't want the emperor to become interested in the little girl. He shook his head. This official also doesn't know the answer. I only know that the little farming girl's family's vegetables are all taken care of by her mother, whereas she takes care of the watermelons along with her father. Junyang, you seem to know quite an amount of details regarding her family's circumstances. His younger cousin was the type of youth who turned a blind eye to the number one beauty in the capital, yet he knew so much about this little farming girl. If people claimed that there wasn't more to the story, even a fool wouldn't believe that. Zhu Junyang nodded his head confidently. That little farming girl is also the adopted daughter of General Fang. When Lady Fang was in Tanggu town, she often spent time chatting with my lady mother. Although Zhu Junyang's words provided a reason as to why he knew so much about this girl's family, Zhu Junfan still felt that his younger cousin had a different type of attitude towards her. However, feelings and emotions weren't something that could be rushed. That little girl was only 10 years old. Judging from his younger cousin's expression, he was pretty sure that he was still far from coming to a conclusion. Take your time, everything will become clear in the future. Emperor, this official would like to go to Tanggu town. I ask your Imperial Majesty for permission. Minister Lu couldn't be patient anymore and immediately kneeled down in front of the table. Someone was able to grow corn and do it extremely well. Minister Lu wished beyond reason that he could grow a pair of wings right now and fly to that person. He needed to figure out the right method to plant corn and write down all of the details. Everyone had to admit that Minister Lu was truly an official who cared about the country and its people. He was the type of man who would never give up to complete his goal of bettering the world. Minister Lu, are you trying to steal this task away from me? For some reason, Zhu Junyang didn't want Minister Lu to go there. He wasn't sure why he felt this way, but he thought it was because if the other man went, he would be taking the task away from him. That wouldn't do. He finally had a good excuse to go to Tanggu town to accompany his lady mother. He absolutely could not allow the other man to steal this away from him. There was another secret hidden within a corner of his heart, a secret that even he himself wasn't aware of just yet. If he continued to have this task, then he would be able to spend more time with her under a proper excuse. PSH, didn't you say that you were going to stay far away from her? The mind and the heart often had opposing desires, wasn't that right? Minister Lu let out a flabbergasted noise for a while before he finally spoke. Royal Prince Yang, this old official isn't trying to steal your glory. I merely want to find out the proper method of planting corn as soon as possible. Enough. You two can stop bickering. Minister Lu, we know that you only have the people's best interest in your heart. However, this task was originally given to Royal Prince Yang to finish. The little girl and her entire family are also more familiar with him, so it's still better to leave the task to him. Since his younger cousin was interested in the girl, Zhu Junfan naturally had to create some opportunity for him. There was a common saying, familiarity breeds fondness. The more time his younger cousin could spend with the girl, the more he'll understand the emotions of his heart. However, that little girl was really too young right now. His younger cousin had to wait at least 5 to 6 years before he could do anything. He had to wait. Emperor, was it really all right for you to take pleasure in your younger cousin's conundrum? Minister Lu felt as if there was a cat scratching at his insides. He truly wanted to see with his own eyes how corn was grown. He stubbornly continued to ask for permission. Emperor, please give permissions for this official to go along with Royal Prince Yang when he next travels to Tanggu town. All right, permission granted. Zhu Junfan had a good understanding of the Minister of Revenue's stubborn personality. If he didn't let him go, the old man might become so anxious that he became ill. The fact that Minister Lu was very meticulous in his duties wasn't a bad thing. The corn that Zhu Junyang brought back from Tanggu town was a potent weapon against the officials who accused him of misconduct. This prince wasn't neglecting his duty to see his lady mother, this prince was managing official business. This prince only went to Tanggu town to figure out the method of planting corn. Being able to see my lady mother was only just a perk, that's all. Royal Prince Yang, don't you feel even the tiniest bit ashamed for telling such a lie? Just as Zhu Junyang was about to leave the imperial study, his older cousin, the emperor, suddenly interjected, Junyang didn't you mention that the little farming girl's watermelons are ripe now? Did you bring any back? Zhu Junyang and all of the other officials within the study felt like there were black lines on their foreheads. Emperor, was it really alright for you to overtly demand goods from your officials? Zhu Junyang glanced down and sternly said, this official rushed back here as fast as I could, so I naturally couldn't bring much over. The bodyguards who are still on the road will bring some watermelons over. Once the melons enter the capital, this official will personally send some over to you. It was okay to wait a couple more days as long as he got watermelon to eat. Zhu Junfan grinned contentedly and then waved a hand, hinting that the prince could leave now. As he left the imperial palace, Zhu Junyang had a stormy expression on his face which made people want to stay away from him. Naturally, none of the other officials wanted to try their luck. However, Minister Lu could not be considered a man who went with the crowd. He scampered over and inquired, Royal Prince Yang, were you telling the truth when you said that the family grows vegetables at the start of spring and watermelons that can be eaten now? Who would dare to lie in front of the emperor? Deceiving the monarch is a serious crime. Zhu Junyang snarled back in a bad temper. Minister Lu still tactlessly continued, when the watermelons get there, could you possibly give this old man one? Don't misunderstand me, this old man isn't asking for one because I want to eat it. I want to research it a bit, find out how exactly they're able to ripen watermelons out of season. Could it be a new breed? Under the barrage of Minister Lu's questions, Zhu Junyang started to feel a bit impatient. He wrinkled his good-looking eyebrows and glared at the man before he said, won't all of these questions of yours be answered when you arrive at Tanggu town and meet the Yu family? After finishing, he turned around and only let Minister Lu see a tall straight back. If it was any other person on the receiving end of this, that person would have hated the prince. However, Minister Lu reacted differently. He patted his hat as if he suddenly realized something and muttered to himself, I was being too literal. You were right, Royal Prince Yang. Once I get to Tanggu town, won't I know everything? The left commander-in-chief, Official Du, guffawed and said, congratulations, Official Lu. You have finally solved a big problem. Let's go and drink a couple cups of wine tonight. Another day. This old man needs to go back and organize some questions I have regarding planting crops. When the moment comes, the Yu family might be able to help this old man figure out some other problems. Sure enough, the emperor is truly right, all of the experts are hidden within the people. Minister Lu wiped away the worries from the past dozen days and grinned as he smoothed his beard. He then clasped his hands behind his back and strolled towards the exit of the palace. Official Du looked at his slowly disappearing back and chuckled as he shook his head. Imperial Censor Yang, on the other hand, lowered his head and walked out, keeping his thoughts close to himself. The next day, the watermelons that Zhu Junyang had used a piece of mutton fat jade to buy had finally arrived in the capital. He fulfilled his promise and first went into the imperial palace to present 6 large watermelons. His older cousin, who had just received a big bonus and had a shameless personality, tsked his tongue when he saw them. I'll say, Junyang, you transported a large cart of watermelons but you only give us 6 of them. You're really too stingy, The muscles on Zhu Junyang's face twitched as he complained inside, you think that's too little? Then don't ask for any. If you want more, then you can send people out to buy more. It's not like you're lacking for money. Zhu Junyang, is that new store, Treasure Pavilion, opened by you? Some of the imperial censors are accusing you of abusing your position for personal gain. They claim that when you went out to sea to help us find the new crops, you also smuggled a lot of treasures from the distant lands. What do you think about that, Zhu Junfan had one of his personal eunuchs cut one of the watermelons into pieces. When he saw that the watermelon looked exactly the same as the ones in his previous life, Zhu Junfan felt so moved that he almost cried crocodile tears. The watermelons of this world were just too crappy. Although they were sweet and their taste wasn't too inferior compared to the ones in his previous life, they were truly too small. The amount of edible red pulp in these watermelons were quite little as the inside flesh was crisscrossed with red and white flesh. It made him, a person who was somewhat obsessive-compulsive, feel uncomfortable whenever he looked at the insides of a watermelon. To him, a watermelon should only look like the ones in front of him, full of delicious red pulp and black seeds. Before his cousin could reply, the emperor picked up a piece and crudely took a large bite. Immediately his mouth was filled with sweet, fresh juice that cooled his body. For a moment, it allowed him to fall into his previous life's memories and reminiscence fondly. In his past life, he was the epitome of a science and engineering man. His looks were nothing special and he wore a pair of glasses with very thick lenses. His major was shipbuilding at the time and, after he graduated, he found a job that paid him enough that he wouldn't starve but also not enough to become rich on. By the time he was in his 30s, he still didn't have a girlfriend. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred when he was testing one of the ships and he ended up transmigrating over into this world, becoming the grandson of an emperor. Even more fantastical was that his imperial grandfather was also a transmigrator. In fact, prior to coming over, his grandfather was also a great and well-known commanding officer of a military command in his country. His imperial grandfather had replaced the original Zhou Yuanzhang and overthrew the previous Yuan dynasty in this world. As a funny joke, he decided to call this dynasty the Great Ming Dynasty, and also claimed that his surname was Zhou because he didn't want to change history. However, the old man didn't think about the fact that by transmigrating over he had already changed history, right? Somehow his thoughts had gotten quite sidetracked. This watermelon's taste was quite delicious. The person who planted this watermelon was likely someone who had transmigrated over from his old world. Then how should he reward him, her? Emperor, this official doesn't believe that I was taking advantage of my position for my personal gain. Did your imperial majesty forget the words you told me before I went out to sea? Zhu Junyang's intuition told him that the person who was accusing him of misconduct was likely Imperial Censor Yang. He frowned and didn't bother trying to explain too much. Prior to the start of his journey to the west, the emperor had personally promised that, other than the goods he specifically wanted, everything else would be considered his own. All of the money that was used to buy these goods from overseas had also come from Zhu Junyang's personal purse. He only bought the items that caught his eye. How did that become taking advantage of his position for his own personal gain? Zhu Junfan naturally wouldn't forget what he had previously said. However, these words were only said privately between the two of them, so no one else knew. Treasure Pavilion's goods were not only novel but also expensive. Thus, it had attracted quite a lot of business. No wonder there were some people who were jealous and coveted it. Let's not talk about that anymore. Tell us more about that little farming girl's family's affairs. Has there been anyone in her family who has almost walked into the gates of hell, survived the catastrophe, and then ended up with a vastly different personality? As long as the person didn't transmigrate into an infant, transmigration would always leave some clues. Which member of the Yu family was his old transmigrator friend? Zhu Junyang thought for a bit before he stated, one could say that the Yu family are people fated to have trouble and misfortune in their lives. Before they split from the main family, they were abused by their respective stepmother, step-grandmother. Xiao Cao and her mother have always had poor constitutions. Xiao Cao's father had been savaged by a bear when he was hunting in the mountains and almost died. Luckily, after they split from the family, they managed to stabilize their situation through their own hard work. If I had to guess who had a big personality change, Xiao Cao's father is no longer unquestioningly filial to his stepmother. Does that count? Could Xiao Cao's father possibly be my fellow transmigrator? To be able to grow crops so well, was he possibly a farmer in his past life? Wait, my younger cousin doesn't seem like his usual taciturn self when he was talking about this little farming girl's family. He had only been in Tanggu town for a few days yet he knew almost everything about this girl's family. Even if someone claimed that this wasn't fishy, no one would believe that person. Junyang, you know quite a lot about this Yu family. Zhu Junfan didn't forget to make fun of his younger cousin as he continued to eat watermelon. Zhu Junyang was about to explain when a flutter of footsteps interrupted him. Shortly thereafter, a young and childish voice spoke, Imperial Father, what are you eating? Right after that, a tiny little figure dashed through a cluster of flowers and climbed up the tall steps with great effort, his little legs pumping. The child rushed into the octagonal-shaped pavilion and hugged Zhu Junfan's leg. A closer look revealed that this was the eldest imperial prince who had just reached the age of 3. Where are your manners? Did you greet your imperial father properly? Soon after, the eldest prince's mother, her imperial majesty, the empress, came in. Her voice held a bit of a gentle rebuke in it. The eldest prince, who had already climbed up onto his imperial father's knees, was staring at the watermelon on the table with large, blinking eyes. He softly said, Greetings Imperial Father. Imperial Father, you have worked hard, Imperial father, what is this? Does it taste good? Last summer, the little fellow was quite young. Watermelons were a type of cold food, so the empress didn't dare to give him any to eat. This was also the reason why he didn't know what watermelons were. This is a watermelon. Your royal uncle brought it back from Tengu town. Do you want to try some? Zhu Junfan believed that he was a compassionate father, as could be seen by the fact the little boy automatically climbed up onto his knees. In his eyes, the ancient people's thinking of hugging the grandson but not hugging the son was complete nonsense. When he saw his son's pitiful look towards the watermelon, his heart softened unconsciously. Currently, it was the end of spring and it was still a bit chilly in the early morning and evening. The empress hurriedly interjected, "Emperor, Wenner is still young and his digestive system is still weak. I'm afraid it's not good for him to eat cold foods." Zhu Hanwen was afraid that his imperial father would be persuaded by his imperial mother's words, so he hastily acted spoiled. "Imperial father, Wenner only wants to try one small bite, just one bite. Wenner is already 3 yet I haven't tried any watermelon before. Wenner is so pitiful." Zhu Junfan found himself immensely entertained by his antics and pinched the little boy's face. He looked at the empress and laughed. Where did this little fellow learn this from? He even knows how to act pitiful to get sympathy. The empress replied with a helpless expression on her face, "I also don't know where he learned this. In the past, I've never seen him act like this before. Such a clever little fellow. Takes after his imperial father, me." Zhu Junfan used a small knife to take off a piece of watermelon that was the size of a person's thumb and then put it next to his son's mouth. He repeatedly warned, "Let it sit in your mouth for a bit. Once it's warm, then you can swallow it. You can only have one piece. If you eat too much and end up with diarrhea, then you won't be able to eat watermelon in the future." Zhu Hanwen cleverly nodded his head and opened his mouth wide to allow his imperial father to deliver the watermelon inside. He obediently let it sit in his mouth while the tip of his tongue came out to enjoy the sweet taste. It made him so happy that he closed his eyes in pleasure. The little fellow held the watermelon in his mouth for a long time before he finally slowly chewed and swallowed it. He couldn't help but praise the melon. "Imperial father, watermelon is so delicious. Wenner wants to eat more. What should I do?" Zhu Junfan was a person who stuck to his words. He shook his head and stated, "Today, you can only have one bite. Didn't I just say that earlier?" Zhu Hanwen didn't make a fuss and nodded his head obediently. After all, he was still a child, so he still stared at the watermelon on the table. He carefully asked, "Then, can Wenner eat another bite tomorrow?" Zhu Junfan pinched his little nose and chuckled, "Wenner is such a good boy. As a reward, tomorrow you can also have another bite of watermelon." "Okay, thank you imperial father, you are too good to me. Wenner loves you very much." In front of his enlightened father, Zhu Hanwen became a lot more vivacious. Compared to his imperial mother, who restricted him at every turn, he liked his imperial father much more. Zhu Junyang watched from the side and observed the warm family reactions between the three of them. Suddenly, his thoughts wandered back to that little village near Tengu town, the simple and crude-looking stone table, the delicious food, and the loving and warm household. If his life could be that simple and pure, he would gladly abandon everything he had now for that. Other than sending some watermelon to the imperial palace, Zhu Junyang gave the rest of the watermelons to his lord father. He had never been the type of person to utilize human emotions and connections to his advantage. All of the families who had good relationships with Prince Jing's estate were all given a present from them, 2 large and round watermelons. Among the people who received them was the left commander-in-chief, Lord Du, who had spoken up for Zhu Junyang in the imperial study. Minister Liu had also received the gift from Prince Jing's estate, and these watermelons were especially picked out by Zhu Junyang himself. Minister Liu's whole family ate the stunningly sweet watermelon. All of them were flabbergasted that their husband, who normally never tried to toady himself up, somehow had a good relationship with Prince Jing. Did he finally see the light and understand the way the world worked after spending decades as an official? Zhu Junyang stayed in the capital for 2 more days before he finally received imperial orders to leave. Minister Liu from the Ministry of Revenue had already impatiently arranged everything and was merely waiting to leave the capital. Because they had a court official with them who didn't know how to ride a horse, it took the group of them 3 whole days to get to Tengu town. When they entered Tengu town, Zhu Junyang threw Minister Liu into the hands of the county magistrate of Tengu town to entertain. He himself returned to his mother's manor in the town. Princess consort Jing, who was in the garden admiring flowers, pretended to be weak and ailing as soon as her people told her that her youngest son had arrived. She pasted on a worried expression on her face. Mei Xiang, who had stepped out to steep some flower-scented tea, noticed her mistress's obvious change when she came back. She was quite puzzled. She was doing fine just earlier, why did she suddenly become so different now? She raised her head and saw the young master coming over. Realization immediately struck her. The princess consort must have another devious plan, for some reason, to torment the young royal prince. This son greets Lady Mother. What part of Lady Mother's body is bothering you? Zhu Junyang raised his eyes and immediately noticed that his mother looked ill and sickly, so he asked out of concern. Princess consort Jing hugged her chest and lightly shook her head. Yanger, don't worry. Mother isn't sick. However, I'm just not in a good mood. When Zhu Junyang previously stayed a few days in Tanggu town, he had discovered that his lady mother's condition had really gotten better. Every day he and his second brother accompanied her, so his lady mother was very happy and full of smiles. He was only gone for a few days. Why did his lady mother look so ill and downtrodden again? Was it because she wanted to have him stay by her side and was pretending to be ill and sick again? Lady Mother, I'm here in Tanggu town under imperial orders, so for the next few months I can stay in town with you. If you have become bored of staying here, then I, your son, can take you to the beach to watch the sunrise, go to Dongshan village to look at the construction progress of our villa on the West Mountain, or, if your body is up for it, I can also take you hunting in the West Mountain to let you relieve your mood. Zhu Junyang cared deeply for his mother, who had given him her entire heart and soul. Princess consort Jing's eyes immediately lit up and she almost forgot to continue her act of being a worried mother. She happily asked, really? You can spend a long time in Tanggu town now. When Zhu Junyang nodded in assent, Princess consort Jing suddenly remembered her mission of the day. She retracted the smile on her face and then wailed and signed over a wilting camellia by her side. Zhu Junyang now knew why his lady mother was unhappy. Apparently, his mother had, once again, almost destroyed another valuable camellia. His lady mother didn't have any talent in raising flowers, yet she still insisted on having his lord father help her find valuable plants and flowers for her to look after. However, every single plant that she personally took care of had the exact same outcome, death. Even the most experienced gardeners couldn't bring dead flora back to life. For the sake of her treasured flowers, his lady mother had shed many tears when they inevitably died. Apparently, his lady mother's favorite camellias also didn't escape her curse. Lady Mother, don't feel sad. I will have people help you find some more valuable camellias. Zhu Junyang stooped down to look at those camellia plants. One of them looked in quite bad condition as its leaves were mostly dried up and yellow. He wasn't sure whether the others were still savable. Princess consort Jing let out another sigh. These camellias were all given to me from Xiao, who found them in some ravine or valley of the dangerous West Mountains. I am truly a murderer of plants. I even managed to harm these wild and tenacious camellias. Oh right, Xiao had once said that if these camellias fell ill, I could find her to help. Yanger, these camellias are my treasures. Go to the Fang estate and invite Xiao back to help me look at them. Perhaps they can be saved. Camellias are your treasure, so what does that make your son awe? The corners of Zhu Junyang's mouth twitched as he recalled what his mother had said when she was trying to stop him from going out to sea. She repeatedly nagged and stated that he was her treasure, her darling baby, and he couldn't have any accidents befall him. At the time, those words sounded a bit corny, but now, when did his status within his mother's heart had become lower than some camellia plants? The sight of his mother's lowered head with tears spilling out made Zhu Junyang's heart soften. He repeatedly reassured her, Lady Mother, don't feel sad. I will go invite Miss Xiao over now. Her family members are all experts at growing plants, so she might be able to save these plants. Just wait a moment, I will come back very quickly with her. Only after Zhu Junyang left the garden did Princess consort Jing lift her head. There wasn't a hint of worry or sadness on her face. Stupid brat, I even harmed my most cherished camellia flowers for the sake of creating a chance for you. Look at me working earnestly for your future. You must live up to my expectations by spending plenty of time with the little girl and gaining her good impression. However, she had to admit that the camellias Xiao gave her were truly quite tenacious. She had ignored them for several days, not giving them any water, yet they still looked lush and bloomed beautifully. It gave her no choice but to grit her teeth and pour some boiling hot tea on top of them. She wasn't sure if these valuable and lovely camellias were still able to be saved. She still wanted to arrange a flower fair when she got back to capital and show these flowers off in front of that Lady Fang. When Zhu Junyang arrived at the Fang estate, Yu Xiao was right in the middle of playing with the newborn lying on the bed. The little fellow was only a couple weeks old, yet his body was quite sturdy. When he was awake, he would always incessantly kick his legs to amuse himself. Occasionally, he'd even let out a few cries of happiness. Second sister, little Linlin is so plump and pudgy, which makes him look super cute. He also has a good temperament, not at all like Fatty's little sister, who cries all the time. She cries in the morning and cries at night. She cries if you hold her and cries if you don't. Fatty is so annoyed he could die, so he tries to stay as far as possible from her. Today was little Shishtu's regular break from school. He didn't go back to Dongshan village and instead went to the Fang residence to see his second sister and take a peek at the new baby. The little baby's skin was very soft and his hands were tiny. He even had 2 tiny little dimples. His bright dark eyes were wide open, roaming around everywhere to look around. The baby was too adorable. Little Shishtu was no longer the youngest in the family, and he felt a wave of brotherly feeling for the little fellow as he held the baby in the arms, reluctant to put him down. Yu Xiaosao watched as her younger brother held onto her tiny baby brother and felt that the scene was bursting with cuteness. If she had a camera at this moment, she truly wanted to record the scene in front of her. Eldest young miss, Prince Jing's estate's third young master has come to pay a visit and asked to see you. The servant, Lingzi, who came by to announce the visitor, was a maid that was arranged by Lady Fang to serve her adopted daughter. She was around 12 to 13 years old in age. Although she wasn't very beautiful, she was quite clever. Prince Jing's estate's third young master. The young royal prince. Didn't he go back to the capital to report on his mission? When did he come back? Why did this guy come to find me instead of spending more time with Her Highness, the princess consort, in town? Yu Xiaosao ordered the wet nurse to keep a good eye on her 2 younger brothers and then went to her godmother's room to inform her. After passing through the alley next to the garden in full bloom, she arrived at the reception hall in the outer courtyard. When she entered, the first thing she saw was the young royal prince holding a cup of tea as he delicately sipped from it. It was as if he had a special liking for the tea at the Fang estate. The tea prepared for the outer courtyard also used spring water that had some added mystic stone water to it. Naturally, the flavor of the tea brewed from this type of water tasted better than those brewed with plain water. Could this guy be here to bum tea off of her? I was unaware that you were coming over, young royal prince. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you. I ask for forgiveness. Why did the polite words that came out of Yu Xiaosao's mouth seem to sound a bit off? Zhu Junyang felt a bit upset at hearing these words. He placed down the teacup and took a quick look at Yu Xiaosao. He noticed that she was wearing casual clothing, as if she didn't take him to be an outsider. Immediately, his mood brightened. He faintly said, I'm here for official business of the emperor. This prince will be inspecting and observing the growth of corn. In the future, we will have many opportunities to meet face to face, there's no need to be so polite. He's here on imperial orders. The emperor already knows that my family knows how to grow corn. Is it possible that the emperor now suspects me of being a transmigrator after getting some information from the young royal prince? I'm screwed. If I knew earlier that this would cause a problem, why would I even bother trying to grow corn or potatoes? I've walked into this trap myself. Yu Xiaosao cautiously asked, the emperor. What did the emperor say? You didn't just repeat all of my boasts, word for word, to him, right? Your boasts? What boasts? Zhu Junyang seemed perplexed by her questions. That I knew the right method to grow corn. Young royal prince, just think a bit, this corn was brought back by you from overseas. Our country has never had such a plant before. This lowly commoner only thought that my family was a good hand at farming, so I bragged a bit. If you said all of that to the emperor, wouldn't the emperor accuse me of the crime of deceiving him? Yu Xiaosao was afraid that her fellow transmigrator would easily crush her like an ant for the sake of preserving his power. What should she do? What's to be done? Zhu Junyang noticed that her face had turned white from fright and that her pair of lively eyes were filled with fear and unease. He hurriedly comforted her. Did you watch too many plays? Although you bragged quite a bit, you still managed to grow the corn, and even quite well. The emperor is very pleased. Don't worry, the emperor won't accuse you of the crime of deceiving him for such a small matter. Young royal prince, what did you tell the emperor? Can you repeat it for me to hear? Yu Xiaosao sat on a chair crafted of Nanmu wood and inquisitively looked at Zhu Junyang's direction. When he saw the hope and anticipation on that little face, Zhu Junyang somehow lost all of his resistance. He repeated back everything that was said between him and emperor when he was in the imperial study. Not a word from that conversation was dropped. Yu Xiaosao attentively concentrated. This young royal prince was quite steady and didn't push her into the spotlight. She could tell from the emperor's words that he had some suspicions, but he didn't know which family member to suspect. Apparently, in the future, she needed to be more subdued in order to avoid drawing disaster to her family. Many thanks, young royal prince. After hearing everything, this commoner feels much better. Young royal prince, please don't worry. The cornfields at home are being watched over by my father and my older paternal aunt's family. Nothing will go wrong with them. When you have time, you can also go over and take a look. If you don't have time, we also won't slack off. Yu Xiaoxiao believed that the young royal prince only came over to Tanggu town for purely official matters, so she said a few words to comfort him. The young royal prince suddenly remembered that Minister Lu was currently staying at the county magistrate's place and stated, the Minister of Revenue, Minister Lu, also received imperial orders to come here. He's a very easy person to deal with. As long as you give the method of growing corn to him, in great detail, he will be satisfied. The Minister of Revenue. He personally came here to learn the method to grow corn. Apparently, the Transmigrator's example of being diligent has also trickled down to his officials, they were also hardworking. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, tomorrow, I will go back to Dongshan village and help arrange everything with my father. We'll write down the method to grow corn. That way, when we give it to Minister Lu, won't it simply matters a lot? This is even better. Zhu Junyang drank another sip of the excellent tea and then asked, this tea has the flavor of bilawachun too, but it somehow seems more mellow and rich than bilawachun. Just what type of tea is this? Yu Xiaoxiao straightened herself in her seat and grinned, young royal prince, you guessed correctly. This is bilawachun. However, the water used to brew this tea was gathered from a mountain spring located deep within a bamboo forest within the West Mountain. That's the reason why you feel like it tastes different. If you like it, then you can bring a bucket of mountain spring water back. He was a lofty and magnificent young royal prince from Prince Jing's estate. If word came out that he snatched a bucket of spring water from a host's home to bring back himself, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of other people? Even his lady mother would tease him for ages about this, let alone other people. Zhu Junyang rapidly shook his head and stated that he didn't need any. When Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that he had finished his business, she thought that the young royal prince was going to leave. She sat with him for a little while longer and found out the prince didn't seem to want to go yet. She picked up her cup full of tea and asked, young royal prince, do you still need something else?